Hello everyone. Today, we bring you the second half of our story. But first, let's briefly recap the previous episode. In the distant year 4025 of the New Galactic Era, at the MS-049 Imperial Starport of the Chinlin star system, our protagonist Fang Mo wakes up in a daze aboard a civilian transport ship S0Z011. He finds himself in a dilapidated, yet technologically advanced environment, clutching a photo of a middle-aged man. Suddenly, memories flood his mind, memories of his father, home, the Zerg, and their escape. Fang Mo is shocked to realize that he has traveled through time and space. The original owner of this body had lost everything to a Zerg invasion and ultimately chose to end his own life. However, fate takes a turn as an interstellar conquest system binds to him, granting him a new identity and powers. Fang Mo, the son of a viscount of the Holy Dragon Empire, is now a novice interstellar mechanic with 2,000 star coins and a starship. The system provides him with a starter pack and mission points, giving him a glimmer of hope. But soon, an arduous task looms ahead, acquiring a combat starship within a week. Faced with this nearly impossible mission, Fang Mo feels unprecedented pressure. As Fang Mo ponders his next steps, an alarm for a Zerg attack sounds. Without hesitation, he dives into battle, showcasing his courage and determination. During the fight, he encounters the legendary mechanic Nas, whose addition to Fang Mo's fleet brings a qualitative leap. With Nas's help, Fang Mo's fleet rapidly grows, and together they confront the Zerg threat in a series of fierce battles. Fang Mo's bravery and intelligence lead him to numerous victories, spreading his fame throughout the star system. He not only defeats the Zerg Queen, but also reclaims planets occupied by the Zerg. However, behind these victories lie tremendous sacrifices and losses. Fang Mo understands that this war is far from over. He must continue to advance for the future of the Holy Dragon Empire and those who have fallen. Within the Empire, the struggles between the princes and the Emperor's illness plunge the entire empire into turmoil. Fang Mo realizes that he must not only fight external enemies, but also deal with internal strife. Yet he does not back down, knowing that only unity can lead the empire out of its plight. As the story progresses, Fang Mo's power continues to grow, and his fleet becomes increasingly formidable. His collaboration with his friendly Mingpong brings substantial profits in interstellar trade. The S2 class starship design blueprints he possesses secure his position in the starship market. Fang Mo's career flourishes, and under his leadership, his star system experiences prosperity and development. However, Fang Mo harbors an unfulfilled wish to expose the Third Prince's conspiracy and bring true peace to the Empire. Using the time reversal system, he secretly monitors the Third Prince's movements, eventually revealing the evidence to the public and exposing the Prince's crimes to the world. That's the recap of the previous episode. If this is your first time watching the story and you're interested, you can start from the first half by checking the comments section or playlist below. Now, let's dive into the second half of the story. The senior officers of the Chinlin Legion and the fiery guards kneeling at the scene looked ashamed and heavy-hearted. Many of them had been saved by Fang Mo multiple times, and some had their lives completely altered because of him. Qin Yu, Tang Ling, Blank, Niu Dazhuang, and others were originally just the lowest of the low. Without Fang Mo's discerning eye, they would never have achieved what they had today. As Fang Mo's personal fiery guards, failing to protect their lord was an unforgivable sin. Seeing this, Fang Qingqing began to comfort her grandmother. "Grandma, it's not entirely their fault. Little brother will get better, don't worry." Her grandmother looked at Qingqing and advised, "When your brother wakes up, you must keep an eye on him and don't let him run around again." Qingqing nodded repeatedly, "Yes, Grandma, I will watch over him." At that moment, the wounds on Fang Mo's body inside the healing chamber were visibly healing. During his days of unconsciousness, Fang Mo had a strange dream. He dreamt of returning to Blue Star, to his familiar home. However, in the dream, Blue Star was under attack by alien forces, with the entire planet engulfed in war and littered with corpses. Those he knew on Blue Star died tragically before his eyes. The dream was so vivid that Fang Mo couldn't tell if it was real or not. The invaders were humanoid creatures over 2 meters tall with slender bodies. When he dreamt of an alien's laser sword slashing towards his family, he suddenly woke up. Fang Mo suddenly shouted, shattering the entire healing chamber. His eyes glowed blue as he stood on the ground, looking at the group kneeling before him with a puzzled expression. "What?" He glanced down at his naked body and cursed under his breath. "What the hell is going on? Was that just a dream?" His grandmother hurried over. "My dear grandson, you're awake?" Fang Mo scratched his head awkwardly. "Grandma, where am I? Why are you here?" Fang Qingqing quickly handed him a set of clothes and explained, "This is the main star of Qianlin. You're at home. You were seriously injured this time, and Grandma and I were worried sick." Dressed now, Fang Mo smiled awkwardly. "Oh, right. What happened to the insect swarm in the Blue Star sector?" He only remembered killing the insect queen before losing consciousness. Minar stepped forward to answer, "Your Highness, The insect swarm in the blue star sector has been completely eradicated. The sacred dragon empire has reclaimed that star region. Fang Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "How many days have I been unconscious?" "Your Highness, you've been unconscious for 4 days." His grandmother asked with concern, "My dear grandson, how are you feeling?" Fang Mo moved his body, sensing that everything was healed. He showed his grandmother, "Grandma, I'm fully recovered. Look." He even struck a pose. His grandmother smiled with relief. "That's good to hear. But you still need to rest and regain your strength." "Yes, Grandma, I'm actually quite hungry," Fang Mo replied. His grandmother turned to the kneeling crowd. "Your prince is fine now. You can all get up." And so, everyone accompanied Fang Mo to have a meal. On the way to the dining hall, Fang Mo checked the skill the system had rewarded him in Advanced Heart of Valor. Temporary mission reward. Name: Heart of Valor. Type: passive skill. Attributes: mastery of all human weapons, reduces physical pain by 50, immune to physical and energy control, possesses unwavering courage and a fearless spirit. Description: among the myriad races of the universe, bravery and resilience are common traits, but only humanity, a race both weak and incomparably strong, possesses true valor. This is what even the gods fear. Humans call it spirit. Fang Mo was amazed. "Wow, this skill is incredible. And it's passive. No wonder I felt so fluent with the Sword of Victory and didn't feel much pain." Time quickly passed, and by the next noon, Fang Mo felt fully recovered after a day's rest. His dark energy could be used normally again, indicating that the brainworm's biological energy wave only had a temporary effect. At this moment, Fang Mo sat in his office, ready to review the report on the losses and gains from the battle against the insect swarm. Our losses: damaged Titan mechs, 5,210. Pulse energy tanks, 14,370. Various drones, 58,521. Personnel casualties, 25,162,302. Severely injured, 4,201,310. Seeing the loss of over 25 million Shinlin soldiers, Fang Mo felt a sharp pain in his heart. These were the people who had trusted him, now sacrificed. He sighed deeply and continued reading. Gains: kills of level 3 and below insects, 210 million. Kills of level 45 insects, 120 million. Kills of insect lords, 4. Kills of insect queens, 1. Estimated value: 1.5 trillion star coins. Due to the large number of insect bodies, the total value is still being calculated, with many countries actively purchasing. Fang Mo slowly put down the heavy report, rubbed his eyes, and asked, "Commander Ijing, have the fallen soldiers been arranged into the martyr cemetery?" Ijing, who had been standing by Fang Mo's side, had submitted this report. She replied, "Your Highness, everything has been arranged. Those severely injured and unable to rejoin the military have received substantial compensation and a monthly allowance from the welfare office until the end of their lives." These benefits were implemented by Fang Mo and had been fully executed by Ijing. Despite this, Fang Mo's face remained grim. He knew that no amount of money could compensate for lost lives, but this was all he could do for now. "Thank you for your hard work. Let's visit the Martyrs' Cemetery." Soon, Ijing accompanied Fang Mo to the vast Martyrs' Cemetery. There, many workers were constructing new graves. Gazing at the endless rows of tombstones, Fang Mo felt a complex mix of emotions: sorrow, guilt, and hope. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Ijing asked with concern, seeing Fang Mo lost in thought. When will this brutal war ever end? Fang Mo continued to gaze at the expansive Martyrs' Cemetery. As he lamented, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing Phase 2 of the main mission. Ding. A system alert sounded, and a line of flashing golden text appeared before Fang Mo's eyes. Congratulations to the host for completing Phase 2 of the main mission. Quell the internal rebellion and defeat external enemies of the Empire. Fang Mo blinked and carefully read through the mission details. The mission had no time limit and was rated with a difficulty of 6 stars. The system judged that he had completed the mission ahead of schedule, and the rewards were being rapidly calculated. Moments later, the rewards list appeared: an S5 class War Fortress Titan mech blueprint and 1 billion system points. Even more surprising was the additional reward for repeatedly completing major missions ahead of schedule: an immovable King-class dark energy power armor. Holy crap! Fang Mo couldn't help but exclaim. The system is really generous this time. He eagerly checked the reward details. First was the detailed specs of the S5 class War Fortress Titan mech: 150 meters tall, 80 meters wide, 40 meters long, weighing 20,000 tons, with a top speed of 120 km/h. The armor thickness was 300,400 millimeters, with an energy shield of 500,000 units, capable of carrying 50 people. Its weapon systems included 8 sets of pulse energy machine guns, 24 automatic cruise missile launchers, giant Gatling energy cannon on the right hand, a laser burst cannon on the left hand, a dark energy power fist, and a giant dark energy chainsaw sword. Special features included short-range teleportation within 100 kilometers and unobstructed enemy targeting. Not bad. Fang Mo nodded in satisfaction. With this super weapon, ground assault operations will be much easier, and the cost of 30 million star coins is acceptable. Next were the specs of the S5 class Star Destroyer, 6,500 meters long, 1,800 meters wide, 2,500 meters high, with a star shield strength of 20 million units, weighing 1.9 million tons, and a speed of 550 kilometers. It was equipped with a class warp engine and could carry 3,000 crew members. Its weapon systems included a quantum energy main cannon, pulse laser secondary cannons, and Closian weapon systems. Special features included a rapid star shield energy replenishment system and an attack trajectory disruption system. Fang Mo was particularly interested in these two special features, especially the ability to alter enemy attack trajectories. He even imagined scenarios where the enemy's attacks would backfire on themselves. Lastly, there was the S6 class planet destroyer, whose specs made Fang Mo gasp: 30,000 meters long, 7,000 meters wide, 9,000 meters high, with a star shield strength of 100 million units, weighing 6 million tons, and a speed of 100 kilometers. It was equipped with a class warp engine and could carry 10,000 crew members. Most astonishing was its main weapon, a 3,000-meter bow cannon known as the Dragon's Roar Apocalypse Planet Destroyer Energy Cannon, capable of obliterating any life-bearing planet with a single shot from a distance of up to 100 million kilometers. My God! Fang Mo was stunned. This is practically an apocalyptic weapon. He couldn't help but imagine if an enemy possessed such a starship and aimed it at the main planet of Qianlin, he might not survive the attack. This planet destroyer also featured a planetary recovery system and a space interference system, with a cost of 5 billion star coins. Finally, Fang Mo took out the immovable King-class dark energy power armor, which was gold and silver in color. Without a manual, he had to try it on himself. The armor adjusted its size according to his body, and it felt completely unrestrictive when worn. When he put on the helmet, the entire suit began to synchronize with his body. Once the synchronization was complete, Fang Mo felt invigorated and refreshed. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the armor not only amplified his dark energy, but also enhanced his physical abilities. The only thing that piqued his curiosity was the armor's defensive capabilities, and he was itching to find someone to test it out. Fang Mo donned his brand new Fudo Myo-class dark energy-powered armor and led a dozen Blaze guards onto the training field. He turned to Qin Yu and the other 5 Blaze squad leaders, beckoning them with a finger. "You 6, attack me from all directions. Try both melee and ranged attacks." Seeing His Highness in the new armor, Qin Yu and the others immediately understood that they were to test its capabilities. They quickly spread out, encircling Fang Mo. Dazhuang chuckled. "Your Highness, this new armor looks amazing. It would be a shame if we damaged it." Fang Mo responded casually, "Don't worry about it. Just come at me. If it gets damaged, it's on me." "All right then, here we go. Be careful, Your Highness." Before the words had fully left his mouth, the 6 of them launched their coordinated attack. 3 charged in for close combat, while the other 3 provided ranged support from tricky angles. Fang Mo smirked, deciding not to use dark energy and purely test the armor's performance. With a whirlwind kick, he repelled the 3 close combat attackers and simultaneously dodged the incoming ranged shots. However, Tang Ling's bullet still managed to hit his back. Bang bang. The bullets were completely deflected by the armor, leaving not even a scratch. Fang Mo felt a slight prick on his back, akin to a fingertip touch. The 3 who had been kicked away quickly got back on their feet and charged again. Qin Yu slashed down with his sword, while the other 2 raised their shields and rushed forward, leaving Fang Mo no room to retreat. Fang Mo firmly blocked the 2 massive shields with his hands, resulting in a fierce clash. Qin Yu's dark energy sword struck his shoulder but was completely stopped by the new armor, producing only a harsh screech. With a forceful shove, Fang Mo sent the 2 shields flying and then delivered a palm strike to push Qin Yu back. In that instant, bullets rained down from 3 directions, striking Fang Mo all over, including his head. Yet, the new armor rendered these attacks completely ineffective, leaving no marks whatsoever. "Stop!" Fang Mo raised his hand. The 6 squad leaders immediately ceased their attacks and approached him. Qin Yu excitedly exclaimed, "Your Highness, this new armor is incredible. It's not only stylish but also has amazing defense." Fang Mo nodded in agreement, then led everyone back to the office, instructing Tang Ling to notify the department heads for a meeting. During a brief moment of downtime, Fang Mo checked his attribute page. Host: Fang Mo. Title: Marquis of the Holy Dragon Empire. Territories: Qianlin Star System, Villiers Star System, Fubin Star System, Barandi Star Region, Storm Star Region, Betty Chaos Star. Profession: Advanced Engineer. Attributes: Eye of Insight, Engineering Manufacturing Speed 30, Light of Leadership, Dark Energy Mastery, Power of the Plunderer, Fearless Heart. Equipment: Sword of Victory, Fudo Myo Class Dark Energy Powered Armor. Star Coins: 1.2652 trillion. Starships: 20,285. Tasks: None. Points: 1.62 billion. Looking at these impressive stats, Fang Mo felt a surge of pride. Reflecting on his humble beginnings just over a year ago, he now had everything he could wish for. Vast territories, abundant star coins, and although he had lost many starships in the Zerg War, the seventh batch of construction was already underway. What surprised Fang Mo the most was the number of points he had accumulated. He recalled that the system had only awarded him 1 billion points for completing tasks. Upon checking the system records, he realized that the massive points came from the billions of Zerg he had slain while he was unconscious. As Fang Mo awaited Minar and the others, the imperial starport of the Holy Dragon Empire's capital was already crowded with starships from various nations. The port governor enthusiastically directed, "Ambassadors from various nations, please queue according to the rules and enter the starport in turn. No cutting in line." The imperial capital was bustling with representatives from all over the universe, who had three main objectives: to offer congratulations, to purchase advanced Zerg corpses, and to establish connections with the Holy Dragon nobles. At the Holy Dragon Empire's court, a procession of ambassadors bearing tributes entered one after another. Envoy from the Eastern United Nations, presenting 10 billion star coins, 100 tons of precious materials, and 10 boxes of royal tributes, announced the Chamberlain in a loud voice. The envoy was Out Yin Xing, the half-dragon who had negotiated last time. He stepped forward quickly and bowed to the Emperor. Envoy Ao Tianqing greets His Majesty the Holy Dragon Emperor. Long live the Emperor. The Emperor smiled faintly. Rise. What brings the envoy here today? Ao Tianqing replied, My lord, the Dragon King, in recognition of your nation's achievements in the Zerg extermination, has sent me to present these gifts and to forge a brotherly bond between our two nations. The court officials began to murmur, scoffing at the Eastern United Nations' shamelessness. Ao Tianqing felt deeply embarrassed, wishing he could disappear. If not for the Dragon King's direct order, he would have preferred not to come. The Emperor cleared his throat. On behalf of the Holy Dragon Empire, I thank your nation for its generosity. We will gladly accept the gifts. As for the alliance, that is a matter that requires careful consideration and discussion with my ministers. The Holy Dragon Empire was in a period of rebuilding and urgently needed funds and resources. Since nations were eager to present gifts, the Holy Dragon Empire welcomed them all. In just 1 week, the gifts from various countries had amounted to several trillion star coins, not to mention other rare resources. From the Emperor to the ministers, the entire Holy Dragon Empire was basking in an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. This grand scene of nations paying tribute was a first in the history of the Holy Dragon Empire. Fang Mo glanced around and saw that Minar, Naz, Ijing, and Lei Hong had all arrived. He smiled slightly and gestured for everyone to take a seat. Please, have a seat, everyone. The group took their seats one by one, and Minar was the first to speak. Your Highness, is there something important you need to discuss with us? Fang Mo nodded, his expression turning serious. Indeed, there are two important matters to discuss. First, I have several new starship blueprints that need to be added to the production schedule. Second, I plan to reorganize the structure of the Qianlin army. Chief Engineer Naz's eyes lit up with excitement. Your Highness, do you have another new invention? Fang Mo chuckled and shook his head. Don't exaggerate. But this time, the complexity is quite high, and I'm concerned the engineering department might struggle a bit. With that, he handed 3 starship blueprints to Naz. Naz took the blueprints and began examining them closely. Fang Mo didn't interrupt, simply waiting quietly. Sitting nearby, General Lei Hong noticed Naz's prolonged silence and couldn't help but prompt him. Hey, Chief Engineer Naz, why are you just staring? Say something. When Naz still didn't respond, Lei Hong gave him a light tap on the shoulder. Naz snapped back to reality and suddenly jumped up from the sofa, kneeling before Fang Mo. Your Highness, just be honest with us. Are you a reincarnated deity? I am in complete awe of you. Fang Mo looked exasperated. Chief Engineer Naz, you're overdoing it. Please, stand up. You've seen the blueprints. What are your thoughts? Naz stood up, brimming with excitement. Just tell us how many you need to build, and we can start immediately. We have plenty of resources, and we're not short on funds or manpower. We can begin anytime. Hearing the word S6, everyone gasped. Minar asked in astonishment, Chief Engineer Naz, did I hear correctly? Did you say S6 class starship? Naz confirmed with a nod and briefly explained some of the new starship's features. Minar stood up in disbelief. Are you serious? One shot can destroy a planet? How much energy does that require? Even annihilating an S4 class starship is already terrifying. Na smiled and redirected the question to Fang Mo. These are His Highness's designs. You should ask him. All eyes turned to Fang Mo. He calmly explained. Chief Engineer Nas is correct. This starship indeed has such power and also features planet reclamation capabilities. It's a multifunctional starship. Once it's built, we'll take it on a test flight together. Hearing Fang Mo's confirmation, everyone's anticipation grew. Nas, a bit embarrassed, said, Your Highness, if there are things I don't understand, I might need to consult you. I hope you won't find me bothersome. Fang Mo smiled. Not at all. I would welcome it. In fact, I enjoy doing research, but our enemies don't give me the chance. Fang Mo then asked Nas about the number of new starships to be built, and turned to the other three. Now, let's discuss the restructuring of the Qianlin forces. Minar, Lei Hong, Aijing, what are your thoughts? The three fell into deep thought, considering the rapid development and complex situation of the Qianlin forces. Just then, Aijing spoke up. Your Highness, the Imperial Center sent a letter a few days ago, explicitly stating that you can make decisions independently without the Empire's approval. The letter even bears the Emperor's seal. Fang Mo looked puzzled. What does that mean? Has the Holy Dragon Empire abandoned me? The four exchanged glances, and Aijing explained. Your Highness, it means you have the same authority as the Emperor within your own territory. Fang Mo suddenly understood. I see. So, I can make any changes I want? Aijing nodded in confirmation. That's correct. Fang Mo smiled in satisfaction. Excellent. The Emperor truly understands me. Mina, Lei Hong, and Aijing were all taken aback by the immense power granted to Fang Mo by His Majesty, the Emperor of the Holy Dragon Empire. However, Fang Mo understood well that power was intrinsically linked to strength. If one's strength reached a certain height, what significance did power hold? This was a very pragmatic issue. Fang Mo surveyed the group, his eyes inquisitive. All right, let's hear your thoughts. Mina was the first to speak, her expression serious. Your Highness, given the rapid development of Qianlin, our existing structures are no longer adequate. Since you share this view, I believe we should overhaul our entire system from the ground up. Lei Hong quickly agreed. Indeed, Your Highness. Commander Mina is correct. With our expanding territory and rapid growth, the old system is becoming increasingly insufficient. Not wanting to be left out, Aijing added. Yes, even the government structures have some shortcomings. After listening to their opinions, Fang Mo turned his gaze back to Mina. Mina, do you have a specific plan in mind? Mina looked slightly embarrassed as she replied, Your Highness, I haven't yet formulated a detailed plan. I await your guidance. Very well. Fang Mo nodded and began outlining his ideas in detail. We're still using the old imperial system, which no longer suits Qianlin's development. Therefore, I've decided to restructure our military and administrative systems. He started with the military reforms. I plan to dissolve the current Qianlin Legion and Qianlin Interstellar Legion and form 10 new combat units. Each unit will have a unique name and specific responsibilities. The structure of these new units will include 100,000 Qianlin Interstellar soldiers, 20,000 Qianlin Elite Warriors, and 50,000 support personnel. The 20,000 elite warriors must be loyal and outstanding Qianlin soldiers, and I will bestow upon them the S2 level Super Gene Warrior Serum. Fang Mo then elaborated on the new military ranks. The new military hierarchy will adopt the colonel-captain system. The first commander of each unit will hold the rank of lieutenant general and be called the unit commander, with 3 deputies holding the rank of major general responsible for logistics, starship command, and ground command. Each deputy commander will oversee 5 to 10 colonels who manage fleets, mobile units, and logistics. Below them will be lieutenant colonels and majors, assisting in the management of various units. Finally, we have the captains and soldiers, the backbone of our forces. He added, as for the promotion criteria and the selection of commanders above the unit level, you will draft a proposal for my review and approval. The 4 of them realized that Fang Mo was building a highly capable and comprehensive military force. Seizing the moment, Aijing asked, Your Highness, what are your thoughts on the government structure? Fang Mo furrowed his brow slightly and admitted, I haven't given it much thought. You've been managing the territories, and it's been quite taxing. He then proposed a new administrative framework. Let's establish a governor for each star region, equivalent in rank to a lieutenant general. Each star system under a region will have a system chief, equivalent to a colonel. Planets will continue with the governor system, equivalent to a major. This way, you'll only need to manage 7 regional governors. Also, Aijing, draft a new compensation plan for all levels of administrative personnel and send it to me. Aijing was overjoyed. Yes, Your Highness, I understand. Mina stood up again to ask, Your Highness, I understand your military structure plan, but what are the names and primary responsibilities of these 10 new units? Fang Mo took a sip of tea before detailing each unit's name and duties. From the Golden Lion King unit to the Victory Hand unit, each had a unique mission. He specifically mentioned, The scale of needed starships for these 10 units should be at least 150,000. Nas, your 7th batch of starship production plans needs to increase by 60,000, including new interstellar warships. Nas immediately responded, "Yes, Your Highness, I understand." Fang Mo looked around at everyone. "If you have any thoughts, feel free to share." Mina was the first to speak up. "Your Highness, I believe your military structure plan is excellent, particularly the clear delineation of responsibilities for each unit." The others also chimed in, discussing the feasibility of the new expansion plans. After listening to everyone, Fang Mo proceeded with personnel appointments. AI Jing, as of today, you are the chief administrator of Qianlin, equivalent to a general, overseeing the finances and trade of all star regions. Your benefits will be tripled, and you will have decision-making power equivalent to a planetary governor. AI Jing was stunned. "Your Highness, Fang Mo reassured her, "Don't worry. If you encounter any issues, you can always come to me." AI Jing nodded repeatedly. "Thank you, Your Highness." Fang Mo then announced Naz's appointment. "Naz, as of today, you are the head of Qianlin's Research and Engineering Department, equivalent to a general, overseeing all research, starship construction, infrastructure, and development. Your benefits will be tripled, and you will have the authority to promote research fellows." Naz gratefully accepted. "Thank you for your trust, Your Highness." Next was Lei Hong's appointment. "Lei Hong, as of today, you are the deputy commander of Qianlin's military, holding the rank of general, overseeing the 10 combat units. Your benefits will be tripled, and you will have the authority to appoint deputy commanders." Lei Hong immediately expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your trust, Your Highness." Finally, all eyes were on Mina. Fang Mo announced the most significant appointment. "Mina, as of today, you are the commander-in-chief of Qianlin's military, holding the rank of marshal, responsible for all military management. Your benefits will be tripled, and you will have the authority to appoint unit commanders and deputy commanders, as well as the first command on the battlefield." The magnitude of this appointment left everyone in awe. Mina immediately knelt on one knee. "Your Highness, I swear to defend the honor of Qianlin with my life." The other three followed suit, kneeling and pledging in unison. "We swear to defend the honor of Qianlin with our lives." Under Fang Mo's dual reforms in military and government, the Qianlin star system became a hive of activity. From Marshal Minar to the rank-and-file officers, everyone was busy with the overhaul. However, as the initiator of these changes, Fang Mo leisurely sat in his office, legs crossed, sipping tea and enjoying some snacks. Just then, Su Liar came bouncing into the room, holding a delicate sachet. "Brother Fang Mo, this is a sachet I made for you." She handed it to him, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Fang Mo took the sachet and brought it to his nose, inhaling the subtle jasmine fragrance. "Wow, Liar, you can make something like this? It's quite rare," he exclaimed in surprise. Proudly, Su Liar explained, "Yes, my mom taught me how to make it. Do you like it, brother?" Fang Mo tied the sachet to his waist and smiled. "I love it. Thank you for the gift." "Yay, I'm glad you like it," Su Liar said, beaming with happiness. As they were playing around, AI Jing entered the office with a visitor. She cleared her throat to interrupt. "Your Highness, Marshal Naik is here to see you." Fang Mo looked up and immediately stood to greet him. "Ah, Marshal. I didn't expect you to visit our main star of Qianlin. Please forgive me for not welcoming you sooner." Marshal Naik laughed. "Haha, Prince, you're too kind. I planned to visit you, but I've been swamped with work until now. Please, have a seat." Fang Mo warmly invited. "AI Jing, bring our best tea, and fetch a box of premium cigars." AI Jing nodded and left the office with Su Liar. After sitting down, Marshal Naik got straight to the point. "Your Highness, I heard you were seriously injured in the battle with the Zerg Queen. I'm here on behalf of His Majesty and the court ministers to check on you. I'm glad to see you're fully recovered." Fang Mo smiled and went straight to the heart of the matter. "Marshal, I doubt you're here just to check on me. What else brings you here?" Marshal Naik nodded appreciatively. "As expected, nothing escapes your sharp mind. Many neighboring countries and factions want to form alliances with us after our victory over the Zerg Queen. His Majesty and the ministers are unsure how to proceed and seek your counsel." Fang Mo pondered for a moment and asked, "How many countries and factions are we talking about?" "Quite a few," Marshal Naik explained. "Over 40 countries and 12 factions. Some are even willing to let us set the terms. His Majesty feels that our Shenglong Empire might not have the capacity to manage so many alliances." After listening, Fang Mo suggested, "Since they all want to form alliances, why not gather all their leaders for a conference to understand their true intentions? That way, we can make a more informed decision." "What do you think, Marshal?" Marshal Naik agreed. "That's a good idea. Although our Shenglong Empire looks impressive, we know our limits. I'll report your suggestion to His Majesty and notify you about the meeting." Over the next 3 days, Fang Mo warmly hosted Marshal Naik, showing him around the main star of Qianlin and treating him to fine wine, food, and premium cigars. As Marshal Naik prepared to leave from Chinlin's starport, he said with reluctance, "If it weren't for my duties, I would love to stay here." Fang Mo laughed. "Haha, after you retire, you can come to Chinlin and enjoy your retirement here." Marshal Naik chuckled wryly. "I'd love to retire, but His Majesty won't allow it. Thank you again for your hospitality, Prince." With that, he bowed sincerely to Fang Mo. After Marshal Naik's departure, Fang Mo returned to his leisurely life, occasionally being urged by his grandmother to find a partner, living quite contentedly. Time flew by, and soon it was September 1st, 4027, a significant day, the unveiling of Chinlin's first S6 class interstellar battleship. The Chinlin starport was filled with senior officers, handpicked by Minar and Lei Hong. Everyone eagerly awaited the debut of this new battleship. Suddenly, a massive silvered interstellar battleship appeared in their view. Its unique design resembled a giant paper airplane. The front boasted an enormous cannon, larger than those on some smaller battleships. The midsection featured an even larger circular cavity, radiating intense heat. All the officers were stunned by the unprecedented design. Inside the bridge, Fang Mo, Minar, Lei Hong, Ai Jing, Naz, and the elite guard stood ready. Fang Mo nodded to Minar, who immediately ordered, "Report, entering class warp speed in 10 seconds. All personnel, brace yourselves." As the countdown ended, the battleship's warp engines activated. The crew felt a brief, roller coaster-like motion as they entered warp speed. "Report, warp engines are normal, energy systems are normal, radar systems are normal, starshield systems are normal." Requesting permission to test the bow cannon on the target planet. Fang Mo scanned the target planet with dark energy. It was a primitive planet within the Chinlin star system, long occupied by the Zerg and now lifeless. Confirming the target, Fang Mo nodded to Minar. "Permission granted to use the bow cannon. Prepare the planetary recovery system as well," Minar ordered decisively. "Aye, Commander." "Report, target planet locked. Bow cannon preheating for 30 seconds." The communicator's voice echoed through the command room of the Longting interstellar battleship. The atmosphere on the bridge instantly tensed up. The countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fire. On command, the bow cannon of the Longting unleashed a massive beam of energy. The blinding light struck the target planet, tearing through its surface in an instant. The energy continued to pour out, slicing through the planet's crust like a hot knife through butter. Once the crust was breached, the energy beam drilled into the planet's core. Under the overwhelming force, the core shattered, causing the entire planet to disintegrate into countless fragments that scattered across space. "Report, target planet destroyed in 6 seconds." The communicator's voice announced again, commencing retrieval of planetary fragments. A powerful gravitational field emanated from the Longting, quickly drawing in the dispersed fragments and the shattered core. The high-ranking officials of Chinlin who witnessed this scene exchanged excited high-fives in celebration. Now Chinlin is truly taking off. Haha, more than just taking off, we're reaching godhood. 2 hours later, all the fragments of the planet had been absorbed. The commander gave the order, "Prepare for return." The Longting immediately set off, swiftly heading back to Chinlin starport. The space where the planet once existed was now nothing but a void. Fang Mo led a group of high-ranking officials to the furnace recovery area via the ship's transport shuttle. Due to the massive size of the ship, it took them a full 15 minutes to reach their destination. In the recovery area, 10 enormous gates stood tall, each 20 meters high and 8 meters wide. Minister Naz proudly introduced, "I personally oversaw the construction of these gates. The material requirements were extremely high, and it took a lot of effort." In front of each gate stood 20 workers and 100 transport robots, ready and waiting. Upon seeing Minister Naz, a team leader immediately ran over and saluted. "Welcome, Minister." Naz nodded and said, "Carry on with your work, don't mind us." Suddenly, the red light above Gate 1 began to flash. The gate slowly opened, revealing a 3-meter square cyan cube. The workers quickly loaded it onto a transport vehicle, but just as they were about to leave, Fang Mo stepped forward to stop them. The driver recognized Fang Mo and exclaimed, "Your Highness." Fang Mo smiled reassuringly, "Don't be nervous. I just want to take a look at this material." He reached out to touch the cube, using his dark energy to sense it. His face immediately showed astonishment. "Wow, core crystalline gold." Fang Mo explained to everyone, "This is the core material for constructing stargates and warp ships, incredibly valuable. These 3 cubic meters are worth at least 50 billion star coins, practically priceless." Minar curiously asked, "Your Highness, what exactly is this stuff?" Naz explained, "This is the primary material for our stargates and warp ships. It stabilizes and fixes space, crucial for the operation of stargates." As they discussed, the other gates also began to flash red, releasing various materials. Starship construction materials, planetary infrastructure materials, and even energy cubes. Everyone was amazed, as if they were looking at an inexhaustible treasure trove. 24 hours later, the complete refining and recovery of the planet was finished. The final tally showed a total output value of 500 billion star coins. Sitting in his office, Fang Mo looked at the report with a sense of awe. Just then, his communication bracelet buzzed with a video request from Marshal Naku. Your Highness, His Majesty has reached an agreement with 48 countries and 12 factions. A remote video conference will be held in 2 hours. The heads of state and faction leaders have specifically requested your attendance. Fang Mo nodded and replied, Understood. I'll be there on time. Don't worry. Fang Mo adjusted his attire, and 2 hours flew by in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, his communication wristband beeped, and the screen flashed with a video request from the Holy Dragon Emperor. Without hesitation, he accepted the call, and instantly, 61 video windows popped up, each labeled with the identity of the participants. Fang Mo quickly scanned the screens and realized that all attendees were high-ranking officials from various nations, either emperors, kings, or leaders of significant factions. The Holy Dragon Emperor cleared his throat and began. Allow me to introduce to you all, the Duke of Qinlin from the Holy Dragon Empire, Fang Mo. Adding with a hint of self-deprecation, he continued, in a meeting of this magnitude, even a humble emperor like me dare not put on airs. No one here holds a lower status than I do, and many nations are far more powerful than the Holy Dragon Empire. Upon hearing the introduction, the other 60 participants stood up in unison and bowed, saying, Greetings to the Duke of Qinlin. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation, clearly showing their respect for this legendary duke. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Fang Mo responded, You're all too kind. Here, I am but a junior. After all, it was his first time facing such a grand assembly, surrounded by the top figures from various nations. A portly human king remarked in admiration, Haha, the Duke of Qinlin is so young, truly a remarkable talent. Others echoed his sentiment, offering their praise. Fang Mo noticed that even the Dragon King of the Eastern United Federation and the Machine Emperor of the Mechanical Empire, former adversaries, were among those showing him respect, causing a slight smile to form on his lips. Seeing the favorable atmosphere, the Holy Dragon Emperor continued, Ladies and gentlemen, we have convened this interstellar summit to discuss the possibility of forming an alliance among our nations. I welcome any thoughts you may have on this matter. The Emperor of the Bull Empire was the first to speak. Among the 61 powers present, our strengths are fairly comparable. From the recent incident with the level 5 Zerg Queen in the Holy Dragon Empire, it's evident that none of our nations or factions can handle such threats alone except, of course, for the Duke of Qinlin. Therefore, I propose that we form a united federation of these 61 powers. This way, should any of us encounter a disaster like the level 5 Zerg Queen again, we can tackle it collectively. What do you all think? The attendees fell into deep thought. Given that the Bull Empire ranked among the top 5 in strength, his proposal carried significant weight. King Chiriel was the first to voice his agreement. The Bull Emperor makes a valid point. I support his suggestion. Following his lead, 24 others expressed their agreement. However, the Bull Emperor's gaze remained fixed on Fang Mo, indicating that he considered the Duke of Qinlin's opinion to be crucial. At this moment, the Dragon King of the Eastern United Federation chimed in, The Bull Emperor's proposal is reasonable. But if we are to form such a vast federation, we need a leader who commands respect and can effectively coordinate among the nations. Who do you think is suitable for this role? The room fell silent. After a moment, the Treefolk leader spoke up. I believe the Bull Emperor is quite suitable. No sooner had he spoken than the King of Otris retorted mockingly, Of course, you Treefolk have close ties with the Bull Empire, so you'd naturally recommend him. The Otris Kingdom, being on par with the Bull Empire, frequently clashed with them. This sparked a debate among the emperors, kings, and leaders, each advocating for candidates favorable to their interests. Fang Mo, unfamiliar with the intricate relationships between these powers, found himself unable to contribute. Suddenly, a loud bang silenced the room. Everyone turned to see the source of the noisy table had been slammed by the leader of the Nadoya Republic, who stood up in anger. Enough with the bickering. Maintain some decorum. We are all leaders here, he scolded. As a figure whose power surpassed even the Bull Empire, few dared to challenge him. A female voice broke the brief silence. Since the Nadoya leader has spoken, who do you think is suitable? It was Yana, the leader of the Tianyang faction. Although merely a faction leader, she claimed to be the second most powerful, with none daring to contest her. The Nadoya leader glared at Yana. I believe the leader should not only be respected but also possess both virtue and talent, unlike some who resort to unscrupulous means for their own gain. Yana retorted, I thought you had a candidate in mind? The tension between them was palpable, a result of years of mutual conflict. Amidst the growing tension, the Bull Emperor stood up once more and boldly declared, I nominate the Duke of Qinlin as the leader of this federation. His words left everyone stunned. Some began to question, Bull Emperor, while the Duke of Qianlin is undoubtedly powerful, isn't he a bit too young for such a responsibility? Others echoed these concerns, worried about Fang Mo's youth and inexperience. Unfazed, the Bull Emperor countered. You all remember how the Zerg Queen was defeated 1,200 years ago, don't you? His words prompted everyone to recall the historical records. He continued, that catastrophe involved 20 nations, and it took the sacrifice of 6 to finally defeat the Zerg Queen. Can any of you claim the ability to face 20 nations simultaneously? If so, I'll gladly nominate you for the leadership of this federation. The Bull Emperor's words struck a chord, and once again, all eyes turned to Fang Mo. The notion that this young man could stand against 20 nations was astounding. Yana spoke up again. I also support the Bull Emperor's nomination. Such a legendary young hero deserves to be our leader. Others soon followed suit, expressing their agreement. Fang Mo stared at them in bewilderment, thinking, what on earth? I just came to observe your meeting, and now you're making me the leader. The Holy Dragon Emperor laughed heartily. You all hold the Duke of Qianlin in high regard, and I too believe the Bull Emperor's suggestion is excellent. The Bull Emperor then announced, in that case, let's proceed with the vote. The results came in swiftly, 42 in favor of Fang Mo as the Federation's leader, 11 abstaining, and 8 against. The Bull Emperor declared, with a vote of 42 to 8, the Duke of Qianlin is now the leader of our Federation. Fang Mo was left utterly bewildered by the result. What just happened? Wow, I've become the leader of the allied nations. Fang Mo exclaimed, his heart overwhelmed with shock. Yana spoke slowly, her eyes carrying a hint of scrutiny. Since Prince Qianlin has become the leader of the allied nations, we should discuss his title and some treaties of the alliance. King Bull nodded in agreement. Chief Yana is right. The title Prince Qianlin is no longer appropriate. We need to come up with a new title for our leader. In the conference hall, the representatives of the countries that had previously voted against the motion remained silent. Seeing that the most powerful nations and factions were rallying behind Fang Mo, they realized the tide had turned and decided to go with the flow. Emperor Pol looked around thoughtfully and said, we have kings, emperors, chiefs, and lords here, but none of these titles seem fitting for Prince Qianlin. What do you all think? The elderly lord of the Nadoya Republic stroked his beard and said slowly, this is the first time our star system has formed an alliance of this scale. Since Prince Qianlin was born in the Qianlin star system, I propose that he be called Emperor Qianlin. As soon as he spoke, everyone nodded, savoring the title. Yana glanced at the old lord with a slight smile. I didn't expect you, old man, to have some wisdom left in you. The old lord snorted, uninterested in her sarcasm. Emperor Pol turned to Fang Mo and respectfully asked, what does Prince Qianlin think of this title? Still reeling from the sudden turn of events, Fang Mo was momentarily at a loss. After a brief moment of thought, he replied, if everyone thinks it's suitable, then let's go with it. He had always found naming things to be a hassle. Very well, Emperor Pol announced. From today onward, the title for the leader of our allied nations will be Emperor Qianlin. Additionally, I propose establishing 7 major governing nations under the Emperor to assist in managing the affairs of the alliance, fostering development, and defending against external threats together. The proposal was immediately met with unanimous approval. The status of being one of the 7 governing nations meant real power, and the representatives' eyes gleamed with anticipation. Seeing this, Emperor Pol turned to Fang Mo for his opinion. What does Emperor Qianlin think of this proposal? After careful consideration, Fang Mo found the suggestion reasonable. It's a good idea. It will enhance the cohesion of the alliance and improve administrative efficiency. I agree. Emperor Pol nodded with a smile. In that case, let us proceed with the voting to select the candidates for the 7 major governing nations. 10 minutes later, Emperor Pol held the voting results and began to announce. The Tianyang faction, with 27 votes, ranks first. The Nadoya Republic, with 25 votes, ranks second. The Pol Empire, with 23 votes, ranks third. The Autries Kingdom, with 20 votes, ranks fourth. The Monoroya Empire, with 18 votes, ranks fifth. The Sadoya Confederation, with 16 votes, ranks sixth. The Shanglong Empire, with 13 votes, ranks seventh. These 7 countries will form the first governing nations of the allied nations. Emperor Qianlin, please review. Fang Mo examined the voting results and found them to be in line with the relative strengths of the nations. He nodded and said, all right, let's proceed with this. Emperor Pol exchanged knowing glances with the leaders of the other governing nations and continued, since that's settled, as one of the governing nations, I propose the first charter of the allied nations for Emperor Qianlin and the other members to review. Fang Mo watched the 7 governing nations leaders, suspecting they had premeditated this. Soon, the first charter of the allied nations appeared on the communicators of everyone present. The charter included prohibition of mutual attacks among members, uniting against external threats, opening Stargate transport channels, Major laws to be decided by vote, with the emperor having veto power. Governing nations having proposal and meeting organization rights. Members paying 100 billion star coins annually to the emperor for protection. Members enjoying priority purchasing and information rights. Exit from the alliance requiring 4 votes and emperor's approval. Violators. Considered traitors to be collectively eliminated. Fang Mo carefully read the 9 articles and found them generally reasonable, though he had some questions about the 7th article. After waiting for a moment, Emperor Pol asked, "What do you all think of this charter?" Yana said calmly, "I have no issues with it." Others also expressed their approval. The leaders could see the charter would bring significant benefits to the 61 member nations. Prohibiting mutual attacks and uniting against external threats would greatly reduce internal strife. Opening Stargate transport channels would boost trade and tourism. Emperor Shenglong was increasingly pleased as he read. With these laws, the Shenglong Empire could finally breathe easier without fearing neighbor attacks. He understood that without Fang Mo's influence, his empire wouldn't have made it into the 7 governing nations. Fang Mo suddenly asked, "Emperor Pol, I have some confusion about the 7th article." Pol smiled and explained, "Emperor, this article has 2 meanings. First, members must prioritize selling goods to other members without favoritism. Second, the alliance will regularly publish important events and intelligence, allowing members to know first and respond timely." Fang Mo nodded in realization. "I see." Emperor Pol added, "After this meeting, we will establish an exclusive platform for the allied nations, where each member will have an account for internal communication." The 3rd vote then began. Within 10 minutes, the first charter of the allied nations was unanimously passed. Emperor Pol signaled to Fang Mo, "Emperor, since the charter is unanimously approved, please sign it. The other members will also sign below." Fang Mo agreed and signed his name on the charter using a holographic projection. The other 61 national leaders followed suit. After the signing ceremony, all 61 leaders stood up respectfully and saluted Fang Mo, shouting in unison, "We, members of the allied nations, greet the first Emperor Qianlin." On September 1st, 4027 of the new universe calendar, the day of the Longting's maiden voyage also marked a historic moment for the allied nations, a coalition of 61 countries and forces. With the official establishment of the allied nations, the first law came into effect, and Stargate teleportation channels between member countries were opened. The star regions controlled by Fang Mo also opened their doors to the outside world. Representatives from various countries flocked in, traveling through the stargates and eventually converging on the main star of Qianlin. Their mission was clear: to witness the legendary Emperor Qianlin, pay the annual membership fee of 100 billion star coins, and seek trade opportunities. When Fang Mo's family members' grandmother, sister, Mynheer, Lei Hong, and others learned of his current status, they were visibly shocked. In just over a year, an ordinary citizen of the Holy Dragon Empire had transformed into the leader of 61 nations, revered as Emperor Qianlin, a feat unprecedented in history. Unable to contain herself, his grandmother said to Fang Mo and the other core members, "Now that your master's status is unparalleled, you must ensure that every detail reflects this, or it will harm our reputation." Supporting his grandmother, Fang Mo gently asked, "Grandma, what do you think our Qianlin main star still lacks?" Looking lovingly at her grandson, who had brought such glory to the Fang family, she said earnestly, "Since you are revered as Emperor Qianlin, your status surpasses that of kings and emperors. However, you lack a dedicated palace and imperial items, which is unacceptable. This needs to be addressed immediately." Others chimed in, and Lei Hong agreed. The old lady is absolutely right. While our military strength is formidable, our specifications indeed fall short. Fang Mo himself didn't care much for these formalities. He only wanted to protect his loved ones and citizens. But his grandmother had already started assigning tasks. "Minister Naz, this task is yours. The palace must be built to imperial standards. Chief Executive Ai Jing will assist, and you will oversee the final inspection after completion." Seeing his grandmother decisively settle such a significant matter with just a few words, Fang Mo couldn't help but admire her shrewdness. She then turned to him, "My dear grandson, you must always be mindful of your status and consider everything carefully." Fang Mo smiled and replied, "I understand, Grandma." Switching topics, she said, "I've also found some excellent women for you. They may not be your equal, but they can serve as concubines." Fang Mo quickly found an excuse to leave. "Ahem. Deputy Commander Lei Hong, didn't you mention that foreign envoys are here to meet? Let's go and receive them." Watching her grandson's retreating figure, his grandmother sighed, "This child is perfect in every way, except he doesn't take after his father in this regard." The scene shifted to the reception hall of the Qianlin main star. Hundreds of envoys from different countries gathered, dressed in various attires. As soon as Miss Mingzhu from the Tianyang faction and the princess of the Natoya Republic met, tensions flared. At that moment, a solemn announcement echoed through the hall. "Silence. Emperor Qianlin has arrived." All eyes turned to the doors. As they slowly opened, 20 elite guards lined up on either side, and Fang Mo walked in the center, followed by Ai Jing and Minier. Seated on the throne, Fang Mo was greeted by the envoys in unison. Greetings, Emperor Qianlin. May you reign for eternity, coexisting with heaven and earth. Please be seated. Fang Mo gestured for them to sit. The princess of the Natoya Republic was the first to step forward and bow. On behalf of our ruler, I come to pay homage to Emperor Qianlin and present this year's membership fee. Fang Mo observed the elegant and glamorous princess, recalling the elderly ruler of the Natoya Republic he had seen at a meeting. There was indeed a resemblance. So, it is the princess of Natoya. Truly extraordinary. Please convey my regards to your ruler. I hope to visit in person someday. Though the princess had seen images of Fang Mo before, witnessing him in person left her astonished. She marveled silently. This emperor indeed looks only 17, just as the ruler described. After the envoys had all paid their respects, Fang Mo announced, Qianlin is rich in resources. We welcome you to trade directly with the Qianlin government. Taxes will be levied at the lowest interstellar rate, ensuring your visit will be worthwhile. This statement delighted the envoys. Many of them had significant responsibilities and sought to understand Qianlin's capabilities, and trade was the best way. Fang Mo also aimed to strengthen ties with other countries through trade, though he would control the sale of advanced technology and high-end starships. Chief Executive Ai Jing, the task of receiving the envoys is now yours, Fang Mo said as he rose to leave. Ai Jing then engaged the envoys in detailed discussions. A few days later, the envoys departed with full loads. Though they had paid the 100 billion star coin membership fee, many countries reaped benefits far exceeding this amount through trade with Qianlin. Some needed agricultural products, others Stargate technology, starships, or energy, all Qianlin's specialties. Meanwhile, Qianlin procured vast amounts of materials and supplies from them, creating a mutually beneficial relationship. Ai Jing brought the trade report to Fang Mo's office. Emperor, the trade summary with the 61 countries and forces is ready. Fang Mo, sipping tea, said, Go ahead. We sold goods worth 25,620 billion star coins and purchased goods worth 16,810 billion, resulting in a net profit of 8,810 billion star coins. Including the 6.1 trillion star coin membership fees, the total revenue is 69,810 billion star coins. After hearing the report, Fang Mo mused. No wonder some people are keen on running protection rackets. Collecting protection fees is incredibly lucrative. This money comes in faster than robbery, and there are annual membership fees. This is great. As he was lost in thought, his communication wristband signaled an incoming request from the king of the Natoya Republic. Fang Mo was slightly taken aback. This country was also a member of the Allied Nations. Without much thought, he answered the call. Emperor, I have urgent news. The king of the Natoya Republic was sweating profusely, his expression panicked. Fang Mo asked curiously, What has happened there? The Ling tribe. They have invaded our country. The king's voice was filled with fear. Fang Mo's brows furrowed slightly, his expression revealing a hint of confusion and caution. What is the spirit clan? He asked, his voice tinged with unease. King Natoya took a deep breath, his expression grave as he explained, Your Majesty, you might not be aware, but our star sector used to be a colony of the spirit clan. They engaged in a massive war with the holy clan in the cosmos, and for thousands of years, we've been self-governing since breaking away from their rule. He paused, a flicker of fear in his eyes. But 2 days ago, our border star systems were massacred by the spirit clan. They also demanded I inform all other nations and forces that they intend to reclaim this star sector. Fang Mo instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. He cursed inwardly. Damn it. I just ascended to the throne, and now there's trouble already? They want to seize my territory. But outwardly, he maintained his composure and said to King Natoya, I understand. King Natoya, inform the other allied members as well and see what they have to say. King Natoya nodded in agreement. All right, I'll contact them immediately. With that, his holographic image vanished. Fang Mo knew nothing about this so-called spirit clan and was hesitant to promise assistance to the Natoya Republic without understanding the threat. If he couldn't defeat them, it would be humiliating. He turned to his intelligent assistant and asked, Ai Jing, do we have any records about the spirit clan on our main planet, Qianlin? Ai Jing's voice came through the communicator. Your Majesty, we have very few records on the spirit clan. You might want to ask the Holy Dragon Emperor. He should know more. Fang Mo thought Ai Jing made a good point and immediately contacted the Holy Dragon Emperor. The Emperor's face appeared before him in a holographic image. Your Majesty, this is Fang Mo. Fang Mo got straight to the point. The Holy Dragon Emperor smiled. Ah, it's the Emperor of Qianlin. What brings you to contact me? Fang Mo briefly explained the situation. I just received a call for help from King Natoya. He said the spirit clan is attacking him. But I don't know much about this spirit clan, so I wanted to ask you for information. The Holy Dragon Emperor's expression turned serious, a hint of unease in his voice. Did you say the Spirit Clan? Yes, the Spirit Clan, Fang Mo confirmed. The Holy Dragon Emperor was silent for a moment, seemingly organizing his thoughts. Then he began slowly. The Spirit Clan is one of the oldest races in the universe, naturally endowed with dark energy and incredibly advanced technology. They were once among the dominant forces in the cosmos. Our star sector was their colony over 5,000 years ago. He paused before continuing. The universe is home to countless races, but humanity doesn't even rank among them. Races like the Spirit Clan, the Holy Clan, the Undead Clan, and the Angel Clan are the true rulers of the cosmos. Their individual soldiers possess unparalleled strength, and their advanced technology is beyond our imagination. Before these dominant races, we humans are mere slaves. The Holy Dragon Emperor's tone grew despondent. I can't believe the Spirit Clan has returned after 5,000 years. As they spoke, their communication devices suddenly flashed red, emitting an urgent buzzing sound. It was the signal for a meeting of the 7 Grand Council nations. The Holy Dragon Emperor suggested, Your Majesty, let's join the meeting and see what the other countries have to say. Fang Mo nodded and entered the Alliance meeting channel. In the virtual conference room, the leaders of all 61 nations and factions were present, their holographic images looking particularly solemn. Emperor Boar was the first to speak, his brows tightly knit, his voice filled with suppressed anxiety. I believe everyone has heard about the Spirit Clan. The attendees nodded, some leaders even turning pale. Emperor Boar continued, I won't waste words. The Spirit Clan wants to colonize our star sector again. What do you think we should do? Yana, usually calm and composed, now wore a serious expression. Regarding the Spirit Clan, my Tianyang faction has the most records. Their invincible fleets and fierce, mysterious troops are notorious in the cosmos. I suggest we negotiate with them. Some leaders nodded in agreement. However, King Demoya's face grew even grimmer. He said heavily, Leader Yana, I'm afraid the Spirit Clan isn't here to negotiate this time. Look at this. He sent out a message. The message contained Spirit Clan text, which, when translated, made everyone gasp. You have 1 week to surrender, or the Spirit Clan will commence a great purge. This message shattered any remaining hope. The Spirit Clan clearly had no intention of negotiating and still viewed them as their slaves. Yana, enraged, slammed her fist on the table, producing a loud bang. Damn it! Why did these Spirit Clan bastards have to come now of all times? King Nadoya of the Nadoya Republic gave Yana a meaningful look. Leader Yana, could it be that you? Yana interrupted him with a cold laugh. Old man, you're right. Tianyang is on the verge of developing an S5 class starship, just 1 step away from the final core. This revelation shocked the other alliance members. Many nations didn't even possess the technology for S4 class starships, and Tianyang was close to developing an S5 class ship. Yana's status was reaffirmed. Fang Mo interjected, Ahem, everyone, I'm not well versed in the Spirit Clan's combat capabilities. Could you describe them to me? Yana looked at Fang Mo and sighed. Your Majesty, the Spirit Clan had S5 class starships 5,000 years ago. Their technology is rumored to have reached pseudo S6 levels, and their mysterious troops are land-based killing machines, nearly invincible. Emperor Boar added, Leader Yana is correct. That was 5,000 years ago. We don't know the current development level of the Spirit Clan, but it's likely they've reached S6. Their war with the Holy Clan lasted thousands of years, and it's said to be unresolved. Fang Mo was slightly taken aback. He had just successfully trialed an S6 class starship, but the Spirit Clan's technology might already surpass that. Not to mention their nearly invincible ground troops. Fang Mo felt his fighting spirit ignite. Over the past year, only the Insect Queen had posed a threat to him. Other opponents were trivial. The Spirit Clan, however, seemed to be a formidable adversary. Yana continued her analysis. Although the Spirit Clan likely has S6 level technology, I don't think they'll use it against us. They wouldn't use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. They'll probably send us 5 class starships at most. King Nadoya nodded in agreement. Leader Yana's analysis makes sense. But even if the Spirit Clan only sends S5 class starships, we can't withstand them. Everyone knows the gap between S4 and S3 starships, and the Spirit Clan has abundant troops, far beyond our imagination. Indeed, someone chimed in, they've been at war with the Holy Clan for thousands of years. Their resources and strength are beyond our reckoning. Fang Mo now had a general understanding. He continued to ask, what did the Spirit Clan look like? Yana immediately sent a holographic image, displaying a tall, slender, blue-skinned armored race. Bang! A loud noise suddenly came from Fang Mo's side. He had smashed his massive desk into pieces with a single punch. The race in the image was the same one that had invaded Earth and killed his family. Fang Mo's eyes blazed with fury. His voice was low and filled with murderous intent. Damn it. It wasn't just a dream. It was a premonition. His thoughts raced, fear and anger growing with each passing moment. The Spirit Clan. Huh? Fang Mo gritted his teeth. As long as I'm here, you won't last long. With Fang Mo's resolute declaration, the second volume concluded. However, this was merely the beginning. An epic interstellar war was about to unfold. Fellow allies, I've decided to take on the Ling tribe myself. If you wish to assist, come with me to the Republic of Demoya. If not, I won't force you. Fang Mo's voice echoed in the virtual meeting room before he decisively cut the connection. A series of shocking main quests were announced by the system in Fang Mo's mind. From defeating the Ling tribe invaders to making the human tribe the rulers of the universe, and even annihilating the Zerg overlords in distant galaxies, each task was filled with challenges. Fang Mo frowned in thought, especially puzzled by the task, defeat the opposing system holder. Meanwhile, at a recruitment post in the Latofia faction, a 16-year-old white tiger tribe girl named Moana was determined to enlist. Despite the clerk's repeated attempts to dissuade her, she firmly declared her intention to join, vowing to fight for peace and in memory of her lost family. Tears slid from her resolute eyes as she solemnly swore to personally slay the demons of the Holy Dragon Empire. Suddenly, the system's prompt sounded in her mind, announcing that she had successfully awakened the Galactic Overlord system. The scene shifted back to the main planet of Qianlin, where Fang Mo stood on a high platform in a massive parade square, addressing millions of Qianlin soldiers. His voice, amplified by dark energy, spread across the entire planet, announcing the imminent brutal war and calling on everyone to take over the work of the gods. The soldiers below, with unwavering expressions, saluted Fang Mo in unison. In the Allied Nations Conference, representatives from various countries discussed how to respond to the Ling tribe invasion. Facing the enemy's 500 Legion army, the strength of the Allied nations seemed insignificant. However, the Emperor of the Holy Dragon Empire displayed unusual confidence, firmly believing that Emperor Qianlin would return victorious, surprising everyone present. Finally, the scene returned to the main planet of Qianlin. Fang Mo stood on the high platform, his gaze sweeping over the millions of soldiers below. His voice was strong and unwavering. Comrades, the time for war has come. It's our turn to take the stage. Fang Mo stood by the floor-to-ceiling window of the flagship office, gazing at the distant stars. This mission to support the Demoya Republic and repel the invading Lingzhu required thorough preparation. Currently, only 4 of his 10 newly formed Qianlin battle groups were ready. The 1st Battle Group, Golden Lion King. The 5th Battle Group, Fearless Vanguard. The 7th Battle Group, Ultimate Bastion. And the 10th Battle Group, Hand of Victory. Facing the Lingzhu's 500 legions, Fang Mo resolutely ordered all battle groups to deploy. Despite the disparity in numbers, each Qianlin battle group was an elite force. The lowest grade interstellar battleships were S3 class, and each group was equipped with a complete sniper fleet, warp ships, and supply fleets. Qianlin's Supreme Commander, Minar, led the charge personally, while Deputy Commander Lei Hong was tasked with defending the Qianlin home planet. In his heart, Fang Mo vowed, "This battle must be won. We need to prove to our allies that the Lingzhu are not invincible." His gaze fell on the Crimson S5 class super soldier gene serum on the table. After a moment's hesitation, Fang Mo decided to give it a try. He picked up the vial and drank the serum in one gulp. Suddenly, the vial slipped from his hand and shattered on the ground. His entire body turned red, and excruciating pain coursed through him, as if every cell was undergoing a transformation. Hearing the commotion, Flame Guard soldiers burst through the door and saw Fang Mo writhing in pain on the floor. They quickly surrounded him, and upon seeing the shattered vial, immediately understood what had happened. One guard whispered, "The Emperor is testing a new gene enhancement serum again. Let's monitor him closely." Amid the agony, Fang Mo felt his body undergoing subtle changes. These changes were not just in his dark energy and mental state, but were also enhancing his physical form. He recalled his battle with the Zerg Queen, where he had been outmatched in speed, strength, and reflexes. But now, he had a strong premonition that once the enhancement was complete, he would surpass the Zerg Queen in every physical aspect. An hour passed, and the Flame Guard's expressions grew increasingly tense. What usually took around 30 minutes had now extended to an hour with no signs of abating. One guard urgently said, "Go get Yu and the other squad leaders, quick." Within a minute, 6 Flame Guard squad leaders gathered in the office. Blank asked directly, "What's the situation?" The Emperor took some kind of enhancement serum, and it's been an hour with no signs of improvement. Tang Ling looked puzzled at the reddened Fang Mo. Yu, maintaining composure, said, "Don't alert anyone else yet. The 4 Qianlin battle groups are preparing for deployment. Let's wait a bit longer. If things don't improve, we'll take the Emperor for treatment." As the group anxiously waited, Fang Mo slowly opened his eyes, sat up, and began to take deep breaths. "Emperor, how do you feel?" they asked nervously. Fang Mo clenched his fists and smiled slightly. I feel better than ever. He was certain that if he faced the Zerg Queen now, he could easily defeat her without using dark energy. His physical strength had increased more than threefold, a staggering improvement. All right, I'm fine. You can all go back to your duties, Fang Mo said. Relieved, the group left the office. Fang Mo then pulled up the system panel and decided to upgrade the system. He spent 5 billion points to upgrade the system from S5 to S6. The system indicated that upgrading from S6 to S7 would require 50 billion points. The system upgrade description revealed that S6 technology belonged to the advanced category of cosmic technology, including super AI, consciousness carriers, and initial manifestations of cosmic rules. It also granted one free purchase of an S6 series item. Though bewildered by these descriptions, Fang Mo decided to use the free purchase. He used his S5 free purchase on the S5 Super Soldier Gene Serum formula, then began browsing the S6 system store. Every S6 item was incredibly tempting, but the prices were astronomical, with the cheapest item costing 2 billion points. His original 16 billion points had dwindled to just over 11 billion after the upgrade. At these prices, he could only afford 4 or 5 items. Even though he had the financial resources and construction capabilities to build anything from the blueprints, the construction speed and Minister Naz's knowledge base might pose bottlenecks. Even if he exchanged for S6 blueprints now, Naz might not be able to complete the construction independently. Fang Mo carefully considered what type of technology he needed most. Finally, his gaze settled on a peculiar interstellar ship blueprint. This S6 class starship wasn't a conventional combat vessel but a multifunctional engineering ship. Fang Mo focused intently on the spaceship design blueprint, envisioning the colossal vessel in his mind. This engineering ship, classified as S6, was immense, measuring 50,000 meters in length, 20,000 meters in width, and 20,000 meters in height. Its star shield boasted a strength of 1 million units, and it had a mass of 20 million tons. The ship could travel at a speed of 100 kilometers per second and was equipped with a Class B warp engine, capable of housing 30,000 crew members. The blueprint detailed the starship's 5 core functionalities. 1. Repair, capable of restoring any technological product below S7 grade with high efficiency and a restoration rate of 99. 2. Supply, able to provide energy to technological products below S7 grade and refuel up to 1,000 S6 grade interstellar battleships. 3. Training, a high-tech training facility for the universe, offering knowledge infusion and simulation training for various species. 4. Transport, featuring a unique internal spatial configuration, it could accommodate 30,000 cubic kilometers of materials. 5. Teleportation, possessing long-distance teleportation capabilities within 1,000 light-years, with a cooldown time of 12 hours. A glint of excitement flashed in Fang Mo's eyes. Although this starship lacked offensive capabilities, its size and functions were astonishing. The first function, in particular, was invaluable, while the third function, training, was something he urgently needed. With the rapid advancement of his own capabilities and technology, veteran members like Naz from the engineering department were struggling to keep up. Fang Mo had no intention of abandoning them. Instead, he sought ways to lead everyone forward together. The only daunting aspect was the cost, a staggering 12 billion star coins, even more expensive than the Longting. Nevertheless, Fang Mo wasn't concerned. With his current wealth, he was eager to build this starship to accelerate the production of subsequent battle fleet starships. When Minister Naz received the blueprint, he trembled with excitement. His eyes were fixed on the fourth function training. Building this starship would grant him and the entire engineering department an upgrade in universal technological knowledge, breaking through their current limitations and reigniting their hope. Overwhelmed with emotion, Naz immediately began organizing the construction work. At that moment, Fang Mo's communication wristband flashed red, indicating another meeting with the allied nations. He joined the meeting, and the other participants rose to greet him. Yana got straight to the point. Your Majesty, this meeting is to discuss the specific tactics against the Lingzhu. Fang Mo nodded for her to continue. Yana reported in detail. According to King Demoya, the Lingzhu have stationed 500 legions in the Ready Star region and have given us a week to respond. Intelligence shows these 500 legions only have 5 S5 grade interstellar battleships, none of which are S6 grade. They seem unaware that we have formed an alliance. Emperor Pol added. Our 61 allied nations have gathered 4,000 legions. With proper tactics, we can completely defeat these 500 Lingzhu legions. Fang Mo was slightly surprised by the sheer number of troops they had amassed so quietly. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, impressive. Qianlin can dispatch 4 battle fleets, equivalent to the strength of 20 legions. The Holy Dragon Emperor smiled and reminded everyone, don't underestimate the power of the Emperor's 20 legions. The Dragon King chuckled wryly. I can vouch for the Holy Dragon Emperor's words. I'm sure Emperor Xia and King Ed also understand the might of Qianlin's legions. Emperor Xie and King Ed looked embarrassed. They had experienced Fang Mo's power firsthand and knew the terror of Qianlin's legions. The elder Lord Nadoya continued, Your Majesty, we need a vanguard to pin down these 500 Lingzhu legions so our main forces can encircle and annihilate them. King Autries frowned indeed, but the vanguard will be in extreme danger, which is well known. Seeing that no one was willing to take on the role of bait, Fang Mo realized he had to shoulder the responsibility himself. He said solemnly, Since I am the leader of the alliance, it is my duty to be the vanguard. However, I expect your legions not to fail me, or there will be consequences. Everyone rose and pledged, Your Majesty, we will not fail. Rest assured. Fang Mo nodded in satisfaction. Very well. When do you plan to strike? Yana replied, Your Majesty, we will assemble on the outskirts of the Ready Star region in 2 weeks. The vanguard will attack first, and the main forces will launch a coordinated assault 2 hours after the battle begins. Fang Mo found the plan acceptable and decided, All right, let's proceed as planned. Inform me of any changes immediately. After the meeting, Fang Mo shared the battle strategy with Minar and the others. Minar was excited. Your Majesty, as the vanguard, we can really make an impact. Fang Mo raised an eyebrow. Oh, how so? Minar's eyes gleamed with cunning. Hee. These Lingzhu legions only have 5S5 grade interstellar battleships, and their combat power seems weak. Plus, they are unaware of our attack strategy. With 2 hours of solo combat time, we can deal them a significant blow. Qianlin's 4 battle groups and Na's engineering department are working tirelessly on various preparations. Although the Allied forces will only assemble in 2 weeks, this period is more than enough for Qianlin. Fang Mo isn't idle. He's personally assisting Nas in building warships. His focused operation on the core technical components impresses the engineering team, who knew the Emperor was also a skilled mechanic, mastering such high-end manufacturing. They secretly marvel. Meanwhile, Minar, Lei Hong, and the commanders and deputy commanders of the 4 battle groups have been immersed in tactical studies for days. AI Jing is busy coordinating logistics and personnel to ensure everything is ready. During a tactical meeting, the commander of the 5th battle group, Yodhan, proposed a bold plan. I suggest that after the first wave of sweeping attacks, our 4 battle groups should attack the Ling army from 4 different directions. This will maximize the damage to the enemy. However, the commander of the 7th battle group, Zhang Tianming, immediately objected. Commander Yodhan, while your strategy is aggressive, it's too risky. Splitting our forces could lead to us being defeated one by one. I do not support this plan. The 2 commanders argued persistently, each advocating for their approach, one for aggressive attacks, the other for a defensive stance, reflecting the characteristics of their respective groups. Seeing the debate was hard to settle, Deputy Commander Lei Hong spoke up. Both commanders have valid points, but I believe caution is paramount when dealing with the Ling army. These 500 Ling troops are just the vanguard and not very strong. We need to think long-term. If we easily defeat this advanced team, will the Ling send even stronger forces? Lei Hong's words made everyone ponder. Minar added, From what I know, the Ling possess S6 class interstellar warships, though they haven't deployed them this time. I suggest we adopt a steady, methodical approach. Instead of seeking a quick victory, we should aim to wear down their strength, minimizing our own losses. Lei Hong continued to outline the tactical details. We only need to engage for 2 hours before the main Allied forces join the battle. By then, the Ling army will have nowhere to escape. Commander Task of the 1st battle group agreed. Let's go with this steady and methodical strategy. Minar made the final decision. All right, everyone, implement this strategy as soon as possible. The officers responded in unison. Yes, Commander. Meanwhile, Nas was assisting Fang Mo in manufacturing the ship's spatial storage core components. Fang Mo carefully operated on the microion space, performing precise fusion and docking. This step was crucial, as any mistake could result in losses worth billions of star credits. 3 minutes later, Fang Mo sighed in relief. The fusion and docking are finally complete. The spatial storage function is now operational. Nas, observing intently, realized. So that's how the core component works. I've always been puzzled by the spatial storage function. It involves the rules of spatial fusion, truly eye-opening. Fang Mo nodded and explained. Most S6 level technologies incorporate some universal rules. You'll understand after building a few more. Suddenly, Fang Mo's communicator rang. He immediately contacted AI Jing. AI Jing, how's the progress on the new potion materials I asked you to purchase? AI Jing replied somewhat nervously. Emperor, of the 49 ingredients for the new potion formula, I've only acquired 13. I'm still tracking down the sources for 21 more. Fang Mo pondered for a moment. I understand. Continue acquiring them slowly. He knew these materials were for making the S5 Super Soldier Gene Potion. It seemed gathering all the materials in this star region wouldn't be easy and might require searching further afield. Time flew by, and 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. Fang Mo boarded his flagship and nodded to Minar. Minar immediately ordered, "For battle groups, prepare for warp. Target: outer region of the Rady star field. Move out." With a wave of space-time distortion, Qianlin's fleet instantly appeared on the outskirts of the Rady starfield. "Report: our battle groups have reached the target area, 10 minutes away from the rendezvous coordinates." Awaiting instructions, Minar commanded, "Order the 4 battle groups to proceed steadily to the rendezvous point." Soon, Fang Mo saw a vast assembly of interstellar warships through the porthole, each bearing different insignias and unique designs. This was his first time witnessing the diverse starships of the Allied forces, which were indeed different from Qianlin's fleet. Suddenly, a public channel announcement came through. "The interstellar fleet at 3 o'clock. Report your affiliation within 10 seconds." Minar responded immediately. "We are the 4 battle groups under Emperor Qianlin. Welcome, esteemed battle groups of Emperor Qianlin, to the assembly point. Please follow the designated route to the gathering point." Shortly, several guidance lines appeared on Qianlin's radar. Minutes later, Qianlin's 4 battle groups docked steadily at their assigned positions. A video connection request suddenly appeared in Minar's view. "Accept," Minar responded. A holographic image showed representatives from 61 different nations and forces. Tong Hui, the representative of the Tianyang forces, spoke first. "Commander Minar, welcome to our allied forces. On behalf of Tianyang, I extend the highest respect to Emperor Qianlin." Other supreme commanders also expressed their welcomes. Minar solemnly replied, "Commanders, it's an honor to fight alongside you against the Ling. Let's unite and move forward bravely." Commander Minier received the order to lead the 4 Qianlin battle regiments as the vanguard. With a grave expression, she asked, "When do we depart?" "Right now." The command was given, and the Qianlin battle regiments took flight, leading the charge with an impressive force of 4,000 Allied units following closely behind. The Allied communications channel issued 2 consecutive announcements. "All fleets, adjust to synchronized warp speed. Collective warp jump in 30 seconds." The countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Initiate warp jump, target, Betamora planet. In an instant, over 12 million interstellar warships entered warp speed simultaneously, creating a spectacular sight. The immense fleet traversed the stars with overwhelming momentum. 6 hours later, the space around Betamora planet experienced a sudden, intense fluctuation. In a flash, over 12 million warships emerged, occupying a volume far greater than the planet itself. The Allied forces issued another announcement. "Next target is Tuller Star at the 6 o'clock direction, the stronghold of the Ling tribe. Qianlin battle regiments, advance and engage first. Allied units will follow in 1 hour." Minier, with a stern expression, commanded, "It's our turn now." The 4 Qianlin battle regiments immediately set course for Tuller Star. 2 hours later, the Qianlin radar detected the Ling tribe's fleet. Minier decisively ordered, "Inform all regiments to prepare for battle. Move closer to ensure they can't escape." "Yes, Commander." The regiments advanced for 10 more minutes until both sides could observe each other through deep space telescopes. Minier commanded in a low voice, "All sniper fleets, target the enemy's 5S5 class warships for a concentrated strike." Reporting, "All sniper fleets have locked on and are awaiting orders." Instantly, 20,000 quantum energy laser cannons fired across the interstellar space, striking the 5S5 class warships of the Ling tribe. Alarms blared on the Ling side. "Warning, warning! Massive energy cannon fire detected. Evade, evade." Ling tribe's supreme commander Agujia sneered. "It seems these lowly slaves don't intend to surrender directly. Good. This gives us a reason for a grand purge. Activate the Matrix Star Shield." The Ling fleet quickly deployed a massive Matrix Star Shield, enveloping all their ships. However, the 20,000 quantum energy laser cannons pierced right through the shield, hitting the 5S5 class warships precisely. The ships exploded into countless fragments, killing Agujia instantly. The Ling tribe was in shock. Their prized Matrix Star Shield had failed them, and the enemy's attack range was beyond their expectations. Before the Ling tribe could recover, an even larger energy laser beam swept through, shattering the Matrix Star Shield in just 5 seconds and tearing through a cluster of Ling warships. Every ship touched by the beam exploded. The terrifying beam continued to sweep through the Ling fleet for 5 minutes, leaving them in ruins with debris scattered everywhere. Deputy Commander Yaturos took over command. "This is Deputy Commander Yaturos. I am now in charge. All units report your casualties." Soon, the communications officer reported, "Deputy Commander, we've lost 85,213 ships in the last 5 minutes of combat, and the Supreme Commander is dead." Yaturos, his eyelid twitching, slammed his fist on the command table in fury. "Damn it! Who the hell is attacking us?" Reporting, deep space telescopes have identified the enemy fleet as comprising 20 regiments, bearing the insignia of a Fire Phoenix. Fire Phoenix? They dare challenge us with just 20 regiments? They're courting death. Order 100 regiments to annihilate the Fire Phoenix fleet immediately. Quickly, 100 Ling regiments separated from the main fleet and sped towards the Qianlin regiments. Mynheer received the report. Commander, 100 Ling regiments are approaching us rapidly. What are your orders? Mynheer smirked slightly. Their command is quite mediocre, splitting their forces to attack us. Those 100 regiments won't be returning. Order the 4 battle regiments to counterattack as planned. Disable their star shields first. Make them sitting ducks. As the 100 Ling regiments neared the Qianlin battle regiments, a powerful wave of energy was released. The star shields of the leading Ling warships were instantly disabled. Deputy Commander Yaturos, the enemy has the ability to disable our star shields. Yaturos frowned. Oh, it seems these slave tribes have some tricks up their sleeves. Activate the anti-shield disruption system. A purple light spread from the 100 Ling regiments, restoring their star shields. The Ling warships, shields up, continued their charge. Reporting, the enemy has countered our shield disruption. Our tactic is ineffective. Mynheer chuckled lightly. Heh, it seems the Ling tribe has some skills. Let's engage them heedin. The fleets clashed, exchanging intense fire, neither side giving an inch. Explosions and laser fire filled the space. Although the Ling regiments lacked S5 class warships, they had numerical superiority with 300,000 ships across 100 regiments. The Qianlin battle regiments engaged fully, leading to a fierce battle. Deputy Commander Yaturos, the enemy's ship performance is significantly stronger, about 15 superior to ours at the same class. They have many S4 class ships and even several hundred S5 class ships. Our radar has detected S6 class ships among them. Yaturos was stunned, staring at the Fire Phoenix fleet locked in combat, feeling a growing sense of unease. I underestimated these slaves. They've advanced their technology to such an extent, said Deputy Commander Atros, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes as he calmed himself. His aide immediately reported, Sir, while we have the upper hand in terms of manpower, taking down their Phoenix ship will still cost us dearly. Their starships are high-grade and well-equipped, but their crew members are average at best. A fierce look flashed in Atros's eyes as he ordered, deploy 100 of our battalions for boarding operations. Let's show these weaker races the might of our Ling clan. Yes, sir. The aide quickly relayed the command. The Ling clan battalions, engaged in battle at the front lines, suddenly received new orders. Instantly, a swarm of small assault crafts launched from the Ling starships, resembling a dense cloud of locusts. These crafts pierced through the Phoenix's star shield and embedded themselves onto Qianlin's starship. The anomaly was quickly noticed by Qianlin's side. Report, the Ling clan has dispatched numerous small assault crafts. They are engaging in boarding operations, the communications officer reported urgently. Minar's face changed slightly, her brow furrowing. The Ling clan's tactics are indeed different from other races. Monitor their boarding operations closely and provide real-time combat footage. The captain immediately issued orders. Teams 1, 2, and 3. Intercept the 3 breached areas. Prepare for a 3-tier defense. Elite Team Qianlin, prioritize neutralizing enemies in Sector 40. Qianlin's starships were no longer solely crewed by basic personnel. Each ship now carried a comprehensive combat force, including various crew members, star soldiers, and elite units. Each star soldier team comprised 1,000 members, while elite units consisted of 100 veteran soldiers enhanced with S2 grade super soldier serum. Quickly, the ship's 3-tier defenses were deployed. The first tier was urban combat snipers, the second tier heavy Gatling gun turrets, and the third tier Titan mechs. At this moment, 100 Ling warriors disembarked from each assault craft. Armed with laser weapons and clad in tight quantum armor, their over 2 meter tall, slender bodies and blue skin made them appear highly distinctive. Deputy Alistair, attack from the right passage. I'll lead a team from the left, ordered Captain Rhoda swiftly. Yes, Captain Rhoda. Alistair responded promptly. This squad of 100 Ling warriors was tasked with assaulting Sector 40. They split into 2 teams of 50 and charged towards the left and right passages. Soon, a report came through the communicator. Captain, the left and right passages are connected. There's a junction ahead with 300 life form readings. Eliminate them. Captain Rhoda ordered without hesitation. The 100 Ling warriors surged out of the passage, heading straight for the ambushing Qianlin star soldiers. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. The Qianlin star soldiers opened fire as soon as they spotted the enemy, unleashing a hail of bullets from their storm rifles. Clang, clang, clang. The bullets were deflected by the Ling warriors' energy shields, causing no significant damage. Captain Rhoda teleported next to a Qianlin star soldier, decapitating him with a swift strike before vanishing and reappearing behind another soldier, repeating the lethal action. Within 3 minutes, all 300 Qianlin star soldiers assigned to the first defense tier were annihilated, and the first line of defense was breached. The captain, watching the Ling warriors on the monitor, felt his gaze grow icy. These Ling warriors are slaughtering our star soldiers as if we were nothing. Has the elite team reached Sector 40 yet? Commander, the elite team will engage the Ling warriors in 2 minutes. Let's see if their warriors are stronger than our Qinlin elites, the captain said coldly. The 100 Ling warriors advanced through the passage. Soon, Deputy Alistair reported, Captain Rhoda, a team of 100 life forms is approaching us rapidly. Kill them quickly. Our target is the ship's commander. We can't waste time on these grunts, ordered Captain Rhoda. Yes, sir. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Bang, bang. Intense gunfire erupted suddenly. Captain Rhoda, the enemy has initiated the attack. Their angles are highly precise. Alistair reported urgently. Charge. Captain Rhoda led the assault, bullets relentlessly battering his shield. The shield's energy was depleting several times faster than before. At this rate, it would be exhausted in under 2 minutes. Damn it. These enemies are different from the previous ones. Their accuracy is too high. Captain Rhoda cursed under his breath. With a swift teleport, Captain Rhoda appeared behind an elite soldier, swinging his sword, only to have it blocked by the soldier's dark energy blade. Boom. The elite soldier kicked him away, followed by 2 shots from a particle blast gun. Boom. Boom. Captain Rhoda's shield was completely depleted. He was incredulous. These soldiers in red gold armor were exceptionally strong, matching or even surpassing him in power, speed, and combat efficiency. As he struggled to comprehend, the elite soldier slashed down again. Clang! Their weapons clashed fiercely, the sound echoing through the passage. Elsewhere, the Ling warriors were also fiercely engaged with the elite soldiers. Damn it! What kind of enemies are these? Rhoda witnessed several Ling warriors being killed. As a captain, his combat prowess exceeded that of ordinary Ling warriors, yet even he was being overpowered by these elite soldiers. The fate of the regular Ling warriors was clear. Among the elite soldiers were a few exceptionally formidable ones. 3 with shields, 1 with a dark energy lance, and 3 wielding pulse hammers. They could take down a Ling warrior in just a few moves, rendering the Ling's invisibility and teleportation skills ineffective. As Captain Rhoda saw more Ling warriors fall, 2 shield-bearing elite soldiers pinned him against the passage wall. The impact broke several of his bones, leaving him immobilized. The elite soldier he had been fighting decapitated him with a single strike. From being pinned to being killed, it took less than 2 seconds. In under 10 minutes, all 100 Ling warriors were slain by the elite soldiers, who only suffered 7 casualties. After annihilating the 100 Spirit Clan members, the elite squad moved swiftly to other battle zones. In less than 30 minutes, the 3 Spirit Clan squads that had infiltrated the starship were completely wiped out by the elite team. The Qinlin interstellar battleship also eradicated the boarding Spirit Clan forces. At that moment, an urgent report reached Deputy Commander Autolos. Deputy Commander, all 5,000 of our boarding assault squads have been wiped out. The enemy starship houses a formidable combat team. Here's the battle footage. Autolos immediately reviewed the footage, watching the battle between the Spirit Clan and the elite warriors. His eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, Are these even humans? Impossible. In his memory, humans had always been a frail race, unable to contend with the Spirit Clan. Yet, the human warriors in gold and red armor displayed astonishing combat prowess. As Autolos was engulfed in shock, another urgent report came in. Sir, the enemy's Fire Phoenix Legion is launching a full-scale counterattack. Their S5 class starships are advancing. Their firepower is overwhelming. Our frontline troops can't hold them off. Autolos looked up at the distant battle scenes in space. The Spirit Clan fleet near these starships was being obliterated. 200 S5 class starships, wielding massive energy hammers, rampaged through the Spirit Clan forces, flanked by numerous S4 class starships in coordinated attacks. In no time, the enemy had torn a gap through the front line of the 100 Spirit Clan units. The Fire Phoenix Legion then focused their assault on the left flank of the Spirit Clan forces, while the right flank was blocked by a massive matrix shield. Autolos's expression tightened as he realized the enemy's tactical intent. Damn, they're trying to encircle us and wipe out our left flank. He immediately ordered, command the right flank to provide maximum fire support, now. However, the right flank's Spirit Clan units couldn't breach the matrix shield in time. Amidst continuous roars, the left flank of the Spirit Clan was completely annihilated by the combined forces of the Qinlin 4 battle groups in under 20 minutes. Autolos roared in rage. Order the remaining Spirit Clan units to retreat to the main force. Now. Losing over 50 units filled him with bitterness. Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the command room. Warning, warning, detecting massive incoming energy projectiles. Evade, evade. Sir, it's bad. The enemy's second wave of long-range bombardment is here. We can't dodge it, the adjutant reported in panic. Autolos gritted his teeth. Damn it. Are our 500 Spirit Clan units really being led by the nose by just 20 enemy units? Boom, boom, boom. This time, the sniping fleet targeted the S4 class starships in the rear of the Spirit Clan units. After a round of long-range bombardment, the rear units of the Spirit Clan were in chaos. Report. Sir, the enemy's recent bombardment destroyed 3,428 of our S4 class starships, and 1,422 more were heavily damaged and are now inoperable. I'm furious. Autolos fumed. Order all Spirit Clan units to attack the damned Fire Phoenix Legion. Annihilate them all. At that moment, the starship's alert system broadcasted again. Warning, warning, detecting numerous unidentified starships surrounding our units, estimated at 12 million. Autolos staggered back in shock. What's going on? Quickly, use the Deep Space Telescope to identify these fleets. 12 million starships, equivalent to 4,000 units, was 8 times his own Spirit Clan Force's terrifying number. Sir, through the Deep Space Telescope, we've identified some of the fleet emblems. Among them are the Tianyang Force, the Bol Empire, and the Nadoya Republic. Damn. Order all units to retreat immediately. Autolos realized that these interstellar fleets were here to encircle his forces. Sir, we're already surrounded. We can't retreat. Autolos jumped up, swearing, damn it. They planned this all along, using 20 units as bait to hold us down. Now they're closing in. Damn. What do we do now? The adjutant asked fearfully. Send a report to headquarters detailing this battle and instruct them to eliminate these rebel forces. Avenge us. Autolos commanded through gritted teeth. Also, order all Spirit Clan units to attack. The Allied forces watched as the Spirit Clan fought desperately, knowing they would eventually wear them down. Meanwhile, the Qianlin 4 battle groups had already wiped out the 40 Spirit Clan units on the right. The Qianlin forces did not participate in the Allied forces' encirclement maneuver. Minar didn't want the Qianlin battle groups to become cannon fodder. With the numerous Allied units, they could slowly wear down the 400 Spirit Clan units. Minar approached Fang Mo and reported, Emperor, we have destroyed 360,000 Spirit Clan starships, including 5 S5 class starships and 9,251 S4 class starships, with estimated gains exceeding 700 billion star coins. Not bad. What are our losses? Fang Mo inquired. We lost 1,021 S3 class starships and 272 S4 class starships, with no losses of S5 class starships. Personnel casualties are 1,526,103, with 271,214 lightly and seriously injured. Resource consumption is estimated at 120 billion star coins. Fang Mo stood up, his gaze fixed on the distant battle still raging among the Allied forces. He decided to assist these allies, but not by deploying his own unit. She would aid them personally. Suddenly, Fang Mo focused on the distant Spirit Clan units, his eyes emitting a blue glow. He coldly declared, it's time to give these arrogant Spirit Clan a taste of their own medicine. Psychic Storm. On the battlefield, a sudden burst of blue energy storm erupted from within the Spirit Tribe's fleet. While the storm was harmless to physical starships, it caused immense pain to the Spirit Tribe soldiers inside. They clutched their heads, fell to the ground, and let out agonizing screams. Commander, the enemy has a divine-level dark energy master. My head. One soldier cried out in agony. Even Deputy Commander Yachualusi wasn't spared. He knelt on the ground, enduring the intense headache. Despite his superior dark energy abilities, which allowed him to resist the psychic storm to some extent, the pain was still unbearable. Which faction's divine-level dark energy master could this be? Yachualusi thought through gritted teeth. It can't be. Our Spirit Tribe is renowned across the universe for our dark energy talents. Every Spirit Tribe member is born with dark energy. Yet, in tens of thousands of years, we've only had 2 divine-level dark energy masters, the Spirit Tribe Lord and the Great Sage. Both have long disappeared. How could such a powerful being emerge in this weak star system? The more Yachualusi pondered, the more severe the situation seemed. As the deputy commander of the Vanguard Corps, he wasn't afraid of death. But if the entire race was threatened, it demanded serious attention. The psychic storm lasted for a full 10 minutes. Most of the Spirit Tribe crew had fallen unconscious, and the few who remained awake were in a daze. The entire Spirit Tribe fleet was nearly inoperative. Fang Mo watched this scene, a slight smile on his lips. He turned to Minar and ordered, notify the Allied forces immediately. Attack while the Spirit Tribe is still recovering. Yes, Emperor. Minar promptly executed the order and informed the 61 Allied commanders about the Spirit Tribe's current state, emphasizing the opportunity for a full-scale assault. The Allied forces quickly mobilized, deploying half their troops. 2,000 regiments to attack the defenseless Spirit Tribe fleet. Over an hour later, all 400 Spirit Tribe regiments were annihilated. Deputy Commander Yachualusi perished in despair and unwillingness. Tong Hui, the commander of the Tianyang forces, exclaimed excitedly, Thanks to the diversion by the Qinlan battle group, we were able to wipe out the entire Spirit Tribe fleet in one swoop. The primary credit goes to you. Other commanders echoed his praise, marveling at the Qinlan battle group's formidable power and the devastating psychic storm. They were surprised to find that the Spirit Tribe fleet wasn't as invincible as legend suggested. Miner smiled and said, "Well then, we'll leave the cleanup to you. The Qinlan battle groups will return for rest." With that, the 4 Qinlan battle groups left the battlefield, a flash of white light transporting them back to the Qinlan home planet. The next day, Fang Mo noticed the red light flashing on his communication bracelet, indicating another collective meeting of the allied nations. He connected to the video conference and saw that the leaders of 61 nations and factions were already present. As Fang Mo joined, everyone stood up and saluted. "Greetings, Qinlan Emperor." Fang Mo gestured for everyone to sit and inquired about the meeting's purpose. Emperor Boer responded, "Emperor, this collective meeting of the allied nations has 2 goals. First, to celebrate our victory in the first battle against the Spirit Tribe, and second, to discuss our next strategic steps." Fang Mo looked around the room, seeing the light of hope and desire in their eyes. He nodded, signaling them to continue. The elderly leader of the Nadoya Republic cheerfully summarized, "In this first battle against the Spirit Tribe, we achieved an all-encompassing victory. Not only did we annihilate 500 Spirit Tribe regiments, but our allied forces suffered less than 5 losses. This is the greatest victory in my lifetime of warfare." Yana, the leader of the Tianyang forces, added, "We not only won a great victory but also captured numerous Spirit Tribe starships. From them, we can acquire many unknown technologies, especially their S5 class starship technology. This is our first and crucial step towards success." Emperor Mingaola of the Monoroya Empire raised a critical question. "How should we distribute the spoils of this battle?" The room fell into a brief silence. The spoils were significant, and no single nation or faction could claim them all. Emperor Boer stood up and proposed, "I suggest dividing the spoils into 2 parts. First, the recovery of starship wreckage, and second, the Spirit Tribe technology. The first part's proceeds, aside from the Qinlan battle group's share, should be evenly divided among the 61 factions. As for the second part, the Spirit Tribe technology should be made available within the alliance." According to this proposal, the wreckage of 100 regiment starships would belong to Fang Mo, while the wreckage of the remaining 400 regiments would be split among the 61 factions. Preliminary estimates suggested that the wreckage from 400 regiments could be worth 32 trillion star coins, with each faction receiving over 500 billion star coins. Although the amount wasn't enormous, it was still substantial. The true focus was on the Spirit Tribe's technology. The elderly leader of the Nadoya Republic spoke again. "It's uncertain how many advancements we can extract from the Spirit Tribe technology. If we can indeed derive the core technology of the S5 class starship, we will have truly struck gold." 4 nations and factions with only S4 class starships, the S5 class had always been an insurmountable barrier. Yana turned her gaze to Fang Mo and directly asked, "Emperor, based on the battle footage, it seems your forces already possess S5 class starships, correct?" Yana's question took the others by surprise. Actively probing into another's military technology was a major taboo. Even though they were currently allies, everyone knew what should and shouldn't be discussed. Fang Mo looked Yana in the eye and answered calmly, "Yes, Chief Yana." This confirmation shook the 61 factions present. Although they had suspected it, hearing it from Fang Mo himself was still astonishing. Yana continued, "Would you be willing to sell your S5 class starships, Emperor?" Her question made everyone hold their breath. This was the issue they were most concerned about. Fang Mo scanned the expressions of everyone present before speaking slowly. "The S5 class starships I possess are not for sale at the moment, but we can consider selling the S4 class ones." As soon as he finished speaking, several national leaders expressed their interest in purchasing the S4 class starships. Although they couldn't obtain the S5 class, the demand for the S4 class was still urgent for many nations and factions. Chief Yana's eyes flashed with a hint of reluctance as she asked, "Emperor, does this mean you might consider selling the S5 class in the future?" Fang Mo's lips curled into a slight smile. "Chief Yana, you understand correctly. As for when the S5 class will be available, that depends on my mood." His tone carried a hint of playfulness. Everyone couldn't help but recall the previous battle scenes with the Ling tribe. The formidable S5 class starships, like killing machines, effortlessly destroyed the Ling tribe's vessels. The disparity in strength was terrifying. Someone whispered, "No wonder they could defeat the Zerg Queen. Such power is indeed extraordinary." Emperor Paul cleared his throat and brought the discussion back on track. "Since there are no objections to the distribution of gains, let's move on to the second agenda item, the next strategic steps for our alliance. I believe we should focus on consolidating our defenses and steadily strengthening our forces to prepare for the Ling tribe's next invasion. I think we should expand our alliance to enhance our overall strength. If we are strong enough, the Ling tribe won't dare to act recklessly," another leader suggested. Many voiced their opinions, most favoring a strategy of strengthening themselves and taking steady, cautious steps. After a moment, Chief Yana turned to Fang Mo and respectfully asked, Emperor, what are your thoughts? We are all ears. Fang Mo lightly tapped the desk and pondered. If we follow the current suggestions, we might only end up on the defensive. The true strength of the Ling tribe is still unknown. I suggest we observe their next move before formulating a detailed plan. Many nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Fang Mo continued, however, since we've already come to blows with the Ling tribe, large-scale warfare is inevitable. I hope everyone is prepared to show those arrogant Lings our strength. His words inspired the 61 leaders present, igniting their resolve to fight the Ling tribe. The meeting lasted over 2 hours. Fang Mo did not attend the ongoing first trial run but instead headed to the starport of Qinlin's main star with his fireguard. A massive starship, shaped like a long cylinder, was operating at full capacity, with numerous transport ships constantly coming and going. Let's go check out the inside of this starship, Fang Mo said. The scene shifted to a grand palace in the Ling tribe's home planet, Lingshan. A Ling tribe member, clad in armor and draped in a blue cape, respectfully saluted the figure on the throne. My lord, the 500 legions sent to reclaim the retro star system have been completely annihilated. That star system has rebelled. I request permission to conduct a species purge. The expressionless Ling tribe leader on the throne asked. Was it the legion led by Argus? Yes, my lord. Heh, so now even nobodies dare to challenge our Ling tribe? It seems our deterrence has waned over the millennia. The Ling tribe monarch sneered. General Pyros, take your legions and purge them. If any of those slave races show even a hint of resistance, exterminate them. Let the universe remember the might of the Ling tribe. Understood. General Pyros immediately began mobilizing his forces. Within a day, he gathered 3,000 regular Ling tribe legions and headed straight for the retro star system, the location of Fang Mo's allied nations. Meanwhile, in Latofia, a dramatic change was underway. The chaotic conflict among 12 factions was unified within a month by the Battleado organization, or rather, by a 16-year-old white tiger tribe girl named Mo Anna. This girl, known as Bloody Anna, used ruthless methods to eliminate the original leaders of the Battleado organization within 3 days and, with the help of the Star Dominion system, quickly conquered the other 12 factions. In just a month, she claimed over 3 billion lives, earning her fearsome nickname. After unifying Latofia, Mo Anna began amassing wealth and expanding her legions. Time flew by, and another month passed. On November 5, 4027 of the new galactic calendar, Fang Mo was reviewing financial reports on Qinlin's main star when he suddenly received a system notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a temporary mission. Temporary mission. Defeat the second invasion of the Ling tribe. Mission duration, 30 days. Mission difficulty, 7-star difficulty. Fang Mo was puzzled by the sudden mission, and his communication wristband flashed red again. The Alliance's emergency meeting, which had not convened for over a month, was urgently reconvened. As soon as he joined the video conference, he heard the anxious voice of the king of the Demoya Republic. Allies, my scouts on the outer borders have detected a Ling tribe army approaching our nation. Reports indicate that this Ling tribe force consists of at least 3,000 legions, including S6 class starships. Yana, the leader of the Tianyang faction, slightly furrowed her brow, a hint of surprise in her voice. The Ling tribe's retaliation came really fast. I thought they would wait at least half a year, but they showed up in just over a month. Nadoya, the old ruler, wore a relaxed smile as he waved his hand dismissively. We overestimated the Ling tribe's strength before. This time, if they dare to come again, we'll make sure they don't leave. Other leaders echoed his sentiment. One of them confidently said, that's right. Even though the Ling tribe has sent 3,000 troops this time, as long as we gather more forces, we can wipe them out. The Ling tribe is practically delivering resources and technology to us. Would be embarrassed not to accept, huh? Fang Mo listened quietly to their discussions, his brow furrowing unconsciously. He thought to himself, these allies are getting a bit too cocky. The Ling tribe must be well prepared this time, and King Demoya has already informed us that they have S6 class starships. Fang Mo knew well how powerful those starships were. Even he wasn't entirely confident he could defeat them. These allies were underestimating the threat, and it would cost them dearly. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Mo spoke up. We'll be relying on you, allies, this time. My Qinlin 4 legions haven't fully recovered and can't participate in the battle against the Ling tribe. Emperor Boer responded with a smile. The Qinlin legions indeed suffered significant losses as the vanguard before. This time, let us, the allied nations, take on the Ling tribe. You'll hear good news from us. Another leader chimed in. Exactly. Even though the Ling tribe has increased their forces 6-fold, we just need to do the same to annihilate them in one go. Rest assured, Emperor. Fang Mo looked at these overly confident leaders, feeling a bit speechless. He shook his head inwardly, thinking, "You all are too optimistic. Even I can't guarantee a sure victory, and you're treating the Ling tribe like lambs to the slaughter." Impressive confidence. An hour later, the meeting concluded. Fang Mo didn't linger and went straight to the system store to select S6 class starships. He needed to be fully prepared for the Ling tribe's invasion. First, Fang Mo reviewed his attributes. Host, Fang Mo. Title, Emperor of Qianlin. Allied Nation. Territories, Qianlin Star System, Valia Star System, Fubin Star System, Barandi Star Region, Storm Star Region, Beatty Chaos Stars. Profession, Advanced Mechanic. Attributes, Eye of Insight, Engineering Manufacturing Speed 30, Light of Leadership, Dark Energy Mastery, Power of the Marauder, Fearless Heart. Equipment, Sword of Victory, Immovable King Level Dark Energy Power Armor. Star Coins, 85.135 trillion. Starships, 92,158. Missions, Phase Main Mission 3 in progress, Temporary Mission in progress. Mission Points, 1.46 billion. System Warehouse, none. Looking at his staggering 85.135 trillion star coins, Fang Mo felt like a wealthy tycoon. The past 2 months of starship production had also increased his fleet to over 92,000 ships, equivalent to 6 Qianlin legions. The previous battle with the Ling tribe had earned him 3.4 billion system points, bringing his total to 1.46 billion. With such a vast amount of star coins and points, Fang Mo decided it was time to purchase some S6 class starships. He carefully browsed the system store and soon selected 3 models of S6 class starships and corresponding warfare technology. The first was a special function ship, S6 class, with a volume of 10,000 cubic meters. Although it lacked strong combat capabilities, its special functions caught Fang Mo's eye. Consciousness preservation system, gene cloning system, medical recovery system, life stasis system, particle stealth system, and intelligent operation system. Fang Mo thought, with this ship, he could revive fallen Qianlin soldiers and heal the severely injured. He decided to store the genes and consciousness of some high-ranking Qianlin officers first. The second was a Fortress-class battleship, also S6 class, with dimensions of 80,000 meters by 50,000 meters by 60,000 meters. This ship was equipped with powerful weapon and defense systems, including the Archangel-class Star Shield Protection System, anti-submarine and anti-stealth deep space radar, Starry Sky Holographic Sandbox Simulation System, and various calibers of main guns, secondary guns, and Closian defense guns. The most impressive features were its 2 special functions, the Judgment Spear and Archangel Shield, which could be crucial in turning the tide of battle. Fang Mo meticulously studied the data of these new starships, already planning how to use them to counter the impending Ling tribe invasion. He knew the upcoming battle would be tough, but with these new additions, he felt more confident about the future conflict. Indeed, this space fortress looks like a true bastion of interstellar warfare. However, Fang Mo thought it resembled more of a mobile, steel castle in the starry sky. The colossal structure moved slowly through the cosmos, its sheer size enough to leave anyone in awe. Fang Mo carefully examined the parameters of this war fortress. It was classified as an auxiliary ship with an S6 size. It measured 8,000 meters in length, 2,000 meters in width, and 2,500 meters in height. The Star Shield strength reached 20 million units, the mass was 200,000 tons, and it could travel at a speed of 300 kilometers per second. Equipped with a class warp engine, it required a crew of 3,000 to operate. The ship's weapon systems were impressive. It featured Adjudicator-class Star Shield defense system that could withstand interference from technologies up to S7 level, Adjudicator-class anti-submarine and anti-stealth deep space radar with a detection range of 100,000 kilometers, and Adjudicator-class Starry Sky holographic sand table system capable of simulating everything within 1,000,000 kilometers. The armament included 20 main quantum energy cannons of 6,000 millimeters cooling time 60 seconds, 50 pulse laser secondary cannons of 4,000 millimeters cooling time 40 seconds, 50 Closian defense cannons of 2,000 millimeters cooling time 30 seconds, and 500 repair and supply boats. Its special features were even more astonishing. The Combat Energy Replenishment System could provide comprehensive energy support for 100 ships of the same class. The Energy Amplification System, when activated, could enhance the combat capabilities of Allied ships within a 100,000 kilometer radius by 30. Fang Mo thought that although this starship's attack power and basic performance were not outstanding, its supply and amplification capabilities made it a pivotal force on the battlefield. With it, even facing enemy starships of the same class, their side could hold a decisive advantage. Even if the Lingzhu possessed S6 class interstellar warships, there would be no need to fear. These 3 design blueprints cost Fang Mo 1.05 billion system points, reducing his points balance to 410 million. He immediately contacted Minister Nas, sending over the 3 new blueprints and instructing him to ensure that each Qianlin battle group was equipped with one of the 2 combat-type starships. At this moment, Nas had already mastered a wealth of advanced technological knowledge and manufacturing principles, no longer limited by previous cognitive constraints. While Qianlin was fully engaged in production, the distant Demoya Republic had come under attack by the Lingzhu. The Allied forces quickly assembled 10,000 legions and were rushing to the Demoya Republic. General Paras of the Lingzhu received the challenge from the Allied forces and sneered. How dare these inferior slave races challenge us, Lingzhu? Such arrogance. Very well, I shall grant them their wish for battle. The Allied forces had arrived at the Demoya Republic. Tong Hui, brimming with confidence, said, Commanders, our Allied forces have assembled 10,000 legions, while the Lingzhu only have 3,000. Victory is assuredly ours. I am already looking forward to salvaging the wreckage of the Lingzhu starships. However, without the support of the Qianlin battle groups, we must proceed cautiously to minimize casualties. The other commanders nodded in agreement. Just received word, the Lingzhu have agreed to a direct confrontation, someone reported. It seems the Lingzhu are seeking their own demise. Tong Hui sneered. This saves us the trouble of searching for them. It looks like we overestimated the Lingzhu. They are nothing but mindless fools. The other commanders began mocking the Lingzhu's stupidity. Everyone, let's head to the battlefield and complete our mission of annihilation. Tong Hui commanded. Move out. The crowd responded in unison. The 10,000 Allied forces legions swiftly moved towards the battlefield. The Lingzhu had already arrived at the Arado star system. General Paras surveyed the surroundings and sneered. Ha! These Allied forces chose well. The dark and desolate Arado star system is a perfect burial ground for them. Order the legions to deploy warp interceptors. I want to ensure they have no way out. Yes, General Paras. His subordinates immediately carried out the order. 6 hours later, the two sides finally met in the starry expanse. Tong Hui, gazing at the distant Lingzhu legions, issued his command. We'll proceed with the encirclement strategy, gradually wearing them down. Make sure to support one another. Don't worry, we have plenty of experience in coordinated combat. This time, we will utterly destroy the Lingzhu forces. The other commanders responded with confidence. The 10,000 Allied forces legions began to spread out, preparing to encircle the Lingzhu legions. Seeing this, General Paras scoffed. Oh, trying to surround us? Let's see how this plays out. Meanwhile, on the distant Qianlin home planet, Fang Mo was enjoying the cosmic scenery at the starport with Su Lier. Lier, what do you see in this view? Fang Mo asked softly. Su Lier, her eyes sparkling with excitement, gazed at the distant stars, the colorful nebulae, and the vast starry sea. Brother Fang Mo, everything looks so beautiful. Fang Mo patted her head and sighed. I see the marvelous craftsmanship of the universe, the insignificance of life, and the timelessness of eternity. At this moment, he deeply felt the wonders and harshness of the cosmos. Huh, I don't understand what you mean, brother. The little girl blinked in confusion. Haha, you'll understand when you grow up, Fang Mo said, holding Su Lier's hand as they strolled along the starport, introducing her to the various wonders of the universe. However, on the distant battlefield of the Arado star system, a tragic scene unfolded. The wreckage of starships and the bodies of Allied forces soldiers floated in the cold space, silently telling the story of the war's brutal cost. 2 days later, the battlefield in the Arado star system. The starry sky was a desolate expanse, littered with countless remnants of starships. The Allied forces had vanished without a trace. General Paras stood on the command ship, surveying the battlefield he had personally created, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. These foolish armies dared to confront the Lingzhu heathen. They were asking for their own demise, Paras thought smugly. In just 2 days, the 10,000 Allied legions had been utterly annihilated by the 3,000 regular legions of the Lingzhu. The Lingzhu had only lost over 500 legions, a staggering casualty ratio that underscored the might of the Lingzhu's regular forces. Each Lingzhu legion was equipped with an S5 class starship, totaling 3,000, along with 5 S6 class starships. This overwhelming technological advantage crushed the Allied forces. Even more terrifying was General Paras's exceptional command skills and his precise understanding of the Allied forces' psychology, ensuring that none of the 10,000 Allied legions survived. The news spread like wildfire throughout the Allied nations. Emergency meetings were convened, and the atmosphere was tense. I warned you that the Lingzhu were prepared. Now we're paying the price, one representative complained. What's the use of saying that now? We need to figure out how to respond to the Lingzhu's army, another representative interrupted. Suggestions poured in. Some advocated for a defensive stance, others proposed negotiations, while some insisted on a proactive attack. Fang Mo listened quietly. Although he had anticipated the Allied forces' defeat, the extent of the devastation still shocked him. Leader Yana spoke gravely. The Lingzhu's invasion is clearly for revenge. They won't negotiate easily, especially since we destroyed 500 of their legions. Her words silenced those who advocated for negotiations. Just as the discussion reached an impasse, an urgent message came from the king of the Demoya Republic. The Lingzhu have begun a massive assault on our nation. They refuse to accept surrender and are even slaughtering civilians. A horrifying video played in the conference room, showing Lingzhu starships bombarding multiple planets with orbital cannons, wiping out countless lives instantly. On the surviving planets, over half of the civilians were brutally massacred. Faced with such brutal scenes, the leaders reacted differently. Some were terrified, others were enraged, and some showed deep sympathy. Emperor Bol sighed. Our forces are barely enough to maintain internal stability, let alone support others or defeat the Lingzhu. The meeting ended without a resolution. Over the next half-month, the Demoya Republic, Pedri United States, and the Tetaloa Empire were nearly driven to extinction by the Lingzhu's relentless assault. The leaders of these three nations sent urgent pleas for help to Fang Mo. The king of the Demoya Republic, appearing in a video call, pleaded sorrowfully, "Emperor, the Lingzhu are too powerful. For the sake of our alliance, please save us. We can't hold on much longer." Fang Mo was racing against time. His three S6 class starships were nearing completion. Once the 10 legions and S6 class starships were ready, he would confront the Lingzhu. "Give me an update on the Lingzhu's forces," Fang Mo requested. "The Lingzhu have 2,314 legions remaining. Our defensive legions are vastly outmatched. Although we can destroy some of their S3 class starships, it barely impacts their overall strength. We have only one star sector left, and it's on the brink of falling." "I understand. Hold out for 3 more days. I will send reinforcements," Fang Mo promised. "Emperor, if you truly intend to help us, we will hold on," the king said, moved. The leaders had sent requests for aid to many allied members, but most received no response or only verbal support. They knew everyone was struggling, so they had to fend for themselves. Fang Mo's willingness to help was a testament to his reputation. 3 days later, Qianlin's final batch of S6 class starships completed their trials. Qianlin now had 10 fully equipped legions, each with 100 S5 class Titan mechas, and various S3 and S4 class starships tailored to the legion's needs. Each legion boasted at least 15,000 starships, 100,000 soldiers, 20,000 elite warriors, and 50,000 support staff. With the addition of the latest S6 class starships, the legion's combat capabilities were significantly enhanced. Fang Mo also increased the number of S5 class starships in each legion, ensuring they had no weaknesses. Fang Mo convened a meeting with the deputy commanders of the legions, including Minar, Lei Hong, Ai Jing, and Naz. The highest command conference room in Qianlin's main star was packed. As Fang Mo entered the room, the officers stood and saluted. Fang Mo took his seat and said, "Please sit down. You probably already know why I've called this meeting." The officers nodded in agreement. "Let's get straight to the point," Fang Mo said. "Our mission is to annihilate the Lingzhu's 2,300 main legions. I want to hear your thoughts." The commander of the 2nd Blood Angels Battalion, Rocker, spoke first, his voice echoing through the spacious conference room. "Emperor, I believe that the 10 battalions are fully prepared for this operation. We can launch an all-out attack on the Eldar Legion." Fang Mo nodded slightly, signaling for Rocker to continue. Rocker took a deep breath and began to elaborate on his tactical analysis. Currently, the Eldar have 2,300 legions, including 5 S6 class starships and about 2,600 S5 class starships, with the rest being S3 and S4 class. Their higher class starships are fewer and inferior to ours. Therefore, I suggest we prioritize destroying their advanced starships first, and then gradually eliminate the remaining legions. The senior officers in the conference room nodded in agreement, considering it a solid strategy. Fang Mo also found the attack plan to be quite detailed. At this moment, the commander of the 7th Battalion, Final Fortress Battalion, Zhang Tianming, stood up. Originally a centurion in the Qianlin Interstellar Army, Zhang had been promoted by Minar and Lei Hong due to his numerous military achievements and steadfast character. Clearing his throat, Zhang began to share his insights. After listening, Fang Mo's eyes gleamed with surprise. He hadn't realized Zhang Tianming's tactical acumen rivaled that of Minar. "Excellent," Fang Mo praised. "Your analysis is thorough and comprehensive. We will follow Commander Zhang's plan. If we win this battle, I will reward you handsomely." Humbly, Zhang Tianming replied, "Thank you, Emperor. It's my duty to consider the welfare of all our soldiers." Fang Mo then started assigning tasks. Prime Director Ai Jing, arrange the logistics immediately. Minister Naz, proceed with our 8th construction phase, building starships for 10 more battalions. This operation will be led by Supreme Commander Minar, with Deputy Commanders Lei Hong and Zhang Tianming assisting. We deploy in 6 hours. "Yes, sir." Everyone responded in unison. Soon, the entire Qianlin main star was bustling with activity as logistics, combat preparations, and starship inspections commenced simultaneously. Fang Mo checked the system's temporary mission. It still had 11 days remaining. It's time to complete this temporary mission. He immediately contacted King Demoya. A few hours later, Fang Mo informed King Demoya, "My Qianlin battalions are about to arrive in your territory. Where is the main force of the Eldar army now?" King Demoya, grasping at this lifeline, replied, "Wonderful Emperor. The main Eldar force is in the Satistar system, with 2,000 legions stationed there, and another 300 legions attacking 2 other nations. I've sent you the coordinates." "Good, then wait for my good news." Fang Mo promptly relayed the Eldar's location and status to Minar and the others. 6 hours later, the 10 battalions of Qianlin flashed into the outer reaches of the Satistar system. A communications officer reported, "Sir, we've arrived at the Satistar system. We're 2 hours away from the target coordinates. Awaiting further instructions. Proceed to a position where our sniper fleet can engage them," Minar ordered. 2 hours later, the communications officer reported again, "Sir, our deep space radar has detected the enemy legions. They have 2,000 legions stationed on the planet Crado, which they have fully occupied. Awaiting further instructions. Execute Operation Plan A, and also check if there are native inhabitants on Crado," Minar commanded. "Yes, sir. Scanning indicates a large native population on the planet. The Eldar haven't exterminated them," the communications officer said, displaying videos of natives being tortured, imprisoned, and killed by the Eldar. Minar glanced at Fang Mo, who nodded in approval. "Open fire," Minar ordered. Instantly, 500,000 sniper ships fired long-range laser cannons, and 10 colossal judgment spears sliced through the starry sky, targeting the 5S6 class Eldar starships. The Eldar starships lit up with red warning lights, and alarms blared. "Warning, warning, massive incoming energy projectiles detected. Evasive maneuvers required." General Paras, stationed on Crado, was unaware of the unfolding events in space. The Eldar starships activated their shields, but the sniper ships' cannons and judgment spears ignored these defenses, striking the 5S6 class starships directly. Boom, boom, boom. The sheer volume of sniper fire was mostly absorbed by the massive starship armor, but the judgment spears pierced through the S6 class starships. Each starship was hit by 2 judgment spears, slicing them into 4 sections. The 5S6 class starships exploded with deafening roars, turning into a sea of fire. Qianlin's surprise attack struck with the precision and force of lightning, instantly destroying 5 of the Ling clan's S6 class starships. The explosion lit up the silent cosmos, leaving all witnesses in awe. The remaining Ling clan forces quickly snapped out of their shock, forming a tight combat formation and urgently contacting General Paras. At that moment, General Paras was on the planet's surface, mercilessly tormenting prisoners, when he received an emergency transmission from his lieutenant. "General, we've been ambushed. 5 of our S6 class starships have been destroyed." The lieutenant's voice was filled with panic. Paras could hardly believe it and barked, "Are you joking?" "I swear it's true, General. The battle footage has been sent to you." Hastily reviewing the video, Paras' pupils dilated. "Damn the Fire Phoenix Legion," he snarled. "They've defeated Agugia's forces." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Paras prepared to return to command, but was stopped by his lieutenant. "General, the enemy is closing in. If you try to return via landing craft, you'll be intercepted." "Fine. I'll command from here. Send me real-time surveillance." On the screen, a force of 50 enemy battalions was advancing from the 9 o'clock position. Paras immediately ordered, "All units, brace for defense. Do not underestimate this small contingent." Suddenly, the Fire Phoenix Legion halted and released a blue energy wave that enveloped the entire fleet. Paras frowned, wary of this unknown technology. Next, 10 massive, oddly shaped warships emerged from the Legion, their colossal cannons beginning to charge. "This is bad. Activate the Matrix Star shields immediately." Paras' alarm bells were ringing. 30 seconds later, 10 enormous energy beams struck, shattering the Ling clan's defensive barriers. These beams then tore through the Ling clan's fleet, causing starships to explode and disintegrate. In just 5 minutes, the Ling clan lost over 1.2 million starships. Paras was stunned, muttering in disbelief, "Is this really the weak slave legion?" He quickly adjusted his tactics, ordered the 323 battalions stationed outside to return at once, tighten defenses, and adopt a circular formation. As the Ling clan forces regrouped, the Fire Phoenix Legion launched another wave of attacks. 500,000 energy blasts rained down like a storm, accurately hitting the Ling clan's S5 class starships. "Report the damage immediately," Paras demanded urgently. The lieutenant quickly tallied the losses and reported, "General, we've lost 5 S6 class, 1,821 S5 class, and over 1.25 million S3 and S4 class starships. Casualty numbers are incalculable." Furious, Paras barked, "Retreat and hold the line. No counterattacks." Await reinforcements. Meanwhile, on Fang Mo's side, Minar was surprised by the Ling clan's defensive stance. Emperor, the enemy has huddled together. Our long-range weapons are on cooldown and can't break through. Fang Mo smirked. Do they think hiding will save them? Minar looked expectantly at Fang Mo, who then declared, this time, we won't use Mindstorm. We'll go for a direct assault. Fang Mo stood up, gazing intently at the distant Ling clan forces. His eyes glowed blue as he commanded, notify our allies to brace for an energy surge. The Qianlin battalion starships immediately deployed their star shields. Fang Mo shouted, in my name, Fang Mo, bring down the hammer of thunder and save those oppressed by the Ling clan. Suddenly, a massive dark blue energy formation materialized in front of the Qianlin battalion, rapidly absorbing the surrounding dark energy. The Ling clan lieutenant reported in terror, radar detects a powerful divine dark energy wave. 10 seconds later, the energy formation was complete. Fang Mo thrust his right hand toward the Ling clan forces and commanded, light of annihilation. The blue energy array erupted suddenly with Fang Mo's command, sending a massive beam of annihilation directly at the Lingzhu fleet. The leading Lingzhu starships were instantly turned to dust under this devastating attack, with their star shields proving useless. Although this strike destroyed thousands of Lingzhu starships, it failed to penetrate their turtle-like defense. Minar looked at Fang Mo in confusion. Despite the impressive power of the attack, it seemed to have no decisive impact on the overall battle. Fang Mo smiled calmly. What's the rush? Let the dust settle for a moment. 2 minutes later, a rapidly expanding white sphere of light appeared at the center of the Lingzhu fleet. By the time Paras noticed the anomaly, it was too late. The sphere burst open, releasing a cataclysmic energy wave. The nearby Lingzhu starships were instantly consumed by the white light, while those farther away were thrown aside by the shockwave. Even from his position on the planet, Paras could feel the immense dark energy. He squinted, realizing that this battle would be hard to win. The explosion obliterated over 300,000 Lingzhu starships, completely disrupting their formation. Even the distant Qianlin battle group was pushed back significantly by the energy wave. Fang Mo turned to Minar. I flipped the Lingzhu's turtle shell. It's your turn to strike. Minar finally understood that the beam of annihilation was a two-stage attack skill. She immediately ordered the 10 Qianlin battle groups to launch an offensive. The disorganized Lingzhu fleet was still busy assessing their ship damages. Paras, seeing the approaching Fire Phoenix battle group on the monitors, hastily ordered a defensive reorganization. However, many starship engines were damaged and could not move into position in time. As the enemy drew near, the deputy anxiously asked for a strategy. Paras sighed, it seems our losses will be heavy this time. But thinking you can defeat my 2,000 fleets with just 50 of yours is pure fantasy. Order all fleets to counterattack immediately and annihilate those 50 Fire Phoenix groups. The deputy eagerly obeyed, believing their numerical advantage would still secure victory. But Paras knew better. Even if they could repel the enemy, it would come at a great cost. With the orders given, Lingzhu starships turned to engage the Qianlin battle groups. However, the Qianlin ships were still enveloped in a blue glow, accompanied by 3,000 various S5 class starships. As soon as they were within range, intense firefights erupted. The Fortress-class ships unleashed thousands of cannons, instantly clearing the surrounding area of Lingzhu ships. The giant ships created a vacuum wherever they went. Watching through the monitors, Paras could hardly believe his eyes. The massive ships ahead resembled small combat planets, impervious to attacks from S3 and S4 class Lingzhu starships. This is cheating, outright cheating. Paras trembled with rage, but was powerless to change the battle's course. On the battlefield, the Qianlin starships, enhanced by energy boosts, unleashed their full firepower. Their attacks were ferocious, and their speed and star shields significantly improved. Although it appeared the Lingzhu fleet had surrounded the Qianlin groups, they were actually being mercilessly slaughtered, with a staggering kill ratio of 1,000 to 1. Adding to the Lingzhu fleet's confusion, some of their own shots were hitting their starships. The fleet's communication channels erupted in chaos as commanders accused each other of aiming errors. Paras quickly intervened. Stop arguing. It's a special ability of the enemy starships. Just continue your normal commands. The battle lasted less than 3 hours, leaving only 426 of the 2,000 Lingzhu fleets. The Qianlin's 10 battle groups lost 3,052 starships, mostly S3 and S4 class, with only 12 S5 class and no S6 class ships lost. At that moment, a large number of Lingzhu reinforcements appeared in the distance. Report, 312 Lingzhu fleets approaching from the 7 o'clock and 3 o'clock directions. Fang Mo gazed at the distant 312 Spirit Tribe troops coming to support, a slight smile playing on his lips. He was secretly pleased. This was exactly what he wanted, saving him the trouble of searching around. Minar immediately ordered, all sniper fleets, target the incoming Spirit Tribe reinforcements. Prioritize their S5 class starships. Yes, Commander. The fleet responded swiftly. Meanwhile, on the Spirit Tribe side, the adjutant excitedly reported to General Paras after seeing their returning troops. General, the external troops have returned to support us. What are your orders? General Paras surveyed the battlefield, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Originally commanding 2,000 Spirit Tribe troops, he was now down to just 426, while the enemy had only lost over 3,000 S3 and S4 class starships. The disparity in both loss ratio and combat strength was too great. Even with the 312 reinforcements joining the battle, it was unlikely to turn the tide. As a commander with centuries of experience, Paras had never faced such dire straits. Not even against the universe's dominant forces like the Holy Clan had he been so cornered. After careful consideration, Paras issued new orders: command the 312 returning troops to send 200 to support the front lines, and have the remaining 112 come to the planet to extract me. Yes, General. The adjutant relayed the orders promptly. Paras was contemplating retreat. If he could escape, he could return to the Spirit Tribe and gather more forces to crush the detestable Fire Phoenix Legion. However, just as he gave the order, the enemy fired 500,000 long-range energy laser cannons, slicing through the battlefield and striking the incoming Spirit Tribe reinforcements. Boom, boom, boom. In the midst of intense explosions, the S5 class starships of the 312 troops suffered devastating losses. 295 were destroyed on the spot, and the remaining 17 were critically damaged, losing combat capability. General, the reinforcements have been hit by enemy long-range sniping. All S5 class starships are now out of commission. The adjutant reported urgently. Paras sighed deeply. Continue with my previous orders. He had completely lost hope of victory. Subsequently, the surviving Spirit Tribe troops split into two groups. One group went to support the ongoing battle, while the other flew directly to Rado Planet. As soon as General Paras boarded the starship, he immediately ordered, return to the Spirit Tribe's home planet at once. The Spirit Tribe troop commander standing nearby looked alarmed. General, are we retreating? Follow my orders. No questions. Paras barked sharply. Yes, sir. The commander dared not argue, and led the 112 Spirit Tribe troops away. The 600-plus Spirit Tribe troops left on the battlefield felt a wave of despair as their commander abandoned them. The adjutant, filled with dismay, muttered to himself, General, after serving you for decades, you abandoned me and so many brave Spirit Tribe warriors. I hate it, damned Fire Phoenix Legion. I'll take a few of you down with me even if I die. Report, a small group of Spirit Tribe troops has fled. Should we send forces to pursue them? A subordinate asked Minar. Minar thought for a moment and decisively ordered, do not pursue a cornered enemy. The remaining Spirit Tribe troops will likely launch a desperate counterattack. Ignore the fleeing troops and focus on eliminating the enemies on the battlefield. Order all S4 and S3 class starships to retreat to avoid their suicide attacks. In the starry battlefield, the S3 and S4 class starships of Qianlin's 10 battlegroups quickly retreated. Spirit Tribe starships were being destroyed continuously. At this time, the Spirit Tribe starships recklessly charged forward. Boom, boom, boom. The Spirit Tribe starships exploded upon reaching the front lines. Some were destroyed before they could even get close. The self-destruct attacks were far more powerful than cannon fire, causing significant damage to the star shields. Even Qianlin's S5 class starships were not spared. Report, the enemy has begun suicide attacks. Our frontline starships are taking heavy hits. Two special starships then moved to the front. They were enveloped in a golden glow, completely shielding them from the self-destruct impacts. The subsequent Spirit Tribe starship's self-destructs had no effect on them. The Spirit Tribe adjutant fumed. This is cheating. How can they have starships that are so powerful in attack and invincible in defense? It's overpowered. But all he could do was rage ineffectively. Under such overwhelming advantage, the Spirit Tribe's 600-plus troops were quickly reduced to just over 100. The adjutant, filled with despair, finally issued his last order: all Spirit Tribe starships, self-destruct in place. The starry sky erupted with dazzling self-destruct flashes, spectacular and radiant. The 10 battlegroups of Qianlin watched the brilliant light with a sense of respect for the Spirit Tribe warriors. Though invaders, their fearlessness and willingness to die were admirable. If not for the Emperor's light of destruction successfully disrupting their formation, this battle, even if won, would have been a costly victory. Suddenly, Fang Mo heard a notification in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host on completing the temporary mission. Temporary mission: defeat the Spirit Tribe's second invasion. Mission duration: 30 days. Mission difficulty: 7-star difficulty. Fang Mo's smile widened, pleased with the mission's completion. Meanwhile, on a distant planet, a massive four-legged beast was observing the battle between Qianlin and the Spirit Tribe through special means. Brother Yashang, I didn't expect the spirit tribe to suffer such a setback in the retro system. What a surprise. The four-legged beast remarked. On the beast's shoulders stood a 2-meter-tall red crow. It sneered. They had it coming. Did the spirit tribe really think they were the only powerful race in the universe? Too arrogant. The massive beast laughed heartily. They fought us for thousands of years and now face defeat here. Hilarious. I'm dying of laughter. Serves them right. The red crow agreed. But Brother Manshang, we should consider reaching out to this victorious legion. It's wise to form alliances with such promising forces before they fully mature. Indeed, Brother Yashang, you're right. I'll send someone to contact them immediately. The four-legged beast nodded in agreement. A week after the great battle, the Allies were still basking in the euphoria of their unbelievable victory. Despite the undeniable authenticity of the combat footage, many felt as though they were dreaming. King Duomoya beamed with joy, recalling his initial doubts about Fang Mo's ability to defeat the formidable Ling clan, doubts that had now completely vanished. This victory not only averted the imminent crisis of his nation's extinction, but also made him the lucky one to first recover the remnants of the Ling clan starships. At the subsequent Allied meeting, leaders from various factions showered Fang Mo with praise. Fang Mo, however, was well aware that they were merely seeking permission to jointly recover the valuable debris of the Ling clan starships. After all, the wreckage included numerous S-5 class interstellar battleships and even 5 rare S-6 class battleships. Securing the core technologies from these would undoubtedly be a significant leap forward. Fang Mo did not thwart their intentions. He simply stated calmly that as long as the price was right, everyone could freely recover the wreckage. Yana from the Tianyang faction was visibly excited, determined to secure most of the interstellar debris at any cost. This battle solidified Fang Mo's reputation. Not only did nearby forces in the Letro star system hear of the Alliance's consecutive victories over the Ling clan, but even distant interstellar powers were astonished by the news. The previously obscure Letro star system suddenly gained fame. To defeat a cosmic hegemon like the Ling clan twice was no fluke, was a testament to their extraordinary strength. Various factions sent envoys to establish contact, hoping to at least become acquainted with the rising power that might become a new hegemon. However, Fang Mo was indifferent to the outside world's reactions. He had returned home, fully engrossed in studying the Titan mech blueprints he had obtained as a mission reward. Although this ground combat unit could not compare in size and firepower to interstellar battleships, its transformation capabilities and the fact that it only required 100 operators made it a marvel of black technology. Fang Mo meticulously reviewed the mech specifications. Type: dual-form mech. Class: S6. Dimensions: height 3000 m, length 500 m, width 1000 m. Shield strength: 5 million units. Mass: 80,000 tons. Dual-form speed: 1,000 kilometers, 300 kilometers. Warp engine: Class B. Operators: 100. The weapon systems included a Dark Angel class beam sword, quantum energy sniper rifle, self-guided missiles, armor-piercing rockets, dark energy explosive grenades, and Elf-class self-guided weapon drones. Defensive systems featured close combat particle shields and intelligent dynamic metal armor. Additionally, it was equipped with optical camouflage shielding, a Dark Angel class radar device, and stealth recon drones. In terms of special features, the mech had the ability to perform arbitrary space jumps within 10 light-years and could switch between humanoid combat and flight modes. The more Fang Mo read, the more excited he became, eager to build the mech and test its capabilities. He immediately contacted Minister Nas and sent over the mech design blueprints. Minister Nas, I've got new mech blueprints here. Please study the manufacturing process and prioritize building one as soon as possible, Fang Mo said, unable to hide his excitement. Nas was initially puzzled by Fang Mo's enthusiasm for a mech, as mechs were not considered highly effective in the era of star warfare. However, as he carefully examined the blueprints, his expression shifted from calm to shock, eventually becoming one of sheer astonishment. My God, has your tech tree gone off course? This isn't just a mech. It's more terrifying than an interstellar battleship, Nas exclaimed. Fang Mo chuckled. Just tell me, can you build it or not? Nas hesitated slightly. There are some technologies here that I'm seeing for the first time, like the manufacturing of living metal and transformation technology. These will require some experimentation, but rest assured, I'll do my best to conquer this mech. With you on the job, I have complete confidence, Fang Mo nodded. This great battle had earned Fang Mo 5.9 billion points, enough to upgrade directly to an S7 system. However, he was not in a hurry to upgrade, as there were still many S6 technologies left unredeemed, which he planned to save for future needs. A month later, on the Ling clan's home planet, Ling Shun Mother Star, General Pelosi knelt before the Ling clan leader, reporting on the Letro Star system campaign. From initially defeating the Allied forces' 10,000 strong legion to capturing vast territories, they ultimately fell to the Phoenix Corps. The Ling Lord watched the footage of the final battle with an increasingly cold gaze. Suddenly, he slammed his fist on the throne, roaring, "What were you all doing? 2,000 legions couldn't defeat 50 legions? And you dare return?" Pelosi trembled with fear. "My lord, it was my negligence. Please grant me a chance to atone for my sins." The Ling Lord sneered. "Do you realize how much this defeat inconveniences our Ling clan? The rebellious star systems will be even less likely to submit. And the Saint clan is still watching us closely. If they find out, they'll laugh their heads off." Pelosi knew that this defeat was not just a military setback but a disgrace to the Ling clan. "Humph." The Ling Lord snorted. "From now on, you're demoted one rank and will serve as Lilia's deputy. Since you want to atone, assist her in destroying the Phoenix core." Pelosi could only grit his teeth and comply, his heart awash with mixed emotions. A month after the Second War with the Spirit Tribe, the Alliance enjoyed a brief respite. Various interstellar powers sent envoys to the retro star system for friendly visits, but none were more striking than the envoy from the Holy Tribe Hashang. When this colossal frog-like creature arrived in the Republic of Demoya, the other envoys could not hide their awe. The king of Demoya personally welcomed Hashang, but he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat when faced with the towering 20-meter-tall, 10-meter-wide behemoth. Despite Hashang's goodwill, the sheer difference in their life levels exerted an invisible pressure on the king. "Honorable Hashang, it is our great pleasure to host your delegation," the king of Demoya said, trying to maintain his composure. "Haha, king of Demoya, you are too kind." Hashang's voice thundered. "I am here on a mission to visit Emperor Qianlin of the Alliance. Your Majesty, could you facilitate an introduction?" Due to Hashang's enormous size, the conventional reception hall was utterly inadequate. At this moment, he stood in the center of Demoya's Royal Palace Square, becoming a unique spectacle. "That won't be a problem," the king replied. "Please wait a moment while I contact Emperor Qianlin." With that, he immediately initiated a video call with Fang Mo. A few seconds later, the video connected. "Your Majesty, I have urgent news," the king said directly. "Go ahead," Fang Mo responded. The king briefly reported on recent foreign powers seeking alliances, emphasizing today's special visitor. "The envoy is Hashang from the Holy Tribe, here specifically to see you." The Holy Tribe? The cosmic powerhouse that has battled the Spirit Tribe for thousands of years. Fang Mo confirmed. Upon receiving an affirmative response, Fang Mo pondered for a moment. He realized that the Holy Tribe's move was likely an attempt to ally themselves with the Alliance after the Spirit Tribe's 2 defeats. Weighing the pros and cons, he decided to meet Hashang. The king of Demoya then arranged for a fleet to escort Hashang to Qianlin's main star. A few hours later, Fang Mo finished his mech test drive and returned to the main star. AI Jing informed him that Hashang was waiting in the guest hall. Entering the hall, Fang Mo was immediately struck by the sight of a gigantic frog-like creature occupying most of the space. Before he could speak, Hashang sensed his presence and turned to face him. "You must be Emperor Qianlin of the Alliance. I am Hashang, envoy of the Holy Tribe." "Greetings, Your Majesty." Hashang performed a gesture of respect with his massive front limb, a scene both solemn and slightly comical. Fang Mo marveled at the diversity of cosmic races and felt a growing interest in this eloquent giant frog. "It's an honor to have you here from such a distance," he replied with a smile. Hashang keenly sensed the mysterious dark energy emanating from Fang Mo and realized that this human leader was no ordinary figure. "Haha, Your Majesty is too polite. I am here under the orders of Lord Man Shang to visit and explore potential cooperation with your alliance," Hashang stated directly. Fang Mo slowly took his seat, looking up at the colossal visitor. "I heard that your tribe has been at war with the Spirit Tribe for thousands of years and recently reached a truce?" "Indeed," Hashang explained. "The Spirit Tribe and my tribe are ancient enemies. They are arrogant and disdainful of other cosmic races. In contrast, the Holy Tribe, as sacred beings born of the cosmos, hold all races in high regard. Our differing ideologies inevitably led to conflict." Fang Mo admitted his limited knowledge of the Holy Tribe and asked for more details. Hashang happily obliged, providing an in-depth overview of the cosmic power dynamics. According to Hashang, the current cosmic powerhouses include the Holy Tribe, Spirit Tribe, Necro Tribe, Angel Tribe, and Demon Tribe. The Angel Tribe and Demon Tribe, as well as the Holy Tribe and Spirit Tribe, are mortal enemies, while the Necro Tribe frequently clashes with the Insect Tribe. The Necro Tribe excels in technology but has short lifespans, whereas the other 4 tribes possess long lifespans and innate dark energy abilities. Hashang also revealed that 20,000 years ago, the Spirit Tribe was nearly invincible in the cosmos, boasting 2 god-level dark energy masters, the Holy Lord and the Great Sage. Although the Holy Tribe had one equally powerful figure, they could barely hold their ground. However, over 8,000 years ago, the 2 top figures of the Spirit Tribe mysteriously vanished, forcing the Spirit Tribe to retract their battle lines in response to the Holy Tribe's counterattacks. While the two tribes appear to be at peace now, they are secretly amassing strength for the next inevitable war. Fang Mo nodded thoughtfully after listening. Thank you, Envoy Ha Shang, for enlightening me. I noticed that your life form seems quite different from typical cosmic races. Ha Shang smiled with a hint of pride. That's because our tribe is composed of sacred beings from the moment of our creation. We are not born of planets, but directly from the cosmos itself. Fang Mo was taken aback, thinking to himself, wow, that's even more extraordinary than being born of heaven and earth. What constitutes a saint-level life form? Honored Ha Shang? Fang Mo inquired. Ha Shang slightly shook its enormous head, realizing Fang Mo's limited understanding of the universe. It began to explain slowly, Emperor, your life level is already not beneath that of a saint-level life form. Most life forms nurtured on ordinary planets are mere flesh and blood, which we call dust-level beings. They have a lifespan of a few hundred years at most, with limited strength, unable to harness dark energy or universal rules. Fang Mo nodded in agreement, recalling the conditions of the human race and other humanoid species. Ha Shang continued, above dust level are innate level beings, with a lifespan of around 10,000 years and exponentially greater power, capable of tapping into planetary forces. Next are star-level beings, like the Ling clan. They can live for hundreds of thousands of years, naturally gifted with dark energy, and able to master some universal rules, such as teleportation and invisibility. Saint-level beings are even rarer, living for millions of years, freely traversing the universe, mastering numerous universal rules and dark energy abilities. The highest are god-level beings, said to be able to shatter stars at will, with lifespans comparable to stars themselves, transcending universal rules. After the explanation, Fang Mo realized he was somewhere between star level and saint level, not far from reaching the latter. He couldn't help but marvel at the vastness and wonder of the universe. Seeing Fang Mo deep in thought, Ha Shang smiled and said, I can see that your dark energy is quite powerful, so you must already be well versed in dark energy abilities. Not particularly, Fang Mo replied modestly, then asked, by the way, I've heard about god-level dark energy masters. What does that mean? Ha Shang explained, dark energy is a unique energy in the universe, with few able to master it. Mastery of dark energy is divided into 5 levels: basic dark energy adept, intermediate dark energy controller, advanced dark energy master, saint-level dark energy master, and god-level dark energy master, corresponding to the 5 life levels. Fang Mo recalled that the great sage and the sovereign of the Ling clan were god-level dark energy masters, realizing why the Ling clan had suppressed the Saint clan for millennia. Such beings could indeed turn the tide of war single-handedly. Turning to the matter at hand, Fang Mo directly asked, Honored Ha Shang, what kind of cooperation does your clan seek with my alliance? Ha Shang, seeing Fang Mo's direct approach, knew half the battle was won. It smiled and said, our leaders, Manshang and Yashang, have learned that your forces have clashed with the Ling clan and defeated them twice, one of which involved their regular army. Our Saint clan has been at war with the Ling clan for generations, so our leaders wish to form an alliance with you to jointly combat the Ling clan. Fang Mo thought to himself, as expected, they came to form an alliance. However, an alliance with the Saint clan would benefit both sides. He responded, an alliance is acceptable, but the specifics need to be carefully discussed. Haha, the emperor is indeed straightforward. Ha Shang laughed. I cannot decide on the specific terms, but you can discuss them with our 2 leaders. I can introduce you. Thank you, Ha Shang. Haha, since we are now allies, we are friends. Ha Shang handed over a string of numbers. This is my and my leader's universal communication number. You can contact them now to discuss the details. The scene shifted to the chaotic stars of Latofia. Anna, dressed in regal attire and adorned with a precious crown, held a scepter of royal authority, standing proudly atop the imperial city of the Mo clan's main star. After months of conquest, she had incorporated 6 nearby star regions into her territory and established the new Mo royalty. Today, she would officially declare herself empress. Among the countries and forces she had attacked were members of the alliance. However, the alliance was currently entangled with the Ling clan and had no time to intervene. Anna proclaimed loudly, I, Anna of the White Tiger clan, hereby declare the establishment of the Mo royalty. Born in the Eastern Union, destined to bring order to the chaotic stars, I now ascend to the throne in Latofia, proclaiming the White Tiger Empire, established on December 25, 4027 of the new galactic calendar, honoring my father Mo Acha as the supreme emperor, with the main star of the Mo clan as the imperial city. This declaration is made known to the entire universe. After Anna's proclamation, reactions from nearby forces and nations varied. Some came to congratulate, while others hurled insults. For those who congratulated, Anna intended to form alliances. For those who opposed, her policy was simple elimination. Unaware of these developments, Fang Mo was currently in a video conference with the two leaders of the Saint clan, discussing cooperation details. Emperor Qinlin, I am Mansheng, leader of the Saint clan, and this is Yasheng, co-leader of our clan. Mansheng began. Since we have formed an alliance, we should discuss the specifics of our cooperation. Fang Mo smiled and replied, it's an honor to meet you both. Since we are allies, please outline the details of our cooperation. Mansheng, having already been briefed by Ha Sheng about Fang Mo's situation, knew that this Emperor Qinlin had a power not inferior to a saint-level being and possessed strong dark energy abilities. The Saint clan respected strength, naturally showing respect to powerful beings. Haha, the Emperor is indeed straightforward, so we'll get right to it. Mansheng laughed. We have outlined 5 preliminary points for our strategic alliance. The first is to face our common enemy together, which currently is the Ling clan. If any other forces oppose us, we must stand united. Fang Mo thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. The second point is trade between our two sides, Mansheng continued. Although our Saint clan is naturally powerful, we are not adept in production and technology. Your forces, however, surpass the Ling clan in technology, which is impressive. But our clan has unique products that I believe will interest you. Fang Mo's communication device received a list from Mansheng, detailing various unique items from the Saint clan. Life-extending treasures, formula materials for S5 grade super warrior gene serums, and rare construction materials. After reviewing the list, Fang Mo was quite satisfied. The Saint clan was indeed different from other races. He smiled and said, your trade list is impressive, but what does your clan wish to exchange from us? Lord Man glanced at Lord Crow, signaling him to speak. Lord Crow turned to Fang Mo, his raspy voice echoing in the grand hall. Emperor Qianlin, our tribe has a significant need for living supplies, especially food. Due to our long lifespans, each member requires a substantial amount of food to sustain themselves. However, our tribe is not adept at producing such resources, making food one of our key exchange items. Additionally, we require interstellar warships and technological weapons. Fang Mo's gaze fell on the massive figure of Lord Frog in front of him, instantly understanding the tribe's immense need for food. With such a large body, a single meal must be astonishingly consuming. He nodded and said, there's no issue with living supplies. However, regarding interstellar warships and technological weapons, I can only offer up to S4 level. The two tribe leaders began to communicate telepathically. After a moment, Lord Crow spoke again. If the Emperor is willing to sell S5 level interstellar warships, our tribe is willing to offer this in exchange. As he spoke, he produced a bead from his space storage. Fang Mo examined the energy flowing, apple-sized bead with curiosity and asked, what is this? Lord Crow smiled faintly and explained. This is a cosmic origin pearl, containing primordial energy and cosmic rules. Consuming it can evolve one's life level and provide insights into the cosmic rules. The Ling tribe greatly covets such pearls. Fang Mo's eyes narrowed slightly, startled by the bead's power. It seemed even more miraculous than the super soldier gene serum from his system. He pondered for a moment and said, since your tribe is showing such sincerity, I agree. But what's the exchange ratio for S5 level interstellar warships? How about 2 for 1? Lord Crow nodded. You mean 2 cosmic origin pearls for 1 S5 level interstellar warship? Fang Mo shook his head. That price is too high. S5 level interstellar warships are the top-tier ships in the current universe, with extremely high costs and manufacturing difficulties. I think a 5-to-1 ratio is more appropriate. As the saying goes, clear accounts keep good friends, and we are just partners. The two leaders deliberated for a while longer. Finally, Lord Crow said, 5-to-1 is still too high. Our tribe can only offer a maximum of 3-to-1, and that's our highest price. Fang Mo pretended to reluctantly agree. All right, they'll take a loss here. Internally, he was laughing, knowing that manufacturing S5 level interstellar warships had become quite easy for Qinlin, and these cosmic origin pearls were exactly what he needed. Lord Man laughed heartily. Ha ha, then our tribe thanks the Emperor for his generosity. The third cooperation term is to open 3 Stargate teleportation points between us for better coordination in combat and trade. Fang Mo nodded in agreement. The fourth term is war coordination. Lord Man continued. If one side goes to war, the other must send troops to assist in the fight. Fang Mo expressed his concern. Currently, we are at war with the Ling tribe, while your tribe has just made peace with them. If your tribe comes to support us, the Ling tribe will surely accuse you of unilaterally breaking the peace agreement, which might be... Lord Crow interrupted. Emperor Qianlin, you need not worry. Our tribe will support you as volunteers, which doesn't count as breaking the peace agreement. Even if the Ling tribe condemns us, we don't care. Fang Mo was impressed by Lord Crow's shrewdness and could only respond. Since your tribe doesn't mind the peace agreement, we won't dwell on it either. Lord Man summed up. Lastly, the fifth term. If either side encounters common issues or needs to distribute benefits, decisions must be made jointly, with no unilateral actions. Agreed. Fang Mo nodded. I have no objections to the 5 cooperation terms proposed by your tribe. Ha ha ha, then let's wish for a successful cooperation. Lord Man laughed heartily, and the video communication was closed. Fang Mo turned to the nearby Lord Frog envoy. Lord Frog, your efforts were crucial in this cooperation. I plan to host a grand banquet for you. Lord Frog was overjoyed. Thank you, Emperor Qianlin. Subsequently, Fang Mo arranged a lavish feast to entertain Lord Frog. The envoy indulged heartily, devouring food ravenously. The kitchen staff worked in shifts, with the cooking utensils smoking from constant use. When Fang Mo saw the mountain of plates beside Lord Frog, he couldn't help but be astonished. Lord Frog, satisfied and content, let out a burp. This is the first time in 1,000 years I've felt full. It's amazing. Thank you for the generous hospitality, Emperor. Fang Mo was both amused and exasperated. Your appetite is unbelievable. No wonder Lord Crow prioritized food in the trade. Your tribe are all big eaters. Lord Frog chuckled. Don't be fooled by how much I eat. One hearty meal can sustain us for a month. Fang Mo still had a bewildered expression. A week later, news of the cooperation between the tribe and the alliance spread. Upon hearing this, the Ling Lord was furious. Roaring in the Grand Hall, the audacious tribe dares to cooperate with the Redder Interstellar Alliance, blatantly disregarding our peace agreement. I will strongly condemn them. The high-ranking members of the Ling tribe echoed their anger. One suggested, my lord, I propose we immediately issue a universal declaration condemning the tribe, stating our colonial relationship with Redder Interstellar, accusing the tribe of interfering in our internal affairs, unilaterally breaking the peace agreement, and collaborating with the resistance forces. The Ling Lord nodded in agreement. Well said. Draft the declaration. But a declaration alone isn't enough. We must also send troops to suppress the Redder Interstellar resistance forces, showing the universe the consequences of provoking our tribe. The high-ranking members all expressed their agreement. The Ling Lord then turned to a general, General Lilithia. You and Pyros will be responsible for suppressing the Redder Interstellar resistance forces this time. You must completely eradicate this alliance, understood? General Lilithia stood tall and responded firmly. Yes, my lord. I will not disappoint your expectations. The news of the alliance between the United Alliance and the Holy Tribe spread like wildfire across the universe. The actions of these two cosmic superpowers garnered widespread attention, sparking endless interstellar discussions. With the official connection of their stargates, trade between them commenced. The Holy Clam completed its diplomatic mission with great satisfaction and returned to the Holy Tribe. As it departed, it nostalgically gazed at the bustling panorama of Qianlin's main star, savoring the fond memories of its visit. Fang Mo, in a gesture of gratitude for the cosmic knowledge shared by the Holy Clam, generously gifted rare ingredients and supplies worth 1 million star credits. Time flew by, and soon it was January 1st, 4028. While Fang Mo was handling governmental affairs, a task notification suddenly chimed. Ding! A crisp sound echoed in Fang Mo's mind. Congratulations, host. On receiving the annual task for 4028, the task details appeared immediately. 1. Own 10 S7 class interstellar warships, currently 010, incomplete. 2. Advance to legendary mechanic within 1 year. Incomplete. 3. Own 10,000 S6 class interstellar warships, currently 4010,000, incomplete. 4. Own 3 million S3 class or higher interstellar warships, currently 282,5203 million, incomplete. 5. Reach the saint level of life within 1 year, incomplete. Task duration, 1 year. Task difficulty, 8-star difficulty. Task completion evaluation. The system will evaluate based on the host completion rate and time taken, with generous rewards. After reviewing the task list, Fang Mo couldn't help but exclaim, damn, this is insanely difficult. System, are you trying to kill me? He carefully analyzed the difficulty of each task. The second task, advancing to legendary mechanic, appeared the easiest, requiring only a few billion points to redeem. Tasks 3 and 4, though massive in scale, could be completed within a year given Qianlin's current manufacturing efficiency. The real challenges were tasks 1 and 5. Owning 10 S7 class interstellar warships meant upgrading the system to S7 class and redeeming the corresponding blueprints. However, Fang Mo currently had only 5.9 billion points, and upgrading the system would cost 5 billion, severely limiting his ability to purchase other urgently needed S6 class technology. As for task 5, reaching the saint level of life, Fang Mo was at a complete loss. Although he was close to this level, crossing this threshold was extremely difficult. The S6 class system store did have the formula for the S6 class super soldier gene potion, but the materials required were far beyond his current reach. After weighing his options, Fang Mo decided to tackle the second task first. Without hesitation, He spent 1.1 billion points to advance to Legendary Mechanic and then invested another 3 billion points to redeem the S6 class Super Soldier Gene Potion formula for future preparations. With 5.49 billion points remaining, Fang Mo took a deep breath and decisively clicked to upgrade the system. Ding! Congratulations, host! The system upgrade is successful, now upgraded to S7 class. The system notification sounded again. The system has also gained one free purchase of S7 class series items. The upgrade introduction appeared. The S7 class represents advanced cosmic technology, including life creation technology and planet manufacturing technology, with a proficient understanding of cosmic rules. Fang Mo was amazed by the powerful capabilities of the S7 class system. Compared to the S6 class's basic understanding of cosmic rules, he now had proficient mastery. The ability to create life and manufacture planets left him in awe. How different was this from the gods of legend? Faced with the opportunity for a free purchase of S7 series items, Fang Mo was deeply conflicted. The S7 class system store had only 15 types of technology blueprints, none of which included the S7 class Super Soldier Gene Potion formula. The two S7 class interstellar warship blueprints, which were part of the annual task rewards, were among these 15 options, making it clear not to waste this opportunity. It's better to hold off on redeeming it. I only need to build 10 S7 class interstellar warships, so I can use this free opportunity when it's really necessary, Fang Mo muttered to himself. While Fang Mo was contemplating how to complete the annual tasks, the Holy Clam visited Qianlin's main star again. This time, it brought a vast array of rare Holy Tribe supplies, the most notable being 300 cosmic origin pearls, personally safeguarded by the Holy Clam. The Holy Tribe's intention was clear: to exchange these treasures for 100 S5 class interstellar warships. As soon as the Holy Clam's fleet arrived, Fang Mo greeted them. Despite the short time apart, the Holy Clam maintained its usual etiquette. Greetings, Emperor of Qianlin. It feels like ages since we last met. The Holy Clam enthusiastically greeted, its size seemingly larger, indicating a prosperous time within the Holy Tribe. Fang Mo replied with a smile, Holy Clam Envoy, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. What brings you here this time? I am here under the command of our Holy Lord to engage in deep trade with you, Emperor, the Holy Clam solemnly stated. Oh, is this regarding the matter I discussed with the two Holy Lords? Fang Mo raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the Holy Clam nodded. Most of the materials and supplies have already arrived at Qianlin's starport. Here is the inventory list for your review. With that, it immediately sent an electronic inventory list to Fang Mo. Fang Mo reviewed the list and found the Holy Tribe's trade materials to be abundant and diverse, all of which Qianlin urgently needed. It even included materials for 6 types of S5 class Super Soldier Gene Potions, leaving only 2 materials needed to start production. It seems your tribe's sincerity and cooperation is quite high, Fang Mo said with satisfaction. I have already arranged for the preparation of the living supplies you requested. They will be ready in 3 days. Haha, the Emperor's efficiency is indeed impressive, the Holy Clam praised, then added mysteriously, I have one final trade item for you to see. Carefully, the Holy Clam took out an apple-sized energy pearl from its pocket. Fang Mo instantly recognized this treasure. I believe the Emperor is aware of the origin of this item, the Holy Clam said, holding up 3 fingers. As for its quantity, there are this many. 30,000? Fang Mo blurted out. Ahem, Emperor, you jest. The Holy Clam quickly clarified. This is a unique treasure of our tribe, taking 1,000 years to produce just one. I have brought 300 pearls this time. Are you ready for the trade? 300 is quite a number. Fang Mo nodded, then displayed several holographic projections. These are the S5 class interstellar warships I have. There are currently 4 models. Take a look and decide which ones you need, and I will gather them for you. The Holy Clam carefully examined the 4 S5 class interstellar warship models, its expression gradually turning to shock and even causing it to drool unconsciously. Ahem, I need to discuss this with the 2 Holy Lords. Please wait a moment, Emperor, the Holy Clam requested, suppressing its excitement. Fang Mo patiently waited. 10 minutes later, the Holy Clam finished its communication with the 2 Holy Lords. The 2 Holy Lords are greatly astonished, the Holy Clam excitedly announced. We thought you had at most 2 models of S5 class interstellar warships, but to our surprise, you have 4. And the basic attributes and unique functions of these 4 models are extraordinary. With proper battlefield utilization, they can achieve remarkable feats. Thank you for waiting, Emperor, the Holy Clam formally declared. We will take all 4 models, 20 ships each. Fang Mo nodded in agreement. No problem. In 3 days, 100 S5 class interstellar warships will be ready along with the living supplies for you to take back. Excellent, excellent. The Holy Clam rejoiced, immediately handing over the 300 cosmic origin pearls to Fang Mo. Fang Mo once again warmly hosted the Holy Clam. After seeing off his guest, He returned to his office and carefully examined the 300 cosmic origin pearls, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Fang Mo held a golden orb in his hands, roughly the size of an apple, its surface radiating a mysterious energy. This was the legendary cosmic origin orb? He could clearly feel the immense vitality and cosmic power contained within it. His body instinctively urged him to absorb the orb. Remembering the Raven Lord's introduction, this small orb took a millennium for the Saint Clan to condense, and it could be absorbed without any side effects, making it the perfect cosmic treasure. Without hesitation, Fang Mo began to absorb the orb's energy. It floated before him, and golden threads of energy streamed into his body. A wave of indescribable pleasure washed over him, like parched land receiving rain. As the energy flowed in, a golden aura enveloped his body, swirling around him. He felt his long-stagnant mental power increase once again, along with his dark energy. Every cell in his body rejoiced. However, as he absorbed the energy, the orb's glow gradually dimmed. During this process, Ai Jing and Minar came looking for him, only to be blocked by the flame guards. This was Fang Mo's order. No one was allowed to enter his office without permission. 6 hours later, the cosmic origin orb had turned into a transparent bead, devoid of any energy. Fang Mo slowly opened his eyes, a trace of golden energy flickering within them. He smiled in satisfaction and exhaled comfortably. It truly is a cosmic treasure. Just one orb brought me a step closer to the saint level of life, and increased my mental power and dark energy by 10%. Sensing Minar, Ai Jing, and several flame guards waiting outside, Fang Mo transmitted a mental message. Let them in? Minar and Ai Jing entered and saluted Fang Mo. Minar reported, Emperor, the Spirit Clan has strongly condemned the Saint Clan and officially declared war on our allied nation. Fang Mo smiled calmly, as expected. I wonder how many troops the Spirit Clan will send to attack us this time. Minar frowned slightly. According to the Saint Clan's intelligence, this time the high-ranking General Alithia is personally leading the army. She is a renowned warrior of their clan. High-ranking General Alithia? Huh? Got it. Fang Mo nodded. How are the coordination efforts with the Saint Clan's forces? Minar replied. The Saint Clan has sent a delegation with the trade fleet of Lord Ha. I've already met with them for in-depth tactical exchanges. Here is their tactical plan for your review. She then sent Fang Mo a combat video showcasing the Saint Clan's and Spirit Clan's battle tactics and some simulation training. After watching carefully, Fang Mo's eyes showed a hint of surprise. The Saint Clan's combat methods are truly unique. They not only have interstellar fleets, but can also engage in direct combat with starships in space. Quite impressive. In the video, some Saint Clan members enlarged their bodies hundreds of times and fought the Spirit Clan's starships hand-to-hand, easily overpowering S3 and S4 class ships. Fang Mo nodded. I heard the Spirit Clan once had 2 god-level dark energy masters. Though they have been missing for millennia, we should still prepare for any unexpected situations. Go discuss this plan with the Saint Clan's delegation to prevent any surprises. Yes, sir. I'll handle it immediately. Minar accepted the order and left. Fang Mo turned to Ai Jing, who smiled sweetly. Emperor, I have a few matters to report. Go ahead. First, our trade goods with the Saint Clan and the 100 interstellar warships are all ready and waiting for the formal handover in 3 days. You've been quick. Well done. Fang Mo praised. Thank you, Emperor. Second, your imperial palace has been completed, and I've finished the inspection. It still needs your personal approval. Finished so soon? I see. I'll take Grandma and Big Sis to check it out. Lastly, the United Nations of Oridaya has sent us a request for aid. Please take a look. Fang Mo reviewed the report from the King of the United Nations of Oridaya. A newly established nation was attacking his country and had captured a star region, requesting aid from Emperor Qianlong. This new nation was called the White Tiger Empire, ruled by a young white tiger girl named Mo Anna. In just a few months, she had unified several factions in Latofia and conquered nearby star regions with ruthless tactics. Fang Mo was surprised. What's going on? An established nation being beaten by a newly founded one and asking us for help? He immediately contacted King Tadibu of the United Nations of Oridaya via video. Greetings, Emperor Qianlong. It seems you've seen my plea for aid, Tadibu said respectfully. King Tadibu, there aren't many in the retro-solar system bold enough to provoke our allied nations. What's happening over there? Fang Mo asked. Tadibu looked furious and despondent. Emperor, you may not know. Our alliance is indeed thriving, and most nations and factions are eager to align with us, let alone provoke us. But the Emperor of the White Tiger Empire is a madwoman. She used brutal methods to unify Latofia and slaughtered more than half of those who resisted Hera complete demoness. He continued, Emperor, this White Tiger Empire's ruler is a young white tiger girl. Her father was a general of the Eastern United Nations, named Mo Acha. Her main motive for attacking our allied nation is revenge. Moreover, in the last battle with the Spirit Clan, our country sent numerous troops, all of whom were annihilated. We currently lack the forces to counter this lunatic. Please, Emperor, send troops to aid us. Fang Mo stood by the porthole of the interstellar battleship, recalling the heart-pounding battle with the Eastern Alliance 6 months ago. The most vivid memory was of the S4 class starship that self-destructed as it charged towards the Qinlan Legion. His gaze fell on the young white tiger girl beside him, and he understood. The brave commander of that ship was her father. Father, like daughter, Fang Mo murmured softly. He then turned to the communication screen. King Tadabu, haven't you contacted the Dragon King of the Eastern Alliance? King Tadabu's voice came through the communicator. Your Majesty, I reached out over a month ago, but the Dragon King said the White Tiger clan has completely left the Eastern Alliance. He can't do anything about it. Fang Mo nodded. I see. In a week, I will send troops to support your nation. Be prepared. Thank you, Your Majesty. We are deeply grateful. King Tadabu expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Fang Mo ended the communication and said to AI Jing beside him, Let's go. We need to visit Grandma, then we will check the condition of the palace. An hour later, Fang Mo accompanied his grandmother and sister to the Qinlan Palace, which spanned an area of 1 million square kilometers. The palace was divided into 5 sections: east, south, west, north, and central, each with different functions. They first visited the main hall, the Qinghuan Hall, where the floor was paved with diamonds depicting the cosmos. 16 transparent pillars supported the hall, and above them was a massive celestial throne made of star core gold crystal, surrounded by swirling cosmic phenomena. Grandma, what do you think of the construction? Fang Mo asked. With a smile on her face, his grandmother nodded. Minister Naz is indeed a master builder. To create such a magnificent palace in such a short time is impressive. They then went to the North Palace, which would be his grandmother's future residence. Fang Mo arranged for staff to move his grandmother and sister's belongings and provided them with well-treated maids and guards. 3 days later, Ha Shang returned with the goods from the transaction. The 2 sacred lords of the Shang clan were even more impressed with Fang Mo after receiving the supplies in 100 S5 class starships. They began preparing for the imminent attack from the Ling clan. A week flew by, and Fang Mo assembled 8 legions to support the United Nations of Oradoya. He also ordered Minister Naz to manufacture 3 million combat starships of S3 class or higher, a number that shocked both Naz and AI Jing. Fang Mo boarded the flagship to discuss battle plans with the legion commanders, including Minar and Lei Hong. They decided on a frontal assault strategy since the White Tiger Empire didn't even have S5 class starships. Fang Mo contacted King Tadabu again to obtain the exact location of the White Tiger Empire's forces. He then nodded to Minar, who immediately issued the departure order to the 8 Qinlan legions. War is upon us again. Comrades, let's crush those who dare to challenge us. Move out. This support mission was an internal alliance affair, so Fang Mo decided not to inform the Shang clan. As a newly established interstellar nation, he believed there was no need to trouble others. His Qinlan battle group could handle it. Immediately, the fleets of 8 Qinlan battle groups disappeared in a flash of dazzling white light and were instantly teleported to the Rendell star system of the Oradoya United Nations. In the Fleet Command Center, a clear report came through the communication channel. Reporting, our forces have arrived at the Rendell star system, 1 hour's journey from the target coordinates. Requesting further instructions. Minar calmly issued the order. Proceed to the coordinates at a steady speed, maintaining a defensive formation. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. The communications officer responded promptly. At this moment, on the Manrodia planet in the Rendell star system, the White Tiger Empire Legion was hosting a grand celebration banquet. The Legion's commanding officer, Moda Za, a general from the White Tiger clan, had defected from the East United Nations half a year ago to join Moana. The banquet hall was filled with the clinking of glasses and joyous laughter. A Fox clan officer squeezed through the crowd and approached Moda Za, respectfully saying, Commander, with our capture of the Rendell star system, Her Majesty the Empress will surely reward you handsomely. Please don't forget your loyal subordinates. Moda Za laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, don't worry. Your reward is assured. My goal isn't just the Rendell star system but the entire Oradoya United Nations. Our Empress's vision extends far beyond our current territory. The Fox clan officer nodded repeatedly. Yes, long live Her Majesty. Serving Her Majesty and you is the greatest honor of my life. Good. Moda Za patted the officer's shoulder. Once this battle is over, we'll continue to expand our territory. Ha ha ha. However, the festive atmosphere was soon interrupted. A communications soldier rushed over and whispered something in Moda Za's ear. Moda Za's expression instantly turned serious. What? You say a mysterious fleet of 80 battle groups is rapidly approaching us? Yes, Commander, the soldier replied nervously. Moda Za frowned. His White Tiger Legion had a total of 100 battle groups, and the sudden appearance of 80 mysterious groups made him uneasy. As a White Tiger clan member, naturally attuned to combat, he sensed that this fleet was coming for them. Order the entire army to enter combat readiness immediately. I'll return to the flagship, Mota decisively commanded. Yes, Commander. The soldier quickly turned and left. Mota hurried to the command center, inquiring about the latest intelligence along the way. Report the current situation. An intelligence officer promptly responded, reporting, we have detected that the enemy is indeed heading towards us. Moreover, their fleet insignia is a fire phoenix, indicating this is the Qianlin Emperor's new battle group. It includes a large number of S5 class interstellar battleships and several models of S6 class interstellar battleships. Upon hearing this, Mota narrowed his eyes slightly. Well, they've sent the big guns. Immediately relay this intelligence to the Imperial Military Command and order the entire army to retreat to the White Tiger Empire, quickly. Yes, Commander. The intelligence officer swiftly executed the order. Mota then personally contacted Empress Imoana of the White Tiger Empire. The video connection was soon established, and Imoana's image appeared on the screen. General Mota, what do you have to report? As a fellow clansman, Imoana had considerable trust in him. Mota immediately reported, Your Majesty, we have just detected that the Qianlin battle group is heading towards our forces with a fleet of 80 battle groups. Imoana's expression instantly turned icy, her eyes fixed on Mota. Are you certain it's the Qianlin battle group? Absolutely certain, Your Majesty. Their fleet insignia is the Fire Phoenix. There's no mistake. It must be them, Imoana mused. I didn't expect the Qianlin battle group to arrive so quickly. I had hoped to capture more star systems before facing them. Very well. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Mota asked nervously. Withdraw your forces immediately. I will mobilize all our troops to encircle the Qianlin group. Your 100 battle groups will join the operation. I will personally lead the campaign. Hearing that the Empress would personally lead the campaign, Mota felt invigorated. Yes, Your Majesty. The scene then shifted to the Qianlin battle group. Reporting, radar has detected that the enemy's 100 battle groups have all retreated from this star system via warp speed. We can no longer predict their trajectory. Awaiting further instructions, a scout officer reported to Minar. Minar's expression changed slightly. I didn't expect the White Tiger Empire's forces to be so slippery. We haven't even arrived, and they've already fled. It will be hard to catch them now. Fang Mo, however, smiled slightly. Minar, there's no need to make it so complicated. Think about it differently. If the White Tiger Empire knows our Qianlin battle group is coming, what would they do? Minar pondered for a moment, but still had no answer. Emperor, please enlighten me. The White Tiger Empire harbors a deep grudge against us. They won't let us go easily, Fang Mo explained. Although these 100 White Tiger battle groups have fled, they will undoubtedly gather all their forces to encircle us. So, we just need to wait here. Minar suddenly understood, but still had some concerns. Emperor, this could put us in some danger. I understand your concern, Fang Mo said calmly, but according to current intelligence, the White Tiger Empire only has S4 class interstellar battleships. No matter how many they have, they pose no threat to us. Even if they have S5 class battleships, we won't be afraid. As a newly established interstellar nation, how many troops could they possibly have? So, just wait patiently. Minar finally fully grasped Fang Mo's strategy, and his expression relaxed. You always think ahead, Emperor. I hadn't considered these aspects. Haha, it's not your fault, Fang Mo chuckled. Now you can start planning how to counter their encirclement. Minar nodded and immediately began discussing the upcoming tactics with the commanders and vice-commanders of various battle groups. Fang Mo toyed with the cosmic origin pearl in his hand, muttering to himself, Imoana, interesting. A 16-year-old White Tiger girl managed to establish her own interstellar nation in just half a year. The more Fang Mo thought about it, the more something seemed off. Even with the aid of a system, he had only managed to reclaim the Qianlin star system within half a year. Imoana's rapid rise was highly unusual. He quickly recalled the second task in his main mission: defeat the opposing system holder and personally execute them. It seems very likely that Imoana is a system holder. It's time to verify this, Fang Mo thought to himself. The Qianlin battle group remained near the Manrodia planet, awaiting the White Tiger Empire's counterattack. Meanwhile, the White Tiger Empire was busy assembling a massive fleet. Imoana had converted all the points she had accumulated over the past 6 months into interstellar battleships, including 100 S5 class ships and over 10,000 S4 class ships. Combined with other forces, she now commanded 1,500 battle groups. Regarding the Qianlin battle group, Imoana only knew they were formidable, but the extent of their strength was unknown to her. Subsequently, Imoana personally led the 1,500 battle groups, marching grandly towards the Manrodia planet, determined to annihilate the Qianlin battle group in one fell swoop. On January 10th, 4028 of the new galactic calendar, near the planet Manrodia in the Renal star system, the Qianlin battle group found itself surrounded by fleets from various interstellar nations and factions. Among them, the most notable were the 50 legions dispatched by the United Nations of Oradoya. Originally sent at Fang Mo's request to clean up after a battle that never occurred, these legions now awaited further developments. Other fleets had gathered out of curiosity, eager to witness the Qianlin battle group, which had defeated the Ling clan twice. These fleets were more like war correspondents, adding a touch of drama to the impending battle. After receiving an external communication, Minar quickly approached Fang Mo and respectfully said, "Emperor, the surrounding fleets are asking if they can broadcast the battle live. They are willing to share 50 of the broadcast revenue with us." Fang Mo's lips curved into a slight smile, tinged with amusement. They really consider themselves war correspondents, huh? Fine, let them. Yes, Emperor. Minar responded promptly and went to relay the orders. With authorization granted, the war correspondent fleets sprang into action. They skillfully positioned themselves and deployed numerous drone cameras to capture every moment. Although the battle had yet to begin, they started broadcasting the Qianlin battle group and the surrounding battlefield, generating anticipation for the upcoming conflict. The entire universe focused its attention here. The Ling clan, the Holy clan, the Demon clan, and the Angel clan all closely monitored the live broadcast featuring the Qianlin battle group. Only the Necromancer clan was absent, preoccupied with a fierce battle against the Zerg. Major Tude from the Republic of Lodania took on the role of commentator. Enthusiastically, he addressed the viewers, "Greetings, viewers of the universe. I'm Major Tude from the Republic of Lodania, bringing you live coverage of the Alliance forces and the White Tiger Empire's conflict in the Retro Star system. At the 12 o'clock position on your screen is the Qianlin Emperor's new battle group, boasting an impressive 80 legions. We are currently near the planet Manrodia in the Renal star system, with the White Tiger Empire en route. Stay tuned." Time passed, and after 30 hours of waiting, many viewers began to leave the broadcast. Suddenly, at the 7 o'clock position, a massive fleet of at least 1,500 legions appeared, their ships marked with the distinctive white tiger head emblem. Major Tude excitedly announced, "Viewers, at the 7 o'clock position, a fleet of 1,500 legions has appeared, unmistakably the White Tiger Empire. The battle is about to begin. Stay alert." This unexpected development caused the broadcast viewership to skyrocket from a few million to over a billion. While a billion viewers might not be top tier for a universe-level broadcast, it was enough to demonstrate the battle's allure. Within the White Tiger Empire's fleet, Anna coldly observed the Qianlin battle group and the scattered fleets nearby. Her eyes were filled with icy determination. She sneered, "Finally, Qianlin battle group, we meet. And you even invited so many spectators. Perfect. Let the universe witness your defeat at my hands." Her aide reported, "Empress, the Qianlin battle group still consists of 80 legions, but there are also 50 legions from the United Nations of Oradoya." Anna scoffed. "So what? Combined, they have only 130 legions. Let's see how they handle my 500-strong invincible fleet." At that moment, the Qianlin battle group broadcasted an all-channel announcement. "The White Tiger Empire has brazenly invaded the territory of our ally, the United Nations of Oradoya, and slaughtered its people, disregarding the wartime interstellar laws. As the first emperor of the Alliance, I have the responsibility and duty to protect the safety and territorial integrity of our members. Therefore, I hereby declare war on the White Tiger Empire." This announcement caused an uproar in the broadcast, revealing the war's true cause to the viewers. Anna's expression darkened further, and she ordered, "That damn Qianlin battle group dares to claim the moral high ground. Order all legions to surround them immediately." The White Tiger Empire's 1,500 legions moved to encircle the Qianlin battle group. Suddenly, from the 9 o'clock position, a barrage of energy blasts targeted the White Tiger fleet. Alarms blared within the White Tiger fleet. "Warning, warning, incoming massive energy blasts detected. Evade immediately." Anna smirked disdainfully. "Is that all you've got? Activate the ballistic disruption system and deploy the fleet's star shields." The White Tiger Empire's fleet erupted with numerous white light spheres that expanded at light speed. These spheres didn't directly intercept or block the energy blasts, but cleverly altered their trajectories, sending them off into the distant cosmos. This display stunned the broadcast viewers, flooding the chat with astonished comments. "Holy crap! What kind of tech is that? It can change the trajectory of energy blasts. Incredible! This is some next-level tech. I've never heard of anything like it." The White Tiger Empire never disappoints. No wonder they dare to challenge the Qianlin battle group. Seizing the opportunity, the White Tiger Empire's legions quickly surrounded the Qianlin battle group, ignoring the 50 Oradoya legions nearby. The Qianlin battle group, now encircled, released multiple white electric waves in an attempt to break free. However, these waves were instantly neutralized by a counterwave from the White Tiger fleet. Anna sneered, "Your tricks are useless against me. Prepare to die. Facing this dire situation, the Qianlin battle group star carriers deployed a swarm of drones. These drones quickly moved to the outermost perimeter, shrouded in blue light. Seeing this, Imo ordered, all units, engage in echelon formation combat. Do not conserve ammunition. Attack with full force. With the command given, the White Tiger Empire's fleet launched a ferocious assault on the Qianlin battle group. Explosions and blasts filled the battlefield. The Qianlin battle group didn't sit idly by, immediately launching a counterattack. Unable to destroy the enemy's star shields or prioritize the elimination of high-ranking starships, they were left with no choice but to engage head-on. The White Tiger Empire utilized an echelon formation, with the innermost ships attacking and then retreating to be replaced by the next line, creating a seamless web of firepower. This tactic placed immense pressure on the Qianlin battle group's outer ships, rapidly depleting their shield energy. The battle between the Qianlin battle group and the White Tiger Empire Legion has reached a deadlock. Both sides are fully engaged, with the conflict spreading across the stars. Just as the White Tiger Empire Legion was at a disadvantage, for brand new S5 class starships suddenly joined the fray, turning the tide. The arrival of these advanced ships allowed the previously suppressed White Tiger Legion to regain its footing and fiercely counter the Qianlin battle group. While the Qianlin battle group possessed the trump card of S6 class starships, the sheer numerical superiority of the White Tiger Legion, whose starships outnumbered Qianlin's by 20 to 1, offset this advantage. Even more surprising was the White Tiger Empire Legion's tactical prowess, which led to a stalemate. Imo stood in the command center, coldly watching the live battlefield projection. Damn Qianlin. I underestimated your strength, she sneered, narrowing her eyes. I'll just wear you down slowly. Although she couldn't defeat the Qianlin battle group in the short term, Imo was confident in her vast fleet. She decisively ordered, command all White Tiger units to engage with full force. Don't let a single enemy ship escape. I want them all dead here. Yes, Your Majesty. The commanders responded in unison, immediately diving into intense battle coordination. Meanwhile, this epic interstellar battle was being broadcasted live across the galaxy network. Viewers watched intently, with gasps of amazement echoing throughout. This is intense. They're fighting like mortal enemies. Look at those S5 class starships in the White Tiger fleet, around 100 of them. Unbelievable. The strength of this interstellar empire was hidden so well. With Qianlin in front and the White Tiger behind, the interstellar empire is full of cunning strategists. These cunning strategists are really good at hiding their strength, revealing nothing until the last moment. But the Qianlin battle group is indeed powerful, holding a slight advantage with just 80 units against 1,500. Amazing. If Qianlin wins this battle, I'll be a lifelong fan. The audience in the various live streams discussed fervently, while war correspondents captured the intense battle scenes. This unprecedented high-level starship duel attracted more and more viewers, with the number of live viewers skyrocketing from 1 billion to 500 billion and still climbing. Gifts flooded the screens, and the war correspondents were thrilled, feeling they had made the right choice to cover this event. However, the battlefield situation was far from optimistic. Imo's superintelligent AI analysis showed that if the battle continued as it was, the White Tiger Empire's chance of victory was only 32, compared to Qianlin's 58, with the remaining 10 being uncertain factors. Only 32? Imo frowned. Looks like I'll have to use my backup plan. Contact the Allied Forces 2,000 units for support. We must take down the Qianlin battle group. Yes, Your Majesty. These 2,000 Allied units had joined Imo over the past 6 months. Though each unit's combat power was average, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Once this reinforcement joined the battle, Qianlin's chances of victory would plummet. Within 10 minutes, intense spatial fluctuations appeared at the 3 o'clock position on the battlefield. Instantly, 2,000 units with diverse emblems jumped into the vicinity of the battle. Haha, finally arrived. Qianlin battle group, prepare for judgment. Imo laughed coldly. These 2,000 allied units wasted no time joining the fray, launching fierce attacks on the Qianlin battle group. The livestream audience erupted once more. Seriously? Calling in 2,000 reinforcements against 80 units? Shameless. Exactly. Bringing in 2,000 more units is just playing dirty. So this is the true face of the White Tiger Empire, huh? We see you now. Stop whining. War is brutal and it's survival of the fittest. You think this is a duel? Grow up. The arguments in the live streams grew more intense, even fiercer than the battle itself. Minar frowned as she observed the changing situation. The sudden arrival of 2,000 enemy units disrupted her plans. She had intended to gradually wear down the White Tiger Legion, but this strategy was now unfeasible. If this continued, her battle group could be worn down to death. Minar turned to Fang Mo, Emperor. It looks like we can't hide our strength any longer. Fang Mo nodded, agreeing to go all out. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Suddenly, 1,000 peculiar starships at the center of the Qinlan battle group began to transform. These ships, initially the size of S-3 class starships, unfolded into massive mech warriors. Each mech wielded a giant energy shield on the left and a massive energy sword on the right, with a quantum energy sniper rifle strapped to their backs. They swung their swords at nearby enemy starships and then vanished into the void. Boom, boom, boom. S-5 and S-4 class starships struck by the mechs were instantly torn apart, explosions echoing across the battlefield, creating a surreal scene. Report, Your Majesty, the enemy has deployed strange, massive stealth mechs. Their combat power is formidable, and they can break through our shields. We've lost over 600 S-4 class starships and 87 S-5 class starships, suffering heavy losses. Anna's face darkened as she immediately reviewed the battle footage. After watching, she gritted her teeth and ordered, have all S-4 and S-5 class starships grouped together with nearby units. Focus fire on any detected enemy mechs. Yes, Your Majesty. The White Tiger Legion and allied forces swiftly changed their tactics, shifting from offense to a defensive stance. They pulled out massive quantum energy sniper rifles, ready to fend off the incoming 1,000 mechs. These mechs descended like divine warriors, precisely targeting and destroying enemy starships. The quantum energy sniper rifles bypassed the star shields, taking down a starship every 2 or 3 shots. The battlefield tempo was entirely under the control of the Qinlan battle group, leaving the White Tiger Legion and allied forces in a dire situation, beset on all sides. The live stream audience was stunned, marveling at these never-before-seen space combat tactics. They buzzed with curiosity and admiration for the sudden appearance of the giant mechs. What are those? Can they turn invisible? That's so cool. I want one too. An all-purpose mech, this is definitely some black technology. So there is someone who can rival Zhang Aigua. Can't wait to see what they'll do next. The audience was thrilled, as these eye-catching giant mechs completely overturned their understanding of interstellar warfare. Far away, the 4 major cosmic superpowers were also taken aback by the scene. Among the Holy Tribe, Lord Ya and Lord Man exchanged astonished glances. Brother Man, have you ever seen such mechs before? If I had, would I be wearing this expression? Lord Man sighed. It seems our vision is too narrow. We only traded for 100 S-5 class starships last time, and now it seems far from enough. Don't be disheartened. We should be pleased. Lord Ya laughed. It's the spirit tribe that should be worried. We are allies with Emperor Qinlan, and sooner or later, we will be able to acquire his black technology. The 2 lords shared a relieved smile, their spirits lifted considerably. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of the spirit tribe were in a gloomy mood. The spirit lord and his council wore grim expressions, deep in discussion. Damn Qinlan, where did he get this black technology? We, the spirit tribe, have the most advanced technology in the universe. How can we tolerate being surpassed? The spirit lord asked in a somber tone. If the Qinlan battle group were to face your forces, what are the odds of victory? The room fell silent, the officials' faces heavy with concern. Lilithia stepped forward and said, although the Qinlan battle group is formidable, their numbers are small. We should strike them down while they are still growing. Excellent plan. The spirit lord's eyes lit up. Draft a detailed strategy within 3 days. The Angel Tribe and Demon Tribe also began sending envoys to Qinlan, hoping to form alliances similar to the Holy Tribe. The Angel King gazed at the jade token in his hand, recalling the prophecy made by the Divine Mother 15 years ago. A powerful human would emerge, and the Angel Tribe must follow him. This human would be born on Qinlan's main star. The jade token bore the character Mo. On the battlefield, Missouriana realized the odds were against her and decided to retreat. She thought to herself, as the chosen one of the system, destiny favors me. This universe will be mine eventually. She then ordered her flagship and 100 escort ships to quietly leave the battlefield, jumping through space to the Abanus star system. Aboard the Qinlan battle group's flagship, a communications officer reported that 101 enemy ships had escaped. Mina frowned and said, that's bad. It must be the enemy commander. Fang Mo, however, smiled calmly, no matter. Every life form in this starfield is marked by my mental power. They can't escape my grasp. The Emperor always has a backup plan. Mina exclaimed in awe. Although they have left the retro star system and are temporarily out of reach, their current strength poses little threat. When I have the time, I will personally deal with them, Fang Mo said calmly, already formulating a plan in his mind. He would personally teleport near the deserters and eliminate them, thereby confirming the identity of the system's chosen one. As for the White Tiger Empire, he had no intention of letting them off the hook and planned to eradicate them completely. Anna's escape ignited the downfall of the White Tiger Legion. Control of the battlefield had completely shifted to Qinlan, leaving the White Tiger Empire's forces and their allies in a dire predicament. They were trapped, unable to break through or resist effectively, and could only wait to be slowly worn down. Minar coldly observed the desperate enemy and decisively ordered, "It's time to close the net. All interstellar battleships, open fire with full force." Immediately, deafening explosions echoed through the cosmos. Qianlin's fleet of interstellar battleships surged towards the enemy like arrows released from a bow, shattering their previously defensive formation. Within just 30 minutes, the White Tiger Empire's forces had dwindled to 500 units, and the Allied forces were reduced to less than 1,000. In contrast, Qianlin's losses amounted to only 32,520 interstellar battleships, excluding the advanced S5 and S6 class ships. At this point, the White Tiger and Allied fleets had no S4 or S5 class ships left, only some lower-level S2 and S3 class ships. These posed no significant threat to Qianlin and could be easily managed. Facing hopelessness, the enemy forces saw no chance of victory and opted for a desperate retreat. They adopted a run as fast as you can strategy, accelerating towards the 5 o'clock direction. Qianlin's fleet pursued closely, with massive energy cannon fire occasionally striking the White Tiger forces from a distance. Viewers of the live broadcast witnessed a comical scene. Qianlin's fleet, numbering only 80 units, was chasing down an enemy fleet of 1,500 units in the vastness of space, and the larger fleet didn't dare to fight back. Comments flooded in. How can 3,500 units be driven back by just 80? This commander is terrible. If I were the White Tiger Legion's commander, I'd find a rock to hide under right now. This is unbelievable. 3,500 units being chased around by 80 like dogs. Is Qianlin's fleet just that good? Or is the White Tiger Legion just that bad? A viewer claiming to be from the Tiango clan retorted, "What do you mean? Like dogs? Watch your mouth." On the battlefield, only the wreckage of destroyed starships floated in space. The camera panned to the 5 o'clock direction, showing the ongoing chase between Qianlin and the White Tiger forces. The White Tiger side was fleeing wildly, while Qianlin's forces were in hot pursuit. For the sake of the broadcast, the war correspondent fleet followed closely behind. An hour later, the White Tiger and Allied forces were down to just 200 units. Seeing no hope of escape, the White Tiger forces surrendered. The live broadcast channels erupted with criticism, especially from viewers who had supported the White Tiger Empire. Why provoke Qianlin if you can't beat them? So pathetic. Good thing I switched to supporting Qianlin in time, otherwise I'd be so frustrated right now. Qianlin's fleet is amazing, first defeating the Ling clan's army and now crushing the White Tiger Legion. Truly admirable. Viewers showered Qianlin with praise as they watched the surrendered White Tiger and Allied forces. Qianlin's fleet handed over the prisoners to the 50-unit Oradoya fleet for custody and then set course directly for the White Tiger Empire. This was Fang Mo's decision, as he couldn't be sure of the identity of the opposing system's owner and chose a strategy of leaving no stone unturned. 3 hours later, Qianlin's fleet arrived at the White Tiger Empire's main planet. Fang Mo sensed that all life on the planet had perished, yet the second phase of his primary mission remained incomplete. He stroked his chin in puzzlement and muttered, "Isn't it here? Then it must be those 101 escaping starships." In the following days, the Allies announced the fall of the White Tiger Empire. Fang Mo sold the former territories of the White Tiger Empire to the United Nations of Oradoya, as these areas were too far from Qianlin's star system and held no strategic value. King Tadib of Oradoya was overjoyed, as his nation's territory had suddenly doubled. As an ally of Qianlin, surrounding forces dared not provoke him easily. More importantly, these territories were sold to him by Emperor Qianlin, and anyone coveting them would have to contend with Qianlin himself. Even if Tadib temporarily didn't take control of these territories, no one would dare to touch this cake. Meanwhile, in the Ling clan's sanctuary, the Ling Lord and numerous high-ranking members gathered once more. Lilithia stepped forward respectfully and said, "My lord, this is the plan I've devised to assassinate Qianlin. Please review it." The Ling Lord accepted the plan and carefully read through it before projecting a holographic simulation of the plan. He turned to the other Ling clan members and said, "Fellow clan members, please review this plan and share your thoughts. This plan consists of 5 steps. First, assemble 50,000 elite troops of the Ling clan, equipped with 100 S6 class starships and 100,000 S5 class starships, ready for battle. In the Ling clan's High Council chamber, General Lilithia stood before a holographic projection, her fingers tracing the twinkling star map in the void, detailing each step of the plan. The second step is to provoke the Shang clan and spark a small-scale war to draw their attention. Her voice was calm and firm, painting a picture of a border ablaze with conflict. The third step involves secretly using the Beidrat Stargate to transport to the Letero galaxy, then sneaking into the Qianlin system through the chaotic Betty starfield. The holographic images shifted with her explanation, revealing a concealed route of advance. The fourth step is to head straight for Qianlin's main star once inside the system and destroy it, then divide forces to annihilate all planets within the Qianlin system. The projection marked each planet in red, symbolizing imminent destruction. The fifth step is to eliminate all allies within the Letero galaxy and recolonize it. General Lilithia's eyes glowed with ambition, outlining a grand vision of Ling clan dominance. The high-ranking members of the Ling clan nodded in agreement after hearing the strategic plan. They exchanged approving glances and quietly discussed its feasibility. One remarked, "This way, the Shang clan won't be able to react in time. By the time we wipe out the Qianlin system, even if they send reinforcements, it will be too late." Another senior member concurred. "I think General Lilithia's plan is excellent and highly executable." Indeed, a third member added, "Using the Beidrat Stargate to reach the Betty Starfield is a brilliant move. Who would expect us to take such a long detour to the Qianlin system's rear?" Exactly, a fourth member agreed. "The Betty Starfield is controlled by various factions, and they won't care about our actions." The Ling Lord listened to their discussion, nodding in satisfaction. His voice was authoritative and resolute. "Since everyone agrees with this plan, we will execute it as proposed. General Lilithia will be the primary commander for this operation, with General Paras as the secondary commander. The plan will commence in 3 days." He continued. "This plan is the Ling clan's second highest priority and is classified as top secret. The logistics department must promptly assist the combat troops with their configurations, supplies, and personnel requirements without any errors." Everyone present responded in unison. "Yes, my lord." With the Ling Lord's order, the entire Ling clan sprang into action. Assembling such a massive force would take nearly a month, so they began multitasking. While gathering troops, they also started provoking the Shang clan. On the surface, it appeared that the Shang clan was unilaterally breaking the peace agreement, but in reality, it was the Ling clan's covert provocations. Small-scale skirmishes along the border increased, successfully diverting the attention of the two Shang lords. In the Shang clan's Grand Hall, Lord Ya and Lord Man were discussing the Ling clan's unusual behavior. Lord Ya frowned and asked, "Brother Man, you've seen the recent reports. What do you think the Ling clan is up to?" Lord Man closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then shook his head. "Brother Ya, from my observations, the Ling clan has been causing us trouble but hasn't engaged in a full-scale war. It's mostly minor skirmishes, a lot of noise but little action." Lord Ya nodded in agreement. "Indeed, their behavior has been quite odd lately, not like their usual approach." He picked up a piece of fruit and swallowed it whole, continuing, "I have a feeling they're plotting something, but I can't figure out who they're targeting." Lord Man grabbed a handful of fruit, eating as he spoke. "The Ling clan has many adversaries, but only we can truly challenge them. The other factions are minor players, not worth their attention." He burped and added, "But I must say, Qinlin's food is really delicious, much better than other galactic produce." Hearing this, Lord Ya's eyes suddenly sharpened. He stood up abruptly, exclaiming, "Brother Man, I know what the Ling clan is plotting." Lord Man looked puzzled. "Oh? What do you mean?" Lord Ya explained, "Those minor factions are indeed beneath the Ling clan's notice, and we are too strong for them to take down. So their most likely target is Emperor Qianlin, because the technology he possesses is more advanced than the Ling clan's. This poses a greater threat to them than we do." Lord Man gasped. "Then Emperor Qianlin is in danger. Considering the Ling clan started provoking us over 20 days ago, this plot has been brewing for at least a month." Lord Ya asked urgently, "Brother Man, how many troops do you think the Ling clan can mobilize in a month?" Lord Man thought for a moment and replied, "At least 30,000 well-armed, elite troops." Lord Ya sneered, "It will certainly be more than 30,000. The Ling clan's provocations are meant to distract us, allowing them to capture the Qianlin forces. It's a clever scheme." Lord Man said anxiously, "We must notify Emperor Qianlin immediately." Lord Ya shook his head. "It might already be too late, but we should still inform Emperor Qianlin of our suspicions. Additionally, let's send 10,000 Shang troops to the Qianlin main star as backup." Lord Man sighed. "I don't want to lose such a valuable ally so soon. I'll contact Emperor Qianlin right away." Meanwhile, Fang Mo was engrossed in studying the design blueprints for the S7 class system mall. Suddenly, his communication bracelet rang, displaying a request from Lord Man. Fang Mo answered, "Lord Man, it's been a while. What brings you to contact me?" Lord Man's expression was grave. "Emperor, I have some bad news to share." Fang Mo raised an eyebrow. "Oh, please go ahead." Lord Man then detailed their deductions to Fang Mo. Upon hearing it, Fang Mo's eyes turned icy, his voice laced with killing intent. "Since the Ling clan is so eager to die, they shall meet their end." "Thank you, Lord Man, for informing me. I owe you one for this." He continued, "The cost of your troop deployment will be covered by Qianlin. No need for formalities. If the Ling clan dares to come, I'll ensure they have no place to rest in peace." Through the video, Lord Man saw Fang Mo's eyes flash with blue light, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. Even through the screen, Lord Man could feel Fang Mo's imposing presence. After ending the communication, Fang Mo immediately began to deploy defenses. Uncertain of the Ling clan's attack route, He could only allocate forces according to the original responsibilities of the 10 military corps. While the second corps, the Blood Angels, the third corps, the Moonshadow Wolves, and the fourth corps, the Ironblood Steel, were stationed externally, the remaining 7 corps were positioned near the Qinlan main star. The Blood Angels, led by Commander Rockel, were responsible for defending the chaotic Betty Starfield. Unaware that Fang Mo had unified the Betty Starfield, a massive Ling clan army appeared quietly at its borders. The scale of this force was astonishing, comprising at least 60,000 troops, nearly a fifth of the entire Ling clan's military strength. Commander Rockel, reviewing internal reports, suddenly noticed a glaring red warning on the flagship. A mechanical voice echoed in the command room. Warning, warning, a large Ling clan army detected at the 9 o'clock position of the Betty Starfield border, estimated to exceed 60,000 troops. Warning, warning, a large Ling clan army detected at the 9 o'clock position of the Betty Starfield border, estimated to exceed 60,000 troops. Commander Locker's gaze suddenly changed. His eyes grew serious as he paced back and forth, contemplating how to confront the unbelievably large spirit army before him. The appearance of such an exaggerated force in Betty Chaos confirmed the Emperor's previous warnings about the spirit race's conspiracy. After a moment, Locker steadied himself and decisively ordered, "Report the enemy situation to Supreme Commander Minner immediately. Also, gather all the forces of the Scarlet Angel Corps and follow me to intercept the spirit army." The communications officer looked troubled and couldn't help but ask, "Commander, we only have 1 corps, equivalent to 10 battalions. How can we stop an army of 60,000 spirits?" Locker interrupted him, his tone firm. "I understand your concerns, but the duty of the Scarlet Angel Corps is to protect Betty Chaos. This is an order executed immediately." Reluctantly, the communications officer replied, "Yes, sir." He knew very well that they were about to face a potentially devastating battle. The message quickly reached Minner. When she saw the report, cold sweat was already trickling down her forehead. 60,000 spirit soldiers, equivalent to 180 million interstellar warships. And Commander Locker intended to block this enormous army with just 1 corps. Although Minner was the supreme commander of Qianlin, she couldn't fault Locker for his decision, given the Scarlet Angel Corps' duty to defend Betty Chaos. Minner immediately contacted Locker. When his image appeared on the screen, she clenched her teeth, her voice filled with anxiety. "Are you insane? Using 1 corps to block an army of 60,000 spirits is like throwing eggs against a rock. This is a huge loss for the entire Qianlin." Locker responded gravely, "Indeed, it is. Currently, Qianlin only has about 900,000 interstellar warships. Each Qianlin corps is equipped with 30,000 ships, totaling 300,000 for 10 corps. The remaining 600,000 ships are still in reserve. The Sacred Clan's 10,000 battalions are on their way, but they will need another day to arrive." He continued, "Supreme Commander, I owe my achievements to the Emperor's grace. The Scarlet Angel Corps' duty is to defend Betty Chaos. If we don't intercept the enemy, the Emperor and our Qianlin brothers and sisters will be in danger. Please understand my decision." Minner stared at Locker, momentarily speechless. Finally, she sighed deeply and solemnly ordered, "Commander Locker, as the Supreme Commander of Qianlin, I order you to delay the Spirit Army's advance. Do not act recklessly." Locker frowned slightly. He had never doubted Minner's orders, and despite the compulsion in her command, it was filled with concern. "Understood," he finally replied. Locker then altered the Scarlet Angel Corps' battle plan from a tenacious defense to a delaying action. The soldiers who had been prepared to sacrifice themselves were puzzled by the sudden change in tactics. "Why did the commander change the strategy?" a battalion leader asked quietly. "Maybe there are new orders from above." Commander Locker was personally trained by the Supreme Commander. He wouldn't be left out in the cold, another officer speculated. "That's right. But we, the Scarlet Angel Corps, have never feared death. Even in the face of such a massive spirit army, we will not feel an ounce of fear," a general declared passionately. "Exactly. As members of the Qianlin Scarlet Angel Corps, we've long since put life and death aside. Besides, didn't the Emperor grant us all a second chance at life? What is there to fear? Brat, don't forget the top-secret plan. Be careful, or the commander will deal with you," someone reminded. Brat quickly corrected himself. I misspoke. My apologies, I won't say more." Just like the last expedition to the White Tiger Empire, where millions of fallen Qianlin soldiers were eventually resurrected, they had little to worry about. At this moment, the entire Scarlet Angel Corps was actively preparing for the showdown with the Spirit Army. After ending her communication with Locker, Minner immediately contacted Fang Mo Emperor. "The Scarlet Angel Corps has reported the invasion of 60,000 spirit soldiers in Betty Chaos. I've ordered them to delay the enemy and instructed the 3rd and 4th Corps to return to Qianlin's main planet. Please advise on our next steps." Fang Mo furrowed his brows upon hearing this. "Betty Chaos, huh? Just as the Sacred Clan predicted, gather all Qinlin combat units and prepare to engage the Spirit Army. Also, send a request for support to the Sacred Clan and our allies, informing them of our situation. Understood, Emperor. Minor replied. Should we retain the defense fleet on Qinlin's main planet? After a brief contemplation, Fang Mo answered, yes, keep it. In case the Spirit Army has other contingents, it's good to have an emergency plan for the main planet. Understood. I'll make the arrangements. The allied nations and the Sacred Clan were shocked by the scale of the Spirit Army upon receiving Qinlin's request for support. Chief Yana, her expression grave, said, everyone, it seems the spirit race is serious this time. We must support Emperor Fang Mo. The principle of mutual survival should be clear to all. Emperor Bor immediately agreed. I support Chief Yana's suggestion. We must send troops. If Emperor Fang Mo falls, our extinction isn't far off. Subsequently, the 60 leaders of the allied nations unanimously agreed to send support. 2 hours later, 920,000 interstellar warships had gathered in the outer space of Qinlin's main planet, all bearing the emblem of a phoenix. Fang Mo, gazing at the massive Qinlin fleet before him, declared loudly, soldiers of Qinlin, the spirit race wants to destroy our Qinlin, kill our people, and decimate our mother planet. Will we allow that? The tens of billions of Qinlin soldiers roared in unison, no. The spirit race killed our comrades and bullied our brother core. Will we allow that? No. The spirit race wants to annihilate our nation and race. Will we allow that? No. Fang Mo's eyes sharpened, and he shouted, then what are we waiting for? Grab your weapons. Let's kill every last one of those damned spirits. All forces advance. At that moment, a system prompt sounded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a temporary mission. Temporary mission. Defeat the third invasion of the spirit race. Mission time, 7 days. Mission difficulty, 9-star difficulty. As Fang Mo was gathering his forces, intense battles had already erupted in the chaotic star system of Betty. The encounter between the Scarlet Angel Legion and the Eldar army had been raging for an hour, with the flames of war spreading across the starry sky. Eldar's Supreme Commander Lilithia coldly stared at the Scarlet Angel Legion ahead, her gaze like that of a predator eyeing its prey. It seems our surprise attack has been exposed, she sneered. But it appears this Scarlet Angel Legion of Qinlin has no intention of fleeing. Lilithia slowly stood up and issued an order. General Paras, lead your 10,000 troops and wipe out these obstructionists. Yes, Supreme Commander. General Paras accepted the command, a glint of vengeance in his eyes. He turned to his soldiers, tell everyone, our moment of retribution has arrived. The Eldar army quickly dispatched a legion, surging towards the Scarlet Angel Legion like a tidal wave. Fierce firefights broke out upon contact, filling the starry sky with explosions and flashes of light. Deputy Commander, it seems the enemy is trying to delay us, an adjutant reported. Paras sneered. Delay us? With just their 10 legions? Ridiculous. Order the 3rd, 4th, and 5th divisions to flank the enemy. I want to swallow this Scarlet Angel Legion whole. 3,000 Eldar troops immediately split off from the main force, preparing to encircle the Scarlet Angel Legion. However, the Scarlet Angel Legion began a tactical retreat, skillfully maintaining a distance that prevented the Eldar from completing their encirclement. Inside the flagship of the Scarlet Angel Legion, Commander Locke was nervously directing the battle. 2nd echelon, fall back. 3rd echelon, hold the line. Don't let the enemy break our formation. 7th echelon on the left, follow and retreat. Watch out for encirclement. Damn it, what is the 9th echelon doing? The enemy is closing in. Hold your ground. The battlefield situation grew increasingly dire. 10 legions against 10,000 legions was a staggering disparity. The fact that the Scarlet Angel Legion had held out this long was already a miracle. Report. 1,000 enemy legions have flanked us from below. Damn it. Locke roared. All units, accelerate retreat. Protect the flanks. Move. The entire Scarlet Angel Legion began a rapid retreat, with the Eldar forces hot on their heels, plunging both sides into a breathtaking chase. Lilithia closely monitored the battle, continuously analyzing the strength of the Qinlin Legion. She had sent General Paras to test Qinlin's true capabilities. As time passed, the number of starships in the Scarlet Angel Legion dwindled from 30,000 to just over 10,000. Commander, we've lost 18,526 ships and destroyed 521,850 enemy ships. Our formation is in disarray, and we can't mount an effective defense. At this point, the starships of both sides were entangled, with formations lost. Commander Locke, seething with anger, ordered, Sniper Fleet, target those 50,000 Eldar legions observing the battle. Aim for their high-ranking ships. Also, the 1st, 4th, and 6th echelons, retreat immediately, save as many as you can. Remember, Our mission is to delay, not to perish with the enemy. 1,000 sniper ships opened fire on the 50,000 Eldar legions where Lilithia was located, but against such a massive force, the attack was like a drop in the ocean, destroying only about 4,000 enemy ships. The remaining 10,000+ ships of the Scarlet Angel Legion began a difficult retreat, akin to snatching food from a beast's mouth, certain to incur heavy losses. Seeing this, General Paras immediately ordered, "Fire at will. Don't let these damned Qianlin troops escape. Haha, there's no way out for you now." The thrill of revenge excited Paras immensely. After fierce fighting, fewer than 7,000 ships of the Scarlet Angel Legion managed to break away. Enraged, Paras shouted, "Charge! Annihilate the remaining enemy ships, leave none alive." However, his original 30 million ships were now reduced to just 18 million. The battle had been raging for over an hour, leaving both sides too exhausted for tactical maneuvers, resulting in a brutal slugfest. Commander Locke watched the swarming Eldar fleet and sighed deeply. "It seems I still haven't grasped the Supreme Commander's tactical essence. Order the remaining fleet to adopt a defensive posture. Even if we can't escape, we must buy more time for the Emperor. Comrades, hold the line." With Locke's order, the remaining soldiers of the Scarlet Angel Legion ignited with a fearless determination. Just as Paras was about to claim victory, a white ring of energy suddenly appeared at the 3 o'clock position of the battlefield. In an instant, nearly 1 million starships materialized, bearing the unmistakable emblem of the Fire Phoenix. The communicator of the Blood Angels Legion saw Darwine's allied forces arriving and excitedly reported to Commander Local, "Commander, our reinforcements have arrived." A faint smile finally appeared on Local's weary face. He let out a long breath and muttered to himself, "They've finally arrived. Our Blood Angels Legion managed to hold on." He scanned the surroundings, calculating the remaining forces. "Although we are down to less than 1/3 of our original strength, at least we haven't been completely wiped out." At that moment, the Legion channel suddenly lit up, displaying the figure of Supreme Commander Minner. Her voice was firm and resolute. "Commander Local, you've done well. Leave the rest of the battle to us." Hearing Minner's words, Local felt a wave of relief wash over him. He leaned back tiredly in the captain's chair and softly replied, "I'll leave it to you, Supreme Commander." Minner's gaze shifted to the dense swarm of spirit race forces in the distance, her expression turning serious. Despite having over 900,000 starships on their side, the situation remained dire against the spirit race's fleet of over 170 million. This overwhelming disparity in numbers demanded her full attention. "Yes, Supreme Commander." The Dryn Legion sprang into action, with millions of starships swiftly adjusting their formation and targeting the 50,000 Spirit Lord legions in the distance. In an instant, millions of energy blasts rained down on the spirit race's rear forces like a meteor shower. Among them, 60 massive energy beams stood out, slicing through the starry sky. Boom, boom, boom. The spirit race starships began to crumble under the ferocious assault. Lacking the ability to evade the starship trajectories, they could only endure the deadly barrage. The 60 enormous beams then swept through the spirit legions, leaving devastation in their wake. On the flagship at the center of the spirit race's forces, Lilithia watched the destruction of her starships with a calm demeanor. 5 minutes later, the 60 massive energy beams dissipated, leaving the spirit race's rear forces in chaos. Lilithia's adjutant quickly reported, "Commander, our losses are severe from this attack. We've lost over 7.5 million starships, with an additional 1.2 million heavily damaged and unable to continue fighting." Lilithia frowned slightly. "Nearly 10 million starships destroyed in one strike? We can't afford to get bogged down with them. Order the entire fleet to launch a full-scale attack on the enemy legions." "Yes, Commander." The adjutant immediately relayed the orders. Over 50,000 spirit race legions surged toward the Dryn Legion like a tidal wave. The sheer scale of the assault left even Minner momentarily awestruck. It seemed as if the entire starry sky was being swallowed by the spirit race, the visual impact overwhelming. Meanwhile, Fang Mo's eyes glowed intensely blue as he gathered dark energy, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. Facing the oncoming sea of spirit race starships, Minner made a decisive call. "Dryn Legion, adopt a Turtle's Hell defense formation and prepare for a counterattack." With the order given, nearly 1 million Dryn starships quickly contracted, forming a solid defensive circle, bracing for the spirit race's onslaught. The spirit race legions struck like a torrential storm, launching fierce attacks against the outer matrix shields of the Dryn Legion. Boom, boom, boom. The Dryn starships seized every opportunity to retaliate. Thus began a brutal war of attrition. Soon, the spirit race starships had completely encircled the Dryn Legion. The ensuing barrage of firepower was more intense and vibrant than fireworks during the Chinese New Year. The circular matrix shield resembled a blooming firework, emitting energy beams in all directions. Liligia glanced at the distant sniper fleet and decisively ordered, "Deploy 3,000 legions to eliminate those Dryn ships in the distance. Don't let them interfere with the battle here." "Yes, Commander." Immediately, 3,000 spirit legions broke away from the main force and sped toward the distant sniper fleet. "Report, the spirit race has dispatched 3,000 ships to attack our long-range sniper fleet," the Dryn Legion's communicator urgently reported. "Understood," Minner responded calmly. Bang, bang, bang. Quantum energy sniper rifles continuously fired at the approaching spirit race starships. The Dryn Legion's mechs moved like battlefield sprites, weaving through the starry expanse and delivering deadly blows to the enemy. The scene resembled a battle between dragonflies and snails, with the agile dragonflies darting around and attacking while the cumbersome snails struggled to even turn. The spirit race starships clumsily adjusted their course, sometimes even causing friendly fire, and could only endure the relentless assault. Lilithia furrowed her brows slightly, her gaze fixed on the holographic projection. The flickering points of light were the interstellar mechas from the last live broadcast. She reported gravely to the Commander-in-Chief, "It's these mechas. 2/3 of the 3,000 troops we dispatched have been lost." The Commander-in-Chief's voice came through the communicator, tinged with displeasure. "It seems we can't complete the mission to eliminate their sniper fleet." Lilithia quickly analyzed. "Their mission is already accomplished. We haven't been sniped from a distance for quite some time now. Order the remaining troops to return to the main force immediately and avoid entangling with the enemy mechas," the Commander-in-Chief ordered decisively. "Yes, Commander." Lilithia promptly executed the order. Soon, the remaining 900-plus Spirit Tribe troops retreated like a tide back into the main force. Surprisingly, the enemy mechas did not pursue them. Lilithia's face darkened, cursing inwardly, "These damned mechas are like flies, impossible to kill and constantly annoying." She knew she had no means to deal with these mechas and had to endure. Meanwhile, the enemy mechas began to stealthily infiltrate the rear of the Spirit Tribe, preparing for an assassination mission. Suddenly, a deputy rushed in to report, "Commander, all the mechas in the distance have disappeared. According to radar, they must have activated stealth mode. We can't track their movements. Even the S6 class starships can't detect them." The Commander-in-Chief's voice carried a hint of unease. "No, sir. None of our starships can detect them," the deputy replied. "It seems their mecha technology is very advanced." Lilithia pondered silently. The mechas from Qianlin must be at least S6 technology level. How did they develop them? It's hard to comprehend. The Commander-in-Chief appeared unconcerned about the mechas. "Ignore those mechas for now. They're just a bunch of flies. Once we wipe out Qianlin's main force, we can deal with them properly." Before he finished speaking, a series of explosions and gunfire erupted from the rear of the Spirit Tribe's forces. "Sir, it's bad," a panicked officer reported. "Those mechas are attacking our rear. Most of our transport and logistics fleets are back there. They can't handle those terrifying mechas." The Commander-in-Chief immediately ordered, "Command the rear fleet to move inward and have the combat fleet intercept them." Lilithia realized that if the transport and logistics fleets were destroyed, they would lose their ability to sustain prolonged combat. The entire Spirit Tribe force felt like they had swallowed a fly, utterly disgusted and enraged. "Damn it! These cursed flies!" Lilithia gritted her teeth. "Order all transport and logistics fleets to move to the center and avoid being exposed. This is the gap in technology. The enemy can manipulate them at will, while they can only take the hits unless they find a way to counter it." Unfortunately, the Spirit Tribe lacked such capability. Frustrated by the mechas, Lilithia couldn't help but vent. "What kind of mechas are these? They're so overpowered." She then commanded, "Order the frontline troops to launch a full-scale attack on Qianlin's battalion. The longer we delay, the worse it is for us." Time ticked by, and 3 hours later, the Spirit Tribe's forces finally broke through Qianlin's matrix star shield. Next would be the star shield defense phase of the starships themselves. Once the starship shields were depleted, even an S6 class starship would be destroyed instantly under the attack of thousands of starships without shield protection. "Sir, we've finally broken through Qianlin's matrix shield. What are our next steps?" a deputy inquired. Lilithia decisively ordered, "Command all frontline starships to break through Qianlin's turtle formation, no matter the casualties. We must destroy their defensive formation." "Yes, Commander." The deputy immediately set off to execute the order. Lilithia chose this approach based on their overwhelming numerical superiority. Normally, she would opt for a steady, step-by-step approach to wear down the enemy. The advantage of this strategy was a quicker resolution to the battle, but the downside was higher casualties. As the highest-ranking commander, she had to consider the bigger picture. Although the Spirit Tribe appeared to have the upper hand, if they couldn't eliminate Qianlin's battalion quickly, they would be at a disadvantage once reinforcements from the Holy Tribe and allied forces arrived. Therefore, she had no choice but to adopt this high-risk tactic. Soon, some Spirit Tribe starships began recklessly charging at Qinlin's battalion, with some even resorting to self-destructive attacks to break through their defensive formation. At that moment, Fang Mo, after 3 hours of energy accumulation, slowly stood up, his eyes blazing as he looked at the Spirit Tribe forces ahead. He coldly declared, "Spirit Tribe scum, your demise is here." Dark energy black hole. As Fang Mo's words fell, a small black hole, only 1 meter in diameter, suddenly appeared in the center of the Spirit Tribe's formation. The black hole rapidly changed, growing from 1 meter to 10 meters, then to 100 meters. As the black hole expanded, the nearby Spirit Tribe starships were immediately pulled in by its immense gravity. Those sucked into the black hole exploded, twisted, and vanished on the spot. The black hole continued to grow, its gravitational pull intensifying. Even the starships attempting to escape were mercilessly dragged into the black hole. "Sir, it's a disaster," a terrified officer reported. "A small black hole has appeared in our central area and is expanding rapidly. Our artillery can't stop its growth. Its gravitational pull is severely disrupting our formation." Lilithia, in disbelief, asked, "Are you kidding me? A black hole forming out of nowhere? Do you think I don't understand astronomy?" The officer hurriedly explained, "Sir, you need to see this video." The surveillance video clearly showed a rapidly expanding black hole. Every 10 seconds, it grew several times larger, and none of the nearby Spirit Tribe starships were spared, all being sucked in. Lilithia watched this scene, her face turning exceedingly grim. General Lilithia stared intently at the expanding black hole, her expression grave as she issued the command, "Evacuate all fleets near the black hole immediately. Intensify the assault on the Qinlin battle group." "Yes, ma'am." The communications officer promptly executed the order. The Ling clan starships swiftly retreated from the vicinity of the black hole, trying to distance themselves from this lethal threat. However, Fang Mo's face twisted into a cold smile as he muttered, "Escape? It's not that easy." He slowly extended his right hand, clenched it, and then moved his arm to the right. Shockingly, the massive black hole began to shift in response to his movements. Witnessing this, the Ling clan forces were thrown into a state of panic. "Ma'am, the black hole is moving towards our fleet, and it's accelerating," the communications officer reported in alarm. On the monitor, the black hole resembled a ravenous beast, speeding towards the Ling clan forces. Wherever it passed, Ling clan starships were devoured one after another. Even the usually composed General Lilithia was left speechless. "This must be Qinlin's dark technology. They can create and control black holes. It's utterly despicable," she roared in fury. "Order all units to evade the black hole and focus on breaking through Qinlin's defensive formation." The black hole's destructive power exceeded all expectations. "Ma'am, we've already lost 20 million starships. If this continues unchecked, our entire fleet will suffer catastrophic losses," the communications officer reported. Lilithia found herself in a dire dilemma. They were on the verge of breaking Qianlin's defenses, yet now faced an unprecedented threat. Forcing a breakthrough would cost at least 60 million starships, but retreating would nullify all their previous efforts. Finally, she gritted her teeth and ordered, "All units, avoid the black hole's attack. Frontline ships, initiate self-destruct attacks immediately. Destroy the enemy formation at all costs." "Understood, Supreme Commander." Minutes later, the Qinlin battle group faced a wave of suicide attacks. Even Minar found herself in a tight spot against the relentless onslaught. Meanwhile, Fang Mo sensed that the dark energy black hole he had created was reaching its energy limit and was about to explode. Without hesitation, he hurled the planet-sized black hole towards the Ling clan forces. As it traveled, the black hole consumed thousands more Ling clan starships before it exploded with a thunderous roar. The nearby starships were instantly pulverized, while those further away suffered severe damage. The communications officer trembled as he reported, "Imam, from the black hole's creation to its explosion, we've lost over 74 million starships. Including battle losses, we now have only 80 million left." Lilithia was in disbelief, covering her face with her hands. Such losses would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of the Ling sovereign. Suppressing her rage, she demanded, "Have we broken through Qianlin's formation yet? We need 20 more minutes, ma'am. Do it in 10 minutes, or face court-martial." Lilithia commanded harshly. Under the ultimatum, the Ling clan forces launched a frenzied attack. 10 minutes later, multiple breaches appeared in Qinlin's defensive formation. However, just as the Ling clan thought victory was within reach, the Qinlin battle group abruptly shifted tactics, charging towards the 5 o'clock direction. Simultaneously, thousands of cloaked star mechs revealed themselves in that direction. "Ma'am, the Qinlin battle group is attempting to break through. What should we do?" The communications officer barely finished speaking when another wave of energy cannon fire struck from the 7 o'clock direction. Boom, boom, boom. Even Lilithia's S6 class flagship was hit, the violent shaking throwing her to the ground. Order all units to encircle the Qianlin battle group. Do not let them break through. Annihilate them. Lilithia shouted, gripping the handrail tightly. Her flagship was now under severe internal attack, the situation dire. Seeing this, Fang Mo knew he had to intervene again. Minar, prepare to lead the Qianlin battle group in a breakout. I'm about to unleash a psychic storm on the Ling clan starships at 5 o'clock. Seize the moment. Understood, Emperor. Fang Mo's eyes flashed blue as he shouted, psychic storm. Instantly, a blue energy storm erupted where the Ling clan forces were stationed. Those caught in it clutched their heads in agony, screaming and wailing. Seizing the opportunity, Minar commanded, Qianlin battle group, break through. Now charge. Commander, bad news? A panicked Ling tribe soldier burst into the command room, interrupting Lilithia's thoughts. The enemy's god-level dark energy master has just unleashed a psychic storm. We couldn't react in time, and the Qianlin battalion has broken through our defenses. Lilithia's face darkened instantly, fury boiling within her. She slammed her fist onto the control panel, roaring, damn it! These incompetents messed up at the worst possible time. I'm sending them all to military court. However, anger was of no use now. On the monitor, the Qianlin battalion's fleet was rapidly escaping the encirclement. Lilithia clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms, with no place to vent her rage. Forcing herself to calm down, she took a deep breath and issued another command. Order all units to pursue the Qianlin battalion with full force. Don't give them a moment to breathe. Yes, Commander. The adjutant immediately turned to relay the orders. The battlefield quickly evolved into a chase. The Qianlin battalion retreated at a measured pace, engaging in continuous skirmishes with the relentless Ling tribe forces. The battlefront shifted constantly with their movements. This tactic was meticulously planned by Fang Mo. If they disregarded losses, the Qianlin battalion could confront the Ling tribe heathen. However, the casualties would be enormous. Fang Mo's strategy of Hitandran had two goals: significantly reducing their own losses and buying time for reinforcements from the Shang tribe and their allies' reinforcements that were mere hours away. Emperor, according to our current tactics, barring any unforeseen events, we will only lose about 10% of our forces in this battle, Minar reported. Fang Mo frowned slightly. 10% is still a lot. We have over 900,000 starships. 10% means over 90,000 ships. The soldiers' casualties will be in the billions. War is truly brutal. Minar responded firmly, Emperor, we have no other choice. If we don't resist, even more people will die. The Ling tribe has never seen us as equals, so even if we fall in battle, we will never bow to them. Fang Mo looked at the elven girl who had been with him for over 2 years. From the naive girl he had once bought, she had grown into a mature, determined beauty. Minar's growth was gratifying. Then defeat the Ling tribe before you with your actions. Believe in yourself. Fang Mo encouraged. Minar nodded solemnly and returned to the command platform to continue directing the battle. Fang Mo closed his eyes to sense the state of the Ling tribe's forces. He could feel their urgency and exhaustion. Since absorbing the cosmic origin pearl, he had gained many insights into the cosmos and its laws. The dark energy black hole he had just released was a newly mastered skill, a powerful technique mimicking a black hole using dark energy. As the battle continued, the Ling tribe forces grew increasingly frantic, while the Qianlin battalion fought with increasing ease. The Qianlin starship's comprehensive performance in offense, defense, speed, and energy reserves perfectly showcased their Hitandran tactics. Time flew by, and 2 hours passed in a flash. During this period, the Ling tribe army was tormented by the Qianlin battalion. They couldn't catch them or land effective hits, sometimes even having to slow down to let the Qianlin battalion catch up. This thoroughly enraged the Ling tribe forces, making them feel like they were being toyed with. At this moment, intense spatial fluctuations suddenly appeared in the starry sky at 1 o'clock. A massive fleet of 60 million starships materialized near the battlefield. The fleet's insignias were varied, and there were thousands of colossal beasts in the sky. Commander, bad news? A Ling tribe soldier reported frantically. The Shang tribe and allied reinforcements have arrived. Radar detects a fleet of 20,000 units. We're in big trouble now. The Ling tribe had only 70 million starships left, most of which were low on energy, unable to deploy their shields. Facing a comparable number of Shang tribe ships, they were doomed. Lilithia made a swift decision. Order all units to reverse formation and retreat towards 6 o'clock now. Hurry. The Ling tribe forces, who had been chasing the Qianlin battalion, abruptly stopped and turned to flee towards 6 o'clock. The Qianlin battalion instantly switched from prey to predator, pursuing the Ling tribe. The Shang tribe and allied fleets also joined the chase. The scene stunned the newly arrived Shang tribe and allied forces. The Qianlin battalion was holding its own against the Ling tribe's massive forces, and the Ling tribe seemed to have only 70 million ships left. They wondered if their support was even necessary. The Ling tribe's 60,000 unit fleet was a terrifying force that even the Shang tribe feared. The battlefield presented a comical sight. 70 million Ling tribe ships fleeing from tens of thousands of Qianlin ships. The absurdity was almost unbearable. If this battle were broadcasted, the Ling tribe would be ridiculed across the cosmos. A universe-dominating power, deploying 60,000 units against fewer than a million Qianlin ships, reduced to such a state laughable. With the Shang tribe and allies joining the fray, the battle turned completely one-sided. The Ling tribe's ships, mostly without shields, could only use their hulls to withstand attacks. Unable to shake off their pursuers, their numbers dwindled. Lilithia was now drenched in cold sweat. She had just learned that Paras' flagship was destroyed by Qianlin snipers, and now her flagship was also half-crippled. If she didn't act, she would perish here today. Leave half the forces to cover our retreat. The rest, follow me. Lilithia gritted her teeth and issued the most humiliating order of her life. The Spirit Clan army, which was being pursued, suddenly split into two groups. One half stayed behind to cover the retreat, while the other half fled towards the distant starry sky. A communications officer immediately reported the radar-detected situation to Commander Minar. Minar frowned and said, "I didn't expect the Spirit Clan's chief commander to sacrifice the rear guard for the main force. However, the 30 million interstellar warships left behind are not to be underestimated. They are undoubtedly fighting with a death wish. Our strategy should be to contain them and gradually eliminate the remaining Spirit Clan forces." "Yes, Commander." The communications officer promptly relayed the orders. Fang Mo sensed the fleeing Spirit Clan in the distance and sighed inwardly. "It's a pity we couldn't capture the entire Spirit Clan army. It seems our strength is still lacking. We must accelerate our improvement." The Spirit Clan's rearguard began their desperate assault, mostly targeting Qianlin's interstellar fleet. However, Qianlin's battle group avoided direct confrontation, employing a flexible Hitandran tactic. As the Spirit Clan warships charged, Qianlin's ships retreated, allowing the Sacred Clan and the allied nation ships to destroy the Spirit Clan warships in the process. After 6 hours of intense battle, all the Spirit Clan's interstellar warships were destroyed, leaving countless debris floating in space. A system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the temporary mission. Defeat the Spirit Clan's third invasion? Subsequently, commanders from the allied nations and the Sacred Clan opened video links. Facing over 100 commanders, Minar smiled and said, "This time, Qianlin owes you all a favor. If you need help in the future, don't hesitate to ask." The Sacred Clan's leader, Holy Rhino Sage, laughed and responded, "We are allies. Mutual assistance is expected. Besides, striking against the Spirit Clan is something I eagerly seek." Other commanders also expressed their agreement. Minar continued, "You all have priority in selecting the starship wreckage from this battle. Take whatever you fancy, and we'll settle it at market price. Additionally, your travel expenses and combat losses will be covered by Qianlin." Everyone praised Qianlin's generosity and promised to make good choices. Later, Fang Mo received a detailed report on the battle losses. He frowned and said, "Revive as many as possible and ensure the wounded soldiers receive proper treatment and compensation. We are not short of star coins now. We should improve the welfare and salaries of our soldiers. Discuss this with AI Jing and make it happen." After speaking, Fang Mo teleported away from the flagship. Minar watched his disappearing figure, feeling deeply moved. Back at the palace, Fang Mo began refining the universe origin beads to prepare for breaking through to the holy life level. As the sixth bead was refined, he felt his body undergo dramatic changes. His entire body turned red, like a heated prawn, but without any pain. Two Fire Guardian soldiers nervously inquired, and Fang Mo calmly replied, "I'm fine. Just stay at ease." An hour later, Fang Mo completed his transformation. He opened his eyes, which now gleamed with golden and blue lights. A massive golden beam shot up from his body, visible even in the starry sky outside Qianlin's main star. Such immense life energy fluctuations were sensed by the Barbarian Sage Lord, Crow Sage Lord, the Angel Clan's Holy King, and the Demon Clan's Demon King, far away in other star systems. Crow Sage Lord, puzzled, said, "This isn't right. According to my calculations, there shouldn't be a holy life form emerging for nearly a millennium. Why is there such a clear holy life energy signal now? Barbarian Sage Brother, did you sense it too?" The Barbarian Saint Master slightly nodded, furrowing his brows as he said, "I also sense this holy level life energy. It feels somewhat like the aura of our holy clan, yet distinctly different. It's truly peculiar." After pondering for a moment, he continued, "But I can confirm that it's definitely not a holy level life form from the Angel Clan or the Demon Clan, and it's even less likely to be from the Spirit Clan." The Crow Saint Master, upon hearing this, showed a hint of agreement in his eyes. The barbarian Saint Master suggested, Brother Crow Saint, perhaps we should prepare some gifts and pay a visit to this holy level friend. The Crow Saint Master nodded in agreement. The two then boarded a starship, traversed the Stargate, and headed towards the Qinlin star system. During the journey, the Crow Saint Master suddenly remarked, Brother Barbarian Saint, why do I feel that this holy level friend's location is near Qinlin's main star? The Barbarian Saint Master suddenly realized, now that you mention it, it does seem to be around there. Could this newly advanced holy level life form be Qinlin the Great? Very likely, the Crow Saint Master said solemnly. We'll know for sure when we arrive. There's no point in speculating further. In addition to the two Saint Masters from the Holy Clan, there were also the Holy King from the Angel Clan, the Demon King from the Demon Clan, and several other holy level life forms scattered throughout the universe, all converging towards Qinlin's main star. The total number of holy level life forms in the entire universe does not exceed 10,000, with the Holy Clan having the most at over 4,000. The Angel Clan has over 1,000, as does the Demon Clan. The Spirit Clan once had two, but they are now extinct. The remaining 3,000 or so are scattered across the universe. Meanwhile, Fang Mo exhaled deeply and muttered to himself, I've finally reached the holy level life stage. Completing an annual task, not bad. He then sat cross-legged, beginning to stabilize his state and comprehend the characteristics and unique abilities of a holy level life form. First, he felt his lifespan extend infinitely, as if it were as ancient as a planet. As long as he didn't encounter any life-threatening disasters, he could exist indefinitely in the universe. Fang Mo no longer needed to eat, drink, or even breathe, although years of habits were hard to change. He could automatically absorb energy from the universe to meet his body's needs, a passive talent of holy level life forms that granted them lifespans of millions or even billions of years, free from the ravages of time. Secondly, Fang Mo's mental power saw another leap, advancing from initial god level to intermediate god level. This was a significant breakthrough. In simple terms, if Fang Mo were to face his former self in a dark energy battle, he could easily defeat his past self. Most excitingly, he awakened a special ability during his advancement to holy level life mind reading. In addition to the substantial increase in lifespan and mental power, Fang Mo's physical body also saw significant enhancements. His body density increased from 30 times that of a human to 100 times, with improvements in defense, strength, speed, and reaction time. If he were to face the Zerg Queen now, he was confident he could defeat her with one hand. Fang Mo clenched his fist, a satisfied smile playing on his lips, and then began to review his attribute panel. Host, Fang Mo. Identity, Qinlin the Great of the Allied Nations. Territories, Qinlin Star System, Vilya's Star System, Fubin Star System, Barandi Star Domain, Storm Star Domain, Betty Chaos Stars. Profession, Legendary Mechanic. Attributes, Eye of Insight, Engineering Manufacturing Speed 30, Leader's Light, Dark Energy Mastery, Power of the Plunderer, Heart of the Fearless, Mind Reading. Equipment, Sword of Victory, Immovable Ming King Class Dark Energy Power Armor. Star Coins, 22.3 trillion. Starships, 605,412. Tasks, Phase Main Task 3 in progress, Annual Task for 4028 in progress. Task Points, 14.76 billion. After this major defeat of the Spirit Clan, although the starship wreckage had not yet been accounted for, the system points had already increased by over 13 billion. Combined with the over 1 billion points from previous battles with the White Tiger Empire, the total now stood at 14.76 billion. However, the 15 design blueprints in the S7 level system all required a minimum of 3 billion points each, which was quite expensive. Fortunately, a temporary task rewarded him with an S7 level starship design blueprint, plus a free exchange opportunity. Fang Mo felt an unprecedented excitement. He couldn't wait to start building the new starship. He carefully reviewed the attributes of the S7 level interstellar warship. Ship type, strategic battleship. Level, S7. Dimensions, length 150,000 m, width 80,000 m, height 100,000 m. Star shield strength, 50 million units. Mass, 50 million tons. Speed, 200 kilometers. Warp engine, A-class warp engine. Starship crew, 100,000. Starship weapons, 1. Holy Archangel class Star Shield defense system, capable of defending against S9 level technology and below Star Shield interference and damage. 2. Holy Archangel class anti-submarine and anti-stealth deep space radar, capable of detecting all stealth systems within 1 million kilometers. 3. Holy Archangel class Starfield holographic simulation system, capable of simulating all objects within 10 million kilometers. 4. 3,000 composite 10,000 mm quantum energy main cannons, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. 5. 5,000 5,000 mm pulse laser secondary cannons, with a cooldown of 40 seconds. 6. 12,000 3,000 millimeters close-in defense guns, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. 7. 1,000 maintenance and supply boats, 1,000 stealth unmanned reconnaissance drones. 8. Cosmic Dark Energy Lightning Storm, capable of area coverage attacks within a 100,000 kilometers radius. No cooldown. Can be released as long as energy is sufficient. Far more powerful than ship cannons. Special features. 1. Cosmic Energy Automatic Absorption System. This ship can automatically absorb cosmic dark energy to replenish its own energy consumption, taking 48 hours to fully charge, replenishing anytime, anywhere. 2. Life Metal Armor System. The ship's outer armor is entirely made of life metal, capable of automatic repair, transfer, and stacking of armor parts, with regenerative properties. 3. Cosmic Magnetic System. Capable of attracting and repelling any target within 100,000 kilometers, no cooldown time. After reading the starship's attributes, Fang Mo was stunned. It took him a while to snap out of it, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap, this is practically a cosmic-level thunder god. And you don't even have to worry about resupplying this ship. Just let it float in the universe, and it'll automatically recharge. This is basically a mobile, forbidden-level starship." Ah! Minister Nas gasped, his eyes widening as he tightly gripped the S-7 class starship design blueprint Fang Mo had just handed him. His expression was a mix of shock and excitement, clearly struggling to absorb this astounding news. "Emperor, I need to thoroughly study this starship design. Give me 3 days to fully understand it." Nas's voice trembled slightly, showing that even he had never encountered such advanced blueprints before. Fang Mo noticed Nas's astonishment and smiled slightly. "Take your time to study the blueprint. If you have any questions, just ask me." "Understood, Emperor." Nas replied respectfully and immediately began to delve into the blueprints. This was his usual approach. Whenever Fang Mo presented a new design, Nas would personally oversee the initial construction. Meanwhile, Fang Mo returned to his palace, fully focused on refining the cosmic origin pearls. He thought to himself, if he could refine all 300 pearls, his power would certainly rise to another level. Time flew by, and 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, Minister Nas breathed a sigh of relief and announced excitedly, "It's finally completed. Now it's time for the trial run." Fang Mo's eyes lit up at the news. "Oh, it's ready? Then contact Minar, Lei Hong, and AI Jing. Let's do the trial run together." "Yes, Emperor." Nas responded enthusiastically and began organizing the trial run. Soon after, everyone boarded the massive starship. Its size rivaled that of some comets, and its internal structure was vastly different from the previous S4 and S5 class starships. The ship was divided into multiple functional areas, including combat, living, training, energy, and operations zones, capable of supporting the crew for years. The most striking feature was the starship's weapon system. The ship's rectangular body was surrounded by 3 rows of various sized cannons, ensuring 360-degree coverage with no blind spots. The true marvel, however, was the core weapon at the ship's center, the cosmic dark energy lightning storm. Fang Mo led the group to a circular energy chamber. Through the reinforced glass, they could clearly see a rapidly rotating energy core inside. Minar and the others were puzzled and couldn't help but ask, "Minister Nas, what is the purpose of the rotating energy sphere in this room?" Nas glanced at Fang Mo, who nodded in approval. "This is the ship's most advanced weapon system, the cosmic dark energy lightning storm. It can deliver area-wide strikes within a 100,000 kilometer radius. The rotating energy sphere is the power core of this weapon, currently at full capacity." Everyone was still confused, so Minar awkwardly asked, "Minister Nas, can you explain the weapon's function in simpler terms?" "I'll demonstrate during the trial run. It's easier to understand that way," Nas replied with a smile. Fang Mo interjected, "Minister Nas, I've seen the ship's automatic energy replenishment system, but I haven't noticed the other 2 special features yet." Nas explained, "Emperor, the life metal armor system only activates during combat or when sensing a threat. As for the cosmic magnetic system, it requires a trial run to test." "Then let's start the trial run," Fang Mo decided. The group proceeded to the bridge. Minar observed the ship's large crew and curiously asked, "Minister Nas, how many crew members does this starship have? And what is the star shield energy capacity?" Nas's answer astonished everyone: 50 million star shield energy units, an incredibly powerful figure. The starship then entered warp speed. In just 15 minutes, they reached the designated test coordinates. Lei Hong exclaimed, "The speed of this S7 class starship is incredible. It would take an S5 class starship at least an hour to get here, but we did it in just 15 minutes. That's 4 times faster. Amazing." Since Minar, Lei Hong, and the others were unfamiliar with the starship's capabilities, they were merely observers. Minister Nas took charge of the trial run. Nas stepped forward and issued the command, "Activate the starshield system. Prepare all cannons and target the nearby asteroid belt for free fire mode." "Yes, Minister Nas." The crew responded in unison. 10 seconds later, the star shield system activated, enveloping the entire starship in an energy shield. Thousands of cannons aimed at various targets within the asteroid belt. Minister Nas, all cannons are ready, awaiting further instructions, a crew member reported. Excellent, fire at will, Nas commanded, and the starship was about to showcase its formidable firepower. As soon as Minister Nas gave the command to attack, thousands of ship cannons opened fire simultaneously. The overwhelming firepower created a storm of metal, obliterating all nearby asteroids. Minar and his team watched in awe, praising the ship's unmatched firepower. Nas was equally satisfied with the cannon's power and immediately ordered, activate the life metal outer armor system, disengage the star shield system, and ram straight through. With a single order, the star shield vanished. The outermost metal armor of the ship began to flow like liquid, quickly forming a thick, protective layer at the front of the ship within a minute. The starship accelerated forward at an astonishing speed, shattering all incoming asteroids upon impact. The outer armor merely rippled with each collision, remaining undamaged. Despite the considerable force of the high-speed impacts, the ship emerged unscathed. The front of the ship bore the brunt of the collisions, but the life metal armor there was thicker and effortlessly neutralized all threats. Minar and his team were astounded by this near-invincible defensive capability, realizing that even without the star shield, the life metal armor provided absolute protection, especially against attacks that could bypass the star shield. Nas inquired about the consumption and recovery rate of the life metal armor. The communications officer quickly reviewed the data and reported, "Sir, after 5 minutes of high-frequency impacts, the life metal armor has consumed 3 and recovered 1. Hearing this, Minar and his team were filled with excitement. For the highest-ranking commanders, such formidable defense made this starship the perfect flagship. Fang Mo smiled with satisfaction, clearly impressed by the ship's performance. Nas issued another command, halt the advance, prepare the dark energy lightning storm weapon system, and conduct a wide-area strike on the nearby asteroid belt in 3 minutes. The starship gradually came to a stop, and a spherical electric charge emerged from the top center, a result of energy accumulation from the lower energy chamber. 3 minutes later, the communications officer reported that the weapon system was fully charged and ready to fire. Upon Nas's command, the electric sphere shot into the air, expanding rapidly to a diameter of 1,000 meters above the starship. Then, countless massive bolts of lightning erupted from the sphere, covering an area of 100,000 kilometers. All the asteroids within this range were pulverized by the violent electrical storm, and the fragments were struck repeatedly, further reducing them to cosmic dust. The devastating attack lasted for about 10 minutes, reducing the entire asteroid field to floating space dust. The enormous electric sphere then slowly retracted back into the energy chamber, still retaining some energy. Nas observed the attack's effects with satisfaction and bowed to Fang Mo, saying, "Emperor, mission accomplished. This dark energy lightning storm weapon system is even more terrifying than anticipated, capable of destroying anything in its path." Fang Mo beamed with delight and generously rewarded Nas. "Haha, Minister Nas, your efforts in creating this are commendable. I grant you 10 cases of premium wine as a reward." Nas was overjoyed and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Minar and his team were left speechless by the terrifying scene. Such a vast and destructive attack made them wonder if any interstellar warship could withstand it. Even with star shield protection, most metal-constructed warships would struggle against such lightning strikes. This starship undoubtedly deserved the title of Doomsday Ship. Noticing Minar and his team's astonishment, Fang Mo patted Minar and said, "What are you standing there for? We still have other functions to test." The three, in disbelief, asked, "Emperor, does this starship have even more capabilities?" They couldn't imagine anything more powerful. Fang Mo smiled and looked at Nas, signaling him to continue. Nas immediately ordered, "Prepare the cosmic magnetic system and attract all nearby asteroids to the ship." The starship emitted a special magnetic field, not merely a simple metal attraction but a cosmic mass field similar to a black hole's rules, capable of attracting or repelling anything. With a hum, all asteroids within 100,000 kilometers were suddenly pulled toward the starship, stopping 1,000 meters from the hull. The starship was now surrounded by a dense cluster of asteroids, resembling a giant asteroid ball from a distance. Nas then ordered, "Release the repulsive force and repel all these asteroids." With another hum, the surrounding asteroids were instantly repelled, flying off into the distant space. Even the largest asteroids, bigger than S-4 class interstellar warships, were effortlessly pushed away. This impressive display further showcased the starship's formidable capabilities. After the last battle with the Spirit Clan, the 2nd Battalion, the Blood Angels, suffered heavy losses. After 2 weeks of rest, they have recovered 70 of their strength. Fang Mo personally awarded Commander Locke the Brave Knight Medal to honor him and the Blood Angels for their outstanding performance. As Fang Mo pinned the medal on Locke's chest, the usually stoic warrior was moved to tears. On the battlefield, Locke had faced pain, bloodshed, and even death without shedding a tear, but Fang Mo's recognition brought him to tears. This scene vividly illustrated the power of faith and honor. After the war, the Qinlin government quickly adjusted its welfare policies. AI Jing, following Fang Mo's instructions, doubled the overall benefits for civil servants and soldiers to thank them for their dedication and sacrifice. Meanwhile, under Naz's leadership, the engineering department was rapidly advancing the construction of Qinlin's interstellar warships. Although Fang Mo had ascended to a saint-level life form, he continued to refine the remaining cosmic origin pearls. While each pearl's impact on him was not as significant as before, refining all 200-plus pearls was expected to elevate him from a low-level saint to a high-level one, significantly enhancing his dark energy and mental strength. As Qinlin was busy with post-war reconstruction and military upgrades, the Spirit Clan faced an internal crisis. 32 days after the war, Lilithia finally returned to the Spirit Clan's home planet with the remnants of her army. She knelt before the Spirit Lord, ashamed of her defeat and bracing for severe punishment. The Spirit Lord sat on his throne, reading Lilithia's battle report. Suddenly, he slammed his fist on the armrest in fury, demanding, "Is this the result you bring me? 6,000 legions couldn't defeat Qinlin's mere 300? And only over 10,000 battered troops returned? How dare you show your face here?" Lilithia bowed her head in shame. "My lord, it was my failure. I underestimated Qinlin's strength and was caught off guard by their alliance with the Holy Clan and the allied forces." The Spirit Lord trembled with rage, closing his eyes in frustration. "You should know that those 6,000 legions represent 1/5 of our forces. The remaining 3/5 are needed for planetary defense and cannot be easily mobilized. Now we can only muster 6,000 legions. If the Holy Clan launches a large-scale attack now, we will suffer greatly." Lilithia could only whisper, "My lord, I understand. Please punish me as you see fit." After a moment of contemplation, the Spirit Lord announced, "You are temporarily relieved of your high-ranking military duties and are to return home for reflection. You are not to leave without my order." Despite her defeat, the Spirit Lord's punishment was lenient, considering Lilithia was the next in line for leadership and had a distinguished military record. After performing a Spirit Clan salute, Lilithia turned and left. The Spirit Lord watched her retreating figure and ordered his attendant, "Summon the High Council immediately." He needed to urgently discuss how to handle the situation. News of this defeat would soon spread, potentially sparking rebellions on many colonized planets. While not a major issue, the key was to address the alliance between the Holy Clan and Qinlin. Meanwhile, Qinlin's main planet welcomed some special visitors. Docked outside the starport were starships from various factions, each with distinct insignias. In the surrounding space, large creatures, stronger than the saint-level beings like the Holy Toad, hovered. Upon confirmation, these were saint-level beings from various cosmic races, here specifically to visit the newly ascended saint, Fang Mo. Among them were the Holy King of the Angel Clan, the Demon King of the Demon Clan, and 2 Holy Lords of the Holy Clan. These scattered saints began communicating with Fang Mo through mental power, a unique way of communication for saint-level beings. Fang Mo opened his eyes, slightly surprised to see so many saint-level beings gathered outside Qinlin's main planet. Without hesitation, he tore through space and instantly appeared in outer space. It was his first time moving in space with his own power, and although it felt slightly unfamiliar, he managed. Looking around, Fang Mo saw over 1,000 saint-level beings, mostly giant beasts, some bizarre creatures, and a few humanoid beings. Upon seeing Fang Mo, the Holy Lord's man and crow immediately greeted him excitedly, "Emperor Qinlin, we finally meet you in person." Haha. Fang Mo turned and smiled. "Welcome, Holy Lords, to Qinlin. My apologies for not greeting you sooner." The Holy Lord man laughed. "It seems we were right. It was indeed you, Emperor, who ascended to the saint level. Congratulations." The gathered saints then began congratulating Fang Mo. Curious, Fang Mo asked, "May I know the reason for your visit, esteemed saints?" The Holy Lord Crow explained, "Emperor, you may not know, but when a saint-level being emerges in the universe, the great saints from various regions will come to offer their congratulations." Understanding their intent, Fang Mo smiled. "I see. In that case, please follow me to the main planet, where I can properly host you." Given the large size of many saint-level beings, Fang Mo arranged a grand outdoor banquet on the open plaza. Fine food and drinks were continuously served, accompanied by captivating performances. As these were prominent figures from various cosmic races, it was essential to receive them with grandeur. While savoring the delicacies, the Holy Lord man said, "Although we have long been allies, we are genuinely pleased that you have become a saint. Now, the 3 of us can endure for ages. You must visit our Holy Clan when you have time." Fang Mo responded sincerely, "Thank you for the invitation, Holy Lords. I will definitely visit when I have the chance. The gathered saints also extended their invitations to Fang Mo, as it was their first time seeing a human ascend to sainthood. This signified that humanity's status in the universe would rise, proving that humans were a race with potential. At that moment, the Holy King of the Angel Clan smiled and asked, "Is your full name Fang Mo, Emperor?" The Angel Clan's Holy King's rude behavior incited dissatisfaction among the great saints present. The Barbarian Lord and the Crow Lord furrowed their brows, clearly displeased with the Holy King's actions. However, as the host, Fang Mo remained unperturbed and responded calmly, "Your Highness, my full name is Fang Mo." The Holy King of the Angel Clan's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and his tone softened. "Someone significant from my clan once knew you. It seems our clans are destined to meet. Who would have thought I'd encounter you today?" Fang Mo, puzzled, asked, "Your Highness, it appears we are meeting for the first time, and I have never known anyone from the Angel Clan before. May I ask who this significant person you speak of is?" The Holy King smiled mysteriously. "It's a private matter. I will discuss it with you in detail after the banquet." Fang Mo, unfazed, raised his glass. "Then let me first toast to your Highness." "Certainly, please." The Holy King of the Angel Clan replied heartily. At that moment, an unrefined voice came from the other side. "Ah, some winged birdmen always claim to have connections with everyone. Such thick skin. Impressive indeed." Fang Mo looked towards the voice and saw a tall, dual-horned demon saint, over 10 meters tall, glaring disdainfully at the Holy King of the Angel Clan. The Holy King immediately retorted, "You filthy demon. How dare you call me thick-skinned? Have you looked at yourself?" The reactions of the great saints present varied. Some looked embarrassed, some intrigued, and others slightly frowned. It was well known that the Angel Clan and the Demon Clan were always at odds, and a mere verbal spat was considered restrained. The Demon King replied disdainfully, "I can't be bothered with you. It's only because of Emperor Qianlin's presence that I'm not beating you up right now." The Holy King of the Angel Clan was undeterred. "Oh really? Have you forgotten the last time you were running away from me like a dog?" A massive Tengu saint suddenly interjected, "Ahem. You two can insult each other all you want, but leave dogs out of it. We Tengu saints aren't to be trifled with." Fang Mo watched the scene unfold with a look of helplessness. The banquet lasted 3 days and nights, during which Fang Mo learned many cosmic secrets from the great saints. As the banquet concluded, the great saints presented their gifts, exchanged contact information with Fang Mo, and departed. For these long-lived beings, few things mattered besides their peers. However, the Holy Masters of the Saint Clan and the Holy King of the Angel Clan stayed behind. The Holy Masters intended to discuss strategies with Fang Mo on how to deal with the Spirit Clan, while the Holy King had private matters to discuss. Fang Mo first met with the Holy King of the Angel Clan in the Grand Palace. The Holy King, standing about 5 meters tall, was not particularly imposing compared to other races. "Your Highness, now that it's just the two of us, what is this private matter you wish to discuss?" Fang Mo asked, observing the calm expression of the Holy King. The Holy King slowly took out a jade stone and handed it to Fang Mo. "Your Majesty, hold this jade, and you will understand everything." As Fang Mo grasped the jade, a familiar yet strange feeling surged into his mind. He saw images of a young couple, the man bearing a striking resemblance to his father, Fang Baitian, but much younger. The scenes depicted their meeting, falling in love, and having a child. That man was indeed Fang Mo's father, Fang Baitian. Fang Mo suddenly realized that he and his sister were not born of the same mother. The vision continued, showing the young woman leaving without a farewell after giving birth to Fang Mo, gently kissing his infant face before departing. The vision ended there. Fang Mo came back to his senses, his expression shifting as he looked at the Holy King. "Are you saying that the significant person is my birth mother?" Upon Fang Mo's confirmation, the Holy King immediately knelt down. "Your most loyal servant, the Holy King of the Angel Clan, greets the Divine Son." This action puzzled Fang Mo. "Isn't this a bit inappropriate? We are both saintly beings and leaders of our respective factions. Why are you kneeling to me? Are you saying I am the Divine Son?" The Holy King stood up and smiled. "Yes, Your Highness, you are indeed the Divine Son." He then explained in detail about Fang Mo's mother and the origins of the Angel Clan. According to the Holy King, Fang Mo's mother was the mother goddess of the divine realm, the creator of the Angel Clan, possessing powers beyond the gods, incomprehensible to the beings of this universe. The Angel Clan had the mission to find, follow, and be loyal to the Divine Son, as revealed by the Mother Goddess. Fang Mo listened with a skeptical expression. He wanted to advocate for science, finding the talk of a Mother Goddess hard to believe in this age of cosmic technology. "Ahem, Your Highness, I understand what you're saying, but I need to confirm this further." "It wouldn't be good to make a mistake," Fang Mo said cautiously. The Holy King was confident in Fang Mo's identity, as only the true Divine Son would have a special reaction to the jade. Understanding Fang Mo's hesitation, he smiled and replied, Your Majesty, take all the time you need to confirm. I will arrange for some Angel Clan members to stay on this planet to assist you. Moreover, the Spirit Clan's repeated offenses against you will not go unpunished by the Angel Clan. The Holy King's words were exactly what Fang Mo wanted to hear. Despite the incredible nature of the myths, forming an alliance with the Angel Clan would be a significant advantage against the Spirit Clan. Thank you for your consideration, Your Highness, Fang Mo said. Your clan joining our alliance would indeed strengthen us. However, I've heard that there's been constant friction between your clan and the Demon Clan. Your Majesty, I will arrange for my clan to join the alliance immediately. The Holy King pledged, then continued, the conflict with the Demon Clan has lasted for tens of thousands of years. The Demon Clan was also created by the Mother Goddess, but later rebelled and no longer revered her. The Angel Clan will never forgive them. The Holy King grew more agitated, as if the Demon Clan owed a great debt. Why did the Demon Clan rebel? Fang Mo asked curiously. The Holy King sighed. It's a long story. Mainly, the Demon Clan was misled by other demon gods and failed the test. I see. Fang Mo nodded thoughtfully. Fang Mo, after listening to the Angel King's explanation, had a general understanding of the situation with the demon tribe. Subsequently, the angels joined Xian Lin's alliance, greatly boosting the coalition's strength. This shift plunged the Spirit Tribe into a dilemma. They were already struggling against the Holy Tribe, and now they had to face the combined forces of the Alliance and the Angel Tribe. If the Spirit Tribe continued to fight alone, their prospects seemed grim. After the meeting, Fang Mo met with the two Holy Lords of the Holy Tribe in the Grand Hall. These two Holy Lords had mastered the ability to change their size at will, and were currently sitting opposite Fang Mo at normal human size. Fang Mo cupped his hands in thanks, saying, Thank you both for the advance notice and for sending reinforcements. I always repay kindness, and I won't forget this favor. Holy Lord Man smiled and said, A strategic alliance is meant to face external threats together. Our tribe stands by its word. Brother Fang, there's no need to be so formal. Holy Lord Ya nodded in agreement. Fang Mo continued, The Angel King has agreed to join our alliance. What are your thoughts on this? Holy Lord Ya's eyes lit up. Oh, is that true? Absolutely. Fang Mo confirmed. Haha. Holy Lord Ya laughed heartily. In that case, the threat from the Spirit Tribe is no longer a concern. Holy Lord Man added, Brother Fang, do you know how strong the Angel Tribe is? Although our 5 tribes are all dominant forces in the universe, there are differences in power. The Spirit Tribe ranked second when they had 2 God-level Dark Energy Masters 10,000 years ago, but now they're at most 4th. Our Holy Tribe, due to our small numbers and less advanced technology, has always ranked 5th. The Angel and Demon Tribes have always been close in strength, usually ranking 2nd and 3rd, respectively. The Death Tribe has always been 1st. Fang Mo looked puzzled, Brother Man. I've never even seen the Death Tribe. Why are they so powerful? Holy Lord You explained. The Death Tribe's strength far surpasses the other 4 tribes. They are an ancient force that has existed in this universe for eons. The angels and demons appeared later, and in the early days, our Holy Tribe was not united. Much of the Spirit Tribe's technology was stolen from the ruins of the Death Tribe. The Death Tribe doesn't bother to compete with us. They're always fighting the Zerg in distant star systems. The Zerg? Fang Mo said calmly. I've exterminated quite a few Zerg before, even killed a Zerg queen. Holy Lord Man praised, Brother Fang, you are indeed impressive. However, a Zerg queen is only mid-level among the Zerg, comparable to S5 level technology. We have learned from the Death Tribe that there are Zerg of levels 8 and even 9 in the distant star systems. Imagine the formidable enemies the Death Tribe faces. Fang Mo, who had thought his S7 starship made him invincible, felt deflated upon hearing this. He couldn't help but ask, if the Death Tribe can fight such powerful Zerg, do they possess S8 or even S9 technology? Holy Lord Ya took a sip of tea and explained, the Death Tribe had S8 starships 10,000 years ago. As for S9, we haven't heard of it, but it might exist. The Death Tribe treats the native species of the universe quite well, even helping many species develop intelligence and technology. Our Holy Tribe has also benefited from their generosity. Fang Mo sighed, I see. The Death Tribe has a broad mind. Absolutely. Holy Lord Man agreed. Their magnanimity is far beyond that of the Spirit Tribe. It's not even comparable. Fang Mo composed himself and returned to the main topic. Do you two Holy Lords have any important matters to discuss this time? Holy Lord Man glanced at Holy Lord Ya, who then spoke. We were very satisfied with our first trade with you, Brother Fang. Therefore, our Holy Tribe intends to expand the trade. We plan to increase our purchase of living supplies 5-fold. As for starship technology, we are interested in buying S6 starships, especially the cosmic mechs. Both Holy Lords looked at Fang Mo expectantly. Fang Mo had anticipated their intentions and was prepared. He smiled and said, Living supplies are not a problem. As for S6 starships, you know how difficult it is to produce them, and the cosmic mechs cost me a lot in research and development. I can sell them to you, but the price? The Holy Lord's eyes brightened. As long as Fang Mo was willing to sell, everything else could be negotiated. Holy Lord Man laughed. Haha, Brother Fang, I knew you were generous. Name your price, and as long as it's reasonable, we can accept it. Fang Mo thought for a moment and said, an S5 starship costs 3 cosmic origin pearls, so an S6 starship would start at 30. This is a special price for you. The Holy Lords had expected at least 100 cosmic origin pearls, so they felt they were getting a bargain. Deal. We'll go with that price. Holy Lord Ye eagerly asked, how many S6 starships do you have, Brother Fang? Fang Mo displayed models of 4 starships. The Holy Lords were full of admiration as they examined the designs, performance, and attributes. Ahem. Holy Lord Man cleared his throat. Excellent. We'll take all 4 models. 10 of each, which totals to 1,200 cosmic origin pearls. We will arrange for the trade caravan to bring them next time. Please prepare in advance. All right, no problem. Fang Mo agreed. The 2 Holy Lords happily returned to their territory, and Fang Mo headed to his grandmother's palace. Upon entering his grandmother's palace, Fang Mo found his sister there as well. He respectfully said, Grandmother, your grandson has come to see you. His grandmother looked at him lovingly. My dear grandson, you've been so busy lately. I can't help you much, but I can pray for you and for our Qian Lin. His sister also smiled and said, Little brother, I heard we defeated the spirit tribe again in the last battle. That's wonderful. Yes, sister. Fang Mo sat down to his grandmother's right and asked with concern, Grandmother, are you comfortable living here? Yes, everything is great, and the servants take good care of me, his grandmother replied. Fang Mo nodded, hesitated for a moment, and said, That's good. I have a question I'd like to ask you, grandmother. Oh, ask anything. We're family, no need to hold back, his grandmother encouraged. Fang Mo took a deep breath and asked the question that had been on his mind. Grandmother, have you ever met my mother? His words made Grandma's eyelid twitch. She took a deep breath and said, You've seen her? That's great. Can you tell if my mother looks like this? Fang Mo immediately summoned his dark energy to project an image of his mother in the air. Grandma studied it closely, a look of astonishment crossing her face. Dear grandson, how did you know what your mother looks like? You shouldn't have seen her. Fang Mo felt a spark of realization, confirming the purpose of his visit. He explained, Grandma, an outsider told me about this. At first, I didn't believe it, but now it seems to be true. Grandma sighed again and began to explain. Your father married and had children at the age of 20, with your elder sister being the firstborn. Sadly, her mother died in childbirth, leaving Baitian in depression for 2 years. Later, he met a mysterious woman, and they fell deeply in love. Although I had reservations about her because she seemed hard to read, they secretly pledged themselves to each other and had you. However, your birth mother disappeared without a word and has never returned to find you. Fang Mo was stunned, thinking to himself, wow, I had no idea Dad had such a past. So my sister and I are half-siblings. Grandma continued, you and your sister have had a tough life, growing up without a mother's love. But since your birth mother left, your father never remarried or had more children. Fortunately, you two have brought honor to the Fang family, which feels like a consolation from the heavens. Tears welled up in Grandma's eyes. Fang Qingqing quickly took out a handkerchief and gently wiped them away. Grandma earnestly advised, so, when you two choose a partner in the future, make sure to be clear about it. Don't let such a tragedy happen again, understand? Yes, Grandma, they both replied in unison. After that, Fang Mo joined Grandma and his sister for a family dinner before returning to his palace. He pondered alone. So, the angelic king's words were true. It seems I can't escape this divine son identity. Enough of these complicated matters. I need to continue refining the cosmic origin pearl. Meanwhile, news of the angelic tribe's full alliance with the Qinlin coalition spread like wildfire across the universe. The angelic tribe even sent an envoy to Qinlin's main star to establish deep cooperation. This envoy was actually an elite team sent by the angelic king to protect Fang Mo. When Fang Mo saw the 1,000 angelic female warriors, each over 4 meters tall, graceful, and stunningly beautiful, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. He muttered to himself, the angelic king must have a peculiar sense of humor, sending only female warriors. The 1,000 angelic female warriors knelt in unison before Fang Mo, saying, Greetings, divine son. From today, we are your personal guards. Fang Mo resisted the urge to roll his eyes and cleared his throat. All right then, you are now integrated into the angelic guard corps. Are there any officers among you? 5 of the angelic female warriors stepped forward and respectfully replied, we are the leaders of this 1,000-member team, similar to captains in other units. Each of us commands 200 warriors. Fang Mo nodded. Got it. Keep your current positions. However, I also have 130 Phoenix Guards. You should get acquainted and coordinate with each other. Understood. Rest assured, Divine Son, we will quickly integrate into this team. The angelic female warriors responded in unison. Fang Mo then summoned Qin Yu, Tang Ling, and 6 other squad leaders to meet the angelic warriors. Surprisingly, both sides suggested holding a sparring match to test each other's strength. Fang Mo thought, oh boy, but outwardly he agreed. All right, you are all brave warriors. It's normal to spar, but be mindful of safety. The Phoenix Guards and the angelic female warriors agreed. The Phoenix Guards wanted to assess the angelic warriors' strength, while the angelic warriors aimed to gauge the capabilities of those guarding the Divine Sun. Soon, they arrived at a spacious arena, originally used by the Phoenix Guards for combat practice. The angelic female warriors looked around and nodded in approval. Qin Yu stepped forward and addressed the 5 angelic leaders. The match is simple, a 1v1 sparring contest, each side sending 10 warriors. Let's see who wins the most rounds. Angelic leader Amelia responded, agreed. With the Divine Sun present, we have endless courage. Fang Mo could only think. The way these angels think is baffling. Qin Yu signaled to Phoenix Guard Motobuto, who immediately understood and leaped onto the platform, gesturing to the angelic warriors. Amelia turned to a warrior behind her and said, Lia, you're up? Yes, Lia responded, spreading her white wings and gracefully landing on the platform. A countdown appeared on the platform. 3, 2, 1, start. Motobuto dashed forward, covered in a blue dark energy shield. Lia, surrounded by golden energy, charged to meet him. Bang! Their fists collided, producing a loud sound. Lia was pushed back 3 meters, while Motobuto stepped back 2 meters. Motobuto smirked slightly, indicating that the Phoenix Guards had a slight edge in strength. Lia, undeterred, rushed forward again. The battle was intense, with both sides exchanging blows. While Motobuto had a slight strength advantage, the angelic warriors excelled in agility, using their wings to perform maneuvers difficult for humans. The fight was evenly matched. At this moment, Amelia shouted, Go all out. No need to waste time. Fang Mo sat in the audience of the arena, his gaze intense as he watched the fierce battle between the fiery guardians and the angels. As the Archangel Amelia announced the start of the fight, Lia burst forth with a dazzling golden light, a giant sword of pure energy materializing in her hands. This spectacle signaled her readiness to give it her all. Across from her, Motobuto remained unfazed, drawing a dark energy-powered longsword and a kinetic energy shield from his back, assuming a defensive stance. Lia shot forward like an arrow, raising her giant sword high and slashing down with immense force. Motobuto blocked with his shield just in time, though the impact made his hands tremble. He quickly countered, thrusting his sword at Lia with a precise angle. Lia had to retreat to dodge, but Motobuto was relentless, charging at her with his shield. Lia found herself at the edge of the platform, barely managing to parry the shield's impact with her giant sword. At that moment, Motobuto's lips curled into a slight smile, and his right hand's sword flashed toward Lia's head. In her disadvantaged position, Lia narrowly dodged the lethal blow by tilting her head. Lia then kicked at Motobuto's shield with all her might, sending him flying several meters back. She immediately launched another attack, swinging her giant sword upward in an attempt to disarm him. However, Motobuto was prepared, skillfully blocking the strike with his sword, thwarting Lia's plan. The two fighters were equally matched in swordsmanship, making it difficult to determine a winner in a short period. Seeing this, Lia cast a spell, summoning dozens of golden arrows that shot toward Motobuto. Yet, these magical arrows couldn't penetrate Motobuto's dark energy shield, leaving the stalemate unchanged. The battle continued with both fighters exchanging blows, neither landing a sword strike, but both taking significant hits from punches and kicks. Suddenly, Motobuto shrugged nonchalantly and said, The warm-up is over. Now, let's have some real fun. Before his words even faded, Motobuto's figure blurred, appearing instantly behind Lia and slamming his shield down. Lia barely managed to block the hit, but realized the situation was dire. Motobuto's speed and strength had clearly increased. Motobuto launched a relentless assault, following up with a fierce kick. Lia barely blocked it with her hand, but Motobuto spun around, slamming his shield into her again. This 3-hit combo caught Lia off guard, sending her flying. Motobuto seized the opportunity, leaping into the air and slashing down at Lia. Still dazed, Lia could only barely raise her sword to block. The tremendous impact cracked the ground beneath her, causing her to spit blood. Seeing this, Archangel Amelia immediately shouted, Stop, we lost the first round. Motobuto smiled and extended a hand to help Lia up, both acknowledging each other's strength. As both sides prepared to send out their next fighters, Fang Mo spoke up, Both sides send out your strongest fighter. One match to decide it all. This was to minimize unnecessary injuries. Archangel Amelia and Qin Yu respectfully responded, "Yes, Your Excellency." The fiery guardians then sent out Captain Blanc, while the angels sent out Archangel Nettis. Blanc wielded a dark energy spear personally crafted by Fang Mo, a weapon that significantly amplified dark energy. Nettis smiled gracefully, acknowledging Blanc's prowess. The battle commenced in an instant, with Nettis summoning two swords and charging at Blanc with incredible speed. Blanc barely blocked the fierce strike, realizing his opponent had the upper hand in every aspect. He quickly adjusted his strategy, maintaining a suitable distance to leverage the spear's reach. Seeing this, Nettis decided to unleash her ultimate move. She soared into the air, her swords igniting with blazing flames, and shouted, "Face the wrath of justice." She then launched a series of powerful ranged slashes at Blanc. His shield was quickly shattered, forcing him to continuously block with his spear, though some attacks still broke through his defenses. Blanc's dark energy armor began to crack, and wounds appeared across his body. The fiery guardians watching from the sidelines grew anxious, seeing their strongest warrior in such dire straits. But Blanc gritted his teeth and persevered. As the captain, he couldn't afford to surrender in front of His Excellency. Blanc, covered in blood, continued to withstand the fierce attacks of the Archangel Nettis. Suddenly, Nettis sighed deeply, slowly descended to the ground, and the twin swords in her hands gradually dissipated. "You win," she declared. Blanc looked puzzled. "What do you mean? Weren't you just beating me up?" Nettis explained helplessly, "I was using my ultimate move, Judgment Descends. It drains all my energy, and now I can't fight anymore. I didn't expect you to withstand it, so you win." Tang Ling immediately rushed to the stage to check Blanc's injuries and administered some hemostatic medicine. Qin Yu spoke up, "You both have impressive skills. In the future, you could help guard the Emperor." Archangel Amelia smiled and said, "We didn't expect your combat prowess to be so strong. It's an honor to fight alongside you." These 1,000 female angel warriors are all hand-picked elites. Fang Mo watched as the sparring ended, realizing the terrifying strength of the angel race. He knew that his Phoenix Guard had taken multiple doses of the Super Warrior Gene Evolution Serum, while the angels were naturally this powerful. "You all did well," Fang Mo said. "As for future assignments, the 11 of you can discuss among yourselves." With that, he returned to his palace to continue refining the cosmic essence orb. In the days that followed, Qinlin's development progressed rapidly. Far away on the imperial capital star, Emperor Shenglong, the little princess, Marshal Nak, and Marcus frequently heard rumors about Qinlin and Fang Mo. They felt that Fang Mo, who had once worked alongside them, had now become unreachable. In the imperial garden, Emperor Shenglong said to the little princess, "My dear daughter, I know your feelings. But Fang Mo is no longer the same. Even the most powerful forces in the universe are vying for his allegiance. Your statuses are too different. It's better to find a more suitable match." The little princess understood, "Father, I know. Fang Mo now shines like the midday sun, while I am just a faint star." Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall of the Spirit Clan, dozens of high-ranking officials were discussing strategies. The Spirit Lord spoke. "Let's discuss our next steps." Everyone offered their suggestions. Some advocated for defensive retraction, while others proposed negotiating with allied forces. Amid the discussion, one high-ranking official suggested awakening the Spirit Clan's Holy Master and Great Sage. The Spirit Lord hesitated for a long time before ultimately opting for a conservative approach, abandoning some colonial stars and retracting their defenses. As for awakening the two ancestors, he felt the time was not yet ripe. 2 months flew by. Allied forces, unable to target the Spirit Clan due to their defensive retraction, could only wait for an opportunity. Fang Mo focused on developing his own power and preparing to deal with the remnants of the White Tiger Empire. After 2 months of training, Fang Mo's strength had increased once again. As promised, the Holy Clan delivered 1,200 cosmic essence orbs, personally handed over by Saint Ha. Fang Mo sensed the location of the remaining forces of the White Tiger Empire and smiled slightly. "Found you?" The decision by the elf race to retract their defensive lines and abandon multiple colonial star territories left the Alliance forces momentarily puzzled. The Angels' entry into the conflict forced the demons to change their strategy from offense to defense. Although the Alliance nation was the weakest among the Allied forces, as the force of Emperor Qianlin, its potential was limitless. The Holy Race, despite being ranked 5th, remained a formidable cosmic power. With the support of these two major forces, the Angels compelled the demons to alter their tactics. This decision sparked internal conflicts within the demon race. The Demon Lords, who were traditionally aggressive, were baffled by the Demon King's sudden strategic shift but refrained from openly opposing due to his command. In demon society, the strong ruled, and even the Demon King constantly faced challenges from within. Victory determined the ruler, a fundamental law of the demon's survival. This shift allowed Qianlin's side to develop steadily. Meanwhile, on the planet Tesseract in the Anubis star system, the remnants of the White Tiger Empire had taken control. Moana was frowning as she reviewed the latest intelligence. The news of the angels joining Qianlin's camp made her secretly anxious. For over 2 months, the 100-plus starships led by Moana had kept a low profile, occupying only this planet as a refuge to avoid drawing Qianlin's attention. She had thoroughly mapped out the complex and fragmented power distribution within the Anubis star system. Once Qianlin and the elves formally went to war, she could safely expand her influence. Idiotic elves, choosing to retract their defenses and not daring to confront the Alliance forces. What a pig-headed race. Moana was inwardly mocking the elves when her communication wristband suddenly rang. Your Majesty, we've spotted a suspicious man outside our defense zone. He ignored our warnings. Should we open fire to eliminate him? The guard officer's urgent voice came through. Just one man? Handle it yourselves. Don't bother me with such trivial matters. Moana replied impatiently. Yes, Your Majesty. The guard officer responded and withdrew. The suspicious man was none other than Fang Mo. He stood outside a tall wall bristling with half-beast soldiers armed with machine guns. Fang Mo smiled slightly, sensing through his mark that all the remnants of the White Tiger Empire were within these walls. The loudspeaker on the wall sounded again. Attention, this is your final warning. This is a private military zone. Unauthorized personnel are forbidden. If you linger, we will open fire. Fang Mo, clad in his Fudo Mayu power armor, exuded an imposing presence. The guard officer became even more cautious at the sight. Fang Mo slowly drew his victory sword and raised his storm pulse rifle, unleashing a barrage on the guards atop the wall. Within 3 seconds, a dozen guards were headshot and killed. In a flash, Fang Mo appeared inside the wall. Before him stood a massive military fortress with an aerial stronghold at its center, where the commander was likely located. Alarms blared throughout the fortress. Warning! Warning! Intruder alert! Warning! Warning! Intruder alert! A large number of soldiers armed themselves and charged at Fang Mo. He shot down the blaring alarm speaker and then faced a 100-man squad. Who are you to dare invade our White Tiger fortress? The leading officer shouted angrily. Fang Mo couldn't be bothered to answer. He simply fired a burst of bullets, killing the officer instantly. The other soldiers opened fire in retaliation, but all bullets were deflected by Fang Mo's dark energy shield. Wasting no time, Fang Mo began his massacre. His storm pulse rifle spewed a torrent of bullets, decapitating enemies wherever he aimed. Within 3 minutes, the entire 100-man squad was annihilated. The guard officer, watching through the surveillance, turned pale. He immediately dispatched a force of 5,000 troops and 10 combat mechs to surround Fang Mo, but within an hour, these reinforcements were also wiped out. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the guard officer reported to Moana again. Your Majesty, it's terrible. The mysterious intruder is attacking our fortress, and all 5,000 troops sent to stop him are dead. Here is the battle surveillance footage for your review. Moana stared at the video of Fang Mo in disbelief. Who is this person? How can he be so powerful? Thousands of well-trained soldiers couldn't even scratch him. Capture him alive. I want to interrogate him personally. Your Majesty, without using our starship's firepower, we can't subdue him. But if we use starship attacks, he will be reduced to ashes, the guard officer said, troubled. Then destroy him. Moana ordered decisively. With authorization, the guard officer immediately deployed an S-3 class interstellar cruiser. The massive warship hovered above Fang Mo, its cannons aimed at his position. 5 seconds later, a cannon blast hit, turning the fortress buildings into rubble amidst the thunderous explosion and billowing dust. Minutes later, as the dust settled, a figure emerged. The guard officer, seeing this, screamed in terror. No, it's impossible. How can a human withstand a starship cannon blast? I don't believe it. Moana, equally stunned, stared at the surveillance screen. This man's power surpassed her understanding. Could he be a holy level being? How else could he survive a starship cannon blast? She speculated inwardly. Fang Mo smirked coldly and hurled a dark energy black hole at the interstellar warship above. The small black hole swallowed the entire S-3 class cruiser. Not good. This man is a holy level being. We need to mobilize the fleet to eliminate him immediately. The guard officer hurriedly notified the White Tiger fleet waiting in outer space, ordering them to rush to the fortress for protection. With no starships to interfere, Fang Mo advanced unimpeded, storming into the aerial stronghold. He eliminated every blocking unit along the way. Moana, in the central command room of the stronghold, watched Fang Mo break through the final defenses on the surveillance screen. For the first time, she felt an unprecedented sense of tension. Under Fang Mo's relentless assault, the defenders of the airborne fortress retreated step by step. They were now less than 100 meters from Moana, with only 2 more lines of defense to break through before they would be face-to-face. Meanwhile, the White Tiger fleet had arrived above the military stronghold but, fearing for the Emperor's safety, hesitated to open fire. Instead, they dispatched a large number of soldiers to infiltrate the fortress for a rescue mission. Sensing the approaching pursuers behind him, Fang Mo casually raised a dark energy barrier to block the passage. The White Tiger soldiers couldn't break through, helplessly watching as he barged into Mo Anna's room. Bang! The door flew open. Fang Mo scanned the room, where over 20 guards surrounded a White Tiger girl. He quickly realized that the heavily protected girl must be the Emperor of the White Tiger Empire. Fang Mo didn't rush to act. Instead, he smiled and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you must be the Emperor of the White Tiger Empire, Mo Anna, right?" Mo Anna's face turned pale as she glared at Fang Mo. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" She had fled to this distant star system and had never revealed her identity to anyone. This mysterious intruder had clearly come prepared. "Ha, I didn't expect you to run so far. It took me multiple space jumps to find you. What a hassle." Fang Mo put away his storm pulse rifle and snapped his fingers with his left hand. Snap! All the guards, except for Mo Anna, instantly fainted. "You!" Mo Anna's panic deepened at the sight of his immense power. Fang Mo stared at her intently. "Now it's just you and me. If I'm right, you must be a system holder, aren't you?" Mo Anna's pupils contracted as if she had realized something. You're the great Emperor Qianlin Fang Mo?" Her system had once given her a mission, to kill the system holder Fang Mo. The only one who could reveal her core secret had to be Fang Mo himself. "Heh, you guessed right. Too bad there's no prize." From her expression, Fang Mo confirmed that she was indeed the system holder. Realizing she couldn't escape her fate, Mo Anna shed her fear. "Fang Mo, you killed my father, destroyed my empire, and now you want to wipe us all out?" Fang Mo gripped his long sword tightly. "Showing mercy to your enemy is being cruel to yourself. Today marks your end." Before he finished his sentence, he darted forward, his sword aimed straight at Mo Anna's throat. Mo Anna didn't just sit there waiting to die. She crushed a spherical object, initiating a spatial transfer, and her body was instantly transported to the other side of the planet. Phew! Finally escaped. As she was about to call the White Tiger fleet, a spatial rift suddenly opened 5 meters to her left, and Fang Mo stepped out slowly. "Give it up. You can't escape from me. You tracked me? Damn it. I'll fight you to the end." Mo Anna pulled out a laser pistol and fired several shots, but all the bullets were blocked by a dark energy shield. Fang Mo didn't hesitate any longer. With a swift strike, he appeared behind Mo Anna and slowly sheathed his victorious sword. Mo Anna clutched her neck in disbelief as a line of blood gradually appeared. Fang Mo, you'll pay for this," she gurgled. The system prompt sounded, "Congratulations, host, for completing one of the main tasks, personally killing an enemy system holder." Fang Mo didn't smile. He just stared into the distant sky. Killing an 18-year-old girl, even as a system task, weighed heavily on him. If his opponent had been a formidable warrior, he might have felt better about it. "System, do you think I've changed?" Fang Mo spoke to the system for the first time. Ding, the host has actively completed the task. The system highly recognizes the host's actions and hopes the host will continue to stay true to their original intentions. Fang Mo realized the system had been watching him all along, tailoring the tasks to suit the situation. "Got it. Thank you, system." Ding. Accompanying the host in their growth is the system's duty. Fang Mo then tore through space and returned to the main star of Qianlin to begin refining the cosmic essence pearls. The 1,200 pearls from the second transaction with the sacred clan required a long time to refine. If successful, his physical body might advance again to the god-level life form. Even if it didn't, it would come very close. For the next few months, the universe enjoyed a rare period of peace. The Spirit Clan and Demon Clan switched to defensive strategies, and Fang Mo opened the sale of S5 class interstellar warships to allied nations, causing excitement among the leaders of 61 countries and even attracting external forces to apply for membership. The 7 governing nations were cautious, fearing espionage infiltration. Fang Mo enjoyed this tranquility, with no need for battles and everyone living in harmony. However, the peace was short-lived. On July 15, 4028, AI Jing brought bad news. The Sacred Clan had received intelligence from the Necromancer clan. In a distant star system, the Zerg had defeated the Necromancer clan, and a level 9 Zerg overlord had nearly killed the Silent King. The Necromancer clan had only survived thanks to their black technology and were now recuperating in Sacred Clan territory. This news deeply worried the 2 Sacred Lords. Upon receiving the news, Fang Mo didn't pay much attention. The Necromancers were an unfamiliar entity to him, and with the bigwigs holding the front lines against the Zerg, his newly risen faction seemed insignificant. However, Both the spirit and demon races were plunged into unprecedented worry upon hearing about the necromancer's crushing defeat. Even these two usually troublesome races couldn't help but fret over the situation. After all, the Zerg were a catastrophe for the universe, and every race in this cosmos wished to eradicate them. If the powerful necromancers couldn't fend off the Zerg, then the weaker races like theirs might only await their doom. Meanwhile, Fang Mo, residing on the main planet of Qianlin, was steadily advancing. 2 months had passed since dealing with Imoana, and it was now September 2028. As Fang Mo was deeply engrossed in refining the cosmic essence pearl in his palace, Ai Jing, Minar, Lei Hong, and Nas came together to request an audience. The four stepped into the grand hall, respectfully bowed to Fang Mo, and said in unison, "We greet the Emperor." Fang Mo slowly opened his eyes, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Rise. You four coming together must mean there's something important to discuss." These four were the top management of Qianlin and Fang Mo's trusted aides. Their joint presence indicated that something significant had occurred. Ai Jing took a step forward and reported, "Your Majesty, we are here to report several important matters. Firstly, regarding trade, thanks to the inclusion of the angel race, the materials you instructed me to gather last time are now all in place." Hearing this, Fang Mo's eyes lit up. This meant that the S5 level super soldier gene serum could begin production, enhancing the strength of the Phoenix Guards. He nodded in satisfaction, signaling Ai Jing to continue. Ai Jing went on, "Secondly, the economic level, living standards, and military strength in the star regions under our jurisdiction have significantly improved, more than tripling the previous levels. Trade with foreign races is also progressing steadily, with the largest volume of trade with the Holy Race, and intra-alliance trade is continuously increasing." She paused briefly before continuing, "Lastly, regarding the fiscal expenditure for the first 9 months of this year. The 8th batch of manufacturing plans by the engineering department cost 150 trillion star coins, expenditure on public officials and soldiers amounted to 2 trillion star coins, and other infrastructure and social welfare costs were about 5 trillion. The current fiscal surplus is 120 trillion star coins." Ai Jing's report matched the data in Fang Mo's system perfectly. Then, Lei Hong stepped forward and continued, "Your Majesty, currently, our Qianlin military personnel, including soldiers, crew members, and officers, total over 6 billion. Most of them are natives from the main planet and its affiliated planets, with about 1/3 from other star regions under Qianlin's jurisdiction." Since becoming the deputy commander of Qianlin, Lei Hong was mainly responsible for military personnel, a position of great authority with the highest decision-making power in military appointments and removals. Lei Hong continued, "The organization of our military personnel at all levels is now quite complete. According to your instructions, the scale of the 10 battle groups has been expanded from 10 legions to 100. Each expanded group has 2 additional deputy commanders and 15 regiment leaders to better assist the group commanders in management. Currently, we have 1.2 billion reservists who are being trained across Qianlin's various star regions to serve as new troops and fill vacancies." Fang Mo nodded in approval and reminded, "Don't overlook the welfare of the reserves. In the past 2 years, our resources were limited, and we couldn't provide generous treatment to our soldiers. Now that conditions allow, we must treat our soldiers well." Lei Hong immediately replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Next, Na stepped forward with a document and began his report. "Your Majesty, Qianlin currently possesses 3.05 million interstellar warships. Of these, 3 million serve as the main fleet of the 10 battle groups, with ship designs and configurations made according to your specifications. Another 50,000 serve as the exclusive escort fleet for the main planet. Additionally, we have 320,000 non-combat ships such as engineering and transport ships. All levels of mechs and combat armor have also been equipped to the 10 battle groups as required." After his report, Nas stepped back to his original position. Fang Mo smiled and said, "Minister Nas, you've worked hard during this period." Nas scratched his head and replied with a smile, "Your Majesty, it's my duty." Finally, Minar stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, given that our Qianlin military has met your requirements, I suggest we hold a grand military parade. This would not only showcase our strength, but also let other major powers in the universe witness our might." Fang Mo looked around at the four and asked, "Do you all agree with this proposal?" The four responded in unison, "Yes, Your Majesty." Soon, the news that Qianlin was about to hold a military parade spread throughout the universe. The parade was scheduled for October 1st, 4208, about 20 days from now. The venue was the starport on Qianlin's main planet, which Nas had expanded to twice its original size. Ai Jing sent invitations to major forces in the universe, especially those with trade relations with Qianlin. The invitation emphasized that Emperor Fang Mo would personally attend the parade. This news caused a sensation in the universe, even reaching the spirit race. Although they didn't receive an invitation, they could watch the parade through a universal live broadcast. Ai Jing and Minar were extremely busy these days, one handling the reception of foreign representatives and the other focusing on the parade's procedures and details. A few days later, a detailed parade plan was placed on Fang Mo's desk. After a brief review, Fang Mo found it satisfactory and decided to proceed with the plan. Although he wasn't as enthusiastic about the parade as Manar and the others, he understood its necessity. On September 25th, the expansion of the main planet starport was completed, now capable of accommodating 1,000,000 starships simultaneously. Meanwhile, many friendly forces and representatives from various races had started arriving at Qianlin, including all members of the Alliance, the Holy Race, and the Angel Race. Looking at the 61 leaders of the allied nations, along with the 2 Holy Lords of the Holy Race and the Holy King of the Angel Race, Fang Mo couldn't help but smile wryly. He thought, don't you all have important matters to attend to? Yet, you've all come to Qianlin for the parade? Fang Mo stood in the grand, opulent hall of the Emperor's palace, surveying the dozens of influential figures before him. With a slight smile and a touch of surprise in his voice, he said, Allies, I didn't expect all of you to come. I'm truly honored. Amidst the crowd, the Holy King of the Angel tribe, his eyes gleaming with wisdom, smiled warmly at Fang Mo, divine son. I hope the guard detail I arranged meets your satisfaction? Fang Mo nodded approvingly. Yes, the Angel tribe's guard detail is excellent, both in combat capability and execution. He thought to himself that this group of female warriors from the Angel tribe had integrated perfectly into Qianlin over the past 2 months. Although they had yet to face real combat, their innate qualities and execution prowess were impressive. Glad to hear that, divine son. The Holy King of the Angel tribe nodded slightly. Standing nearby, the barbarian lord looked puzzled. He turned to the Holy King of the Angel tribe and asked tentatively, Holy King, I've heard the demon tribe has been unusually quiet lately? The Holy King of the Angel tribe turned to the barbarian lord with a smug smile. You heard right, barbarian lord. The demon tribe has finally learned their place, probably intimidated by our divine son's presence, haha. Fang Mo observed everyone's reactions calmly before shaking hands and exchanging pleasantries with each leader present. His voice was warm yet firm. Please join me for the high-level banquet, so I can extend my hospitality. The group moved to the banquet hall and took their seats. Ayana, the leader, was the first to stand up, raising her glass and looking intently at Fang Mo. Emperor. I, Ayana, toast to the perfect success of Qianlin's grand parade. She then downed her drink in one go. Fang Mo stood up, raising his glass in response. Hey, race to Ayana's kind words. He also drank his wine in one gulp. Following this, other leaders approached Fang Mo to toast, filling the banquet hall with the clinking of glasses and lively chatter. An hour later, Emperor Boer, his face slightly flushed, looked at Fang Mo with genuine respect. I haven't admired many people in my life, but you, Emperor, are one of them. 3 times you've defeated the Spirit Tribe with fewer troops, and now you've opened the sale of S5 class interstellar warships to us. Our alliance, and even the retro star system, is now unparalleled. So here's to you, Emperor, for leading us to greater heights. Cheers. Everyone echoed his sentiment, downing their drinks. The barbarian lord shouted, refreshing, and the atmosphere grew even more festive. Fang Mo sat at the head of the table, flanked by the Crow Lord, the barbarian lord, and the Holy King of the Angel tribe. The Crow Lord, savoring the food, remarked, Emperor, the cuisine of Qianlin is indeed top-notch. The same ingredients taste so much better here. Fang Mo smiled. If you like it, Crow Lord, I can share the recipes with you. That would be wonderful. The Crow Lord laughed heartily. The Holy King of the Angel tribe, less enthusiastic about food, remained composed, as the Angel tribe had little interest in culinary pleasures. Time flew by, and soon it was October 1st. Qianlin's main starport was bustling with representatives from various nations and media from across the universe. Countless cameras and flying drones hovered in the air, capturing this historic moment. At the top of the starport's tallest building, Fang Mo and Manar stood solemnly. As the clock struck noon, Manar stepped forward to the podium. Her voice echoed through the starport via holographic projection. I am Manar, Marshal and Supreme Commander of Qianlin's military. I welcome friends from across the universe to Qianlin's first grand parade. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted throughout the starport. Once the noise subsided, Manar continued, Now, let us warmly welcome Emperor Fang Mo to address us. Fang Mo stepped onto the stage, his image magnified on enormous holographic screens. The crowd erupted into even louder applause and cheers. Fang Mo smiled and waved, waiting for the crowd to quiet down before speaking. As the leader of Qianlin, I welcome friends from across the universe to our grand parade, including those watching the live broadcast. Today, October 1st, 2028, marks Qianlin's first parade. We will hold this event every 10 years on October 1st. I hereby declare the first grand parade of Qianlin officially open. As soon as he finished speaking, tens of thousands of ceremonial cannons fired simultaneously. The deafening sound of the cannons and the thunderous applause blended together, echoing throughout the starport. Minar reappeared on the holographic screen. Now, please join me in welcoming Emperor Fang Mo to inspect Qinlin's early interstellar warships and combat mecha units. A fleet of small combat starships slowly sailed past. For most of the audience, these starships were unfamiliar, but the Emperor of the Holy Dragon and Marshal Masno recognized them with a hint of nostalgia. The Emperor of the Holy Dragon nodded silently, marveling at Fang Mo's rapid growth over the past 2 years. Following the fleet, a mobile infantry unit appeared, including S2 class mechas. Minar continued the commentary. Some of Qinlin's veterans may remember this technology level. Now, let's welcome the second wave of Qinlin's fleet and mobile units. Soon, the second wave of the fleet slowly approached. This fleet comprised all S3 class interstellar battleships and mech units. The audience began to chatter excitedly, many reminiscing about these familiar ships and mechs since numerous countries and factions had purchased these models. Some people even boasted about owning a few of them, praising their superior performance. 20 minutes later, Manale announced again, "Next, we present the S4 class interstellar battleships and related combat technologies." Following this, Fang Mo's 131-member Fireguard unit marched in, with Su Lier among them. Fang Mo waved to them, and Su Lier cheerfully waved back. Some spectators recognized the unit and whispered, "See those wearing gold and red armor? I heard they're the personal guards of Emperor Qianlin, known as the Fireguard." The person next to them nodded. "I've heard of them too. Their combat prowess is said to be unparalleled, capable of easily defeating ordinary soldiers." Suddenly, a small white interstellar battleship drew the audience's attention. Someone exclaimed, "Look at that small white ship. It's the size of an S3 class, but it's actually an S4 class." Another person explained, "That's an auxiliary combat ship with Stargate teleportation capabilities. It's incredibly powerful." The crowd murmured in amazement. Next, a long S4 class battleship came into view. Someone explained, "That's a long-range sniper ship, with a range 10 times that of a regular starship." Another slightly smaller, cone-shaped battleship also sparked discussion, that one specializes in stealth assassinations. 20 minutes later, Manale announced again, "Now approaching are Qinlin's S5 class interstellar battleships and war mechs." Massive interstellar battleships soon appeared before the audience, each roughly 3 times the size of the S4 class ships. Leaders like Yana from multiple nations observed these new models with excitement. Compared to their own ships, these new models were overwhelmingly superior. With S5 class interstellar battleships, their nations and factions felt more secure, even against potential invasions from the Ling race. Finally, 10 colossal S5 class Titan mechs appeared, equipped with comprehensive weapon systems, drawing gasps and discussions from the audience. Manale continued, "And now, we present Qinlin's S6 class interstellar battleships and cosmic mechs." For S6 class interstellar battleships and mechs appeared, stunning the millions of spectators. These behemoths felt like moving cities, exuding an immense sense of power. Even leaders like Yana watched intently. Suddenly, these mechs brandished close combat weapons and shields, startling both the live audience and those watching the broadcast. On the Ling race's home planet, the Ling Master and high-ranking officials were also watching the Qinlin military parade. The Ling Master said grimly, "So these are the cosmic mechs that have been giving us so much trouble?" Lilithia replied through gritted teeth, "Yes, my lord. They can fight both in close and long-range combat, and even turn invisible." She glared at the broadcast screen. Meanwhile, the 2 holy masters of the Saint race appeared elated, as they too had acquired this level of interstellar battleship. Amid the astonishment, Manale announced again, "Next, we will review Qinlin's 10 battle legions." A white wave of light suddenly appeared not far from the spaceport. As the light dissipated, hundreds of thousands of interstellar battleships materialized out of thin air. The ships bore 2 emblems, a large fire phoenix and a smaller golden lion. This enormous fleet then slowly entered the spaceport's review channel. As each legion passed, they broadcast their review announcement on an open channel. The first to appear was the Golden Lion King Legion, loudly declaring, "First Legion, Golden Lion King Legion, ready for review by Emperor Qianlin." Their imposing presence once again stunned the audience. Following them were the other 9 legions: Blood Angels Legion, Moonshadow Wolf Legion, Ironclad Legion, Fearless Vanguard Legion, Extreme Hunters Legion, Final Bastion Legion, Sacred Fire Thunder Legion, Sacred Fire Phoenix Legion, and Victory Hand Legion. Each legion displayed unique emblems and shouted distinctive slogans, showcasing the immense military strength of the Qianlin Empire. Fang Mo stood atop the high platform, his gaze sharp as he watched the 10 battle regiments march past one by one. Many of these soldiers were comrades who had fought by his side, sharing life and death. Their gallant figures filled Fang Mo with pride, and he couldn't help but wave at them in salute. As the last soldier of the 10th Regiment passed by, the crowd of millions erupted into deafening cheers and applause. Each of the 10 battle regiments had its own unique characteristics, exuding an aura so powerful it captivated everyone present. Fang Mo reappeared in the holographic video, gesturing gently for silence. The entire venue fell quiet instantly, with all eyes fixed on him. I, Fang Mo, was born on the main star of Qianlin, he began, his voice strong and resonant. My father, Fang Baitian, was once the ruler of the Qianlin system. 2 years ago, after reclaiming the Qianlin system, I have been dedicated to its development and the security of our system and nation. He briefly recounted the glorious achievements of the past 2 years. First, we eliminated the Zerg crisis, then broke the Interstellar Alliance, defeated the Zerg Queen, and subsequently joined the Allied Nations, where I was elected Emperor of Qianlin by the leaders. Most recently, we repelled the Ling clan's invasions 3 times. Fang Mo's tone grew resolute. Though it has only been a little over 2 years, Qianlin and I have always maintained a heart for peace. However, his eyes sharpened. If anyone or any force attempts to cross the line and harm Qianlin and our allies, they will have to answer to me. Fang Mo. He drew the sword of victory and raised it high above his head, his voice thundering. I, Fang Mo, swear here today, no matter how the universe develops, Qianlin and I will always uphold the principles of racial equality, freedom, and peace. With the declaration concluded, the crowd erupted into fervent applause and cheers once more. Countless spectators threw their flowers and hats into the air, creating a scene even more spectacular and vibrant than the opening fireworks. This was genuine passion from the hearts of the people. The scene shifted to the Grand Hall of the Ling clan. The Ling Lord turned off the live broadcast, his face dark as he spoke. Qianlin has risen, and we can no longer stifle it in its cradle. What do you all suggest we do next? An elder of the Ling clan spoke up. My lord, we have long been at odds with Qianlin, so negotiating peace is virtually impossible. I suggest we seek powerful allies to counterbalance the alliance forces. A glint of interest appeared in the Ling Lord's eyes. Oh, do you have any good allies in mind? The elder continued, my lord, recently, the Angel clan joined the alliance forces, forcing the Demon clan to shift from offense to defense. Since the Angel clan has openly opposed us, we could ally with the Demon clan. Therefore, I believe the Demon clan should be our primary target for an alliance. Additionally, we should consider surrounding factions and races. Though they may not be dominant powers, their sheer numbers could overwhelm our enemies. The Ling Lord and the other high-ranking members of the Ling clan nodded in agreement, finding the suggestion valuable. After a moment of contemplation, the Ling Lord said, very well, I'll leave this task to you, Commander Rodanos. Yes, my lord. Rodanos replied respectfully. Meanwhile, on the main star of Qianlin, Fang Mo began reviewing his system's annual tasks. 4028 Annual Tasks. 1. Own 10 S7 class interstellar battleships. Current 1010. Completed. 2. Become a legendary mechanic within 1 year. Completed. 3. Own 10,000 S6 class interstellar battleships. Current 12,00010,000. Completed. 4. Own 3 million S3 class or higher interstellar battleships. Current 3.06 million 3 million. Completed. 5. Reach Saint level life form within 1 year. Completed. Task duration, 1 year. Task difficulty, 8 stars. Task completion. The system will evaluate based on task completion and time taken. At this moment, the system notified him of the annual task completion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the 4,028 annual tasks. Fang Mo was delighted to discover that the system had awarded him a high-grade potion. He eagerly checked the attributes of the reward item. Ship type, ambush ship. Class, S7. Dimensions, length 100, 000 m, width 50, 000 m, height 70, 000 m. Star shield strength, 50 million units. Mass, 30 million tons. Speed, 300 kilometers. Warp engine, A-class warp engine. Crew, 30,000. Ship weapons. 1. Legendary Abyssal Star Shield Nullification System. Ignores any star shield protection below S9 technology. 2. Legendary Abyssal Space Void Cloaking Device. Allows the ship to exist in void space, exiting only when attacking or being attacked, undetectable by technology below S10. 3. Legendary Abyssal Cosmic Radar System. Detects all material, energy, and life forms within 10 million kilometers. 4. 3,000 penetrating 10,000 millimeters dark energy destruction cannons, 60-second cooldown. 5. 3,000 high temperature 5,000 millimeters particle laser cannons, 40-second cooldown. 6. 3,000 high explosive 3,000 millimeters quantum energy cannons, 30-second cooldown. 7. 3,000 stealth self-destruct drones, equipped with space void system. 8. Shadow assault cutting system. Instantly teleports to any position within 100,000 kilometers for space cutting, ignoring all defenses. Cutting range, 1 million meters, 60-minute cooldown. Special functions. 1. Cooldown reset system. Immediately resets the cooldown time for all weapons and special functions on this ship. Cannot reset this function, 360-minute cooldown. 2. Void system. Activates a 600-second void state for the ship, evading all forms of attacks while allowing it to attack others without exiting the void state, 360-minute cooldown. 3. Void self-destruct system. Pulls all matter within 100,000 kilometers into void space for collective self-destruction, one-time use, no cooldown. This starship resembled a super assassin gliding through the dark expanse of the universe. Fang Mo couldn't help but marvel. With such an interstellar battleship in our fleet, we would undoubtedly gain the upper hand in any war. He nodded in satisfaction and turned to the next design blueprint. The new blueprint depicted a colossal planetary-class vessel. The ship's body was round, like a small planet, with a length of 300,000 meters and a width and height of 250,000 meters each. Its S7 class volume was astonishing, boasting a shield strength of 100 million units and a mass of 100 million tons, highlighting its indestructibility. Fang Mo meticulously examined the parameters on the blueprint: a speed of 100 kilometers per second, equipped with a class warp drive, and a crew capacity of 300,000. The weapon systems were even more impressive. 1. Fallen Demon King class automatic resupply shield system, featuring superior composite defense and auto-recovery capabilities. 2. Fallen Demon King class internal rail targeting device, with an outer layer capable of 360-degree rotation for seamless attack coverage. 3. Fallen Demon King class universal radar system, with a detection range of 10 million kilometers. 4. 15,000 10,000 millimeters dark energy destruction cannons, with a 60-second cooldown. 5. 30,000 5,000 millimeters high explosive particle laser secondary cannons, with a 40-second cooldown. 6. 50,000 3,000 millimeters rapid quantum energy cannons, with a 30-second cooldown. 7. 10,000 5,000 millimeters long-range quantum sniper cannons, with a 60-second cooldown. 8. Magnetic disruption system, capable of disabling enemy radar and targeting systems within a 1 million kilometer radius. Additionally, this planetary-class ship boasted 3 special features. 1. Full body life metal coating system, which could automatically repair and adjust the armor. 2. Universal energy automatic absorption system, capable of fully replenishing energy within 72 hours. 3. Universal warp teleportation system, allowing for teleportation within a 2,000 light-year range, with a 360-hour cooldown. Fang Mo couldn't help but praise this super battleship, which combined both offensive and defensive capabilities. He especially admired its unique rotating outer layer design and powerful weaponry, not to mention its planet-like size and mass. This ship could attack from all angles and had long-range sniping capabilities, far surpassing ordinary sniper ships. As Fang Mo was engrossed in his admiration of the super interstellar battleship, his attention was drawn to a reward item from the system. It was an evolutionary serum designed for saint-level beings. Upon consumption, the user would enter a 30-day evolution period, during which they would be in a sleep-like, unconscious state. The success rate varied depending on the user's level: 30 for beginner saint level, 60 for intermediate, and 90 for advanced. If the evolution succeeded, the user would ascend to God level. Fang Mo estimated that he was currently at the intermediate saint level, giving him a 60% chance of success. Considering that failure would mean he couldn't use the serum again, he decided to hold off and attempt it when he reached the advanced saint level. Next, Fang Mo reviewed his attribute page. As the Emperor of the Qianlin Alliance, he commanded 6 major star regions, including the Qianlin star system. His profession was a legendary mechanic, with special attributes like the Eye of Insight. In terms of equipment, he wielded the Sword of Victory and wore the immovable King-class dark energy power armor. He had 121.5 trillion star coins and owned 3.38 million starships. Currently, he was on Phase 3 of his main quest, with a staggering 24.96 billion task points accumulated. Looking at these dazzling statistics, Fang Mo felt a surge of joy. He was only 25 billion points away from upgrading the system to S8 level, which was crucial for countering the Necrotech, especially in the face of a potential Zerg invasion. Fang Mo smirked as he contemplated his future plans. He decided to earn the remaining points from the Spirit Clan, preparing for the challenges that lay ahead. Fang Mo sent 2 new designs for S7 class interstellar warships to Minister Nas. Given Nas's prior experience in building S7 class warships, Fang Mo directly instructed him to produce 10 units of each model and allocate them to the 10 major battle groups. Upon receiving the blueprints, Minister Nas, who had hoped for a brief respite, found himself tasked with yet another high-level assignment. He had no choice but to personally oversee the construction of these warships. As he studied the complex designs, Nas couldn't help but marvel. The Emperor truly lives up to his reputation, designing 2 S7 class interstellar warships with such ease. Why can't I come up with something like this? He muttered to himself, critiquing his own research abilities while examining the new blueprints. Meanwhile, Fang Mo was fully immersed in refining the cosmic origin pearl, racing against time to enhance his strength, with the goal of reaching the high-level sanctier of life. Time flew by as the elves and demons continued their discussions on cooperation. However, due to the demons' mistrust of the elves, a formal alliance remained elusive. The allied forces, on the other hand, were developing rapidly. All 61 member nations had been equipped with S5 class interstellar warships, significantly boosting their strength and overshadowing neighboring star systems. This formidable alliance became an object of envy, with many forces eager to join. However, the alliance maintained strict entry criteria, only accepting those who passed multiple audits and received the Emperor's approval. Even so, those unable to join strove to establish trade relationships with the alliance, a common goal among many leaders. 2 months passed quickly, bringing the date to December 1st, 4028. By this time, Fang Mo had reached the peak of the mid-level sanctier of life, just a step away from advancing to the high level. After several months of rest in the sacred lands, the necromancers set out once again, heading to distant star systems to battle the insectoids. This time, they were determined to fight to the death. The two sacred lords reported the necromancer's situation to Fang Mo. Despite their recovery, given their previous crushing defeat, facing the insectoids with the same strength could still lead to failure. Before setting off, King Deathly Silence left some of the necromancer seedlings with the sacred lands, pleading for their care. The sacred lands showed great concern for these young necromancers, a move that sparked discontent among the elves. Initially, the elves had the closest relationship with the necromancers, and now, feeling abandoned, they directed their frustration at the sacred lands, accusing them of being deceitful. On this very day, Fang Mo, after consulting with other allied forces, decided to formally declare war on the elves. The elves' long-standing threat made Fang Mo uneasy, and he needed a large amount of points to upgrade his system, solidifying his resolve to go to war. Fang Mo's declaration caused a significant stir across the universe, with all forces sensing the impending storm. The Alliance and the Elves were on the brink of an epic battle, with even some chaotic regions setting up betting pools on the outcome. This declaration was not just a challenge from Fang Mo to the Elves, but a war declaration from the entire Alliance. All members began to prepare for battle, mobilizing their forces. When the Elf Lord received Fang Mo's war notice, his face grew dark. The notice contained a single word: kill. This blunt declaration infuriated the Elf Lord. The Elf High Command roared with anger, vowing to crush Fang Mo's arrogance or risk being seen as weak. Indeed, my lord, I suggest we immediately consolidate our forces and strike, showing the universe our elves' might, shouted one of the high-ranking elves. They had already made concessions, and now the Alliance's aggression was intolerable. The Elf Lord, though equally enraged, remained calm and asked, fellow elves, since we are to fight, who do you think should command our forces? The question plunged the room into deep thought. Even General Lilithia, their undefeated commander, had fallen to Fang Mo. Who could they send now? After a moment, an elderly elf stepped forward. He was General Tolov, the most senior and decorated commander. My lord, I am willing to lead our forces into battle. All eyes turned to the venerable general. He was a peer of the Elf Lord and had an illustrious military career. The Elf Lord gazed at Tolov with concern. Cousin, you are advanced in years. Must you still go to the front lines? The Elf Lord and the general shared a deep bond, having fought side by side countless times. My lord, do you not trust me? Tolov responded firmly. The Elf Lord sighed. Cousin, we have fought for our people for millennia. How could I not trust you? But the alliance is at its peak strength, and this battle will be fierce. The Elf Lord's brow furrowed. Tolov was his right-hand man, crucial to his rule. He did not want to risk Tolov unless absolutely necessary. My lord, that is why I must step forward. I am the only one who can lead our forces against the alliance. Please grant me permission. Tolov knelt on one knee. Seeing this, the Elf Lord quickly helped him up. Cousin, if that's the case, I have no choice but to rely on you. Be cautious. The high-ranking elves saluted the general, chanting, we wish the general victory. Tolov then whispered to the Elf Lord, if I fall, awaken the two ancestors to avenge me. With that, he saluted and strode out of the hall. The Elf Lord watched him leave, his expression complex. The elves officially accepted the Alliance's declaration of war, setting the decisive battle for January 15, 4029, at the Deparita star system. This impending battle not only heightened tensions among the combatants, but also drew the attention of other forces across the universe. Many prepared to witness this rare, epic showdown firsthand. In the Chinlin galaxy, on the eve of a battle that would reshape the interstellar landscape, Fang Mo stood in the command center, his brow furrowed as he reviewed the latest military reports. He turned to Minister Nas with a steady and resolute voice. I need you to triple the number of S7 class starships in each Chinlin battle group. War is imminent, and we must be fully prepared. Minister Nas nodded in agreement and immediately began making arrangements. The entire Chinlin galaxy was shrouded in an atmosphere of tension. Despite the Alliance's advantage, no one dared to underestimate the deeply rooted Lingzhu. Fang Mo returned to his cultivation chamber, focusing on refining the cosmic essence pearl. He hoped to break through to the god-level life tier before the battle erupted. Time was pressing, with just over 2 months remaining until the showdown. Meanwhile, Minar and Lei Hong led 10 battalions through continuous simulated combat, striving to integrate the newly added S7 starships into their existing tactical systems. Their training ground featured massive holographic projections simulating various battlefield environments, with starships maneuvering through virtual space in complex tactical drills. The 61 member countries of the Alliance were also intensively preparing for war. To them, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Victory in this battle would dethrone the Lingzhu from their position of supremacy, eliminating future threats. 2 months later, the Lingzhu Grand General Tolov completed the assembly of his 150,000 strong legions. He quietly reviewed the legion reports, his face expressionless, his thoughts unreadable. This massive army included a substantial number of S5 class starships and over 10,000 S6 class starships, with even the Lingzhu's elite Shadow Legion fully mobilized. At that moment, the Ling Lord contacted Tolov via holographic communication. Cousin, there's only 10 days left until the designated time. How are the preparations? The Ling Lord's voice carried a hint of concern. Tolov replied in a deep voice, My lord, I have mobilized nearly half of our forces, pulling many legions back from the colonies. This battle is a do-or-die situation. The Ling Lord heard the determination in Tolov's words and understood he was prepared for sacrifice. Although the Lingzhu had over 300,000 legions, most were immovable regional defense forces. Tolov had indeed gone all out for this battle. I understand, the Ling Lord said. I am well aware of your combat style. I wish you a great victory to showcase the might of the Lingzhu. After the communication ended, Tolov immediately ordered a final pre-battle inspection. As a hidden saint-level life form within the Lingzhu, his every decision could sway the battle's outcome. Meanwhile, the Angel Tribe's forces had already arrived in the Chinlin Galaxy. Although the Holy King did not come personally, he sent the high-ranking Archangel Raphael to lead a 50,000 strong angelic legion into battle. The Holy King remained behind to guard against potential attacks from the Demon Tribe. The Alliance's 30,000 mixed legions had gathered within the Demoya Republic, and the Sacred Tribe also brought 50,000 legions. Lastly, there were Chinlin's 10 battalions, which, despite numbering only 1,000 legions, had formidable strength. On the eve of the decisive battle, Minar came to Fang Mo's palace to report, Emperor, our troops and allies are fully prepared and awaiting orders in the Demoya Republic. Fang Mo opened his eyes, golden energy swirling in his pupils. Good. Inform the Angel Tribe that we will teleport to the Demoya Republic tomorrow morning to join our allies. As you command, Emperor. At that moment, Fang Mo's grandmother and sister, Fang Qingqing, entered the palace. Fang Qingqing teased, Little brother, you're quite composed with the battle so close. Fang Mo smiled and stepped forward to help his grandmother sit down. She asked with concern, Dear grandson, what are our chances in this battle? About 80 to 90%, Fang Mo replied calmly. That's good to hear, his grandmother advised, but the battlefield is ever-changing. Safety is the top priority. You bear the future of Chinlin on your shoulders. Fang Mo nodded in agreement, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. The next morning, Fang Mo had already broken through to an advanced saint-level life form. At the starport, the Angel Tribe's legions had been waiting for some time. After Minar reported that everything was ready, Fang Mo gave the order to begin the teleportation. With several flashes of dazzling white light, Chinlin's 10 battalions and the Angel Tribe's 50,000 legions instantly appeared within the Demoya Republic. The radars of the Sacred Tribe and the Alliance immediately detected a significant number of friendly signals. Sacred Tribe's Supreme Commander Long Shina, massive eel-like cosmic life form, and the Alliance's Supreme Commander Oder quickly initiated a video conference with Minar and Raphael. Soon, they unified their battle plans and decided to set out at noon the next day. 5 days later, they would reach the decisive battleground. Meanwhile, the Lingzhu army was already racing through the depths of space, speeding toward the point where their destinies would collide. As both sides rushed to the battlefield, the Demon King of the Demon Clan and the Spirit Lord of the Spirit Clan began formal communications. The two clans quickly forged an alliance, with the Demon Clan dispatching 50,000 troops to support the Spirit Clan. This decision stemmed from the Demon Clan's concerns about the potential threats they might face if the Spirit Clan were defeated. Upon receiving the news of the Demon Clan's reinforcements, Toralov was visibly surprised. The usually cunning Demon Clan had unexpectedly committed troops so straightforwardly, leaving him puzzled. Nevertheless, The addition of these 50,000 troops would undoubtedly improve their chances of victory. Meanwhile, numerous media fleets from various cosmic races had already arrived early at the Departus interstellar battlefield. Although neither side had agreed to a live broadcast, this detail was now insignificant. A small fleet of 30 starships had set up space probes and unmanned cameras. A green-skinned humanoid appeared in the broadcast room. "Hello, everyone. I'm Ducey from Laladea Cosmic Media," he introduced enthusiastically. "I'm currently at the Departus interstellar battlefield, the very point of conflict between the Spirit Clan and the Allied forces. According to the timeline, we should see the armies in about 9 days, so please stay tuned." Similar broadcasts were happening across the universe. This battle not only concerned the future of the two sides, but would also determine the fate of the entire universe. If the Spirit Clan won, many colonized planets would face brutal suppression, leading to massive casualties and potential genocide. If the Allied forces triumphed, many star systems would begin to resist the Spirit Clan's oppression, possibly leading to the Spirit Clan's downfall. This epic battle had already drawn in 4 cosmic superpowers, promising unprecedented ferocity. At this moment, news of the alliance between the Demon Clan and the Spirit Clan spread. Upon learning this, the Holy King of the Angel Clan furiously cursed the Demon Clan, calling them dirty scum for disrupting the Allied forces' original tactics at a critical moment. The Demon Clan's army possessed numerous advanced technologies, such as interference fields that could affect the minds of ship crews. High-ranking Archangel Raphael immediately briefed the other 3 commanders on the Demon Clan's tactical characteristics and points of caution. After his explanation, Minar and the others understood the situation and realized they needed to adjust their strategies. The 4 commanders then began discussing new tactics. Their combined forces totaled 131,000 troops, a formidable number. The Angel Clan, having long fought the Demon Clan, was tasked with holding off the Demon Clan's reinforcements. The other 3 forces would focus on countering the Spirit Clan to avoid falling into a passive position. Time flew by, and 6 days passed in a flash. The Spirit Clan and Demon Clan armies arrived at the designated battlefield ahead of schedule. The media broadcast rooms across the universe showed an overwhelming number of interstellar warships, a sight that left viewers in awe. "Hello, everyone," the broadcaster excitedly introduced. "What you're seeing now are the massive armies of the Spirit Clan and Demon Clan. According to radar statistics, they've dispatched 200,000 troops, the largest force I've ever seen in my years of broadcasting. It's truly astonishing." The starry sky was flooded with countless interstellar warships. With 200,000 troops, each comprising 3,000 ships, a staggering total of 600 million ships had gathered. As viewers were left in shock, a sudden spatial disturbance appeared not far away. Accompanied by a series of whoosh sounds, another 100,000 troops suddenly materialized, each with a different fleet emblem. The broadcaster immediately explained with excitement, "Ladies and gentlemen, the long-awaited Allied forces have finally arrived." According to radar statistics, the Allied forces have 131,000 troops. Although their numbers are fewer than the Spirit Clan and Demon Clan, the radar system continuously issues warnings, indicating the presence of extremely dangerous interstellar warships within the Allied fleet. The chat room erupted with comments. "I think I just saw some supermassive round warships in the Allied fleet. They're as big as planets. Am I seeing things?" "You're not mistaken. I saw them too. These can't even be called warships anymore. It's like they've brought entire planets. Did you notice? There are also some very large warships around those planet-sized ones, at least half their size. Holy cow! Who knew interstellar warships could be built like this? It's mind-blowing." Not only did the media fleets issue danger warnings, but the Spirit Clan and Demon Clan warships also sounded alarms. This reaction was akin to a primal fear of higher life forms. Both the Spirit Clan's Supreme Commander Torilov and the Demon Clan's Supreme Commander Nels frowned. Their fleets included S6-class warships, and the fact that these ships were issuing danger warnings indicated that the enemy likely had at least S6-class, if not S7-class warships. This battle would not be easy. Although both sides were present, there was still some time before the designated battle date, so they waited. In this battle that had captured the universe's attention, neither side wanted to tarnish their image. Only by defeating the opponent honorably could they earn the respect of all cosmic races. Torilov, though itching to launch a few dark energy black holes at the enemy, refrained because an agreed-upon battle time had been set. At that moment, Minar approached Torilov and respectfully said, "Emperor, we have completed the enemy troop count and deployment analysis." Torilov took the report from Minar, quickly skimmed it, and asked, "How confident are you in defeating them with this battle plan?" Minar replied, "Emperor, if we follow our previous tactics and the Angel Clan holds off the Demon Clan, we have a 90 chance of defeating the Spirit Clan's forces." "Excellent. Then let's wait for the battle to begin." Torilov nodded in satisfaction. Both sides continued to analyze each other's troop deployments and strategies, further heating up the atmosphere in the broadcast rooms. Some channels even set up betting pools, allowing viewers to wager star coins on the outcome. Currently, 64 were betting on the Spirit Clan and Demon Clan, while 36 were backing the Allied forces. There are so many fools betting on the Allied forces to win. You might as well throw your star coins away. Must be rich and clueless. Ha, the Spirit Clan and Demon Clan may have more troops, but don't forget the Allied forces have the Qinlan battle group. They're known for taking on 100 enemies at once. Just wait and see. The battle hadn't even started, yet the broadcast rooms were already buzzing with arguments. Just as both sides were preparing for the official battle, Fang Mo's system chimed again. Ding! The system interface unfolded before Fang Mo's eyes, displaying the annual tasks for the year 4029. 1. Acquire 1 S9 class starship current progress, 01. 2. Acquire 10 S8 class starships current progress, 010. 3. Acquire 1000 S7 class starships current progress, 900 and 1000. 4. Acquire 100 million S3 class or higher starships current progress, 3.62 million 100 million. 5. Reach God level life form within 1 year. Task difficulty, 10 stars. Time limit, 1 year. Reward, the system will evaluate based on completion and duration, with generous rewards. Fang Mo stared at the task list, his brows furrowed. The difficulty of these annual tasks was staggering. He didn't even have a single S8 class starship, let alone an S9. And the requirement of 100 million S3 class or higher starships was daunting, given he only had a little over 3 million. This system is at it again. Fang Mo muttered to himself. But the rewards are indeed tempting. The war drums had sounded. The Ling clan dispatched 100 starships to the central region, and the Shang clan responded with an equally sized fleet. This marked the official start of the battle. A few minutes later, both fleets returned to their main forces. The high-ranking Angel Raphael from the Angel clan suddenly opened a public channel, his voice dripping with provocation. Filthy Demon Clan, if you have the guts, come and face us unknown. Stop hiding behind the Ling clan like slaves. The Demon Clan's commander, Nears, narrowed his eyes and retorted fiercely, shut your trap and watch how we destroy you hypocritical angels this time. With that, the Angel clan broke away from the Allied forces and headed towards the 6 o'clock direction, with the Demon clan following closely behind. The battlefield situation was changing rapidly. The Allied forces had been reduced to over 80,000 units, while the Ling clan still had 150,000, nearly double the numbers. The Ling clan quickly formed a triangular formation. In the live stream, viewers were buzzing with discussions. What formation is this? I've never seen it before. This is the ancient Three Talents formation. No wonder you youngsters haven't seen it. Minar addressed the other two commanders. It's our turn. The Qinlan battle group will attack the center. You two handle the flanks. Let's see who breaks the Ling clan's formation first. Agreed. Let's fight the Ling clan together. Long Shang responded. The Allied forces split into 3 groups, 2 large and 1 small, and charged towards the Ling clan's formation. Yes, Commander. Pew, pew, pew. Terrifying energy cannons pierced through the starry sky, directly hitting the Ling clan's starships. Numerous S5 and S6 class starships from the Ling clan were instantly destroyed. The Shang clan and the Allied forces' mixed units on the flanks also began long-range sniping. Though not large in scale, it caused significant early damage. Despite the sniping, the Ling clan maintained their formation, awaiting the enemy's approach. The previous attack had only destroyed hundreds of thousands of their starships, which was insignificant compared to their fleet of billions. Meanwhile, the Angel clan and the Demon clan were engaged in fierce combat on another battlefield. Both sides knew each other's tactics well, so they clashed head-on without any formations. In just a few minutes, both sides had lost thousands of units. The scene switched back to the Ling clan's battlefield. General Torolov watched the movements intently. Ever since the Shang clan acquired the Qinlan starships, their tactical systems had evolved significantly, troubling the Ling clan's defenses. General, among the 3 enemy units, the Qinlan battle group is causing the most damage. Their long-range sniping units have become formidable, destroying 120,000 of our advanced starships in the last volley. Our central formation has lost many S5 and S6 class starships. Please issue the next combat orders. Torolov decisively commanded. Immediately draw advanced starships from the second echelon to reinforce the center. Order the front 3 formations to expend maximum effort to deplete the enemy's starships. Yes, General. At this moment, the flanks had already engaged in direct combat. The Qinlan battle group in the center was slowly advancing, about to clash with the Ling clan head-on. In a critical moment, the Qinlan battle group suddenly unleashed a massive magnetic field, instantly pulling half of the Ling clan's central starships towards them. This unexpected turn of events left the livestream audience stunned. What just happened? Why are the Ling clan's central starships suddenly flying towards the Qinlan battle group? It looks like they're being pulled in. Sure, I also saw it. The energy field released by the Qianlin battle group indeed pulled in 22 million of the 50 million interstellar warships from the front ranks of the Ling clan. These captured Ling clan warships instantly lost control and were subjected to a fierce barrage of attacks as they neared the Qianlin battle group. Despite losing mobility, the weapons and shield systems on these Ling clan warships were still operational, leading to an intense exchange of fire. The 22 million Ling clan warships, now devoid of their formation advantage, quickly lost a third of their fleet. However, the Ling clan did not send reinforcements but instead pulled a large number of warships from the second echelon to replenish the front ranks. Minar sneered, having seen through the enemy's strategy to wear them down through attrition. Attrition warfare won't work on my Qianlin. Your cunning plan is bound to fail. Minar ordered, activate Battle Plan 2 for the 10 battle groups. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. The captured Ling clan fleet had not yet grasped the situation when their ships sounded a piercing alarm. Warning, warning, detecting destructive energy gathering. Prepare for defense. Prepare for defense. In less than a minute, 10 massive electrical spheres ascended into the starry expanse, their surfaces flickering with dazzling electric light. Suddenly, these spheres exploded, each covering an area of 100,000 kilometers. Violent lightning shot out in all directions like a celestial net. The remaining 10 million Ling clan interstellar warships were sequentially destroyed under the barrage of this apocalyptic lightning. Their shields were utterly incapable of withstanding such concentrated strikes. Even those that could resist one or two bolts eventually succumbed to the thousands of bolts that followed. Lightning attacks caused fatal damage to interstellar warships, and many already exploded Ling clan warship remnants continued to be struck by lightning. Because all Qianlin interstellar warships were integrated into a synchronized system, these apocalyptic lightning bolts precisely targeted the Ling clan ships. In just a few minutes, over 10 million Ling clan interstellar warships were obliterated, leaving no complete wreckage behind. This spectacle stunned all onlookers, including those from the Ling clan, the Holy Clan, and the Allied forces. The live broadcast erupted with astonishment, with someone exclaiming, "What the heck is that attack? Cosmic lightning? That's insane. I told you the Qianlin battle group had high-tech weapons, but you didn't believe me. Last time, they had cosmic mechs, and now they've outdone themselves. Those idiots who bet on the Ling clan winning must be dumbfounded now." General Tolov frowned slightly, thinking to himself, has the Qianlin battle group's starship technology reached such a level? Could they have also mastered the Necromancer clan's black technology? Report, General. The earlier lightning strikes and the gravitational field were all released by that massive starship from the Qianlin battle group. Erase the video. After watching the video, Tolov said, inform the troops that this is their ultimate move and can only be used once in a short period. Continue with the original battle formation. Yes, General. Tolov's primary task at this moment was to stabilize morale, thus ensuring the enemy would fall into their strategic trap. After annihilating the 22 million Ling clan warships, the Qianlin battle group advanced towards the Ling clan's central formation. Within minutes, the 10 battle groups of Qianlin engaged the Ling clan's central forces Heaton. Meanwhile, the battles on the flanks had reached a fever pitch. Both the Holy Clan forces and the Allied mixed forces had suffered significant losses, especially the Allied mixed forces, which only had 30,000 troops and no S-6 class interstellar warships, resulting in a higher casualty rate. Under conventional warfare, the Ling clan's attrition strategy would indeed deplete the Allied forces' strength. But they encountered Fang Mo's Qianlin battle group. Sitting in the flagship, Fang Mo used his mental powers to sense the battlefield changes. He clearly detected a saint-level being within the Ling clan forces, located in the third echelon of the three-talent formation, at the center of the Ling clan army. Could this be the Ling Lord? But I haven't heard of the Ling Lord advancing to saint level. Strange. Fang Mo mentally communicated to Minar. Minar, have the fleet in the rear stay alert. There is a saint-level being within the Ling clan forces. Minar turned to Fang Mo and nodded in acknowledgement. Looks like the Ling clan has some tricks up their sleeves too. Let's see who outsmarts whom. The 10 battle groups of Qianlin had already engaged in fierce combat with the central Ling clan forces, while the Ling clan troops in the rear continuously reinforced the front lines. General Tolov, seeing the situation develop according to his plan, thought, it seems this so-called Qianlin battle group is not that formidable. Once your forces are depleted, I will devour you all in one bite. Suddenly, Tolov shouted, no. But it was too late. A violent electromagnetic wave swept over, engulfing the entire rear Ling clan army. The sudden influx of the Qianlin fleet caused a drastic change in Tolov's expression. He immediately commanded the communications officer, order the rear army to tighten their defenses and form a circular formation. We must keep the Qianlin fleet at bay. Yes, General. The communications officer responded quickly, but then added urgently, the rear army reports that many of our starships' auto-aim and radar systems have been damaged. They can only use manual targeting now. Tolov gritted his teeth. Damn it. The Qianlin's advanced technology is overwhelming. Not only do they have massive destructive starships, but they can also disable our weapon systems. Order the damaged starships to retreat to the inner circle. The intact ones should move to the rear to intercept the invading Qianlin fleet. Despite Tolov's timely orders, maneuvering the massive starships to retreat was no easy task. Coupled with the formidable firepower of the Qianlin fleet, nearly 10 million of the rear Spirit Army were annihilated in a short period. The Spirit Army found themselves in a dilemma. They needed to reinforce the front lines while also sending forces to intercept the rear. This two-front battle caused their losses to escalate exponentially. To make matters worse, the damaged starships that had retreated were unable to regain combat effectiveness quickly. Over 40 million starships had their weapon systems destroyed. The Spirit Army, once boasting 450 million starships, had lost 120 million in just over an hour. The threat from the rear was growing more severe. The invading Qianlin fleet consisted of high-destruction starships that ignored star shields, and the Spirit Army's intercepting forces were unable to withstand them. Tolov watched the battle footage in deep space, his gaze growing colder. General, the pressure on our rear is immense. The enemy starships can bypass our star shields. We might not be able to hold out, the communications officer reported urgently. A fierce glint flashed in Tolov's eyes. Order the 40 million starships that just retreated to the middle lines to move to the front lines and execute self-destructive attacks. Our people will forever remember their sacrifice. Relay the order. The communications officer was stunned, but responded with a trembling voice. Yes, General. He then relayed the heart-wrenching order. The crew of the 40 million Spirit starships, upon receiving the order, gritted their teeth and strictly followed the general's commands. Even though their weapon systems were damaged, they could still use their star shields as a frontline barrier and their starship's self-destruction to attack the enemy. The three factions at the front, the Sacred, Qianlin, and Alliance, were shocked to find the Spirit Army suddenly changing tactics from mutual attrition to desperate self-destructive attacks. This left them uncertain of the Spirit Army's intentions. Logically, given the Spirit Army's current scale, they still held an advantage and had no need for such extreme measures. However, Minner had already grasped their intent. Facing such desperate self-destructive attacks, there was almost no effective countermeasure. She decisively issued new combat orders. Following Minner's command, the Qianlin fleet began to advance, intertwining with the Spirit starships into a more terrifying scene, even larger than the previous cosmic thunderstorm. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderbolts, countless ships destroyed. General, more terrifying thunder starships have appeared in the Qianlin fleet. Our middle army is completely wiped out. The three stars formation is broken. What should we do now? The communications officer reported in panic. Tolov's face was grim. This was the most challenging situation he had ever faced, leaving him momentarily at a loss. He gritted his teeth and ordered, "Have all shadow troops engage the Qianlin fleet hidden. We must repel them." Yes, General. The communications officer immediately relayed the order. As the Qianlin fleet prepared to invade the second echelon of the Spirit formation, a large group of dark green Spirit starships stood in their way like an iron wall. Both sides opened fire without hesitation. Report, the incoming Spirit fleet detected by radar consists of at least S4 level starships, with numerous S5 and some S6 levels. Their combat power is extremely strong. The Qianlin scout quickly reported. Minner's lips curled into a slight smile. Order all S3 level starships to retreat to the rear. I want to see how powerful the Spirit starships truly are. Also, instruct the rear assault troops to activate kill mode and disrupt the command system in the Spirit's middle region. Yes, Commander. 2 minutes later, the assault troops had silently infiltrated the Spirit's middle region. Slash, slash, boom, boom. The sudden shadow assault caused massive explosions in the Spirit middle fleet, even damaging Tolov's flagship. His flagship lost a third, and many Spirit crew members were sucked into space, perishing. Watching the explosions around him, Tolov could no longer remain calm. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, another wave of shadow assaults hit other safe areas in the middle region. Tolov, furious, leaped out of his flagship into the void, gazing at the distant Qianlin fleet. At that moment, Fang Mo sensed Tolov's presence, realizing he was the Spirit's saint-level being. Report, a special individual has been detected, Spirit General Tolov, who has reached saint level according to radar scans. The scout quickly transmitted a video to Minner and Fang Mo, showing Tolov emerging from his flagship, standing in the void, staring at the Qianlin fleet. At this moment, Fang Mo received a mental transmission from Tolov. You must be the Qianlin Emperor. I've heard you've ascended to saint level. I haven't had the chance to congratulate you. It seems our encounter on the battlefield is inevitable. We must settle this. Fang Mo smiled calmly, instantly teleporting above the Qianlin fleet, locking eyes with Tolov from afar. Trolov's sharp gaze swept over Fang Mo, his eyes narrowing suddenly. To his surprise, he couldn't sense any energy fluctuations from Fang Mo. This could only mean one unsettling fact. Fang Mo's life energy far surpassed his own. Not only that, but Fang Mo's dark energy level was clearly higher as well. Trolov became wary, realizing this fight was destined to be a brutal battle. Fang Mo had a faint smile on his lips as he looked directly at Trolov. Using a secret voice transmission technique, he spoke. I presume this is General Trolov of the Ling tribe? Haha, it's quite an honor that Emperor Qianlin sent me here. Since you wish to fight me, I shall fulfill your desire. With that, Fang Mo slowly drew the sword of victory from his waist. His demeanor relaxed. Let's begin. Hearing this, Trolov instantly conjured a great hammer of light energy. He calculated that since his dark energy was inferior, it would be best to engage in close combat. It was said that Emperor Qianlin had recently ascended to the holy rank, meaning his physical abilities might not be fully developed yet. The two charged at each other almost simultaneously, clashing fiercely in an instant. Bang! Clang! Their speed was so fast it was nearly impossible to follow with the naked eye. Minar immediately ordered the communications officer to slow the surveillance footage by 10 times, but it was still hard to discern. It had to be slowed by 100 times before the combat actions of the two could be barely recognized. In the slowed footage, it was clear that Fang Mo was overpowering Trolov. In terms of strength and speed, Fang Mo was evidently superior. Each collision saw the sword of victory damaging Trolov's hammer, but the light weapon was quickly repaired by energy. Suddenly, a crisp swish was heard as Fang Mo severed Trolov's left arm. Blue blood spurted out, but the flow soon stopped. Surprisingly, Trolov's face showed no sign of pain, his eyes fixated on Fang Mo. I didn't expect Emperor Qianlin to have reached such a high level of the holy rank. I underestimated you, Trolov said in a deep voice. Fang Mo tightened his grip on the sword of victory and replied calmly, I didn't expect the Ling tribe to have someone as skilled as you. If I don't eliminate you now, you'll become a significant threat in the future. I, Fang Mo, always strive for perfection, so I can't let you live. In just a few minutes, the two had exchanged thousands of blows. Fang Mo could feel Trolov's strength. This Ling tribe general had hidden his abilities well. He immediately unleashed a move called Dark Energy Prison, enveloping them in a massive dark energy barrier. Following that, Fang Mo used Mental Turmoil. Trolov suddenly felt his mind in chaos, with past memories flooding in memories buried deep within him. This mental attack made it difficult for him to concentrate. As a holy rank warrior, he had to bite his tongue to stay awake through the pain. With a clang, Fang Mo's sudden strike was blocked by Trolov once again. Impressive willpower. You managed to block that strike. But can you handle this next move? Fang Mo said, stepping closer to Trolov with each step, his aura growing stronger. When he was within 10 meters, his presence became almost tangible. Trolov stared at Fang Mo, realizing he was no longer facing an ordinary human. Fang Mo's aura had transformed into that of an ancient beast. Trolov understood he couldn't avoid this fatal strike. Missing an arm and mentally attacked, he couldn't withstand the move, even at his peak. Die, Emperor Qianlin. Trolov roared in defiance, mustering all his strength for one last charge. With a swift swish, Fang Mo's sword slashed out, and he appeared behind Trolov. The light hammer in Trolov's hand shattered, and his body was cleaved in two, slowly separating. My lord, avenge me. Trolov uttered his final words unwillingly. Meanwhile, on the Ling tribe's home planet, a ring on the Ling lord's right hand suddenly shattered. The Ling lord closed his eyes, a tear silently falling. Cousin, I will avenge you, he whispered. The Ling lord then quickly rose and walked out of the hall, heading to an underground temple, leaving even his guards behind. Entering the temple, he cut his finger, letting blue blood drip into a device. Moments later, with a rumbling sound, the ground split open, revealing a staircase leading underground. The Ling lord descended into a dark chamber, where he knelt and pleaded, Ancestors, your descendant has failed, bringing the Ling tribe to the brink of extinction. I beg you to come forth and save our tribe. A few minutes later, an ethereal voice responded, Sigh, who would have thought our Ling tribe would face such calamity? Very well then. With two loud creaks, two stone doors slowly opened, and two elders of the Ling tribe, dressed in peculiar attire, emerged. The Ling lord bowed to them, Ancestors, I have disappointed you. One of the elders, an old man with one eye, used dark energy to help the Ling lord stand. Tell us what has happened that you had to awaken us. The Ling lord then detailed the current dire situation of the Ling tribe. The scene shifted back to the battlefield. With the Ling tribe's central command destroyed and General Trolov dead, their forces were thrown into disarray, with some units even beginning to flee. Seeing this, Minar immediately ordered all battle groups launch a full assault on the Ling tribe. Try to annihilate as many of their troops as possible and prevent them from escaping. The Holy Tribe, the allied nations, and Qinlin's forces all responded, pursuing the Ling tribe's troops. The battlefield was chaotic, with some Ling soldiers resisting fiercely while others fled in panic. Fang Mo stood in the starry sky, overlooking the chaotic scene, knowing the battle's outcome was already decided. He instantly returned to the flagship and found Minar. You will take full command of the subsequent operations. Negotiate the distribution of spoils with our allies. I need to go into seclusion for 30 days. Do not disturb me. Minar asked in confusion. Emperor, you're going into seclusion? But the battle isn't over, and the Ling tribe might counterattack. Haha, the Ling tribe's fall is inevitable. They're just a dying breed now. I have faith in you. Handle the rest, Fang Mo said, walking directly to his quarters. Minar's expression shifted but soon returned to the command center, issuing orders. Do not pursue the fleeing Ling troops. Focus on eliminating the resisting enemies. Once this battlefield is secured, we will move to support the Angel tribe. Yes, Commander. Everyone responded in unison. Fang Mo sat in the flagship's lounge, clutching a golden vial of energy serum. He could feel the terrifying power contained within the serum, knowing that any life form below the saint level would instantly explode and perish upon consumption. Taking a deep breath, he unhesitatingly opened the vial and drank it in one gulp. Instantly, a powerful warmth surged from his abdomen, spreading like molten lava through his meridians to every part of his body. Fang Mo closed his eyes, feeling the intense changes within him as his consciousness gradually slipped into a dormant state. Meanwhile, the battlefield outside remained engulfed in smoke and chaos. Some of the Ling clan troops, seeking vengeance for General Tolov, engaged in a desperate fight against the three allied forces. Others decisively retreated, fleeing toward the Ling clan's home planet. Tactics had vanished from the battlefield. Both sides were fighting solely for survival. Facing the Ling clan's final fierce resistance, the allied forces encountered significant obstacles and couldn't spare troops to pursue the fleeing Ling clan units. After 6 hours of intense combat, all Ling clan starships had fallen. The silent wreckage of various starships floating in space spoke volumes about the war's brutality. The commanders of the allied forces wore grim expressions, remaining silent. Minar broke the silence with a deep breath. Commanders, we need to support the Angel clan. Let's wrap up the battle completely before dealing with the aftermath. Longsheng nodded in agreement. Commander Min is right. Let's move out immediately. The three allied armies then advanced to the Angel clan's battlefield, where their fight against the Demon clan was at a stalemate. Both sides had suffered heavy losses, with the Angel clan at a slight disadvantage. They knew they were not the core of this war. Their task was merely to hold the enemy at bay. At that moment, a large spatial disturbance appeared at the 6 o'clock position in the starry sky. The allied forces surged in like a tide, quickly encircling the armies of the Angel clan and the Demon clan. This was the prearranged strategy. Once the Ling clan was dealt with, they would assist the Angel clan in annihilating the Demon clan. The Demon clan's commander, Niels, noticed the arrival of the allied forces and immediately ordered a retreat. He had anticipated such a scenario but hadn't expected the Ling clan to crumble so quickly, lasting less than 10 hours. The Demon clan activated their high-tech shadow teleportation, swiftly retreating with most of their remaining troops, leaving behind only a few dozen units. These remnants were quickly and ruthlessly eliminated by the Angel clan's forces. With the battle over, the four allied factions began post-war cleanup. Given the significant efforts from all sides, they unanimously agreed to distribute the spoils fairly. Reactions in the live broadcast varied. Viewers who had bet on the allied forces' victory were jubilant, while those who had bet on the Ling clan were filled with regret. Some began mocking those who had supported the Ling clan. I told you the Ling clan couldn't win. You fools bet on them? What were you thinking? 3 days later, a large fleet of transport ships arrived at the battlefield, serving as the allied forces' logistics units. After the spoils were divided, each faction returned triumphantly. News of the alliance's victory over the Ling clan and Demon clan spread like wildfire throughout the universe. This further exacerbated the already dire situation of the Ling clan. However, all hope was not lost for the Ling clan. At this moment, 2 of their ancient ancestors emerged from seclusion. In the grand hall of the Ling clan, the 2 ancestors sat high above, with the Ling Lord and other high-ranking members standing below. Upon seeing the grim battle reports, everyone's faces darkened. They had sent out 150,000 units and 4.5 billion starships, yet only 42 million returned, which was tantamount to total annihilation. The most heartbreaking loss was the death of their military pillar, General Tolov. The great sage spoke. For now, the Holy Lord and I will not hold you accountable for your failures. But from now on, you must show the spirit of the Ling clan. If such a failure occurs again, you will face double the punishment. Everyone knelt in unison. We will heed the great sage's decree. We will strive to defeat the allied forces and wash away our past shame. The Holy Lord continued. From my observations, the core of the allied forces seems to be the Qinlin faction, led by Emperor Qianlin, who has recently ascended to the saint level and is a human. Is this true? The Ling Lord immediately replied, Yes, Holy Lord. Emperor Qianlin is indeed the one who killed my cousin Tolov. According to post-battle footage, he has reached the advanced stage of saint-level life and possesses divine dark energy, making him an extremely dangerous enemy. The great sage smiled slightly. I didn't expect a human to reach our level. Quite impressive. The Holy Lord raised an eyebrow. Brother, it seems we will need to join forces to deal with this Emperor Qianlin. Seeing the two ancestors about to take action personally, the Ling clan members were filled with excitement. They recalled that in past battles against the Holy Clan, the two ancestors had always emerged victorious, driving the Holy Clan into retreat. With them leading the charge, the Ling clan was sure to reclaim their place at the pinnacle of the universe. The Holy Lord continued, Announce our return to the Ling clan immediately. Also, order the Holy Clan and the Angel Clan to withdraw from the alliance. If they comply, we will let bygones be bygones. If not, we will eliminate them as well. The Ling Lord was overjoyed. I will draft the declaration right away. Holy Lord, the two ancestors' strategy was brilliant. They planned to use their return to pressure the Holy Clan and Angel Clan into leaving the alliance. This would allow the Ling Clan to focus on dealing with the allied forces and then defeat them one by one. The Holy Clan and Angel Clan, knowing the ancestors' formidable power, might indeed withdraw. However, while the Holy Clan's stance was unclear, the Angel Clan was unlikely to withdraw easily. The Ling Clan's move was clearly aimed at destroying the allied forces, specifically targeting Emperor Qianlin's faction. The Angel Clan would not tolerate such a blatant threat to their divine child, and would likely fight the Ling Clan to the end. A few days later, news of the Ling Clan's dual saints returning spread throughout the universe. The two even made public appearances, harshly condemning the Holy Clan and Angel Clan, attempting to force them out of the alliance. Upon receiving news of the return of the twin saints of the Ling Clan, the allied forces reacted in various ways. The Angel Clan was the first to respond, with their Holy King making no effort to hide his disdain for the Ling Clan. Even though your Ling Clan was second only to the Necro Clan 10,000 years ago, you were never much stronger than us angels. Now, with your forces depleted, you still dare to threaten us? You should weigh your own worth before speaking. The Angel Holy King's words were sharp as a blade, directly targeting the twin saints of the Ling Clan. These remarks infuriated the twin saints of the Ling Clan. They had not expected the Angel Clan to be so disrespectful, openly challenging their authority. On the allied nation's side, since Fang Mo was in the middle of an evolution phase, Yana, along with representatives from the other 6 permanent member nations, issued a statement. They began by formally congratulating the twin saints of the Ling Clan on their return, but quickly shifted to sternly condemning the Ling Clan for instigating conflicts and creating disturbances across the universe. The Ling Clan chose to ignore the allied nation's statement, as they had already marked them as targets to be eliminated. The Saint Clan, however, remained silent, neither supporting the allied forces nor agreeing to the Ling Clan's demands. Deep within a pristine planet in the Saint Clan's territory, the Raven Holy Lord and the Barbarian Holy Lord stood waiting. Suddenly, the space around them fluctuated, and an ancient, massive beast clad in tattered clothes emerged. The Raven Holy Lord and the Barbarian Holy Lord immediately bowed. We greet the great sage Hunyuan. The great sage Hunyuan waved his hand, his aged voice resonating. I have heard about your situation. I am old now, and will return to the cosmic origin in a few decades. From now on, it will be up to you too. This ancient beast resembled an elephant in appearance, but had a humanoid body. The Raven Holy Lord cautiously asked, Great Sage, now that the twin saints of the Ling Clan have returned, what should we do? The great sage Hunyuan sighed. I didn't expect those old foxes to play this card. The Raven Holy Lord pressed on, Great Sage, the twin saints of the Ling Clan likely have no good intentions. They wouldn't have come out unless their clan was in trouble. But what were they hiding for before? The great sage Hunyuan's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, his tone serious. There are things I should tell you. This universe holds many secrets, and for beings of our saint level, the greatest secret is ascending to the God level. The Raven Holy Lord and the Barbarian Holy Lord's eyes widened at his words. They knew of the God level's existence, but had no clue how to achieve it. The great sage Hunyuan continued, under normal circumstances, our universe cannot naturally produce God level beings. Ascension can only be achieved through special means. Achieving God level grants not only extended life and immense power, but also the ability to break through this universe's dimension and enter a higher dimensional universe. He detailed 3 methods of ascending to God level: life sacrifice, gaining the universe's recognition, and finding legendary divine artifacts. The great sage Hunyuan also mentioned that the Necro clan and a mysterious human had successfully ascended to God level. When asked about the human's method of ascension, the great sage Hunyuan admitted he was unsure. only knowing that the individual was very mysterious and later went to a higher universe with the Necro clan's god-level being. Finally, the great sage Hunyuan offered advice on the Saint clan's stance. The ingredients from Qianlin are indeed rare, and the Saint clan does not wish to lose such a trade partner. With that, he tore through space once more and departed. The Raven Holy Lord and the Barbarian Holy Lord understood his message. Support the allied forces. Despite the terrifying power of the twin saints of the Ling clan, with the great sage overseeing matters, the situation remained under control. The two holy lords of the sacred clan, after confirming the choice of Hun Tiandisheng, resolutely announced their eternal support for the alliance forces, vowing to become an indispensable part of it. This public declaration was like a resounding slap in the face, thoroughly enraging the two great saints of the Spirit clan. They swiftly mobilized an army of 100,000 Spirit clan soldiers, marching grandly towards the Retro star system. Upon receiving the news, the alliance forces quickly gathered their armies. Hun Tiandesheng personally followed the Sacred Clan's legion, with one goal in mind: to guard against the Spirit Clan's twin saints. However, Qianlin seemed to have lost his backbone at this critical moment. Fang Mo was in seclusion for evolution, with 1 week remaining in his 30-day evolution period. Time was running out, and waiting was not an option. At this moment, the Spirit Clan's army had already reached the outskirts of the Retro star system, and the alliance forces were also assembled, marching towards the same star system. After an urgent discussion, Minar, Lei Hong, and others made a difficult decision: they would gather Qianlin's 10 battle groups to join the fray. Fang Mo remained on Qianlin's main star to continue his evolution. 3 days later, the armies clashed again in the vastness of space. Only 2 live broadcast fleets hurried to the scene. The Demon Clan, suffering heavy losses from the last battle and internal strife, could not send reinforcements. This battle would be a direct confrontation between the Spirit Clan and the Alliance forces. As soon as the armies met, they engaged in fierce combat without any formalities. Under the command of the 2 great saints, the Spirit Clan's forces fought with exceptional ferocity. The Twin Saints frequently intervened, unleashing god-level dark energy skills that easily dismantled the Alliance's tactical deployments. Even Qianlin's prized S-7 class interstellar warships' special attacks were effortlessly neutralized by the Twin Saints. The great sage of the Spirit Clan sat in the flagship's command room, a slight smile on his lips. Big brother, it seems Qianlin's interstellar warships are quite something, even managing to produce S-7 class ships. We really underestimated them. The Holy Lord of the Spirit Clan sneered. Heh, S-7 class warships? We've fought S-8 class ones before, and they were nothing special. Brother, let's reveal the hidden enemy ships in the battlefield together. Alright, it's been a while since we used this trick, the great sage responded. Immediately, the eyes of the 2 great saints glowed with a ghostly blue light, and an aura of terrifying power emanated from them. Dark energy resonance. Go. In an instant, dozens of cloaked warships were forced to reveal themselves, exposed to the Spirit Clan's firepower. The great sage chuckled. Heh, so you were hiding among our ranks. If we weren't prepared, we might have suffered a great loss. Seeing her meticulously planned assassination tactics foiled, Minar ordered the ambush fleet to retreat quickly to avoid being encircled and annihilated by the Spirit Clan's army. Despite her swift response, half of the ambush fleet failed to escape in time. This was Minar's first encounter with such a challenging battle. The enemy not only saw through her tactics but also had perfect countermeasures. She felt unprecedented pressure. Yes, Commander, the deputy reported urgently. All our cosmic dark energy lightning storms were absorbed by the enemy's spatial turbulence. We can't gather enough energy to release the skill again in a short time. Minar clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. Damn it. These twin saints of the Spirit Clan always manage to thwart our attacks. Out of options, she ordered the battle groups to use conventional ship cannons to attack the Spirit Clan's army. However, the Alliance forces had only managed to gather less than 80,000 troops in a short time. Despite their previous victory over the Spirit Clan, the heavy losses on all sides meant that 80,000 troops were their limit. The Holy Lord looked down at the battlefield with disdain. It seems Qianlin and the Alliance forces have run out of tricks. It's time for us to attack. The great sage nodded silently. Just as the 2 were about to strike, a mental transmission suddenly invaded their minds. Long time no see, great saints. I didn't expect you both to remain so impatient. It was Hun Tiandisheng. So it's you. The great sage was surprised. You old fool, you're still alive? Heh, weren't you beaten enough by us before? How dare you show your face now? 1,000 years ago, the Twin Saints had suppressed Hun Tiandisheng in a two-known battle. Now, the Twin Saints were clearly stronger, while Hun Tiandisheng seemed old and frail. To the great sage, his appearance now was akin to seeking death. Hun Tiandisheng was unfazed. Who will win is still uncertain. Are you 2 so sure you can defeat me? Just you? The great sage scoffed. You couldn't even handle a unknown, let alone a two known. The Holy Lord transmitted to the great sage. This old guy must have some hidden tricks. I'll take him to another space for a duel, and you focus on attacking the enemy on the battlefield. The great sage's eyes lit up, and he nodded in agreement. The Holy Lord then spoke to Hun Tiandisheng. Old man, we never settled our score before. Today is a good opportunity to decide the winner and the loser, and even life and death. What do you say? Hun Tiandisheng understood the Holy Lord's intention, but it was an open strategy. If he didn't accept the challenge, he would face a two-known battle on the battlefield, inevitably affecting both armies. By taking one away, the remaining great sage would have to be dealt with by the alliance forces alone. Heh, I know your skills, Spirit Holy Lord, but it's been a while, and I wonder how much you've improved. Let's go. With that, the two tore open a space rift and stepped inside. As the rift closed, the great sage immediately unleashed a devastating dark energy blast on the alliance forces. Though this attack didn't destroy many interstellar warships, it succeeded in disrupting the alliance's formation. This was the great sage's goal since the Spirit Clan's warships outnumbered the alliances. Breaking their formation would allow them to eliminate the enemy forces one by one. Heh, mere ants. The great sage sneered. Minar watched her disordered troops, feeling panic for the first time on the battlefield. In the past, whenever she faced an insurmountable problem, Fang Mo would always step in to help. Now, facing such a powerful great saint alone was a daunting task for a young woman in her early 20s. Seizing the moment when the Allied forces' formation was in chaos, the Ling clan army surged onto the battlefield like a tidal wave. This sudden assault neutralized both sides' strategic advantages, turning the battle into a pure contest of manpower and starship performance. Despite their numerical disadvantage, the Allied forces had slightly superior starships, resulting in a stalemate. The great sage observed the battlefield with cold detachment, soon showing signs of impatience. Recalling how Emperor Qianlin had once used a psychic storm to torment the Ling clan army, he decided to turn the tables. Let the psychic storm begin, he murmured. A massive blue energy vortex materialized in the center of the battlefield. Wherever the vortex reached, Allied personnel clutched their heads in agony, and the faint-hearted fainted on the spot. Even genetically enhanced soldiers like Minar had to press a hand to their foreheads to resist the intense headache. The 10 warbands of Qianlin, bolstered by numerous genetically enhanced warriors, managed to maintain their combat effectiveness. However, the other allied factions were not so fortunate. Although over 1,000 saint-level beings from the Holy Clan remained unaffected, they realized the situation had turned dire. Gritting her teeth, Minar ordered, all supergene warriors from the 10 Qianlin warbands, take immediate control of the starships. All forces, adopt defensive positions. Her command had barely left her lips when most of the allied starships, previously attacking fiercely, came to a halt in the starry sky, losing their ability to counterattack. The great sage calmly uttered, "Attack!" As if energized, the Ling clan army launched a frenzied assault, causing allied starships to explode one after another. The 10 Qianlin warbands and over 1,000 saint-level warriors were unable to withstand the Ling clan's onslaught. The allied forces' disadvantage became increasingly apparent, and their defeat seemed inevitable. Long Sheng urgently contacted Minar. "Commander Minar, the Ling clan's psychic storm has rendered most of our starships ineffective. What should we do now?" Enduring the headache, Minar replied, "Commander Long Sheng, order all combat-capable starships to regroup immediately, or we will lose our chance to counterattack." At that moment, a communications officer brought more bad news. "Report, most of our starships have only basic mobility and defense capabilities left. We are severely short of combat personnel." Enraged, Minar slammed her fist on the command table. "Damn those Ling clan saints, so insidious. I, Minar, vow to fight your clan to the death." Meanwhile, on another battlefield, the great sage Hunyuan and the Ling Saint Master were locked in a fierce duel. The Ling Saint Master looked at the blood-spitting great sage Hunyuan with disdain. "You're old and won't live much longer. Why bother playing the hero?" Coughing up blood, the great sage Hunyuan responded, "I underestimated you. I didn't expect your combat power to grow so much over these millennia." Steadying himself, his eyes flashed with determination. "I've long wanted to kill you with my own hands. This time you're dead." The Ling Saint Master slashed with his blade, and the great sage Hunyuan barely blocked it with his staff, but the immense force sent him crashing through several mountains. Realizing he couldn't escape death, the great sage Hunyuan's eyes filled with a fierce resolve. "Ling Saint Master, if you want my life, you'll have to pay the price. Let's die together." With that, the great sage Huanyuan's body began to glow intensely as he charged at the Ling Saint Master. Terrified, the Ling Saint Master cried, "Damn it, you're crazy." He realized the great sage Hunyuan intended to self-destruct and take him down too. "Haha, I've never been this reckless in my life. Taking you down with me is worth it." The great sage Hunyuan laughed maniacally as he rushed toward the Ling Saint Master. No, no, no. Get away from me. The Ling Saint Master frantically dodged, but it was too late. Boom. With a massive explosion, the entire planet was reduced to dust, and nearby planets were also affected. Minutes later, as the dust settled, a bloodied Ling Saint Master, missing half his body, appeared in the void. Cough, cough. That damned old fool. He nearly killed me. The Ling Saint Master gritted his teeth. I swear I'll enslave your holy clan for eternity. Gravely injured, he dared not linger and immediately tore through space to return to his flagship. Sensing his brother's life force, the great sage quickly teleported over. Big brother, this? He hurried to check the Ling Saint Master's injuries. Sigh, that old fool tricked me. I almost didn't make it back. Cough, cough. The Ling Saint Master weakly said. Don't speak, big brother. Let me heal you. The great sage took out a pill and a cosmic origin pearl. The Ling Saint Master quickly absorbed them, and his body visibly began to heal, though his complexion remained poor. Second brother, you control the battlefield. I'll be fine after a few years of rest, the Ling Saint Master instructed. All right, big brother, take good care of yourself. I'll handle the rest, the great sage promised. By now, the battlefield was overwhelmingly in the Ling clan's favor. The allied forces suffered heavy losses, with the 10 Qinlin warbands faring the best, while the Angel clan had been decimated by the fierce bombardment. Minar watched as allied and Qinlin starships fell one after another, her heart sinking. She felt deep remorse for her allies, her comrades, and Fang Mo. Finally, she gritted her teeth and ordered, command all Qinlin warbands to attack the Ling clan army with everything they've got. Even if we die, we'll take some of them down with us. Yes, Commander. Following the order, all conscious personnel from the 10 Qinlin warbands launched a desperate counterattack. Starship weapon systems, which usually required 100 operators, were now forcibly activated by just 10, reducing precision and efficiency but still capable of killing enemies. The commanders of the 10 warbands led the charge, using their S-7 class starships as vanguards to absorb most of the Ling clan's attacks, providing cover for their other starships. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions filled the air as many Qinlin starships turned to fragments under the overwhelming assault of the Ling clan army. Some starship captains and fleet commanders shouted as they directed the attack. No regrets in this life for joining Qinlin. In the next life, we'll be Qinlin warriors again. Attack. Minner gazed tearfully at the battlefield before her. The Qinlin starships launched relentless attacks on the enemy, each explosion feeling like a dagger to her heart. These Qinlin soldiers were her comrades, trained and fought beside her, now falling one by one before her eyes. Tears mixed with blood streamed down her cheeks, her heart aching as if being torn apart. On the battlefield, over 1,000 saints of the Holy Tribe were falling under the massive assault of the Spirit Tribe's forces. The sight of tens of thousands of Spirit Tribe starships swarming a single Holy Tribe saint vividly demonstrated the saying, "Many ants can kill an elephant." Long Sheng found himself surrounded, encircled by countless enemy starships. He roared, "Damn Spirit Tribe! I'll fight you to the death. Kill!" Amidst the booming sounds, his body was soon covered in wounds. With his dark energy depleted, he could only resort to hand-to-hand combat. Coughing up blood, Long Sheng grinned fiercely. "Want to kill me? Then don't think you'll get away unscathed. Die with me." Before he finished speaking, he chose to self-destruct. The immense energy instantly obliterated the surrounding Spirit Tribe starships, and other saints who couldn't self-destruct in time were blown to pieces. The Grand Sage observed all this with interest, chuckling. "Ha, interesting. This kind of desperate struggle. I've seen it many times over the millennia." At this moment, 2 livestream fleets were broadcasting the battle across the universe. The viewers from various places were glued to the screen, stunned into silence by the brutal scenes. Despite being at a severe disadvantage, the Alliance forces fought fiercely against the Spirit Tribe, even choosing self-destruction to take down their enemies. Suddenly, a spatial disturbance emanated from the 4 o'clock direction in the starry sky. 20,000 Holy Tribe troops appeared out of nowhere, led by 2 Holy Tribe lords themselves. They had sensed Hun Tian Desheng's life force vanish and rushed to the scene. "Brother Yesheng, it's our turn. Avenge Hun Tian Desheng. Avenge our Holy Tribe and allies. Charge!" One of the Holy Lords shouted. Almost simultaneously, ripples appeared at the 10 o'clock direction, followed by 15,000 Angel Tribe troops. The Angel Tribe Holy King arrived at the battlefield, shouting, "Protect the Divine Sun. Angels, attack!" The Grand Sage smiled slightly. "Now this is getting interesting. A one-sided battle is no fun to watch. Let's see how you handle this dark energy black hole. Converge." As he spoke, 2 expanding black holes flew toward the reinforcing armies. Simultaneously, 40,000 Spirit Tribe troops moved to intercept the reinforcements. Within 10 minutes, the dark energy black holes had swallowed thousands of the reinforcements. The barbarian Holy Lord was enraged, sending a mental message to the Spirit Tribe Grand Sage. What have you done to our Huntian de Shang? The Grand Sage responded calmly. What else? Killed him, of course. What can you do about it? You. I'll kill you all, the barbarian Holy Lord roared. You two Holy Lords of the Holy Tribe, and the Holy King of the Angel Tribe, if you're not cowards, come out and fight Unknown. The Grand Sage's provocation worked. The three were furious and didn't think twice. Although they were only mid-level saints, they believed they had a chance in a 3-0 fight. Then come and face your death, the barbarian Holy Lord shouted, charging forward. The three appeared in the starry sky, standing side by side, while the Grand Sage tore through space to stand opposite them, beckoning provocatively, I'm right here, come and kill me. The barbarian Holy Lord launched the first attack, swinging his light energy axe down. The Grand Sage casually blocked it with his spear, taunting, is that all you've got? Feels like a tickle. With that, he kicked the barbarian Holy Lord away. The four clashed fiercely, their battle affecting the surrounding space, causing numerous starships to explode. Although the difference between a junior and mid-level saint was small, at this level, every bit of improvement meant a significant gap. The Grand Sage easily handled the three, piercing the barbarian Holy Lord with his spear, kicking the Crow Holy Lord away, and using dark energy to restrain the Angel Tribe Holy King. You think you can kill me? You overestimate yourselves, he sneered, releasing a dark energy shockwave that sent all three flying. Although the reinforcements alleviated some pressure on Minner and her allies, the situation remained dire. The Grand Sage sneered. You think you're the only ones with reinforcements? Before he finished speaking, another spatial disturbance appeared at the 10 o'clock direction, and nearly 50,000 troops with various insignias emerged. The Crow Holy Lord's face darkened. You even brought in your subordinate tribes. Despicable. Of course, the Grand Sage said smugly, these subordinate forces of ours are valuable. Haha. Although their starships are only up to S4 level, they're numerous enough to serve as cannon fodder. The barbarian Holy Lord clutched his chest, accusing angrily, you Spirit Tribe are committing mass slaughter. You dream of becoming gods through sacrifice, but it'll never happen. Oh, I didn't expect you to know, the Grand Sage laughed. But so what? What can you do about it? Enough talk, your time is up. The Grand Sage launched another fierce assault, every strike aimed at vital points. With his god-level dark energy, the three were completely outmatched. The barbarian Holy Lord, ready to sacrifice himself to heavily injure the Grand Sage, was thwarted as the Grand Sage sneered, thinking of self-destructing? But your level is too low. I've sealed this space. You can't self-destruct unless you're at the Great Saint level. These words extinguished the last hope of the three. On the distant battlefield, the addition of the Spirit Tribe's subordinate forces plunged the Alliance into despair once more. Viewers in the live stream began to pray, hoping for a miracle. The Spirit Tribe had a notorious reputation for mass slaughter in the universe, while the Alliance was the only force to have ever defeated them, becoming a beacon of hope for many. However, in both the Starship battlefield and the four-person battle, the Alliance was on the brink of defeat. Exhausted of reinforcements, they seemed doomed. The Grand Sage, confident of his victory, said to the three, rest assured, after I kill you, I will wipe out your tribes, leaving no one alive. Now die. As he was about to pierce the barbarian Holy Lord's head with his spear, an invisible force suddenly immobilized him. Oh! A voice full of authority rang out. You think you can wipe us out? Let's see if you have the ability. A sudden telepathic message and a mysterious force immobilized the Great Sage, shocking the four present. Given that the Great Sage's dark energy level had reached the divine tier, the power and mental strength required to restrain him must be unimaginable. Cold sweat dripped from the immobilized Great Sage's forehead as he struggled to speak. Who are you? Show yourself. No sooner had he spoken than a rift opened in the space above, and Fang Mo slowly emerged. Although he hadn't reached the 30-day mark for his evolution period, his pre-existing peak in both life and mental levels had reduced the evolution time by a third, allowing him to ascend to the divine tier. The Great Sage's face was filled with disbelief. It's you. How is this possible? We're both at the divine tier. Why can you restrain me? I don't believe it. Ignoring the Great Sage's questions, Fang Mo scanned the starry sky. He waved his hand lightly towards the three injured leaders. Revive. Their severe injuries healed visibly, and their depleted energy was restored. The Crow Lord, astonished, exclaimed, this? Fang you. Fang Mo smiled at them and waved his hand again. Purify. The allied soldiers, tormented by a psychic storm, were suddenly enveloped by a gentle mental force and quickly recovered. Fang Mo sent a telepathic message to all. It's time for our allied forces to counterattack. Crush the Ling tribe's army. The Great Sage glared at Fang Mo. You? You've reached the divine tier. Impossible, ah? A massive energy burst from him, breaking Fang Mo's hold. Brother, help me. The spirit lord teleported beside the great sage, Emperor Qianlin. Though you have reached the divine tier, my brother and I are also at this level. Even if you can defeat us, it will come at a great cost. Why not make peace? Fang Mo's expression turned icy. You think you can fight when you want and stop when you want? Who will pay for our fallen soldiers? Who will pay for the billions of lives lost? The Ling tribe is a blight on the universe. My greatest mistake was letting your kind live for too long. You. Don't be ungrateful. Even as a divine being, don't think you have us cornered, the great sage roared. Fang Mo sneered. Let's see what you're capable of then. In a flash, he appeared behind the great sage, striking with his sword. Clang. Boom. The spirit lord blocked the strike with a blade, but his energy-infused hammer was instantly shattered. The two spirit saints were shocked. Their weapons, forged from the universe's strongest metals and enhanced with dark energy, were broken with a single strike. Fang Mo smirked. It seems the victory sword reveals its true power only after reaching the divine tier. With a horizontal slash, the two spirit saints quickly teleported away. Fang Mo's terrifying close combat prowess cast a shadow over their hearts, forcing them to resort to a dark energy duel. The great sage and spirit lord exchanged glances and began gathering enormous energy. Fang Mo watched calmly. The three allied leaders turned pale, sensing the terrifying dark energy the two spirit saints were amassing. If unleashed, it could obliterate this part of the starry sky. The great sage snarled, Emperor Qianlin, die. Destructive celestial explosion. A massive energy ball hurtled towards Fang Mo. Fang Mo snapped his fingers. Break? The terrifying energy ball shattered before reaching him, its massive energy dissipating into the cosmos. The bizarre scene left everyone stunned. The spirit lord was incredulous. Impossible. Our combined ultimate move was so easily nullified? How did you do it? Fang Mo coldly replied, since you want to duel with dark energy, let me show you what true divine dark energy is. Seal and obliterate. With a casual wave, Fang Mo released two skills. One sealed their dark energy abilities, and the other was a destructive attack. The spirit saint's limbs began to disintegrate, turning into cosmic dust. No, no, The great sage's despairing scream echoed. Minutes later, their bodies completely disintegrated, as if they had never existed. The three allied leaders were too shocked to speak. The angelic Saint King knelt before Fang Mo. Congratulations on ascending to the divine tier. The Mother Goddess will be pleased with your achievement. The Crow Lord, moving from shock to curiosity, asked, Fang Mo, no, Fang God. Why is the gap between your divine dark energy and theirs so vast? Fang Mo explained, it's simple. What you call divine dark energy is actually pseudo-divine. Mine is true divine dark energy, hence the significant difference. The three leaders nodded in understanding. I see. The Crow Lord bowed. Thank you for the enlightenment, Fang God. Fang Mo smiled. We still have a battle to finish. Let's deal with the Ling tribe's army first. The three nodded in unison. Yes, it's time to annihilate them. With Fang Mo joining the fray and the allied forces fully restored, the Ling tribe's army was swiftly annihilated. Despite this, the allied forces suffered heavy casualties. Fang Mo's final appearance and the defeat of the two spirit saints secured the allied forces' victory. This thrilled the audience in the cosmic livestream. The livestream title changed from Ultimate Battle of Cosmic Overlords to Fang Mo Appears, Twin Saints Fall, turning the tide against the Ling tribe. In the livestream, viewers from across the universe now recognized Fang Mo, also known as Emperor Qianlin, universe's only true divine tier figure. Meanwhile, the Demon King and his high-ranking officials were embroiled in heated arguments, many blaming the Demon King's misjudgment and unfavorable decrees. Facing such a true divine tier being, many demons began contemplating rebellion. With the Ling clan suffering another devastating defeat and the fall of two of their great saints, the Ling Lord and the high-ranking members found themselves in an unprecedented crisis. The Grand Hall was enveloped in silence, with everyone present wearing expressions of despair and confusion. The Ling Lord scanned the room, his heart in torment. Their greatest pillars of support, the two ancestors, had perished in battle. If the allied forces seized this opportunity to launch an attack, the Ling clan would face annihilation. In this suffocating silence, the Ling clan's commander, Radanos, stepped forward, his voice low yet resolute. My lord, we are at the most critical juncture. If we have no other options, we must consider surrendering to the allied forces to preserve the bloodline of the Ling clan. Hearing this, the Ling Lord's eyelids twitched violently as he struggled internally. As the proud leader of the Ling clan, the word surrender was akin to poison. However, the harsh reality left him no room for hesitation. Not surrendering meant extinction. These were the only two paths left before him. Although the allied forces had not yet launched their attack, the Ling Lord knew well that they were merely regrouping their armies. Once ready, they would undoubtedly seek to exterminate the Ling clan. With a deep sigh, the Ling Lord's voice was filled with helplessness and pain. Alas, our two ancestors have fallen on the battlefield. If we surrender now, how can we face their spirits? Rodanos, his expression grave, continued to persuade. My lord, the demon clan has already severed ties with us, and we can no longer expect reinforcements. Worse still, all our colonial planets are experiencing rebellions, and some have even fallen. If we delay any longer, the Ling clan will face total destruction. Please, my lord, consider carefully and make a swift decision. Upon hearing this, everyone present echoed in agreement. Please, my lord, decide quickly. Amidst the overwhelming chorus of requests, the Ling Lord finally lowered his proud head and said with difficulty, very well, as you all suggest. You will be in charge of handling this matter. Rodanos immediately bowed and accepted the order. Yes, my lord. Meanwhile, the demon clan, after intense discussions, also decided to surrender to the allied forces. A demon clan envoy, bearing valuable gifts, hurried to the main star of Qianlin. Now, with the Qianlin Emperor at the helm, both the Ling clan and the demon clan chose to surrender to Qianlin. The prolonged war had inflicted significant losses on the allied forces, with even half of Qianlin's 10 proudest legions losing their interstellar battleships. In Fang Mo's palace, Minar, Lei Hong, Ai Jing, and Naz were reporting the post-war situation to him. After carefully reading the report, Fang Mo looked up at Minar and said, some Qianlin soldiers cannot be resurrected. Arrange proper compensation and a memorial garden for the martyrs. Also, integrate the resurrected soldiers into the reserve forces. Lei Hong, assist Minar in supplementing the troops, focusing on identifying potential talents. Minar and Lei Hong immediately responded, yes, Emperor. We will complete the task. Fang Mo nodded and continued to issue instructions. Ai Jing, you will handle all logistics for the military, especially the placement and resource supply for the resurrected soldiers. Naz, accelerate the 10th batch of manufacturing plants. Whether it requires scaling up, increasing manpower, or budget, do it. We're preparing for a major expansion. Understood? Ai Jing and Naz answered in unison. Understood, Emperor. Naz added, Emperor, the scale of the 10th batch manufacturing plan is indeed vast. Preliminary estimates suggest expanding the engineering department to 5 times its current size and tripling the workforce. The budget is still being calculated, but at this scale, we should be able to complete the goal of 1 billion starships within a year. Fang Mo pondered for a moment and replied, proceed with the expansion as you suggested. If it's not enough, we'll address it then. The four immediately began organizing their respective tasks. Fang Mo closed his eyes and sensed the state of the Qianlin star system. Since advancing to the divine level, his sensory abilities had drastically improved, far surpassing previous limits in both range and precision. It was as if he had a God-say view, able to perceive every movement within the star system. Even more astonishing, he felt his lifespan approaching eternity. If he led a normal life, he could potentially live until the end of the universe. Fang Mo slowly opened his eyes, clenching his fists and feeling the surging power within. He could now easily destroy the entire main star of Qianlin with his physical strength alone. Even standing on the surface of a star, he would be unscathed. This is the power of a true god? Fang Mo marveled. It has indeed surpassed the realm of ordinary beings. Taking advantage of the rare free time, Fang Mo decided to create some special items for which he had long prepared the materials. He had kept this technology a secret because it was too powerful. If everyone possessed it, the balance of races in the universe would be utterly disrupted. After 3 days of meticulous crafting, 1,200 gene enhancement serums were finally produced. Fang Mo then distributed them to the Phoenix Guards and Angel Guards. Although the Angel clan had joined recently, he did not show favoritism. However, he asked Amelia, the Angel commander, to try the serum first to observe its effects on the Angel clan. After drinking the serum, Amelia's entire body turned blood red, and she endured an hour of intense pain. When everything calmed down, she had grown an additional pair of angel wings. The other angel warriors were stunned by the sight. Angel Commander Nettis exclaimed in disbelief. You've become an archangel. How is this possible? In the Angel clan's hierarchy, 2 wings signify an ordinary angel, 4 wings an angel commander, and 6 wings an archangel. Archangels like the Angel King and Raphael achieved this status after thousands of years of training. Yet Amelia, at just over 500 years old, had already become an archangel, with the potential to ascend to a holy being in the future. Overwhelmed with emotion, Amelia knelt before Fang Mo. Thank you for your blessing, divine son. I, Amelia, vow to protect you with my life. Fang Mo smiled and helped her up. You deserve it. No need for such formalities. Distribute these serums to the other angel guards, 1 bottle per person. Yes, divine son. Soon, both the Phoenix guards and angel guards had undergone an evolution. As for the more advanced S6 gene serum, production was temporarily stalled due to a lack of materials. Fang Mo thought to himself that AI Jing would need to venture further into the galaxy to gather more rare resources. As time passed, a month swiftly went by. Throughout the universe, various races were still buzzing about the Great War between the Spirit Clan and the Allied forces, with the aftermath of the battle lingering on. On March 20th, 4029, the Demon Clan's delegation finally arrived at the main star of Qianlin. They passed through rigorous security checks imposed by the Allied forces before setting foot on this sacred land. AI Jing immediately contacted Fang Mo to briefly explain the purpose of the Demon Clan's visit. Fang Mo instructed her to bring the delegation to the palace for a meeting. Soon, AI Jing led a demon representative into the palace, a figure standing about 6 meters tall and resembling a demonic sorcerer. AI Jing respectfully bowed to Fang Mo. Your Majesty, the Demon Clan delegation has arrived. The demonic sorcerer hurried forward and bowed deeply. I am Pagano, Grand Sorcerer of the Demon Clan. Greetings to the great Emperor of Qianlin. By the order of our Demon King, I come to seek your pardon and discuss peace. Fang Mo scrutinized the trembling, terrified Grand Sorcerer before him, feeling quite surprised. According to the Angel Clan, the Demon Clan was known for their arrogance and brazen behavior, yet here stood a figure cowering in fear. Rise, Fang Mo said indifferently. Thank you, Your Majesty. Pagano responded as if granted amnesty, still not daring to look directly at Fang Mo. From the moment he stepped into the palace, an unprecedented oppressive force had weighed down on him like a mountain. Even when facing the Demon King, he had never felt such suffocating pressure. He knew that Fang Mo could easily take his life with just a thought. As the Grand Sorcerer of the Demon Clan, Pagano was at least a novice saint. But in front of Fang Mo, he felt as insignificant as an ant. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he nervously said, Your Majesty, I humbly ask for your forgiveness for our previous misguided decisions. We should not have allied with the Spirit Clan. We were completely misled by them. In this war, our clan has realized our mistakes. We hope Your Majesty will see the truth. Fang Mo responded expressionlessly, whether what you say is true or not is no longer important. But your Demon Clan did indeed attack my allied forces, and this debt cannot be ignored. You must give me and the allied forces a satisfactory explanation. Yes, Your Majesty is absolutely right. Pagano nodded repeatedly. Our clan is willing to pay 10 trillion star coins and return the previously occupied Angel Clan territories as compensation. What does Your Majesty think? Fang Mo sneered. Do you think such a small compensation will settle this matter? Tell me, who was behind the decision to ally with the Spirit Clan and attack my allied forces? Pagano's forehead broke out in sweat again as he stammered. This? Your Majesty, I. Seeing him hem and haw without a clear answer, Fang Mo directly used his mind-reading ability and instantly discovered the truth. It was all orchestrated by the Demon King. Enough, I already know the answer, Fang Mo said coldly. Since your Demon King was the mastermind, he will have to pay the price. The compensation will be 100 trillion star coins, and all the occupied Angel Clan territories must be returned. As for your Demon King, I will deal with him personally. You may leave now. Pagano's face turned pale upon hearing this, and he quickly took his leave. Yes, I will take my leave now. He dared not stay a moment longer, as if in hell, desperately wanting to escape this suffocating place. For him, as long as he could keep his life, star coins and territories were trivial matters. AI Jing watched Pagano's hasty departure and couldn't help but laugh. Your Majesty, I never expected the Demon Clan to fear you so much. It's truly eye-opening. Fang Mo replied slowly. The Demon Clan is treacherous and needs to be dealt with harshly. As for the Spirit Clan, I have decided to eradicate them completely. I sense their delegation is on the way. Inform all factions of the allied forces to refuse their surrender. We will take this opportunity to settle the Spirit Clan's crimes once and for all. Understood, Your Majesty. I will convey your orders immediately. AI Jing responded respectfully. Fang Mo then stood up, and a spatial portal appeared beside him. Without hesitation, he stepped into it. The scene shifted to the Demon Clan's Grand Hall, where the Demon King and his high-ranking officials were discussing compensation matters. Suddenly, a spatial portal opened at the entrance, and a human man walked out. The Demon King and the others were initially stunned, then filled with horror as they recognized the newcomer. It was Fang Mo. He stared directly at the Demon King and said coldly, You must be the current Demon King. My purpose here is simple, to take your life and honor the fallen soldiers of my allied forces. The Demon King, enraged, stood up and shouted, I never expected the great Emperor of Qianlin to dare to enter the Demon Clan alone and threaten to kill me? Ha! You overestimate yourself. Guards, Before he could finish speaking, dozens of spatial rifts opened in the Grand Hall, and over 100 Demon Clan saints emerged. Although most were novice saints, their sheer number was impressive. Clearly, the Demon King had anticipated this and set up a trap. Fang Mo glanced around dismissively and said, "Do you really think this ragtag group can stop me? Killing you all would be as easy as crushing ants." The Demon King's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. "I know you are a god-level being, but killing me won't be so easy today. Attack." With the Demon King's command, over 300 Demon Clan saints swarmed towards Fang Mo, launching a ferocious assault. Fang Mo locked his gaze on the Demon King and calmly uttered one word: freeze. In an instant, the entire planet, along with the surrounding space, came to a standstill. Even the planet's rotation and orbit ceased. All the Demon Clan saints were immobilized, including the Demon King, though their consciousness and thoughts remained active. The Demon King and the 300 saints could only watch helplessly as Fang Mo slowly approached the Demon King. Fang Mo looked up at the 10-meter-tall Demon King and said coldly, "You should never have provoked Qianlin. What a pity." With a swift motion, the entire Grand Hall was filled with the sound of spatial slicing, and all the Demon Clan members were instantly slain. The Demon King was cut into thousands of pieces, unable to break free from the immobilization even in his final moments. "Release," Fang Mo said softly. With a crash, the fragments of flesh and bone fell to the ground. He turned and called out to the guards outside, "Bring someone who can make decisions here to speak with me." The guards outside were already paralyzed with fear. Hearing Fang Mo's call, a few of them scrambled to find the high-ranking officials. Soon, a female succubus sorcerer appeared before Fang Mo. She immediately knelt down, trembling as she kowtowed. "I am Lorenial, the Demon Clan's chief of internal affairs. Greetings to the great emperor of Qianlin. May you exist eternally." Fang Mo said indifferently, "Stand up and speak." "Yes, your majesty," Lorenial replied as she slowly rose to her feet. She stood at 1.7 meters tall, with an alluring figure that could stir any human man's desires. Fang Mo spoke calmly, "Your Demon King and several high-ranking officials have been executed by me. Who else is in charge of the Demon Clan now?" The succubus sorceress Lualinier immediately responded with respect, "Your majesty, currently there are only 3 high-ranking members in our clan. One is Pagano, who has been sent for negotiations, another is General Moore on the front lines, and the last one is myself." Fang Mo stroked his chin, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. "From today onwards, you will take over as the Demon King of your clan, and your race will be incorporated as a subsidiary of Qianlin. Any signs of rebellion, and I will annihilate your clan." Lualinier was initially startled, but then smiled cunningly. "Thank you for your grace, your majesty. From now on, I will be your most loyal servant. I will also ensure that the Demon Clan becomes your most faithful subsidiary." That will do for now." Fang Mo extended his slender finger and gently touched Lualinier's forehead. A faint glow appeared, and Lualinier felt something enter her mind. Fang Mo's deep voice resonated in her ear. "This is my contact number. Additionally, I have planted my mark in your mind. Should you harbor any disloyalty, I will detect it immediately. Your life and death lie in my hands. I will remain loyal and devoted. Please, your majesty, watch and see." Lualinier bowed her head respectfully, though a barely noticeable excitement flickered in her eyes. Fang Mo said no more and turned to step into the teleportation channel, instantly returning to the palace on Qianlin's main planet. Back on the Demon Star, Lualinier sensed the information left by Fang Mo and displayed a look of both excitement and ruthlessness. Although she was a high-ranking member of the Demon Clan, she had always been suppressed by the Demon King and other powerful leaders. Now, with only 3 high-ranking members left, she believed she could quickly take control of the entire Demon Clan with some internal maneuvering. Once in power, she planned to use iron-fisted methods to intimidate the clan. A clear plan to dominate the Demon Clan began to form in her mind. After returning to the palace, Fang Mo toyed with the cosmic origin pearl in his hand. There were still 126 of these pearls left, but absorbing them no longer had much effect. The issue with the Demon Clan is temporarily resolved. Now, it's time to deal with the Spirit Clan, Fang Mo muttered to himself. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of the Retro Star System, the Demoya Republic, a member of the Allied Nations, was blocking the Spirit Clan's diplomatic fleet. A middle-aged Spirit Clan member spoke politely, "Officer, we are the Spirit Clan's delegation here to negotiate surrender. Please inform your superiors. We wish to proceed to Qianlin's main planet to meet with the Emperor." "Surrender negotiations?" A Demoya Republic officer sneered. "I've received orders from above to reject your surrender. Go back. Otherwise, I will not be so courteous." The officer's tone was stern. The Spirit Clan had previously invaded their country, causing numerous deaths. The fact that he was even speaking civilly instead of attacking the delegation was a testament to his restraint. "Officer, may I ask who issued this order?" the Spirit Clan envoy asked cautiously. Haha, this order came directly from Qinlin's emperor himself. Don't entertain any false hopes. Leave. The officer's face showed clear impatience. Realizing the situation, the Spirit Clan delegation immediately led their fleet back to the Mother Spirit Star to report to their leader. Upon receiving the news, the Spirit Clan's leader and high-ranking officials looked even more grim. They understood that they would now have to face the wrath of the allied nations Hedon. However, the allied nations were currently recuperating and had no immediate plans to attack the Spirit Clan. Just when everyone thought the Spirit Clan would suffer the allied nations' retribution, a shocking announcement spread throughout the universe. The Holy Clan, Angel Clan, and various allied nations collectively declared that the Qinlin faction had officially been elevated to the status of a universal hegemonic power. Simultaneously, Fang Mo announced that a grand celebration would be held on May 1st, 4029, on Qinlin's main planet. Following this announcement, various races across the universe sent their congratulations. More astonishingly, the Demon Clan publicly declared a month later that Luolinier had taken over as the new Demon King and pledged eternal loyalty to the Qinlin Emperor. This move shocked all the other races, as they couldn't fathom how a former universal hegemonic power could submit to Qinlin and even change their leadership. Later, it was revealed that the Qinlin Emperor had single-handedly entered the Demon Clan's stronghold, personally killing the Demon King and most of the high-ranking members, leading to this dramatic change. The Holy King of the Angel Clan commented, "The Demon Clan's return to the embrace of the Divine Sun is their good fortune. They should consider themselves lucky." Time flew by, and soon it was May 1st. On this day, numerous races traveled from afar to Qinlin's main planet. As they marveled at the blend of technology and greenery, they couldn't help but admire the beauty of the place. All the leaders of the allied nations personally attended. Fang Mo greeted each of these leaders and hosted a private high-end banquet. This time, everyone drank without restraint, as the previous concerns about the Spirit Clan had been alleviated. Many leaders from various nations ended up getting drunk, marking the first time they had done so on foreign soil. After the banquet, the two holy lords of the Holy Clan and the Holy King of the Angel Clan gathered with Fang Mo again. Yashing Lord bowed to Fang Mo. "Fang Shun, I didn't expect you to have subdued the Demon Clan. It truly surprised me." Fang Mo smiled slightly. The Demon Clan was always unpredictable, so I had to take decisive action to resolve the issue. Otherwise, if they suddenly turned against us, we would be in trouble. The Holy King nodded. The Demon Clan is always cunning and deceitful, with no bottom line. The fact that the Divine Sun managed to subdue them is their fortune. Now we can focus on dealing with the Spirit Clan. Man Shang Lord took a sip of fine wine, his face showing anger. "Those despicable Spirit Clan members. I must avenge the death of Hun Tian de Shang." Seeing Man Shang Lord's expression, Fang Mo spoke softly. "Brother Man Shang, I sensed a trace of Hun Tian de Shang's fate. Although he self-destructed, he left behind a wisp of soul energy that drifted into the universe. Perhaps in 10,000 years, you may see him again." Both Man Shang Lord and Yashing Lord were initially stunned, then looked at Fang Mo with anticipation. "Is what you say true, Fang Xin?" "Absolutely." Fang Mo then waved his right hand, and an image of Hun Tian de Shang's soul energy drifting away after his self-destruction appeared above them. Fang Mo continued, "Hun Tian de Shang is an ancient being of the universe, mastering many mysterious techniques. This must be his last resort for survival. If he can safely reincarnate, he will have a second chance at life." After watching, everyone marveled at Hun Tian de Shang's abilities. Yashing Lord exhaled deeply. "Fang Shun, do you know where his soul went?" Fang Mo shook his head. "That I cannot sense. The universe is vast, as you know. Even as a deity, I cannot perceive everything." In the end, they had to accept this reality. The grand celebration soon concluded, but many races chose to stay and continue exploring Qinlin's main planet. The grand celebration came to an end, and Qinlin officially ascended to the ranks of the cosmic superpowers. Fang Mo checked his annual and phase missions, discovering that he had completed several of them. His points had accumulated to 120.6 billion, and the two recent battles with the Ling clan had brought him substantial rewards. The time was right. Without hesitation, Fang Mo spent 50 billion points to upgrade the system. Ding! The system notification sounded. "Congratulations, host. The system upgrade is successful. You have reached the S8 system level. You have been granted a one-time free purchase of an S8 series item." Fang Mo immediately checked his attribute panel. Host, Fang Mo. Title, Emperor of Qinlin of the Allied Nations. Territories, Qinlin Galaxy, Vilius Galaxy, Fubin Galaxy, Barandi Star Region, Storm Star Region, Beatty Star Chaos. Profession, Legendary Mechanic. Attributes, Eye of Insight, Engineering Manufacture Speed 30, Leader's Light, Mastery of Dark Energy, Raider's Strength, Fearless Heart, Mind Reading. Equipment, Sword of Victory, Immovable King Class Dark Energy Power Armor. Star coins, 328 trillion. Starships, 27.21 million. Missions, Phase Main Mission 3 in progress, Annual Mission in progress. Mission points, 70.6 billion. System Warehouse, 126 Universe Origin Pearls, 1 free purchase of an S8 series item. Although there was still a long way to go to upgrade to the S9 system, Fang Mo decided to choose an S8 class starship blueprint first. He carefully browsed through 6 S8 class starship blueprints and finally selected an engineering ship blueprint. Considering that Xianlin needed to manufacture 100 million S3 class interstellar warships within a year, and the current engineering ships were no longer meeting the demand, this choice was undoubtedly urgent. Fang Mo carefully examined the detailed parameters of the S8 class engineering ship. Ship type, engineering ship. Class, S8. Dimensions, length 300,000 m, width 180,000 m, height 180,000 m. Shield strength, 50 million units. Mass, 8 million tons. Speed, 100 kilometers. Warp engine, S-class warp engine. Crew, 150,000. Starship functions. 1. Technology replication system. Can automatically analyze and perfectly replicate any cosmic technology, provided the original component is available. 2. Energy regeneration and supply system. Efficiently absorbs various cosmic energies and quickly converts them into usable energy, while also supplying other starships. 3. Planetary manufacturing system. Capable of creating and modifying planets, excluding stars. 4. Resource conversion system. Can convert resource energy into material, turning waste into treasure. 5. Intelligent forging system. Possesses complete intelligent analysis and forging capabilities, able to analyze and determine the best manufacturing process and method upon receiving design blueprints. Seeing the powerful manufacturing capabilities of this starship, Fang Mo was overjoyed. With it, completing the task of manufacturing 100 million starships would no longer be a problem. He immediately sent the design blueprint to Minister Nas, instructing him to prioritize the construction of this starship. Minister Nas, who had a deep interest in technological engineering, was ecstatic upon receiving the blueprint of such an engineering ship. When he saw the S8 designation, his face was filled with disbelief. He immediately contacted Fang Mo. Emperor, I have something to ask. Go ahead, Fang Mo replied. Is there a pinnacle to technology, and is there an end to the universe? Minister Nas inquired. Fang Mo pondered for a moment before answering, I can't give you precise answers to those questions. However, as of now, the highest level of technology in this universe appears to be S10. As for the end of the universe, it might exist. Understood. Thank you, Your Majesty. Minister Nas respectfully ended the call. Fang Mo reopened the system store. Since the system had been upgraded to S8, he decided to take a look at the combat-type interstellar warships. With 70.6 billion points remaining, he had just enough to purchase another starship design blueprint. The remaining 5 S8 class starship blueprints were all combat-oriented. He carefully examined the parameters of a strategic ship. Ship type, strategic ship. Class, S8. Dimensions, length 300,000 m, width 80,000 m, height 100,000 m. Shield strength, 100 million units. Mass, 10 million tons. Speed, 200 kilometers. Warp engine, S-class warp engine. Crew, 500,000. Starship weapons. 1. God of Flame class Divine Shield Defense System. An upgraded version of the Star Shield, capable of defending against any type of attack, including those that bypass the shield. 2. God of Flame class Space Distortion System. Creates a 10-kilometer radius of space distortion around the ship, blocking any physical and energy attacks. 3. God of Flame class Cosmic Radar System. Can detect all matter, energy, and life forms within 15 million kilometers. 4. 20,000 penetrating 12,000 millimeters dark energy destruction main cannons, 60-second cooldown. 5. 30,000 high temperature 10,000 millimeters particle laser secondary cannons, 40-second cooldown. 6. 40,000 high explosive 5,000 millimeters quantum energy cannons, 30-second cooldown. 7. 5,000 invisible intelligent repair robots, equipped with stealth capabilities. 8. Divine Flame. Upon release, it can burn all enemy units within 100,000 kilometers around the ship, possessing the ability to incinerate everything in the universe. Special functions. 1. Cosmic Energy Automatic Absorption System. Can automatically absorb dark energy from the universe to replenish its own energy consumption, taking 48 hours to fully charge. 2. Life Metal Armor System. The outer armor is entirely made of life metal, capable of self-repair, transferring, and stacking armor layers on the ship's body, with regenerative properties. 3. Stellar Absorption System. Can absorb energy from any star in the universe, including black holes and neutron stars. 4. Space warp system. Capable of performing any space warp transmission within 2,000 light-years, with a 12-hour cooldown. The most striking feature was the ship's shield, upgraded to a divine shield, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. Fang Mo did not hesitate to send the design blueprint of this starship to Nas, instructing him to manufacture 10 of them and distribute them to Qinlin's 10 major battle groups. Thus, the only annual task left uncompleted is the S9 class starship. Fang Mo furrowed his brow as he calculated. The remaining points totaled only 32.6 billion, far short of the 500 billion goal. He realized that to achieve this target, the only viable option was to completely eliminate the Ling clan. Immediately, Fang Mo activated the remote communication system to contact the various allied forces. Within minutes, a cross-galactic video conference commenced, with the holographic images of the leaders appearing in the conference room. Emperor Bor was the first to speak, his voice tinged with curiosity. I wonder if His Majesty has summoned us for an important matter? Fang Mo's gaze swept across the attendees, his tone steady and resolute. To avoid any prolonged uncertainties, I have gathered everyone here to discuss the complete eradication of the Ling clan. Does anyone have any thoughts? The room fell into a brief silence as the leaders pondered. Fang Mo's proposal struck a chord recently. The Ling clan had been unusually quiet, and no one knew what they might be plotting in the shadows. Missing this opportunity could lead to endless troubles in the future. The Holy King of the Angel clan broke the silence, speaking slowly. His Highness is right. The Ling clan, as a dominant force in the universe for tens of thousands of years, has a formidable foundation. Though they have suffered defeats, they still command over 100,000 troops, not to be underestimated. Leader Yana echoed the sentiment. I support His Majesty and the Holy King's views. We must seize the momentum and completely eradicate the Ling clan. Subsequently, the other leaders expressed their agreement, unanimously endorsing the strategy. Seeing no opposition, Fang Mo moved on to the main topic. Let's discuss how to completely resolve the Ling clan issue. Lord Ye pondered for a moment before speaking. I am quite familiar with the Ling clan. Their territory is vast, and they have a large population. To completely resolve this, it won't be an overnight task. As he spoke, he brought up the current interstellar map of the Ling clan's territory. The map showed that the Mother God Star was their stronghold, heavily guarded. The border area with the Saint clan was also heavily fortified. Lord Ye analyzed. To completely eliminate the Ling clan, we must divide our forces and attack. After thorough discussion, the Alliance decided to split their forces into 3 groups. 1. The Saint clan would operate independently, prioritizing the attack on the border area with the Ling clan to cut off support to the Mother God Star. 2. A mixed alliance contingent would form the second group, attacking the border area between the Ling clan and the Retro Star system to tie down some of the Ling clan's forces. 3. The Angel clan and the Qinlin Corps would form a raid force, directly teleporting near the Mother God Star to launch a surprise attack. This strategy aimed to gradually weaken the Ling clan's resistance, first eliminating their active forces and then cleaning up the remaining loyalists. This would be a protracted war, possibly lasting months or even years. Fang Mo had initially considered inviting the Demon clan to join the fight, but ultimately decided against it. The new Demon King, Rolinal, had not yet fully consolidated control over the Demon clan, and their forces were still unreliable. Inviting them might backfire. Fang Mo then detailed the strategic plan to Minar, Lei Hong, and the commanders of the 10 major battle groups, instructing them to finalize the operational details with the Angel clan and prepare for the impending conflict. 2 weeks passed swiftly. The Saint clan and the allied forces launched their initial attacks on the Ling clan, igniting battles on 2 fronts. Some interstellar media companies moved in to cover the conflict, and the showdown between these dominant forces finally began. Public opinion was overwhelmingly against the Ling clan, with many spectators speculating on how long they could hold out, further inciting the Ling clan's anger. The Ling Lord and their high command gathered in their council hall, the atmosphere heavy. Finally, someone broke the silence. Everyone has seen it. The allied forces have launched a full-scale attack on our clan. If we remain silent, we will face annihilation. The Ling Lord sighed deeply. We have 30,000 troops defending each front. The Saint clan's pressure is greater, but we can still hold the line against the allied forces. However, the most concerning are the Qinlin and Angel forces, which have yet to appear. They must have other plans. We must prepare for any eventuality. Rodanos frowned. Does anyone have any guesses about the Qinlin and Angel clan schemes? The room fell into contemplative silence, unable to deduce the enemy's plans. Just then, a messenger rushed into the hall, reporting loudly. My lord, the Bandal front is in crisis. They are under fierce attack from the Saint clan. If we don't reinforce them soon, they won't last another 7 days. The Ling Lord's face darkened. The Saint clan is utterly shameless. Years ago, we spared them, and now they seek our destruction. I am filled with regret. A middle-aged Ling clan general reported, "My lord, I have mobilized the remaining defensive troops from other star systems. They will arrive at the Mother God star within 3 days. Combined with our home forces, we will have 80,000 troops. This is all we have left." The Ling Lord pondered for a moment before deciding. Defending those colony star systems is now pointless. Recall all troops. Send 20,000 to reinforce the Saint Clan front. As for the Qianlin and Angel forces, we must remain vigilant and report any movements immediately. That's all. After the meeting, the Ling Lord took out a black sphere. This was a relic left by the two ancestors, meant to be used as a last resort. Once shattered, it would open an unclosable portal for the insect swarm to flood in continuously. This secret treasure was obtained from a cosmic relic by the ancestors. Gripping the sphere tightly, the Ling Lord vowed, "Emperor Qianlin, you killed our two ancestors and now press us to the brink. Even if it means infamy, I will drag you all down to hell with us." Meanwhile, Fang Mo stood in the command cabin of his new flagship. Minar approached him, respectfully reporting, "Your Majesty, our forces and the Angel Clan's forces are fully prepared. We have deployed 10,000 troops in 10 battle groups. The Angel Clan has 600,000 troops ready. We await your command." Fang Mo slowly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within. "Then let's depart. Teleport directly to the Ling Clan's Mother God star and catch them off guard." "Yes, Your Majesty." Minar saluted and left. The massive allied fleet began activating their interstellar jump devices, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the Ling clan. With Fang Mo's command, the 10 battalions of the Qianlin army and the Angelic Legion were instantly teleported near the Lingzhou Mother Star. Upon arrival, they were immediately detected by the numerous patrol fleets that the Lingzhou had long stationed. The Lingzhou's precautionary measures proved effective as the massive coalition force of 70,000 troops entered their surveillance range. At that moment, only 30,000 troops were stationed around the Lingzhou Mother Star, with another 50,000 yet to return. Minar and the Angelic Legion had already devised a contingency plan to annihilate any Lingzhou troops and fleets they encountered without mercy. This was the sole directive Fang Mo had given Minar, as he was solely focused on accumulating points. In no time, the patrolling Lingzhou fleet was obliterated by the Qianlin battalions. However, the Lingzhou had already sensed the invaders' movements. The Lingzhou leader and the high-ranking officials wore expressions of anxiety. They hadn't anticipated the sudden appearance of the Qianlin and Angelic legions, nor the overwhelming force of 70,000 troops, more than double their own. In this critical moment, a high-ranking Lingzhou official urgently suggested, "My lord, the enemy has breached our defenses. I recommend we take half of our forces to rendezvous with the reinforcements, leaving the other half to hold off the enemy." Other officials echoed, "Yes, my lord. We must act swiftly." The Lingzhou leader's face darkened, but he showed no fear. He coldly asked, "Are you suggesting I abandon the Mother Star, our people, and our soldiers to flee in disgrace?" The official hastily clarified, "My lord, that is not my intention. Given the dire situation, we must make a strategic retreat to plan a counterattack. Please understand." The other officials also voiced their agreement. The Lingzhou leader sneered, "If you wish to leave, then go. As the leader of the Lingzhou, I will stand and fall with the Mother Star." Seeing the determination in his eyes, the officials knew they couldn't sway him. Subsequently, a majority of the high-ranking officials left the Mother Star with their families and fleets. The Lingzhou leader turned his cold gaze to the 6 remaining high-ranking officials and asked, "They've all left. Why are you still here?" "Rodanos, the commander," replied solemnly, "My lord, I am old and cannot run. Since the enemy is at our doorstep, we must defend the Mother Star to the death. Please allow us to fight by your side." The others also expressed their resolve to stand and fight. The Lingzhou leader finally smiled, "Very well, let us face the enemy together." Meanwhile, in the nearby space, the Lingzhou forces were already engaged in fierce combat with the Qianlin and Angelic legions. Both sides were determined to annihilate the other, but the Lingzhou were at a disadvantage due to their inferior numbers and outdated starship technology. The S-7 class interstellar battleships of the Qianlin battalions were practically crushing the Lingzhou ships. These battleships were equipped with the devastating Divine Flame, a continuous destructive force far more powerful than the one-time attack of the Cosmic Thunder. Fang Mo sensed that some Lingzhou fleets were fleeing the Mother Star, but most were still holding their ground. After more than an hour of battle, the Lingzhou forces were reduced to less than a third, while the Qianlin and Angelic legions had lost less than a tenth of their ships. The 10 Qianlin battalions had reached the skies above the Lingzhou Mother Star, deploying numerous landing troops to the planet's surface with the mission to eliminate all Lingzhou. Fang Mo and 2 elite guard units also landed. He issued simple orders for the elite guards to operate in small teams, while he led a squad personally. Watching his system points skyrocket, he smirked, thinking, "It seems that war is the way to earn points." 30 minutes later, Fang Mo and his elite squad arrived at the Lingzhou Council Hall. He had already sensed several Nearsent-level presences inside, assuming they were Lingzhu leaders. One of his fiery guards kicked open the hall doors, revealing the Lingzhu leader and 6 high-ranking officials fully armed and waiting. Fang Mo scanned the room and said, "Looks like I've caught some big fish." Lingzhu leader, what a coincidence. He had long recognized the Lingzhu leader. The Lingzhu leader also recognized Fang Mo and sneered, "I didn't expect to meet the Qianlin Emperor himself." Quite the coincidence indeed. Fang Mo scoffed, "I've already wiped out your army and your 2 ancestors. I don't mind sending you to join them." Before he finished speaking, he charged forward with incredible speed. Neither the Lingzhu nor the guards could see his movements clearly. In an instant, 6 Lingzhu high-ranking officials were decapitated. The Lingzhu leader broke into a cold sweat, horrified. Is this the power of a god? It's terrifying. He gritted his teeth and said, "Qianlin Emperor, even if I die today, I won't let you have it easy." With that, he crushed a sphere in his hand, releasing a grayish-brown energy that formed a spatial rift in the hall. Fang Mo sensed the presence of a vast number of Zerg on the other side, recognizing the rift as a permanent spatial tear. He sneered, "I didn't expect you to go this far, even at the cost of infamy. Truly ruthless." The Lingzhu leader began to laugh maniacally. "Haha, Qianlin Emperor, if you want to destroy the Lingzhu, then let's die together." Die together? You're overestimating yourself. Fang Mo extended his right hand towards the rift and calmly said, "Temporal reversal." The Lingzhu leader looked at Fang Mo in confusion. What did you do?" The spatial rift closed, and the grayish-brown energy flowed back into the sphere, which slowly restored itself. Fang Mo looked at the stunned Lingzhu leader and said indifferently, "Do you think you can comprehend the power of a god?" Lingzhu's face was filled with disbelief. He couldn't fathom how Fang Mo managed to reverse time. Enraged, he shouted, "You, me, I'll fight you to the end." He then grabbed his energy sword and charged at Fang Mo, slashing fiercely. Clang! Fang Mo effortlessly blocked the attack, smirking at Lingzhu. "Is this all you've got?" Before Lingzhu could respond, Fang Mo kicked him into a pit. Lingzhu's chest caved in, and he coughed up blood, fearfully watching Fang Mo approach. Fang Mo grabbed him, saying coldly, "You and your Lingzhu can vanish from this universe." With a swift motion, he crushed Lingzhu's head. At that moment, a few of Fang Mo's guards entered to report, "Emperor, the guards near the palace have been completely eliminated." "Good, then go and wipe out the rest of the Lingzhu," Fang Mo commanded, showing no mercy towards the Lingzhu, whom he considered a blight on the universe. Over 3 hours later, the outer defenses of the Lingzhu's home planet were annihilated. Fang Mo ordered the landing troops to return to the starship and initiated an orbital bombardment to completely obliterate the billions of Lingzhu. This bombardment was carried out by the 10 Great Corps of Qianlin to boost Fang Mo's system points. The bombardment lasted for hours until a communicator reported, "A Lingzhu army of 50,000 is approaching." Fang Mo was pleased, seeing it as more points delivered to him. Minar immediately ordered, "Qianlin 10 Great Corps, engage with full force and annihilate the enemy." The Qianlin soldiers were brimming with fighting spirit, and the Angel Corps were eager not to be outdone. In the ensuing battle, the Lingzhu quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. Upon learning that their home planet had been destroyed, some Lingzhu troops began to flee. After 5 hours of fierce fighting, the 50,000-strong Lingzhu army was completely wiped out, leaving debris floating in space. In the subsequent battles, Fang Mo no longer participated personally, instead toying with a gray-black orb he had taken from Lingzhu. The conflict spread, and the universe's myriad races realized the Lingzhu were on the brink of extinction. Over a month later, the Lingzhu were confined to their final star region. Fang Mo's points had reached 481.3 billion, and he ordered a full-scale assault. He used a god-level technique to envelop the entire Lingzhu star region with a massive dark energy shield, stunning all who witnessed it. The last Lingzhu star region fell a week later, and all the Lingzhu were completely eradicated. Fang Mo's system points finally reached 502.3 billion, allowing him to upgrade his system. Fang Mo clicked on the system upgrade, and immediately, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Ding, congratulations host, the system upgrade is successful. You have been upgraded to the S9 system. You also get 1 free purchase of any item from the S9 series." Eagerly, he dove into the system consciousness and began browsing the system mall. 4 design blueprints caught his eye, 3 combat-type interstellar warships and 1 utility ship. Each blueprint was priced at a staggering 3.5 trillion points, making Fang Mo thankful for the one-time free purchase. After careful consideration, he chose a starship named Doomsday Ship. Instantly, a flood of information entered his mind. The ship was 500,000 meters long, 200,000 meters wide, 250,000 meters high, and weighed 2.5 billion tons, with a cruising speed of 200 kilometers. It was equipped with a light God-class shield defense system, a photon barrier system, a cosmic radar system, and an array of formidable weapons. What astonished Fang Mo the most was the Doomsday Light system, capable of striking any area within 2,000 light-years, covering a range of up to 1 million kilometers. He couldn't help but marvel. This is a true interstellar sniper ship. However, seeing that upgrading from S9 to S10 required 5 trillion points left Fang Missouri feeling a bit hopeless. He mused to himself that even annihilating all the dominant forces in the universe might not be enough to gather such points. News of the Ling clan's extinction spread like wildfire among the various races in the universe. The few survivors of the Ling clan hid on remote planets, merely seeking to survive. Fang Mo noticed their escape but chose not to pursue, giving them a chance to live. Nasi, through a video call, knelt before Fang Mo, praising his ability to design an S9 class interstellar warship. Fang Mo, feeling a bit helpless, simply instructed Nasi to manufacture one by December 15th. After arranging the post-battle affairs, Fang Mo returned to the main star of Qianlin with the Imperial Guard. He went straight to his grandmother's palace and exchanged a few words with her after their long separation. When his grandmother mentioned that his sister was already engaged and hinted that he should also think about his future, Fang Mo couldn't help but show an awkward expression. With the fall of the Ling clan, the cosmic order underwent a massive transformation. The planets that had once been colonized by the Ling clan regained their freedom and returned to the control of their native inhabitants. Meanwhile, all the major cosmic powers, except for the Necromancer clan, formed an unbreakable alliance. This series of events swept away the war and chaos that had blanketed the universe like a breath of fresh air. Without the Ling clan's manipulation, various races and factions began to reconcile, realizing that petty squabbles were meaningless. They turned their attention to Qianlin, seeking to learn from its path of development. In just a month, the universe experienced its first true era of peace. Trade, technology, and cultural exchanges among different races flourished like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Many once oppressed races also stepped into the spotlight, showcasing their unique talents. To celebrate this hard-won peace, all the races of the universe bestowed a resounding title upon Fang Mo, God of Freedom and Peace. At the same time, numerous factions and races jointly proposed holding the first universal starship competition in Qianlin. Fang Mo entrusted this task to Ai Jing and Minar, assigning them the responsibility of planning the event. Fang Mo himself began to lead a leisurely life. He would lounge in his palace, enjoying fruit drinks and sighing, "Peaceful days are so comfortable." However, he suddenly remembered that his sister was getting married on December 1st, just over half a month away. As a time traveler, apart from a brief infatuation during his school days, Fang Mo didn't seem to have any particular fondness for women. He muttered to himself, "Whatever, can't rush these things. Let's leave it to fate." At that moment, Ai Jing entered the palace and respectfully reported, "Emperor, the plan for the Universal Starship competition has been drafted. Please review it." Fang Mo lazily responded, just leave it there. Any news of wars in the universe lately?" Ai Jing replied, "Emperor, there haven't been any wars detected recently, but there are still some activities by space pirates." Fang Mo nonchalantly said, "We won't bother with space pirates. That's a matter of regional governance. Nothing to do with me." Ai Jing smiled sweetly at the relaxed Fang Mo and said, "Emperor, this is the first time I've seen you so at ease." Fang Mo glanced at Ai Jing and said, "Although it's quite boring now, it's very relaxing, and I really enjoy this state." His daily life had become simple and pleasant, training, sparring with the guards, and enjoying life. He even invited his close friend Li Mingpeng to visit his planet. When Li Mingpeng first arrived at the palace, he was a bit reserved, but he soon relaxed. He curiously observed everything in the palace, especially the guards standing like statues, both the Phoenix guards and the Angel guards. He whispered to Fang Mo, "Amo, that Angel guard is so good-looking, just too tall." Fang Mo almost wanted to punch him and said helplessly, "Ahem, behave yourself. Don't get yourself beaten up. I won't help you." Li Mingpeng grinned mischievously and said, I was just saying, don't take it seriously." Fang Mo handed Li Mingpeng a jade stone and instructed, "Take this. Keep it with you at all times. It will protect you." This was a guardian stone condensed from Fang Mo's divine power, capable of protecting Li Mingpeng and teleporting him away in times of danger. Li Mingpeng took the jade stone, looked at it and joked, "Why give me a stone? Don't you know what I like?" Fang Mo ignored his joke and asked about his family. Li Mingpeng replied that everything was fine. His father's company was thriving under the care of the Shenglong Empire, and his sister was already married. The two friends felt like they were back in their school days, enjoying the next half-month together. Fang Mo invited Li Mingpeng to stay until after Fang Qingqing's wedding, and Li Mingpeng gladly agreed. Just then, a system notification sounded in Fang Mo's mind, informing him that he had completed the 4029 annual mission. The mission entailed having a specific number and level of starships and reaching a god-level life form within a year. The system rewarded him with two S-8 class starship blueprints and an extraordinarily powerful S-9 class hunting ship. The performance of the S-9 class hunting ship was astounding. 400,000 meters in length, equipped with a defense and weapon system at the level of the space-time supreme god, and possessing special abilities like space folding and time-space traversal. Its existence would undoubtedly greatly enhance Fang Mo's power. First, I'll immobilize you, then hit you with the light of destruction. Are you scared yet? This taunting declaration echoed through the cosmos, signaling an impending, unprecedented upheaval. The Qinlan Battle Corps, though still numbering 10, had reached an astounding level of scale and firepower. Each corps was equipped with 10 million interstellar warships, including 2 top-tier S-9 class and 40 S-8 class battleships, with the rest ranging from S-3 to S-7 classes. This unprecedented configuration quickly became a model for Allied forces, marking a significant shift from the Legion system to the Battle Corps system. Under this new structure, each Battle Corps commander not only led vast forces but also held supreme administrative authority over their corps. When not engaged in collective military actions, they each guarded their respective territories, forming a decentralized yet tightly connected military network. Fang Mo's foresight once again shone through. He handed the formula for the S2 class Super Soldier Gene Enhancement Serum to Minister Nas, directing its distribution to all Qinlan soldiers. Furthermore, all deputy commanders of the Battle Corps were administered the S4 class serum, granting them the ability to manipulate dark energy. This move significantly improved command efficiency, allowing Battle Corps commanders to transmit orders mentally quickly, accurately, and without error. On December 1st, the highly anticipated Qianlin First Interstellar Warship Competition commenced as scheduled. Competitors from across the universe gathered for a 30-day multi-event contest. Fang Mo established generous rewards for the top 3. The champion would receive 10 billion star coins and be granted the title of Cosmic Viscount. The runner-up and third-place winners would each receive 5 billion and 3 billion star coins, respectively, along with the title of Cosmic Baron. These titles, personally bestowed by Emperor Qianlin, commanded universal respect and privilege. The competition concluded successfully, fostering greater interstellar exchange and understanding, while further enhancing Qianlin's prestige. Time flew by, and soon it was January 1st, 4030. Fang Mo had been in this era for over 3 years. While meditating in the Grand Hall, Fang Mo's communication bracelet suddenly rang. It was an urgent message from the Barbarian Lord. Brother Fang, I have bad news regarding the necromancers, he said gravely. Their king has been slain by the Zerg overlord, and their forces are in disarray, seeking our aid. Lord Raven and I have discussed this at length but are at a loss. We seek your counsel. Fang Mo's heart sank, realizing the Zerg threat had finally arrived. He responded solemnly, You and Lord Raven mustn't panic. I suggest convening a meeting with our allied forces to brainstorm a solution. Soon, under Fang Mo's leadership, an unprecedented summit began. Attendees included 61 allied leaders, the 2 lords of the Holy Tribe, the Holy King of the Angels, the new Demon King, and Emperor Qianlin himself, Fang Mo. The Barbarian Lord succinctly outlined the dire situation of the necromancers, emphasizing that even their great Saint King had fallen to the Zerg, highlighting the severity of the threat. Lord Raven elaborated on the terrifying menace posed by the Zerg, warning that failing to assist the necromancers would embolden the Zerg to invade their star systems, making future victory all the more difficult. The attendees fell into deep thought. Emperor Paul broke the silence, agreeing with Lord Raven, stressing that the Zerg viewed them as mere food and were impossible to negotiate with. Others voiced their opinions, the atmosphere growing tense. Fang Mo remained silent until the Holy King of the Angels sought his advice. All eyes turned to Fang Mo, awaiting the guidance of the leader known for his grand vision and strategic acumen. Raising his hand slightly to signal the Holy King to sit, Fang Mo began solemnly, We have faced life and death together many times, so let's skip the formalities. Regarding the necromancer's plea for help, I advocate for full support. Alone, we cannot defeat such a formidable enemy, but if we unite with the necromancers, our chances of victory increase significantly. Do you understand my point? Everyone immediately rose, unanimously pledging to follow the Emperor and aid the necromancers, vowing to annihilate the Zerg. Nodding in approval, Fang Mo commanded, Prepare for battle. In 10 days, we will gather near the Qianlin main star, and then teleport to support the necromancers. With Fang Mo's order, the allied forces began their preparations in earnest. 10 days flew by, and the various armies had assembled in the space surrounding the Qianlin main star. The mixed allied corps dispatched 50,000 units, the Holy Tribe 80,000 units, the Angels 80,000 units, the Demons 60,000 units, and Qianlin deployed all 10 battle corps, leaving only a few thousand ships for defense. In total, over 300,000 units, approximately 910 million interstellar warships, were assembled, proof of the rapid development following the annexation of the Spirit Tribe's territory. After coordinating with other commanders, Minar reported to Fang Mo, Emperor, our forces are fully prepared and await your next command. Fang Mo sternly ordered, instruct all allied forces to prepare for battle. We will teleport directly to the Necromancer's military outpost. Yes, Emperor. Minar turned to the command platform, announcing, all allied units, prepare for battle. Warp ships, set coordinates to 7845, 1124664, 3487. Immediately, dozens of warp ships activated their teleportation functions, setting the coordinates. As white light enveloped the entire army, Minar shouted, move out. Just as Minar issued the command, the starship's alarm system suddenly blared. Amidst the piercing siren, a mechanical voice repeatedly announced, warning, warning, a large number of suspicious starships are approaching. Prepare for engagement. Furrowing her brow, Minar decisively ordered, halt the transmission. Suspicious fleets are approaching. All units, prepare for battle. However, Fang Mo's lips curled into a slight smile. His intuition told him that this massive, mysterious fleet was an allied force spontaneously sent by various cosmic races. Among them were participants from the last interstellar competition, including the top 10 fleets. Although their starships varied in class, with some being mere S2 grade, their sheer numbers were staggering over 3 times the size of the allied forces, totaling more than 30 billion starships. The immense fleet approached the main planet of Qianlin, completely obscuring its view. Suddenly, a loud voice came through the public channel. Brothers of the Alliance, we are the united forces of the cosmos, once oppressed by the Ling tribe. We are here to assist because protecting this universe is not just your duty, but our shared mission. We are willing to be the vanguard. Please allow us, Emperor Qianlin. It turned out that the cry for help from the Necro tribe had spread across the universe, resonating with countless races. Everyone contributed what they could, responding to the call for aid. Minar and the Alliance soldiers watched the spectacle in shock. Although they hadn't called for reinforcements, the message was clear: the defense of the universe was a collective responsibility. For the first time, the cosmic races set aside their differences to unite against the Zerg invasion. Fang Mo felt a surge of emotion. He teleported into the starry sky, addressing the vast allied forces. You are all honorable warriors. But I must ask you, are you prepared to sacrifice? Are you ready to lay down your lives for this cause? If so, join me in defending our universe and our future. No sooner had he finished speaking than a unified response erupted from the allied fleet. We are ready. Let's defend the universe and our future together. The deafening roar echoed through space, moving even the Alliance soldiers. Fang Mo sternly commanded, excellent. All units move out. Hundreds of warp ships swiftly flew towards the allied forces, enveloping the fleet in white light circles. In an instant, hundreds of beams of light flashed, and the colossal fleet of nearly 40 billion starships warped to the Necro tribe's battlefield. By this time, the Necro tribe was on the brink of collapse, with fewer than 30,000 troops remaining, while the Zerg swarmed the entire starry sky. Marshal Inoski of the Necro tribe, with an angry look on his face, anxiously asked, how long until the allied forces arrive? The adjutant replied, based on their transmission, they should be arriving soon. Grinding his teeth, Inoski cursed, damn Zerg, they intend to swallow us whole. The adjutant said helplessly, Marshal, even if the allied forces arrive, it might not turn the tide. At best, they can send tens of thousands of troops, but that's not enough for the current situation. Inoski sighed, I know, but at least the reinforcements give us hope. At that moment, the communications officer suddenly reported, Marshal, the first defensive line has been breached by the Zerg, and the second line is under heavy attack. Inoski, furious, exclaimed, damn it. At this rate, we won't last until the reinforcements arrive. However, the communications officer then noticed a massive number of mysterious starship signals appearing on the radar at the 9 o'clock position, too many for the radar to count accurately. As the detection continued, more and more mysterious starships appeared on the radar. The communications officer, stunned, stammered, Marshal, a massive fleet of mysterious starships has appeared at the 9 o'clock position, numbering in the tens of billions. What? Inoski couldn't believe his eyes and immediately pulled up the starry sky surveillance video. The screen showed a dense array of various starships, each bearing different emblems. At this moment, Minar contacted the Necro forces through a dedicated channel. This is Minar, Supreme Commander of Qianlin, and the First Commander of the Alliance and United Forces. Our fleet has arrived. Requesting to speak with the highest commander of the Necro tribe, Marshal Inoski was momentarily stunned, only regaining his composure when his adjutant reminded him. Ahem. This is Marshal Inoski, highest commander of the Necro tribe. Thank you for your support. We are under heavy Zerg attack and urgently request reinforcements. Minar responded decisively. Understood. We are moving in immediately. The Alliance and United Forces quickly divided into 80 units, each with 50 million starships, launching attacks on the Zerg from different directions. Though it was Minar's first time commanding such a vast fleet, her leadership was put to the ultimate test. Report. Units 1, 3, 6, 15, 34, 65, and 71 have engaged the Zerg. Other units are encircling. With a serious expression, Minar gave another order. Instruct the flanking units to quickly pin down the Zerg forces. The frontal units should launch a full assault to force the Zerg to retreat. Only by doing so can we pursue and completely annihilate them. Understood, Supreme Commander. Minar employed a shaped encirclement tactic, aiming to overwhelm the Zerg and force them to retreat. Then, the shaped formation would convert into a line formation for a full-scale pursuit. The Zerg Queen, commanding this operation, was caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the massive fleet. Seeing her forces forced to retreat step by step, she was furious. Damn it! We were so close to breaking through the Necro defenses, and now this. The Zerg Queen raged. I want you all dead. Order all Holy Spirit Zerg to release their biowaves. Following her command, the swarm echoed with a cacophony of chirp-chirp sounds. As the Zerg Queen gave her command, a massive swarm of Zerg soldiers surged forward like a tidal wave, fearlessly charging at the enemy. She issued another order, and dozens of colossal Zerg saints, each larger than an S6 class starship, emerged from behind the swarm. These monstrous creatures, resembling mutated squids, opened their enormous maws and unleashed waves of biosonic pulses capable of directly disrupting central nervous systems. However, before these pulses could reach the Allied and Coalition forces, they were instantly shattered by a sudden surge of dark energy. The Zerg Queen was taken aback. She had believed that the Necro King had been slain by her master, so how could there still be a master of dark energy? Quickly regaining her composure, she ordered all the psychic Zergs to deploy dark energy shields immediately. A swarm of tiny insects flew out from the broodmother ship and self-destructed, erasing the dark energy in the cosmos as if it had been corroded. The Zerg Queen, filled with pride, commanded the Zerg Saints to release their biosonic pulses once more. To her disbelief, yet another powerful dark energy surge neutralized the pulses. At this moment, a Zerg overlord reported that over half of the frontline swarm had been lost. The Zerg Queen swiftly adjusted her tactics, ordering the frontline swarm to fight to the death while the rest retreated with her. However, their movements were quickly detected by Minar's forces. The frontline swarm suffered devastating losses almost immediately under the ferocious attack, creating a vast vacuum in the battle line. Meanwhile, the armies of the Holy Race and the Angels, using warp ships, appeared behind the Zerg swarm, surrounding them completely. Seeing that only a third of her forces remained, the Zerg Queen's eyes flashed with a hint of fear. She ordered all Zergs to break through in the 7 o'clock direction, attempting to carve a bloody path to escape. However, the Holy Race had developed effective strategies against the Zerg, employing a soft yet firm approach to continuously drain the Zerg's strength. The Zerg Queen felt an overwhelming pressure, stronger than that of the Zerg overlord. It was Fang Mo's gaze. Realizing the dire situation, she decided to flee and report back to the overlord. Just as she was about to retreat, spatial rifts suddenly appeared behind the escaping swarm, catching them off guard. The Zerg Queen was hit, losing a significant portion of her body, with blood spilling into the starry void. In agony, Minar immediately ordered all sniper cannons to target the Zerg Queen. A barrage of energy projectiles flooded toward her, and despite her desperate cries for the Overlord's aid, she was ultimately consumed by the relentless fire. With the fall of the Zerg Queen, the remaining scattered Zerg forces were quickly annihilated. The Allied and Coalition forces erupted in cheers. Even the Necro legions looked on in disbelief. They had fought the Zerg for years, never having achieved such a decisive victory. Necro Marshal Arnosk smiled wryly and said, "It seems we've underestimated the other races of the cosmos. We thought we were the leaders, but we were merely frogs in a well." His aide, recovering from the shock, reminded him that they now owed a favor. Arnosk, however, saw it as a good thing, believing that with such powerful allies, the Necros would no longer have to face the Zerg and future challenges alone. After the great battle, the commanders of various factions gathered again via video conference to discuss the situation. The Necromancer representative provided a detailed report on the Zerg. They were led by a level 9 Zerg overlord, who commanded 8 Zerg queens and 3 Zerg emperors. The Zerg overlord was considered a god-level entity, even stronger than the Necromancer's Grand Saints. The 3 Zerg emperors were of Grand Saint level, while the Zerg queens were of Saint level. There were numerous lower-tier Zerg queens and lords as well. The territory occupied by the Zerg was staggering, extending hundreds of star systems north from the Necromancer garrison. All had fallen under Zerg control. Although not as vast as the combined territories of all cosmic races, it was already half that size. This news made Fang Mo feel a sense of urgency. Unlike other races, the Zerg left nothing but desolation in their wake, turning every captured planet into a barren wasteland. When Fang Mo joined the video conference, the 6 commanders of the Allied forces and coalition immediately stood up and saluted. "We greet the great Emperor of Qianlin." The necromancer Marshal, Anaski, was puzzled by the respect shown to this young human and politely inquired about his identity. Minar introduced him. "This is the great Emperor of Qianlin." The Flame-Bearer Saint added, "Not only that, the great Emperor of Qianlin is the supreme leader of our allied forces. We all follow his lead." The other commanders echoed this sentiment, as if following Fang Mo was a great honor. Anaski, surprised by this rare unity, realized that Fang Mo must be extraordinary. Fang Mo motioned for everyone to sit and got straight to the point. "The Zerg have occupied such vast territories. We must launch a full-scale attack immediately, or the consequences will be dire." Anaski asked for specific plans, and Fang Mo proposed focusing their efforts on the Zerg overlord first, then eliminating the other high-ranking Zerg one by one. Everyone agreed with this strategy, but Anaski was worried. "Great Emperor, the Zerg overlord is a god-level entity. We may not be able to handle it." Commander Raphael confidently stated, "With the Divine Sun here, that Zerg overlord won't cause much trouble." Anaski, puzzled by the mention of the Divine Sun, asked about his identity. The others exchanged knowing smiles, and Minar explained, "Our great Emperor of Qianlin is the Divine Sun." Confused by these titles, Anaski was about to ask more when Fang Mo shifted the topic, inquiring about their chances without the Zerg overlord's interference. Anaski estimated a 70 to 80% chance of success. Fang Mo nodded and continued to ask about the Zerg overlord's location. Anaski, gritting his teeth, replied, "It has only appeared once, personally killing our king. It usually stays on the planet Ire." He then displayed the coordinates and images of Ire. The massive planet, almost the size of a star, was covered with Zerg biotechnology and surrounded by countless Zerg armies. Fang Mo carefully observed, sensing a mysterious force enveloping the entire planet. Even with his god-level power, he couldn't discern what was inside. He realized that he would have to go there himself to find out. The group then began to discuss detailed battle plans and deployment strategies. Meanwhile, inside Ire, the Zerg overlord, a humanoid Zerg over 3 meters tall, with powerful limbs and a body covered in metallic armor, was deep in thought. Not Ursha is dead," it muttered, sensing something amiss. Not Ursha should have easily wiped out the remaining necromancer forces. The Zerg overlord immediately summoned a Zerg emperor, Toslian. The Grand Saint level being emerged from a spatial rift and knelt respectfully. The overlord commanded, "Go investigate Na Ursha's death. If you encounter the necromancer army, eliminate them immediately to prevent any complications." Toslian accepted the order and departed, while the Zerg overlord felt an ominous premonition. To be safe, it secretly dispatched 3 Zerg queens with their swarms as backup forces. Fang Mo had just discovered the location of the Zerg overlord and was planning a surprise attack when Minar burst into his quarters with an urgent expression. "Your Majesty, our scouts have detected a massive Zerg army of over 10 billion units rapidly approaching." Minar reported anxiously. A glint of interest flashed in Fang Mo's eyes. "So they're sending troops to counterattack this quickly? Interesting. Let's see how formidable this Zerg army really is." The two quickly made their way to the command bridge. On the virtual star map, a colossal Zerg army was advancing toward them. The data indicated that the army would arrive in 5 hours and included a life energy signature of a Grand Saint-level being. "It looks like a Zerg Emperor is leading them," Fang Mo analyzed. "In a normal battle, this would be tough. On our side, I'm the only god-level combatant, and we don't even have a single Grand Saint. We only have 2 intermediate saints, Necromancer Marshal Anask and Angel Raphael." Minar immediately began discussing countermeasures with the other commanders. From a numerical standpoint, the Zerg army wasn't yet on par with their forces. Including the 30,000 legions from the Necromancer race, they had over 4 billion interstellar warships. Typically, one interstellar warship could handle 50 Zerg units, meaning the enemy would need to send over 200 billion Zerg to match them. But with only 40 billion Zerg, Fang Mo's side still held a significant numerical advantage. After over an hour of discussions, they finalized their battle plan. First, observe whether the Zerg Emperor would join the battle. If it did, they would use several S-8-class interstellar warships to engage it. Then, leveraging their numerical advantage, they would spread their lines for a defensive battle, with all legions focusing on cooperative defense while S-7-class and above warships performed area attacks to gradually whittle down the Zerg forces. "That's the advantage of having superior numbers," Minar remarked. "You can use whatever tactics you want. When you're poor, you rely on tactical maneuvers. When you're rich, you rely on overwhelming firepower. Let's give these Zerg a taste of our sniper cannons first." Necromancer Marshal Anask praised the Qianlin sniper ships, considering their long-range attack capabilities to be of immense strategic value. Minar smiled and suggested that once the Zerg threat was neutralized, the necromancers could come to Chinlin for starship trade and perhaps purchase some sniper ships. Anask was delighted at the prospect, having already shaken off the gloom brought by the Zerg and beginning to believe they were not invincible after all. A few hours later, the Zerg army came into view. The Allied forces' sniper fleets immediately launched their attack, sending a volley of energy blasts toward the Zerg swarm. The distant Zerg units were caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. The Zerg Emperor Tojin was furious, letting out a sharp cry. These weaklings have such long-range attack capabilities? I underestimated you. Children, attack! With its command, the Zerg army surged forward like a tidal wave. During their charge, the vanguard was hit by another round of long-range attacks. Nearly 10 billion Zerg units were lost in the 2 rounds of sniping, further enraging Tojin. It decided to enter the fray personally and tear the enemies apart. Tojin assigned 10 Zerg lords to tactical command and led the charge to the front lines. Seeing the Zerg Emperor join the battle, Minar turned to the other commanders and said, "Comrades, the Zerg Emperor wants to fight personally. Let's give it a proper welcome." Necromancer Marshal Anask responded, "Initiate Plan 1. They had thoroughly studied the Zerg's tactics and were ready to adapt as needed. Tojin disdainfully eyed the massive starships ahead. "Don't think size alone will save you. Witness my true form." With a roar, its body rapidly expanded from a few meters to several kilometers. Although still smaller than the starships, it was a formidable sight. "I will tear you apart," Tojin bellowed, charging into the enemy ranks. 4 Height-Ear starships immediately opened fire, bombarding Tojin's dark energy shield. Its close-range attacks shook the starship's shields. The battle was intense and evenly matched. However, with Fang Mo's assistance, the Zerg's special abilities were neutralized. This put the 10 Zerg lords at a disadvantage, forcing them to rely on brute force. They soon realized that their numbers were insufficient to threaten the enemy legions, and relayed this analysis to the Zerg Emperor. Tojin, fighting on the front lines, paused. It too sensed something unusual about the enemy forces, which repeatedly nullified the Zerg's special abilities. "Let's see how you're doing this." It raised its head and began to gather a massive energy ball in its mouth. As the energy grew, the ball expanded. "Dark Death Energy Bomb, go!" Tojin launched the energy bomb toward the enemy legions. If it hit, all affected starships would lose their shield energy. However, before the energy bomb could reach the enemy, a mysterious spatial disturbance absorbed it into the void. Tojin stared in disbelief as its carefully prepared attack was effortlessly neutralized. What is this?" it muttered, suddenly struck by realization. No, the enemy has a super strong combatant. Finally understanding that the one neutralizing the Zerg's special abilities wasn't a starship but a super strong individual within it, Tojin began to retreat cautiously, cold sweat dripping down. This super strong individual was at least a god-level dark energy master. Tojin had recklessly charged to the front lines, a dangerous gamble. The more Tojin thought about it, the more it feared. If that super strong individual had attacked, it would have been severely injured or even killed. At this moment, Tojin felt like a wolf drinking water by the river, unaware of the giant crocodile lurking beneath, ready to strike. Fang Mo sensed the Zerg Emperor's fear, but chose to remain passive. Taslian, the Zerg Emperor, retreated to the rear and exhaled deeply, vowing to be more cautious in future battles. He then switched to command mode, refraining from direct combat. On the battlefield, the Allied forces gradually gained the upper hand with their numerical advantage and seamless coordination. Whenever the Zerg surrounded a starship, nearby vessels would quickly come to its aid, dispersing the Zerg swarms. Starships with depleted energy shields would fall back to join the artillery line, including some S-2 class ships. The coalition's supreme commander even announced that whoever killed the most Zerg would receive a personal reward from Emperor Qianlin, greatly boosting morale. Commanders like Minar couldn't help but smile as their plan succeeded. In stark contrast, Taslian's face darkened, having lost nearly half his forces in just 2 hours, leaving him ashamed to face the Zerg overlord. At that moment, 3 Zerg armies arrived from the rear. Taslian received the biosignals from 3 Zerg queens and was overjoyed. With these reinforcements, each 20 billion strong, added to the remaining 20 billion, the Zerg forces were back to 80 billion. Although not enough to crush the enemy outright, they were now capable of a heated battle. As the 3 Zerg queens joined the fray, the previously suppressed Zerg began to counterattack. Minar and his team turned pale, realizing that more than one Zerg army had arrived, making Plan A untenable. Minar decisively ordered the initiation of Plan B, commanding all S-5 class and above starships to hold the front line until their energy shields were exhausted. The Height-Ear starships quickly adjusted their formation, with S-3 and S-4 class ships falling back to join the artillery corps. Emperor Qianlin's Height-Ear ships demonstrated astonishing prowess on the battlefield, their numbers alone overwhelming. Even the necromancers could not match their scale. Dozens of height-year ship models played significant strategic roles in the conflict. Qinlian's 3S-7 class and 3S-8 class starships led the charge, pushing back the Zerg armies. Even more astonishing was the apparent existence of 2S-9 class starships, several times the size of S-8 class ships, with firepower that could destroy worlds. The S-8 class ships became the main force, their special weapons obliterating Zerg wherever they went. Sensing the dire situation, one of the Zerg queens suggested a retreat. Though reluctant, Toslian accepted Onifis's advice. The Zerg once again employed the tactic of sacrificing part of the swarm to cover their retreat. Given their substantial remaining forces and the advantage of not being fully encircled, the retreat seemed feasible. Minar and the other commanders saw through the Zerg's intentions but were powerless to stop them. The Zerg still had considerable strength, making it unrealistic to completely annihilate them. Moreover, with an Emperor-level entity among them, breaking through to escape would not be difficult. At that moment, Fang Mo's lips curled into a smile. With a wave of his right hand, he activated a spatial force field. The fleeing Zerg appeared to hit an invisible barrier, unable to advance. Toslian and the three Zerg queens looked puzzled. "There's an invisible barrier here. We're blocked," exclaimed Zerg Queen Onifis. Toslian immediately ordered, "You three fly in different directions and see if there's a barrier." Soon, all three Zerg queens hit the barrier and couldn't break through. Toslian finally realized that a formidable enemy had been lurking. He quickly took out the communication device given by the Zerg overlord to report their encounter. However, before he could finish, a strange voice echoed in the minds of Toslian and the three Zerg queens. "So, you managed to send a message after all." "That's my mistake." Sigh. The voice belonged to Fang Mo. Toslian, feeling threatened, transmitted back, "Who are you? There's no need to hide in the shadows." The three Zerg queens also prepared themselves, commanding their swarms to encircle them. Suddenly, a spatial portal opened nearby, and Fang Mo stepped out. The Zerg Emperor and the three queens scrutinized him, but sensed no overwhelming aura from him, giving the impression of an ordinary person. This starkly contrasted with the suffocating pressure they had felt from the Zerg overlord. Nonetheless, Fang Mo exuded an unfathomable sense of mystery that kept them on guard. The ability to open a spatial portal indicated at least a grand saint level of power. Why there was no strong bioenergy fluctuation was beyond their understanding. Fang Mo smiled slightly and said, "Since you're here, you might as well stay. I find your Zerg quite intriguing." The Zerg Emperor and the three Zerg queens were uncertain about the human before them. Although they couldn't sense any formidable life energy from him, his casual demeanor made them wary. Such composure was not something an ordinary strong individual could possess. The Zerg Emperor, Tojin, communicated telepathically again, "You overestimate yourself. Even if you are a god-level dark energy master, you cannot possibly subdue our vast swarm." Fang Mo calmly observed the Zerg Emperor and the immense swarm. He thought to himself that if he could capture the Zerg Emperor alive for biological research, it would unravel many mysteries of the Zerg. The Zerg Emperor's rank was high enough, but capturing it without causing fatal harm would be challenging. If it chose to self-destruct, all efforts would be in vain. "Let's try this move," Fang Mo decided, raising his hands slowly and then thrusting them towards the swarm. Mental severance. A subtle yet powerful energy swept through the entire swarm instantly. The lower-level Zerg immediately lost the light in their eyes, as if their souls had been stripped away. Dozens of Zerg lords struggled in agony, quickly nearing collapse. Even though they were level 4 Zerg commanders with strong mental powers, their will crumbled like paper under the true god-level mental control. The three Zerg queens and the Zerg Emperor showed signs of pain but managed to withstand the mental onslaught. However, the sight before them was astonishing. The vast swarm was completely unconscious, unresponsive to any biological signals from the Zerg queens. Within moments, the dozen Zerg lords rolled their eyes and fainted. Fang Mo scanned the area and thought that now he only needed to deal with the three Zerg queens and one Zerg Emperor. He transmitted telepathically in a deep voice, "You four have two choices. Become my captives or be killed on the spot. You have 10 seconds to decide." The Zerg Emperor, Tojin, with a stern expression, seemed to have an epiphany and asked, "May I ask if you are a god-level being?" It recalled that the Zerg Overlord had mentioned terrifying god-level abilities, of which the Overlord had only mastered a small part. The human before them could effortlessly destroy the spirits of billions of Zerg, not to mention the huge transparent barrier. Such incredible feats likely came from a god-level existence. 5 seconds left. Fang Mo did not answer, simply watching them calmly. This disregard made the Zerg even more uneasy. A few seconds later, Fang Mo spoke again. "Time's up. Make your choice." The Zerg Emperor, Tojin, with a conflicted look, floated forward slightly and replied, "Our choice is, the third option, to kill you." Before the words had even faded, the three Zerg queens appeared around Fang Mo from above, below, left, and right, launching simultaneous attacks. Some used sharp claws to strike, others performed piercing attacks, and some released dark energy blasts. The four Zerg strong fighters coordinated seamlessly, their attack angles flawless. Even a Grand Saint-level expert would be seriously injured, if not killed, under such an assault. However, when their attacks landed, they found their target had vanished. Fang Mo was now above them, a cold smile on his lips. It seems you have chosen the second option. Very well. With that, he drew the sword of victory and charged at one of the Zerg queens. The five of them clashed instantly, but it was always the Zerg who got hurt. They couldn't even touch the hem of Fang Mo's clothes, and any part struck by his sword couldn't heal, no matter what they tried. Severed limbs and tentacles couldn't regrow, filling the four Zerg warriors with both anger and fear. In the distance, the battle between the Swarm and the Allied forces was reaching its final stage. General Minar and other commanders watched through surveillance footage as Fang Mo intercepted the fleeing Swarm and engaged in combat with the Zerg Emperor and the three Zerg queens. Although they knew Fang Mo was a true god-level powerhouse, the scene before them was still shocking. Zerg battles were notoriously brutal, and the opposing lineup included a Zerg Emperor and three Zerg queens. Yet Fang Mo single-handedly suppressed them, leaving them no room to fight back. This was the terrifying power of a true god-level being. In less than 10 minutes, Fang Mo beheaded one of the Zerg queens, her body floating lifelessly in space. The remaining three Zerg warriors were all injured, with one queen on the brink of defeat. Facing such a dire situation, the Zerg Emperor, Tojin, began plotting an escape. Despite the transparent barrier outside, it believed that with its ultimate move, it might break through. Having made up its mind, it suddenly charged at Fang Mo, seemingly attacking but actually using the momentum to flee. Fang Mo struck it with his sword, sending Tojin flying towards the barrier at the 3 o'clock position. You want to kill me? Not a chance. Furious strike. Break this for me. Tojin shouted with a hint of triumph. An overwhelming aura burst from its body as it swung its claw fiercely at the transparent barrier. Bang! The barrier dented but did not shatter. Tojin stared in disbelief, muttering, How is this possible? This was its proudest move, even praised by the Zerg overlord. The sight before it defied all its understanding. Fang Mo glanced at the Zerg Emperor and smiled faintly. That strike was impressive, but it's still within the realm of conventional beings. Don't expect to escape. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, instantly slicing two Zerg queens into thousands of pieces, then headed straight for the Zerg Emperor. Terrified, the Zerg Emperor was now backed against the transparent barrier, looking at Fang Mo with fear, trembling. I surrender. Please don't kill me. However, the only response was countless sharp sword lights. Tojin's dark energy shield and body were instantly shredded into countless pieces. Fang Mo had just been toying with him for amusement. Since the Zerg Emperor attempted to escape, he wouldn't show mercy. Minar and the other commanders stared intently at the screen as the colossal body of the Zerg Emperor crashed to the ground. After a moment of stunned silence, the command center erupted in cheers. The seemingly elusive Zerg Emperor and his three Zerg queens had been taken down in one swift strike by Fang Mo, immensely boosting the morale of the entire army. Fang Mo instantly teleported back to the flagship, and Minar greeted him with a radiant smile. Emperor, you were magnificent just now. Not only did you slay the Zerg Emperor and the queens, but you also left us all in awe. Fang Mo's lips curled into a slight smile, but he frowned and said, unfortunately, the Zerg Emperor managed to transmit some information before his demise. The Zerg Overlord will surely be more cautious now. Seeing his concern, Minar quickly reassured him, Emperor, you've done an outstanding job. This was unavoidable. She sighed inwardly, knowing that their Emperor held himself to incredibly high standards. Over an hour later, the swarms of Zerg were completely annihilated, and the billions of unconscious Zerg were trapped within a barrier. The Allied fleet moved in to finish off the remaining Zerg. Far away on the planet Ire, the Zerg Overlord received Tojin's message and looked grave. It learned that a massive, well-equipped interstellar coalition had come to rescue the undead army. Even more worrying was that the life signs of Tojin and the three Zerg queens had vanished. Tojin, a Grand Sage-level being, had perished, something the Overlord had never anticipated. To be safe, the Zerg Overlord immediately recalled the remaining two Zerg Emperors and 6 Zerg queens. It knew the importance of caution, a trait that had helped it evade many deadly traps and ultimately become the Zerg Overlord. Meanwhile, Fang Mo was discussing subsequent tactics with Minar and the other commanders. They finally decided to teleport near Ire in a day and launch a surprise attack on the Zerg stronghold. During the break, Minar came to Fang Mo's quarters, her brow furrowed. Emperor, I'm worried that the Zerg overlord might possess power comparable to yours, which could put you in danger. Fang Mo smiled. When we were weaker, we often faced formidable foes. Are you starting to worry now? Minar explained. It's because we've become stronger that we're more aware of the powerful forces in the universe. So, she trailed off, but Fang Mo understood her meaning. You're right. We should respect the universe's vastness, but we must also believe in ourselves, Fang Mo stated firmly. Think about the people you care about. If we don't resist the invasion, they will cease to exist. We must protect them, even if it means sacrificing ourselves. Minar clenched her fists. Thank you, Emperor, for clarifying things. I believe we will win in the end. Fang Mo nodded. Confidence is good, but you need to instill this confidence in every soldier, making them believe in victory. Minar suddenly understood. I get it. Large-scale battles require not just strategy and tactics, but also the spirit and will of the soldiers. That's the essence of military strength and morale. During the rest period, Minar recounted the battles of Qinlin to all the soldiers. Veterans reminisced about the past, and new recruits felt a shared sense of mission. As soldiers, as protectors of the people and the nation, responsibility and duty had become part of their very being. Minar's story ignited a fiery resolve in everyone's hearts. When she finished, the soldiers' eyes were filled with determination. They no longer feared death or wavered in their thoughts. They had one goal: to annihilate the Zerg and liberate the universe. They wanted to protect the people and the nations they served, allowing all beings to experience the wonders of the cosmos. The day passed quickly. At 10 a.m. the next day, the first wave of the attack plan was set into motion. Fang Mo sat on his exclusive throne, watching Minar meticulously direct military maneuvers, which brought him a sense of calm. Shortly after, Minar turned to Fang Mo. Emperor, all preparations for the battle are complete. Please issue the next command. Very well, target Ire and attack. Fang Mo ordered decisively. A ripple of space-time instantly froze Ire, even immobilizing the Zerg overlord on the planet. After a brief stillness, deafening explosions erupted from all over the planet. At least 40 of Ire's surface was reduced to rubble in this single strike. The Zerg overlord, fortunately, was in an area not targeted by the attack and narrowly escaped. However, one of its Zerg emperors and 4 Zerg queens were obliterated. Another Zerg emperor and 2 Zerg queens, stationed in space for defense, were spared. As the Zerg overlord was still reeling from the shock, a massive interstellar fleet suddenly appeared within its sensing range. Nearly 4 billion interstellar warships suddenly appeared near the planet Ire, causing the insect swarm in the starry sky to tremble. The Zerg overlord, recovering from the shock of the attack, immediately ordered the Zerg emperor to intercept the invaders. The Zerg emperor, obeying the command, led trillions of Zerg in a tidal wave against the enemy fleet. Minar made a swift decision, ordering all allied forces to execute Operation Plan Number 1. The allies quickly formed a massive spherical formation with 3 layers. The outermost layer consisted of S5 to S8 class heavy combat starships and unmanned fighter jets. The middle layer was composed of long-range firepower starships, and the innermost layer comprised various support and functional starships. The swarm soon surrounded the coalition, with countless Zerg launching themselves at the allies. The sounds of cannon fire, screams, and Zerg screeches intertwined on this interstellar battlefield. The Zerg Emperor and 2 Zerg Queens directed the frenzied assault from a distance, but upon witnessing the terrifying combat power of the Starship Army, they hesitated to charge recklessly. As the Zerg attempted to breach the coalition's formation, a massive beam of light struck the other half of Ire, slightly injuring the Zerg overlord. Enraged, it roared, having never been physically harmed before by these weak flesh beings. All Zerg, attack! Kill them all! The Zerg overlord commanded furiously. In an instant, over 500 trillion Zerg from Ire and the surrounding star system swarmed towards the coalition's fleet. Minar, staring at the radar filled with Zerg signals, steeled her resolve. Order all starships in the first 2 layers to fire at full capacity. Do not conserve ammunition. With her command, all high-tier starships unleashed their special attacks. The swarm struggled to get close, but the coalition's ammunition and crew stamina were not limitless. The Zerg overlord remained on Ire, guarded by a Zerg queen and elite Zerg warriors. Sensing the battlefield shifts, its expression darkened. This was the maximum force it could currently muster, and the rear Zerg troops couldn't be mobilized quickly. As time passed, the battle reached a fever pitch. Both sides were locked in a stalemate, unable to gain a decisive advantage. The Zerg overlord realized that continuing this way would eventually disadvantage the swarm. The reason was simple. The Zerg's living forces were depleting rapidly, while the enemy only expended ammunition and energy. Once the swarm's numbers fell below a critical threshold, they would lose their threat. Decisively, the Zerg overlord, accompanied by the Zerg queen and elite guards, teleported to the starry battlefield. Nearby, the Zerg emperor and other Zerg queens saluted it. The Zerg Emperor reported, Overlord, the enemy is like an impenetrable fortress with strong defenses and fierce firepower. We cannot break their lines in a short time. Let me assist you personally, the Zerg Overlord said, raising its four arms to conjure a pitch-black energy orb above its head. The orb spun and gathered energy, quickly distorting the surrounding space. A red alert sounded on Minar's starship, detecting the massive energy buildup. Fang Mo had already sensed the Zerg Overlord's arrival. He had thought it would remain hidden on Ire, but it finally couldn't hold back. He immediately transmitted to Minar, the Zerg Overlord is here. Leave its attack to me. Reassured by Fang Mo's promise, Minar felt a surge of relief. The pitch-black energy orb soon formed above the Zerg Overlord's head. It addressed the nearby Zerg leaders. This strike will break their formation. Seize the opportunity to entangle their main forces and prevent them from regrouping, understood. The Zerg leaders nodded excitedly. With the Overlord's intervention, what could be impossible? Once the enemy's formation was broken, they could gradually devour the starships, turning them into Zerg food. As the Zerg Overlord prepared to release the attack, a rift in spacetime opened before them. Fang Mo emerged from it. The Zerg Overlord and the other leaders were puzzled at the sight of a human. The Zerg Emperor and several Zerg Queens smirked, unable to sense Fang Mo's life force, assuming he was weak. But the Zerg Overlord, initially puzzled, soon felt a jolt of fear. It sensed an unprecedentedly terrifying aura from this human, even more fearsome than the Zerg Mother Goddess from the higher realm. Who are you, and why are you here? The Zerg Overlord demanded. Fang Mo glanced at the pitch-black energy orb above the Overlord's head and waved his hand, dispersing it instantly. The Zerg leaders, witnessing the effortless dispelling of the Overlord's carefully gathered energy orb, were stunned into silence. The Zerg Overlord, now on high alert, repeated, Who exactly are you? Fang Mo calmly looked at the Zerg Overlord and said, I am here to take your life. I thought you were a true god, but it turns out you're just a pseudo-god. How disappointing. Are you a true god? The Zerg Overlord's eyes widened in disbelief. It couldn't fathom the existence of a true god in this universe. Not long ago, the Zerg Mother Goddess had given it a psychic revelation from the higher realm, assuring it that there were no true gods in this universe. Yes, Fang Mo replied with a faint smile. The Zerg Overlord stared at the unfamiliar human before him, his mind filled with hesitation. Known for his cautious nature, he was now blocked by this human and uncertain whether to engage directly or retreat. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Zerg Emperor, Queens, it's time to test your loyalty. Kill him, the Overlord commanded harshly. The Zerg Emperor and three Zerg Queens immediately led the swarm towards Fang Mo. Unable to gauge Fang Mo's true strength, they charged fearlessly. In an instant, Fang Mo was surrounded by a sea of Zerg, their attacks raining down on his dark energy shield. Fang Mo smirked inwardly. He was baiting them. His earlier actions were merely to prevent the Overlord from disrupting the Allied forces' formation. Now, he aimed to create the illusion of a desperate struggle, luring the Overlord into his trap. The Overlord watched with vigilance, coldly observing the battle between Fang Mo and the swarm, reluctant to join the fray himself. The fight dragged on for over 20 minutes. Aside from the initial surprise of Fang Mo breaking his dark energy orb, the Overlord found Fang Mo's performance no different from any other high-level saint. Could I have overestimated him? The Overlord muttered to himself. He then ordered 1,000 elite guards to join the fight. These elite Zerg, though not as powerful as the Emperor, possessed mid-level saint abilities and were formidable in their own right. Fang Mo had already slaughtered countless Zerg, but the Zerg Emperor and the three queens were only lightly injured. As 1,000 elite guards charged at him, Fang Mo gripped the sword of victory tightly and dashed forward. Ferocious sword energy burst from his blade, forming an invisible barrier around him. Any Zerg, whether ordinary or elite, that came near were instantly shredded by the sword energy. Fang Mo rampaged through the swarm, leaving a trail of carnage in his wake. The Overlord, watching from a distance, smiled faintly, thinking Fang Mo was merely pushing his limits in a desperate resistance. Suddenly, the Overlord teleported above Fang Mo, each of his four arms wielding a weapon, striking simultaneously. Sword energy and weapons clashed fiercely in the cosmos, faster than lightning. The nearby Zerg Emperor and swarm couldn't keep up with their pace, exploding wherever they passed. The Zerg Emperor tried to assist but found no opening. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of intense clashes, the two separated instantly. The Overlord scrutinized Fang Mo calmly, having tested his strength stronger than a high-level saint, but not quite at the pseudo-god level. Confident, the Overlord smirked. You're quite impressive, much stronger than the king of the undead. I'll give you a chance. Swear loyalty to me, become my servant, and I'll spare your life. Oh? A mere pseudo-god dares to speak so arrogantly, asking for my loyalty? Who gave you the courage? Fang Mo retorted coldly. His eyes glowed faintly with golden light, no longer concealing his true power. Since the Overlord had taken the bait, there was no escape. Fang Mo's words infuriated the Overlord, his expression darkening. Fine. Very well. Then I'll absorb you. Prepare to die. The Overlord teleported again, attacking Fang Mo from all directions with his 4 weapons. Fang Mo didn't raise his sword to block. He merely smiled faintly. Clang, clang, clang. The terrifying strikes were all deflected by his dark energy shield, leaving the Overlord in disbelief. Even in battles with equals, a dark energy shield wouldn't hold up, let alone against someone stronger. Is that all you've got? Didn't eat breakfast? Fang Mo sneered. The Overlord attacked frantically again, but couldn't breach Fang Mo's shield. Realizing something was amiss, he retreated into the swarm. Fang Mo called out, "Done already? My turn now." In a flash, Fang Mo appeared before the Overlord, moving too fast for him to react. Fang Mo swung his sword horizontally, and the Overlord hurriedly blocked but was a step too slow. 2 of his arms were severed. Had he not dodged at the last moment, he would have been bisected. As pain surged through him, the Overlord realized his wounds weren't healing, and new arms weren't regenerating. As the Zerg Overlord, he had the ability to regenerate lost limbs and even shattered organs. As long as his head remained intact, he was virtually immortal. But this human's attack prevented his regeneration, an alarming capability. For the first time, the Overlord felt a primal fear. He retreated into the swarm, shouting, "All of you, attack! Kill him! Now!" The swarm surged forward, but Fang Mo remained unfazed. He raised his left hand. Spatial lock. The oncoming swarm twisted bizarrely, enveloped in a strange space-time field. Spatial rifts appeared, slicing the swarm into pieces. Even the Zerg Emperor and Queens were torn apart. Only the Overlord remained, his eyes wide with shock. You're at the true god level. Damn it. Before he could finish, the Overlord attempted to teleport away. Freeze. Fang Mo commanded calmly. The Overlord, in mid-teleport, suddenly froze in place. Realizing he couldn't move, the Overlord struggled desperately. Arg. With a roar, his body burst with blood, breaking free from Fang Mo's immobilizing skill at the cost of severe self-inflicted injuries. Just as he was about to escape, Fang Mo appeared before him. Slash. A massive sword light exploded, shattering the Overlord's body. In his final moments, the Overlord uttered his last words. You're not a true god. Before its death, the Zerg Overlord was horrified to realize that Fang Mo had far surpassed the level of a true god. Even for a true god, easily slaying a pseudo-god was no simple task. Since taking the divine potion and evolving, Fang Mo had dedicated nearly half a year to rigorous training. During this time, he continuously refined the residual cosmic origin energy within him, pushing his power to an unfathomable level. It seems I acted too soon, Fang Mo muttered with a hint of resignation. The Zerg Overlord should have known about the realms beyond a true god. Before he finished speaking, he had already teleported back to his flagship. Minner eagerly approached him. Emperor, you? Fang Mo nodded calmly. The Zerg Overlord and all high-level Zerg have been dealt with. You can now launch a full-scale attack. Hearing this, Minner felt a surge of energy. She quickly moved to the command platform to relay this crucial information to the other commanders. Upon receiving the news, their eyes lit up with renewed determination. The ensuing battle was completely one-sided. Without the command of the high-level Zerg, the remaining swarm was disorganized and chaotic. In just a few hours, billions of Zerg were annihilated, their bodies drifting lifelessly in the space surrounding the planet Air. Following this, Fang Mo's forces split into 50 starship fleets, conducting a thorough sweep of Zerg-occupied territories. Fang Mo personally led the Qianlin 10 battle groups in a grand expedition. Throughout this prolonged campaign, the Allied forces gradually reclaimed planets occupied by the Zerg. Many worlds that had long lost their vitality saw the light of day again, and some resilient cosmic races finally received the reinforcements they had been desperately waiting for. Survivors who had been wandering the stars were overjoyed at the sight of the Allied fleet. With the support of the Qianlin warp ships, the supply lines of the Allied forces remained unbroken. Meanwhile, races across the universe, upon learning of the Zerg Overlord's defeat and the decimation of the majority of the swarm, eagerly joined the grand expedition. After 6 months of arduous warfare, 9/10 of the Zerg-occupied territories had been reclaimed. Only 3 star regions remained to be liberated. During these 6 months, the various cosmic races forged deep bonds of camaraderie through their shared struggles, and old prejudices began to fade away. To completely eradicate the Zerg threat, the Allied forces decided to launch a final assault on the last 3 star regions. The Zerg, having learned of their overlord's demise, were in a state of despair. Although lower-level Zerg lacked emotions, they understood fear. The third and fourth level Zerg lords had already resigned themselves to extinction. The final offensive proceeded as planned. The Allied forces, with their morale soaring, swept through the remaining Zerg with unstoppable momentum. In just 10 days, the last wave of Zerg was utterly destroyed. Thus, the universe was finally free of the Zerg menace. During these 6 months, Fang Mo tirelessly eliminated the hidden dangers left by the Zerg. Some threats were so formidable that ordinary fleets were helpless against them, such as the Zerg eggs hidden in spatial turbulence. These eggs, once matured, could break through space barriers and re-enter the universe, necessitating Fang Mo's personal intervention. While purging these residual threats, Fang Mo stumbled upon numerous treasures. One particular scepter piqued his interest. It had the ability to automatically gather cosmic energy at an astonishing rate and convert it into a form absorbable by living beings. Could this be the divine artifact mentioned by the great sage? Fang Mo pondered. He could sense that this scepter indeed had the potential to elevate someone from the great sage level to the divine level, though it would take considerable time. Although he himself didn't need it, it was still a universe-class artifact that he could gift to others. With the Zerg completely eradicated, the Allied forces began post-war cleanup operations. Numerous transport fleets appeared on the battlefield, collecting and repurposing Zerg corpses. Fang Mo led the Qinlin 10 battle groups back to the Qinlin home star, where each group returned to their respective stations for rest and recovery. At that moment, Fang Mo finally heard the long-awaited system notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Phase 3 of the main quest. Quest objectives. 1. Defeat the Ling clan invaders and protect the allied nations. Completed. 2. Defeat the enemy system holder and kill them personally. Completed. 3. Establish the human race as the dominant race in the universe. Completed. 4. Annihilate the Zerg overlord in the distant star systems. Completed. 5. Establish human legacies throughout the universe. Completed. Quest duration. Unlimited. Quest difficulty. 10 star. Quest completion. Perfect. Quest rewards. Light of the gods. Dimensional transcendence. Fang Mo breathed a sigh of relief, having finally completed the main quest. However, he was puzzled. Since completing the previous year's annual quest, the system had not issued any new annual tasks this year. And now, even after completing this phase of the main quest, there seemed to be no indication of the next main quest. Never mind, let's check out these 2 reward skills first. Fang Mo thought to himself. Light of the gods. Type. Attribute skill. Functions. 1. Enhance resistance to all elemental attributes, invulnerable to all magic. 2. Immune to cosmic laws, eternal and indestructible. 3. Increase affinity and potency with cosmic laws. 4. Block all mental attacks. 5. Continuously enhance soul capabilities. Fang Mo marveled at the terrifying attributes of this skill. With it, he no longer had to fear rule-based attacks from true gods. He could feel that he had transcended the river of time, free from the constraints of entropy and aging, achieving true immortality. Moreover, his understanding of cosmic laws deepened, allowing him to faintly perceive the threads of others' destinies. However, he himself remained unaffected by the rules of fate. Most delightfully, his soul seemed to be nourished by a warm, radiant light, growing ever stronger. The enhancements brought by the light of the gods were far beyond what met the eye. As long as he wasn't killed, Fang Mo would eventually become invincible. This realization filled him with an indescribable excitement. Fang Mo began examining the second skill in his task rewards, dimensional traversal. This attribute skill boasted 4 major functions: freely traveling through any nearby dimensional universe, teleporting across vast distances, immunity to dimensional storms and turbulence, and resistance to all time and space-related attacks. This means I can directly traverse into other universes? Fang Mo muttered in surprise. This skill would undoubtedly save him a lot of trouble. With the issues in this universe resolved, he could quickly move to the universe where his mother was and search for her. Just then, the system chimed in again. Ding! Congratulations, host. All phase main tasks have been successfully completed. You are awarded an additional 2 trillion points. Fang Mo suddenly understood why the system had stopped issuing new tasks. It was because all tasks had been completed. He looked at the 2 trillion points rewarded by the system, plus the over 3.6 trillion points he had earned from eliminating the Zerg over the past 6 months, reaching the threshold to upgrade to an S10 level system. Let's upgrade. Fang Mo decided. The system immediately responded. Ding! Congratulations, host. The system upgrade is successful. You have been upgraded to the S10 system. You are awarded 1 free purchase of S10 series items. The system continued. As there is only 1 Starship design blueprint in the S10 technology series, it has been directly redeemed for you. As of today, the StarCraft system has accompanied you for 4 years, 8 months, and 15 days. It has been an honor to witness your growth. Your talent and perseverance are deeply admired by this system. You no longer need this system's assistance. The system sincerely wishes you smooth sailing and all the best in your future endeavors. The system will now present your attribute panel one last time. The system displayed Fang Mo's detailed attributes, including his identity, territory, profession, special attributes, equipment, star coins, and starship count. After displaying all this information, the system suddenly announced, "Ding! Thank you for using this system. Farewell." The system's abrupt departure caught Fang Mo off guard. What the heck? How can you just leave without any warning? It's like ripping off a bandage without mercy. Fang Mo internally ranted. And you brought me to this universe, now you're leaving me here alone. Who's going to pay for my return ticket? As Fang Mo continued to complain, numerous cosmic origin pearls suddenly rolled out of his body, scattering across the palace floor. Damn, you left without warning, and even took the system warehouse with you. Fang Mo looked helplessly at the scattered pearls. Several guards noticed the commotion and immediately approached to inquire, "Your Majesty, is everything all right?" Fang Mo calmly replied, "Ahem, it's nothing. Just gather these cosmic origin pearls into a bag." "Yes, Your Majesty," the guards respectfully answered. Fang Mo then closed his eyes to examine the newly acquired starship blueprint in his mind. This S10 level starship, named Dimensional Ship, was astonishing in both size and performance. It was a colossal 990,000 meters long and equipped with a God King level dimensional shield defense system, a dimensional traversal system, a cosmic radar system, and various top-tier devices. Its weapon systems included numerous main and auxiliary cannons and special weapons. It also had several unique functions, such as automatic cosmic energy absorption, living metal armor, and space warping. No wonder it's an S10 level top-tier starship combining attack, defense, support, and teleportation. It's practically an invincible interstellar battleship. Fang Mo couldn't help but marvel, filled with anticipation for this powerful starship. A month later, the news of the victory over the insect race swept through the universe like a whirlwind. Celebrations erupted among various species, and Fang Mo's name became a legendary tale known to all. Yet, this hero chose to live in seclusion, hiding within the palace on the main star of Qianlin. Government affairs were managed by AI Jing, military matters were handled by Minar and Lei Hong, and technological advancements were overseen by Nas. Apart from meeting with a few important leaders, Fang Mo rarely involved himself in other matters. Ever since the system departed, he seemed disconnected from the universe, with his mind constantly occupied by questions about his biological mother and whether the claims of the angel race were true. This state of affairs continued for 2 months. During this period, Fang Mo fulfilled his promise to the principal of St. Roland Advanced Interstellar Academy by giving a lecture. After the lecture, he hinted that it might be his last visit, hoping the principal would understand. The Academy's leadership expressed their regret upon hearing this, and Principal Tross seemed to grasp Fang Mo's intentions. Following this, Fang Mo visited the imperial capital star of the Holy Dragon Empire, meeting the old emperor and Marshal Nak, among others. Despite his elevated status, Fang Mo remained humble and courteous, warming the hearts of his old friends. During the gathering, he learned that the little princess had found new love with the eldest son of a marquis from the empire. His subsequent itinerary included visits to the Holy Clan and the Angel Clan. The 2 Holy Lords and the Holy King accompanied him, sharing scenic views and deep conversations about life. The final stop was the Demon Clan, where the new Demon King, Lilineal, had been governing effectively. Fang Mo offered a few words of praise before returning to his palace. During this time, they tested the dimensional travel system, confirming the possibility of crossing into other universes. However, out of caution, they only made a brief visit before returning to their original universe. After receiving a report from Nas, Fang Mo announced to Minar and other high-ranking officials that he would be entering seclusion and should not be disturbed unless absolutely necessary. This retreat aimed to consolidate his recently elevated realm. Thus, the external chaos could no longer touch his heart, and he fully immersed himself in his cultivation. Time flew by, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, the 2 Holy Lords also entered seclusion to attempt breaking through to the Great Saint level, greatly increasing their success rate under Fang Mo's guidance. However, such breakthroughs often took decades or even centuries, not just a few days. When Fang Mo awakened from his cultivation, he first sensed the changes on the main star of Qianlin. His grandmother was still alive. His sister had given birth to a child, bringing new hope to the Fang family. Ai Jing and Minar were not on the star. Only Lei Hong was handling military and political affairs, while Minister Nas was leisurely enjoying fine wine. The residents of other planets were also living peacefully. Fang Mo instantly teleported to Lei Hong's side, who greeted him with surprise and respect. "Your Majesty, you have emerged from seclusion." "Yes. Where are Minar and Ai Jing?" Fang Mo inquired. "The commander-in-chief is inspecting the various battle groups, and the chief administrator is on an interstellar visit to Aldairo, Lei Hong responded. Fang Mo nodded and handed Lei Hong a jade stone, instructing, keep this jade with you at all times, even when bathing. Lei Hong accepted the jade with surprise and asked about its purpose. This is a protective charm that can save your life in critical moments, Fang Mo explained. Lei Hong, moved, vowed to treat it as a family heirloom, which made Fang Mo both amused and exasperated. His intention was merely to provide some protection to his close ones, not expecting it to be taken so seriously. He then distributed similar jade stones to Naz, his grandmother, sister, brother-in-law, and nephew, and left stones for Minar and Ai Jing as well. Fang Mo felt that the time had come for him to leave this universe and seek answers to his lingering questions. Half a month later, Minar and Ai Jing returned, and Fang Mo gathered them, along with the Phoenix Guards, Angel Guards, and his family, for a banquet. As the banquet drew to a close, he announced his decision to everyone. Qianlin is now on a stable path, and external threats have been eliminated. I have some personal matters to resolve, so I will be leaving for a while, possibly a long time, Fang Mo said calmly. His words brought a silence over the crowd. Although reluctant, everyone understood his decision. His grandmother approached him and said, my dear grandson, I know you've always wanted to resolve this matter. I won't stop you. I just hope you can achieve your goal. Fang Mo smiled and thanked his grandmother. After the banquet, under everyone's watchful eyes, he slowly stepped into the spatial portal, his figure gradually fading away. Ai Jing and the other women silently shed tears. In a higher dimensional universe, Fang Mo now stood on a vibrant and immense planet. The place was lush with vegetation and teeming with countless species. Not far away, two saint-level beasts were engaged in a fierce battle. Fang Mo could sense the immense power here. This single planet alone housed numerous great saint-level beings, with several true god-level entities hidden among them. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Let the show begin. The new interstellar expedition was about to embark once again. Time flies like an arrow, and 100 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Qianlin's main star has undergone a complete transformation. 3 colossal starports now tower over the landscape, and the planet itself has been expanded threefold. The warriors of Qianlin's 10 great battle groups have all evolved into gene-enhanced humans with lifespans of up to 300 years. Multiple evolvers like Minier and Lei Hong can now live for over 1,000 years. After ascending to the Great Saint level, the 2 holy masters of the Sacred Clan and the Holy King of the Angel Clan learned of Fang Mo's departure from this universe. Their reactions varied. The Holy King of the Angel Clan first felt regret, then excitement, convinced that Fang Mo had gone in search of the Mother Goddess. Throughout these 100 years, Fang Mo's legend has spread across the universe. Despite the many different versions, all are equally captivating and have inspired countless young people. In the marshal's office on Qianlin's main star, Minier was leafing through a blue book titled The Great Interstellar Expedition. It was a fictional account of Fang Mo's legendary life, portraying him as someone blessed by the gods, with everything falling perfectly into place. Minier couldn't help but smile at the overly perfect narrative. As one of Fang Mo's old subordinates, she knew all too well the real Fang Mo had fought his way through countless hardships. Just as Minier closed the book, lost in thoughts of Fang Mo, a spatial rift suddenly appeared before her. A familiar figure stepped out. It was Fang Mo. A century seemed to have left no trace on his face, except for the deep, mysterious look in his eyes. Emperor, you're back! Minier exclaimed, standing up in surprise. Fang Mo smiled and waved his hand. Instantly, over 1,000 people appeared in the office. Among them were Ai Jing, Lei Hong, Naz, the Imperial Guards, and the original crew members. Initially confused, they quickly recognized Fang Mo and eagerly stepped forward to salute and greet him. Fang Mo gestured for everyone to be quiet and walked to the front. Long time no see, everyone. I've returned to gather my crew for another voyage. Are you all willing to join me? The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. At this moment, Minier raised her hand and asked, Captain, what is our goal this time? Fang Mo smiled. It's simple. Our goal is to conquer countless stars and seas. Minier was the first to react, realizing this was the same question she had asked when she was initially recruited. Other old crew members also remembered the initial scene and excitedly raised their hands, shouting, I am willing. I am willing. I am willing. The Imperial Guards and Lei Hong's group quickly understood and echoed in unison. I am willing. Excellent. Then let's embark on a new journey. Fang Mo announced loudly. Before his words had even faded, over 1,000 people were transported to another universe. Minier's office was instantly empty, leaving only the blue book, The Great Interstellar Expedition, quietly lying on the desk, as if witnessing the dawn of a new legend. The end. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.